Chapter 1. Resignation. In Tianhai City, at the Yunwan Hotel. Groom Lu Yuan, do you take bride Lin Yin as your wife, in sickness and in health, in wealth and in poverty, remaining loyal to her until death? I do. Lu Yuan stood tall in his immaculate suit, his strong brow and deep, soulful eyes filled with tenderness. Bride Lin Yin, do you take Lu Yuan as your husband? Lu Yuan's gaze was fervent as he looked across at Lin Yin. In this moment, his heart raced wildly. After 5 years of loving Lin Yin, he was finally able to step into the sacred realm of marriage with her. Today, Lin Yin wore an exquisite, pure white haute couture wedding gown, her stunning features exuding a cold nobility. Yet her eyes remained tranquil, even somewhat indifferent. Lin Yan's red lips parted slightly. Before she could finish, the grand doors of the banquet hall were suddenly flung open. A figure burst in. President Lin, Mr. Li has had an accident and fallen down the stairs. He is currently in the hospital fighting for his life. Lin Yan's pupils constricted. What? Lu Yuan's heart sank, sensed something was amiss, and urgently gestured for the officiant to proceed with the ceremony. Bride Lin Yin, do you take? The officiant had not completed his sentence when Lin Yin interjected. The wedding is canceled. I have an urgent matter to attend to. With that, she tossed aside her bouquet and hurriedly turned to leave. Lu Yuan's heart ached, and he grasped Lin Yan's arm. Yin, please don't go today, is our wedding. Let's finish the ceremony first. I said the wedding is canceled. Li Cheng is injured. I must go now. Lin Yin rebuked sharply, violently shaking off Lu Yuan's hand and rushing toward the banquet hall's exit. Lu Yuan stood frozen. Lin Yan's resolute back felt like a blade, slicing through all his hopes and dreams. The once joyous banquet now lay shrouded in a chilling silence. Some guests held their wine glasses, while others whispered amongst themselves. Their gazes were filled with pity, sympathy, and a morbid curiosity. Lu Yuan slowly bowed his head, his expression vacant. Indeed, this woman does not love him. She loves Li Cheng on the other end of the line, her white moonlight. 5 years ago, he had met Lin Yin by chance, captivated by her with just one glance. For 5 years, he had devoted nearly everything to her. Yet no matter how fervent his affections or fearless his sacrifices, he could never thaw Lin Yan's icy heart. She remained utterly unmoved. Just a year ago, Lin Yin had nearly met with a tragic fate. Due to the Lin Group's meteoric rise over the past 2 years, she had made many enemies. One competitor had even hired a veteran to harm Lin Yin. When Lu Yuan saw the ominous gun in the veteran's hand, he did not hesitate to shield Lin Yin with his own body. The bullet pierced through him, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. In that moment, Lu Yuan saw a flicker of emotion in Lin Yan's eyes, beyond her usual indifference. She held him tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. Lu Yuan, let's get married. I will marry you, just don't die. Afterward came the selection of a date for their engagement and the planning of the wedding. He naively believed that Lin Yin had truly fallen for him. But later, he discovered that on the very day Lin Yin agreed to marry him, Li Cheng had announced a new girlfriend on social media. He had thought Lin Yin had finally severed her feelings for Li Cheng, but he had been too naive. 6 months after their engagement, Li Cheng returned to the country. From that point on, Lin Yan's attitude toward him grew increasingly impatient. What had once been simple daily exchanges between them dwindled. After Li Cheng's return, Lin Yin began to come and go at odd hours, sometimes not returning home at all. Initially, she concocted elaborate excuses. Later, it boiled down to a few impatient words. I'm busy. Busy enough that on Lu Yuan's birthday, he waited alone in their empty home until 4 in the morning, without receiving even a simple happy birthday. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had crossed half the country just to accompany Li Cheng to a concert. Busy enough that on their anniversary, she was traveling abroad with Li Cheng. Even when Lu Yuan later lay in hospital with an infected wound for an extended period, Lin Yin never once showed up. Countless pangs of heartbreak surged forth at that moment, suffocating Lu Yuan. He had loved Lin Yin for 5 years, willing to sacrifice everything for her, even his own life. Yet he could never touch Lin Yan's heart. Some hearts are eternally barren, unable to bloom. Lu Yuan understood this truth, yet he was willing to expend everything to warm Lin Yin. However, today, he suddenly felt weary. Perhaps this was the heart's demise following the utmost despair that Lu Yuan took a deep breath, and in that moment, he felt a sense of release. He should have awakened to this sooner. Everyone's affection has its limits. Why waste his love on someone who does not love him in return? After 5 years at this moment, his love for Lin Yin evaporated completely. Lu Yuan opened his eyes again. Devoid of pain, only relief remained. He faced all the guests, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thank you all for taking the time to attend my wedding today. There's been a slight interlude. Consider it a spectacle for your enjoyment. Additionally, please bear witness that from this day forth, my relationship with Lin Yin is unequivocally over. I wish you all a splendid time. The crowd exchanged glances, each face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Amidst the silence, Lin Shui's mocking laughter rang out. You, the devoted dog, can certainly put on a show. You feign indifference on the surface, yet your heart surely aches to the point of tears, doesn't it? Lu Yuan's gaze swept over, his eyes chillingly cold. The Lin family had only two daughters. Lin Shui shared a close bond with her sister Lin Yin and held a deep affection for Li Chen. Moreover, she already looked down upon Lu Yuan, believing him to be merely after their family fortune. Thus, she had frequently made things difficult for him. Exactly. Can Lu Yuan truly bear to break up with Lin Yin? If Lin Yin said a word, he would probably be right back at her side, tail between his legs. Malicious laughter erupted around him. Lu Yuan remained silent. His love for Lin Yin was well known, and others' thoughts were to be expected. He said nothing more, turning to descend from the stage, making his way toward the banquet hall's exit. After taking a few steps, Lin Shui's icy voice pierced through. Just put on a show, will you? You still have some fight left. Staying here still gives you a chance to marry into my Lin family. If you dare step outside, you'll never rise again in this life. I originally thought your Lin family was only of interest to me because of your sister, but now even if your family sought me out, I would have no interest in your little Lin family. With an expressionless face, Lu Yuan uttered these words before turning to storm toward the exit. Lu Yuan, how dare you? Lin Shui's expression changed dramatically as she blocked Lu Yuan's path, angrily rebuking. Who do you think you are to leave? Do you want to make my Lin family the laughingstock of Tian'an City? You shall not pass. Lu Yuan scoffed. A scandal. If your family truly feared scandal, you wouldn't have let your sister seek other men on her wedding day. Step aside. I refuse to let you. You're just a dog of the Lin family. You cannot leave without her permission. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened ominously. Previously, he had been patient with Lin Shui, but now he was unwilling to endure any longer. Say that again. I said you're just a... Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yuan raised his hand and struck Lin Shui hard across the face. In an instant, a glaring crimson handprint appeared on Lin Shui's face. She covered her cheek, staring at Lu Yuan in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Get lost, you wretched thing. Lu Yuan's voice was as cold as ice as he shoved Lin Shui aside. Lin Shui stumbled, falling clumsily to the ground. Lu Yuan, if you dare to leave, you can forget about my sister ever forgiving you. Lin Shui's furious cries echoed once more. Lu Yuan felt no lingering attachment as he reached the door, turning his back to the crowd. Convey my words to Lin Yin even if she kneels before me begging for forgiveness in the future, I will not relent. Otherwise, may I meet a terrible end. With that, Lu Yuan vanished from sight. A light rain began to fall over the city, bringing a hint of chill to the air. Upon returning home, Lu Yuan packed his belongings into a simple small suitcase, containing a few articles of clothing. He randomly dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected, and an excited voice of a woman resonated. Mr. Lu, after 5 years, have you finally decided to return to Zhuiyuan? Upon hearing the name Zhuiyuan, Lu Yuan's thoughts drifted back to 7 years ago. Years prior, he had single-handedly established the Zhuiyuan Consortium abroad, elevating it to one of the most renowned conglomerates on the international stage. However, after meeting Lin Yin, he disregarded the counsel of all around him and chose to leave Zhuiyuan to care for her. Reflecting on the foolishness of his past decisions, Lu Yuan found himself chuckling at his own absurdity. Lin Yan's conscience must have been consumed by dog. Regaining his composure, he smiled into the phone. I've come to realize that I should not squander my time and energy on a woman unworthy of it. I appreciate all your hard work these past years. Mr. Lu, you are too kind. It is our honor to serve you. By the way, Mr. Lu, Zhuiyuan has established a branch in Tian'an City over the past few years. I have already sent you the relevant documents for your review. Lu Yuan was somewhat astonished, having devoted himself entirely to Lin Yin. He was unaware of Zhou Yuan's expansion into Tianhai City. Understood. I will go overseas in due time. For now, I will remain in the country. Yes, Mr. Lu. As the call ended, Lu Yuan opened the documents and began to peruse them, quickly grasping the general situation. In Tianhai City, Zhuoyuan Group stood as one of the leading enterprises. Additionally, the documents mentioned that Zhuoyuan had been investing in Lin Yan's Lin Group over the past few years, despite incurring losses, which have facilitated the rapid growth of Lin Group. Lu Yuan couldn't help but find this rather amusing. Zhuoyuan's generous support of Lin Group was undoubtedly out of regard for him. Recalling Lin Group's swift ascent over the years, Lin Yin had grown increasingly arrogant, believing that its success was solely due to her exceptional capabilities. She often ridiculed Lu Yuan, claiming he was merely living off her success and that his departure rendered him useless. At this point, Lu Yuan felt a deeper sense of mockery in his heart. After all he had sacrificed for Lin Yin, and with Lu Yuan's extensive contributions, he found himself in such a predicament. Yet, all of this must come to an end. Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy as he muttered to himself, Lin Yin, it is time for you and your Lin Group to prepare for the final curtain. He intended to leave directly, but he had already registered his marriage with Lin Yan before the wedding. On the table lay a divorce agreement he had drafted, awaiting Lin Yan's signature. At 10 o'clock that evening, the door swung open, and a gust of cold wind swept in as Lin Yan stepped inside. Chapter 2. Let us get divorced. Lu Yuan cast a glance, his demeanor indifferent. You're back? Yes. Lin Yan, feeling somewhat guilty, stole a glance at Lu Yuan before placing the package in front of him. There were indeed some unexpected occurrences at the wedding today. This is for you. Lu Yuan glanced at the package, a cold smirk playing on his lips. You haven't given me anything in years. Is this gift an expression of your guilt? Lin Yin furrowed her brow. Can you refrain from speaking in such a sarcastic tone? I've already given you a gift. What more do you want? Lu Yuan's gaze returned to the package. Inside lay a designer tie, currently in vogue. Yet he knew that this brand was running a promotion. The tie was merely a complimentary item with a suit purchase. Not having the suit, he was aware of who it was intended for. Lu Yuan felt no pain, only an overwhelming numbness. He grasped the tie and, in front of Lin Yin, tossed it into the trash bin. Lin Yin's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across her face. In the next moment, she rushed forward, furious. Have you lost your mind, Lu Yuan? What are you doing? Lu Yuan replied coolly. It's just a worthless tie, a discarded gift from someone else. It disgusts me. Lin Yin opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss. The tie was indeed a rejected giveaway from Li Cheng. Feeling a surge of embarrassment and anger, she snapped. So what if it's a freebie? It's still usable. Fine, if it bothers you so much, I'll just buy you another one next time. Lu Yuan shook his head. No need to buy another. I don't want it, nor do I covet it. Lin Yin's voice escalated. Lu Yuan, are you really this upset? It's just that I had to leave the wedding early. Are you really going to nitpick over this? When else could we have held the wedding? Li Cheng was injured, and I had to see him. Enough. If there is something you want, just say it, and I'll buy it for you. Gazing at the indignant Lin Yin, Lu Yuan suddenly found himself devoid of any desire to explain. He realized how foolish he had been to endure such an unreasonable woman. She sought comfort from another man at the wedding, yet had the audacity to blame him. Lu Yuan's heart had long since turned to stone. He spoke each word with deliberate precision. Lin Yin, I want nothing from you. Let us get divorced. Lin Yin's body trembled. Her stare fixed on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, do you even know what you're saying? Lu Yuan chuckled softly. I do. I've already drafted the divorce agreement. All that's left is your signature. We'll visit the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning to finalize it. After that, we shall have no ties. The living room fell into a heavy silence. Lin Yin clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Lu Yuan, you truly have a cunning plan. You finally seized the opportunity to divorce me and claim a portion of the Lin family's wealth. Haven't you? Let me tell you, even in divorce, you shall receive not a single cent. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly, realizing that his sincere efforts over the years have been misconstrued as a mere coveting of her family's fortune. He spoke calmly. Take a look at the divorce agreement. I've stated that I will leave with nothing. Lin Yin was taken aback as she grasped the divorce agreement, her face flushing crimson, and she exclaimed in anger, "Lu Yuan, today marks the first day of our marriage certificate, and you dare to bring up divorce? What do you take me, Lin Yan, for? What do you think of the Lin family? Let me tell you, you have no shame, but I still have my dignity." Lu Yuan, as if he had heard the greatest joke, scoffed. "Dignity? If you had any, you wouldn't have sought out another man on your wedding day. Spare me the disgust. A woman like you wouldn't even know how to write the word dignity. Lin Yan, let us end this." With a resounding clap, Lin Yan slammed the divorce agreement onto the table and shouted, "Lu Yuan, are you finished yet? Ching and I are merely friends. Isn't your sole intention to leverage divorce as a means to coerce me into caring more for you? All this does is make me feel even more repulsed. I'm exhausted. I'm going to rest now." Lin Yan turned to ascend the stairs, but Lu Yuan grasped her wrist. "Lin Yan, sign it. For the sake of the bullet I took for you back then." Lin Yan bellowed, "Lu Yuan, that bullet was a choice you made. I never asked you to take it." Lu Yuan replied softly, "If time could rewind, I would not have taken that bullet for you." Lin Yan froze for a moment, her eyes gradually reddening, her lips biting down until they bled. "Lu Yuan, is this your heartfelt truth? Very well. If it's a divorce you want, then let it be." With that, Lin Yan picked up the pen and signed her name, screaming, "Get out. The further away, the better." Lu Yuan collected the divorce agreement, uttering not another word, and strode toward the door with the suitcase. "Lu Yuan, the moment you step out that door, know that you shall never be forgiven, nor shall you ever be welcomed back into the Lin family." Lin Yan shouted in exasperation. Lu Yuan paused for a moment, then coldly replied, "I have no interest in your insignificant Lin family. And as for you, you only disgust me further now. Tomorrow at 9, the Civil Affairs Bureau." With not a hint of regret in his eyes, he opened the door and stepped into the rainy night. A gust of wind swept through, slamming the door behind him. "Lu Yuan, you scoundrel, don't you dare regret this." Lin Yan's eyes were red, her body suddenly collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. Later that evening, Lu Yuan discarded his belongings at a hotel and subsequently found himself in a bar. He used to enjoy these places, but in recent years, he had refrained from visiting, having dedicated his time to caring for Lin Yan. Now, as he stepped into a new chapter of life, he decided to indulge in a couple of drinks. Outside the bar, as Lu Yuan walked through the parking lot, a white Bentley coupe glided in and parked in front of the bar. He instinctively cast a glance, his heart racing. In the driver's seat sat a woman, adorned in a long dress, with an impeccably oval face and exquisite features as if sculpted by the hands of divinity. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her striking eyes sparkled like gemstones, adorned with diamond-studded blue crystal earrings, making her appear as though she had stepped out of a painting. Stunning. Lu Yuan was momentarily dazed. To him, Lin Yan had always been beautiful, renowned as the ice beauty of Tian'an. Yet, the woman from moments ago surpassed Lin Yan's beauty. However, Lu Yuan quickly averted his gaze. After all, they were strangers, and an encounter seemed unlikely. A romantic encounter, a phenomenon typically reserved for the silver screen. Lu Yuan entered the bar, ordered some drinks, and sipped quietly. The intoxicating effects of alcohol, the cacophony of music, and the sultry movements of the dancers gradually clouded his senses. After consuming several bottles, Lu Yuan found himself under the influence. His gaze had lost its clarity. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a woman approached and seated herself beside him. Though her features remained obscured, he could still sense her beauty, akin to a captivating yet perilous enchantress. In the fading moments of consciousness, he recalled being enveloped in a soft embrace. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the room, prompting Lu Yuan to flutter his eyes open and then shut them again. It was the hotel room he had rented the previous day, but why was the pillow so incredibly soft? Suddenly, he jolted awake, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he was rendered speechless. Beside him lay a woman, still lost in slumber, her dark tresses cascading across her chest, partially obscuring the morning light. Her exquisite features were breathtaking, delicate brows, a finely sculpted nose, and lips that appeared irresistibly luscious, her flawless visage exuding an ethereal beauty. As he comprehended her appearance, Lu Yuan's mind buzzed with realization. Wait, wasn't she the woman who had driven a Bentley at the bar entrance last night? At that moment, the woman slowly opened her enchanting eyes, and upon seeing Lu Yuan, a flicker of confusion danced within them. Lu Yuan scratched his head awkwardly and said, hello there, beautiful. The woman parted her cherry-red lips. In the next instant, a shrill scream escaped them. Lu Yuan hastily covered her mouth. Anxious, please don't scream. Tears began to well in her eyes as she asked, who are you? How did you end up here? Lu Yuan sighed. I'm not quite sure. It seems we both had a bit too much to drink last night. Do you remember anything afterward? The woman bit her lip, her gaze filled with a complex emotion. She recalled that she had indeed overindulged, and in the world of adults, words were often unnecessary. With reddened eyes, she looked down and noticed that her clothes had vanished, leaving only tattered stockings on her legs. Shaking, she reached out to lift the bedclothes, and upon seeing a streak of crimson, her body trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Yuan, too, felt a jolt upon witnessing this scene. The woman before him was a virgin, and although the circumstances were unintentional, he felt a sense of responsibility. With a heavy heart, he sighed, understanding that he was not the type to evade responsibility. Since the event had transpired, he had to confront it. The woman, with tearful eyes, coldly stated, You say you can take responsibility? Lu Yuan replied gravely, Yes, though we were both intoxicated last night, I bear a greater share of the responsibility. Tell me, how can I make amends? Wiping her tears, she articulated each word carefully. Marry me. Lu Yuan was taken aback. What did you say? Taking a deep breath, she declared, I said, I want you to marry me. Why? Lu Yuan found himself bewildered. Was marriage such a trivial matter? Moreover, given her stunning beauty, surely she had better prospects than to marry so casually? Do not question me further. Simply tell me whether you will marry me or not. Lu Yuan scratched his head, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Was she serious? Was this some kind of jest? The woman's eyes glistened with tears as she let out a self-deprecating smile. Would a woman jest about something as significant as her marriage? Lu Yuan fell silent for a full 2 minutes before asking, So when shall we wed? Now, she replied. As he settled into the passenger seat of the Bentley, Lu Yuan felt a sense of disorientation. Was this truly not a dream? Was it not rather impulsive to marry so casually? Yet, upon reflection, his marriage to Nian'an had not been impulsive either. After years of preparation, it had ended in a similar manner. So be it. If they were to marry, then let it be so. Besides, this woman was no less than Nian'an, perhaps even surpassing her in beauty. He had no reason to refuse. At 9 in the morning, Lu Yuan and the woman arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just as they parked, a Mercedes Maybach rolled up, and he recognized Nian'an and Li Cheng inside. Chapter 3. Trouble afoot. Lu Yuan turned to the woman beside him, saying, Please wait in the car for a moment. By the way, what is your name? Bai Wei. And you? Lu Yuan. Go ahead. I shall wait for you. He nodded and exited the vehicle. Nian'an, from the car across, was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Wait a moment. Why did Lu Yuan emerge from that Bentley? As he stepped out, Nian'an approached him with a stern expression, glancing at the stunning Bai Wei in the car, momentarily stunned. How could such a beautiful woman exist? She had always been confident in her looks, yet at this moment, doubt crept in. Nian'an bit her lip, a wave of inexplicable bitterness washing over her. Lu Yuan, who was that person in the car? Why did you arrive at her vehicle? What is that to you? Lu Yuan interrupted impatiently. Since you're here too, let us go inside together. Nian'an frowned and quickly retorted with a cold laugh. Lu Yuan, really? You brought someone along just to provoke me, didn't you? You think I would be jealous and try to keep you? Let me tell you, this ploy only makes you seem more childish. You need to apologize to me, and we can settle this matter. I will arrange for a wedding ceremony, and we can continue our lives together. Do you understand? Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze laced with mockery. Nian'an, you are too self-absorbed. I did not bring someone to act with you, nor do I desire a wedding ceremony. And I certainly do not wish to continue living with you. I merely wish to divorce you. Nian'an's expression darkened, her teeth clenched in fury. Do you really have to be this difficult? Must we escalate this trivial matter to such extremes? Lu Yuan retorted, the one causing the trouble is you. This is not a trivial matter. Lin Yan, when did your values become so twisted? You are here with Lu Chen, yet you still speak of wanting to arrange a wedding with me. Do you not feel disgusted with yourself, Lin Yan? Enough. Let us divorce immediately. I can no longer tolerate you. Lin Yan seethed. Lu Yuan, you have guts. If you want a divorce, then so be it. Just make sure you don't regret it. Without me, Lin Yan, you will find no place in Tianhai. With that, she stormed into the hall, and Lu Yuan followed suit. 10 minutes later, they emerged together, each holding a divorce certificate. Lu Yuan inhaled the fresh air, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. At last, I am bidding farewell to 5 years of servitude to unrequited love. It is truly not worth squandering 5 years on such a woman. Lin Yan coldly remarked. Lu Yuan, you have truly overstepped this time. Even if you were to kneel and beg for my forgiveness, I would not acquiesce. The corners of Lu Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Kneel to plead for you? I am curious from where you derive the confidence to utter such words. I fear that it will be you who kneels to beg. Furiously, Lin Yan retorted with a bitter laugh. You mean I should plead for you? Don't blame me for my harsh words. Without me and the Lin family over these 5 years, you would have surely starved long ago. Lu Yuan tilted his head back to gaze at the sky, suddenly laughing. Lin Yan, do you know what type of person is the most laughable? Lin Yan was taken aback, frowning. What do you mean? Lu Yuan enunciated each word softly. It is the foolish who remain unaware of their own folly. Lin Yan, had it not been for me over these 5 years, your Lin company would have collapsed 18 times over, and you, quite frankly, lack the qualification to speak before me. Lin Yan scoffed. You must be out of your mind. The success of the Lin family over these years has nothing to do with you. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. You will soon comprehend the truth of my words. Lin Yan sneered. Stop with your theatrics, Lu Yuan. I eagerly await the day you kneel to seek my forgiveness. With that, she strode directly to her Maybach. Inside, Lu Chen inquired, Yin, what do you think that woman's relationship with Lu Yuan is? Lin Yan coldly replied. She is probably just someone he paid to play a part, trying to make herself seem less pathetic. But it's futile without me. Lu Yuan is nothing. How could any woman possibly be interested in him? After saying this, she cast a cold glance at Lu Yuan and pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing in the Maybach. Lu Yuan returned to Bai Wei's car and tapped on the window. As it lowered, Bai Wei's strikingly cold visage appeared. Who was that woman just now? My ex-wife, Lu Yuan answered honestly. Bai Wei's expression abruptly soured. Ex-wife? You were married? Yes, I just got divorced. Bai Wei clenched her teeth, sighing heavily after a moment. Why did you divorce? She sought another man at the wedding. I cannot accept that. Bai Wei fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Yuan forced a bitter smile. I just got divorced. Do you still wish to marry me? If you prefer not to, that is fine. We can part ways. If we haven't been intimate, I would rather die than marry you, Bai Wei coldly declared, then exited the car, making her way directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before following her. 10 minutes later, they emerged together, their gazes on a marriage certificate in their hands revealing a complex mix of emotions. Lu Yuan scratched his head. So, does this mean you're now my wife? Bai Wei's icy countenance flushed slightly, yet her voice remained frosty. Yes, but there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Speak freely. I'm all ears, he replied. Bai Wei pressed her lips together, her gaze intricate. My decision to register our marriage was born out of necessity, as my parents have persistently pressured me into an arranged union, which I vehemently oppose. This is the first point. Secondly, there exists no emotional foundation between us. Our union merely resulted from an indiscretion following a night of excessive drinking. Thus, while we are legally husband and wife, I shall not fulfill the duties of spouse, meaning there will be no intimacy between us. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. So, you're implying that we won't share a bed? Indeed, our lack of emotional connection makes me averse to such matters, and I hope you can comprehend my stance, Bai Wei replied gently, her expression serene as she regarded Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shrugged. Acceptance is the only option, I suppose. I cannot force you, can I? Despite his words, an amused smile crept into his heart, for now that they had registered their marriage, Whether or not they would share intimacy was no longer entirely up to Bai Wei. Unbeknownst to Bai Wei, Lu Yuan's thoughts were far from innocent. After a brief pause, she continued, I recognize that this may seem unfair to you, so I will permit you to pursue other women, as I am currently unable to fulfill my wifely obligations. Is there more? Lu Yuan inquired. Bai Wei replied nonchalantly. There are a few additional stipulations. First, you must reside with me. Otherwise, outsiders may suspect the nature of our relationship, and I require someone to publicly assume the role of my husband. Second, I need you to accompany me to certain events, such as banquets. Third, without my consent, you are prohibited from initiating any physical contact. As she concluded, Bai Wei added, I understand that this may seem unjust, but you have tarnished my purity and taken away my most cherished first experience. Thus, this is your due compensation. With this thought, Bai Wei sighed heavily within, burdened by the weight of her circumstances. As the president of the Bai Corporation, with assets in the billions and a doctorate from abroad, she was among the world's elite. With her qualifications, what sort of man could she not find? Yet, due to a single night of intoxication, she found herself inexplicably entwined with a divorced man. Regardless, the marriage certificate had been signed. Bai Wei composed herself and addressed Lu Yuan. Please provide me with your contact information. Move in with me tonight. Oh, and I will reach out to you later. I intend to take you somewhere. That will be all for now. I have matters to attend to. I will be in touch. With that, Bai Wei drove away. Lu Yuan was left in a state of perplexity. Where could she possibly take me? Just as he contemplated hailing a cab, his phone rang. Upon answering, a sweet, melodious voice greeted him. May I speak with Mr. Lu? Taken aback, Lu Yuan responded. Who is this? Mr. Lu. Greetings, I am Song Qingwan, the branch president of Tian'an Zhuiyuan Group. From this moment onward, I shall serve as your assistant and personal secretary. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Song Qingwan? Wasn't she the most renowned beauty in Tian'an in recent years? He had heard tales of her, often referred to as the epitome of beauty in the city. He could hardly believe that she was the branch president of Tian'an Zhuiyuan and now his personal secretary. Though surprised, Lu Yuan quickly regained his composure. Very well, Secretary Song. I look forward to your guidance in the future. With a charming smile, Song Qingwan addressed Mr. Lu. Thank you for your continued support. By the way, Mr. Lu, there are a few matters that require your confirmation. First, should we continue our investment in the Lin Group? Second, Zhuiyuan has a project valued at 10 billion, originally promised to the Lin Group. Should we reopen the bidding for it? Third, we have several renowned engineers who were dispatched to the Lin Group 5 years ago, aiding in the development of numerous high-tech products. Should we recall these engineers back to Zhuiyuan? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and replied coldly. Word by word, cease all investments in the Lin Group, completely terminate our cooperation with them, and recall all the engineers. Understood, Mr. Lu. Where are you at the moment? Do you need me to pick you up? Sure. I'm at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. You may come. The Civil Affairs Bureau? All right, Mr. Lu. After hanging up, approximately 15 minutes later, a Porsche Panamera pulled up before Lu Yuan. The door opened, revealing a long, graceful leg adorned in black stockings. A stunning figure emerged, captivating Lu Yuan's gaze. The woman wore a black, body-hugging dress that accentuated her tall, alluring silhouette. Her physique was exquisite, especially her flawless legs clad in stockings. Her alabaster oval face exuded an enchanting beauty, with delicate brows and eyes that sparkled like spring water. A high, refined nose combined Eastern softness with Western definition, while her luscious lips resembled blooming rose petals. The woman was none other than Song Qingwan. Feeling the intensity of Lu Yuan's gaze, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and her heart began to race. She was aware of Lu Yuan's good looks, yet she was taken aback by just how striking he was. How could Lin Yin not cherish such a man? Surely, Lin Yin must be foolish. If it were her, she would be by Lu Yuan's side day and night. Of course, there was always the possibility of such a future. Feeling flustered, Song Qingwan hurriedly composed herself and, with a rosy complexion, said, Mr. Lu, please get in the car. All right. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile and entered the vehicle with Song Qingwan, heading straight for Zhuiyuan. Meanwhile, the sanctions against the Lin Group had already commenced. In the Lin Group's president's office, Lin Yin sat with a sullen expression as she stared at Lu Yuan's resignation letter. This time, Lu Yuan was truly assertive. Previously, he had never dared to submit a resignation letter during their disputes. Yet now, he had even prepared it in advance. Lu Yuan, let us see what job you can find outside of the Lin Group. I'll be waiting for you to come begging, Lin Yin scoffed. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken. President Lin, it's terrible. Something big has happened. Lin Yin frowned. What is it? Speak clearly. The subordinate, visibly shaken, replied, President Lin, we just received news that Zhuiyuan Group has canceled their recent investments in us and announced the termination of our cooperation. Even the previously agreed-upon order worth 10 billion has been revoked. Lin Yan's pupils contracted as she abruptly rose to her feet, exclaiming, how is this possible? Zhuiyuan has been our partner for several years. Why would this happen all of a sudden? Before her subordinate could respond, another rushed in, panic-stricken, and declared, President Lin, it's terrible. All 6 of our research and development engineers have simultaneously submitted their resignation letters. What? Lin Yin felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly causing her to collapse. Recently, Lin Corporation had invested heavily in the development of a new product, and they were already 2/3 of the way through the timeline. At this critical juncture, if all 6 engineers left, not only would the new product be rendered futile, but Lin Corporation's R&D capabilities would also suffer a significant blow. Lin Yan's expression darkened considerably. After a brief moment of contemplation, she instructed, investigate the situation with Zhuiyuan and find out where these 6 engineers are. Have them come to my office. I need to speak with them. Understood, President Lin. The 2 subordinates departed, leaving Lin Yin in a state of distress. She rubbed her temples and sighed deeply. How could so many issues arise for Lin Corporation all at once? 10 minutes later, Lin Yin arrived at the conference room of the corporation. Taking a deep breath, she donned a composed expression and pushed open the door. Inside, 6 engineers were seated, their faces devoid of the usual warmth, replaced instead with an air of indifference upon seeing her enter. They were all affiliated with Zhuiyuan and had learned of Lu Yuan's identity from Song Qingyuan. The fact that Lin Yin sought out another man during the wedding was a profound humiliation to Lu Yuan, and consequently, to them as well. The atmosphere in the office was peculiar, prompting Lin Yin to furrow her brow and address them directly. Gentlemen, you have all been loyal employees of Lin Corporation for many years, and we have treated you well. I would like to inquire about your reasons for resigning. A middle-aged man among the 6 offered a faint smile and replied, President Lin, we have our own reasons for leaving. However, your assertion that Lin Corporation has treated us well is inaccurate. Our salaries have been the lowest in the industry. Lin Yan's expression stiffened slightly. The man's statement was, in fact, true. We did not mind the salary in recent years, as we genuinely wished to assist Lin Corporation in its growth, but now we have changed our minds. The middle-aged man stated candidly. Lin Yin sincerely apologized. Gentlemen, I acknowledge my previous misjudgment. How about this from now on? I will triple the annual salary for each of you. The 6 engineers simultaneously shook their heads. The middle-aged man rose and calmly stated, President Lin, I must apologize. But as I mentioned earlier, we do not prioritize salary. Our presence at Lin Corporation was solely for the sake of one person. Since that individual has departed, we find it inappropriate to remain. For the sake of one person? Lin Yin was taken aback, perplexed by his words. The middle-aged man offered a faint smile. That is all I can say, President Lin. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the engineers rose and exited. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Yin slumped in her chair, utterly bewildered by their previous conversation. What kind of individual could inspire such unwavering loyalty from these top engineers over the years? At that moment, a sudden realization struck Lin Yin. Just moments ago, the engineer mentioned that the individual had already departed. However, there have been no recent high-level departures from the Lin family. At this moment, a vivid image of Lu Yuan flashed through Lin Yan's mind. Indeed, Lu Yuan had just resigned. A chill swept over Lin Yin as a flicker of suspicion danced in her eyes. Could it possibly be related to Lu Yuan? The thought surfaced in her mind, only to be extinguished almost immediately. It was impossible. What influence could Lu Yuan possibly have to cause all 6 engineers to leave together? The more she pondered, the more troubled she became. This matter required further investigation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in the office of the chairman of Zhuiyuan Group, Lu Yuan stood before the window, gazing down at the sprawling cityscape. 3 meters behind him stood an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, exuding an air of distinction. Yet at this moment he slightly bowed, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Yuan finally spoke. "Fu Bo, it has been many years since we last met, has it not?" The old man rasped, "Young master, it has been over a decade since you left the family, and thus we have not seen each other in 10 long years." Lu Yuan replied coldly, "When I departed from the Lu family, I made it clear that I would have no further ties to them. Why do you seek me now?" Fu Bo sighed, "Young master, I understand that you harbor grievances against the head of the family. However, he is still your father. He has suffered greatly since your mother's disappearance, and he longs for your return to the family." Lu Yuan scoffed. "Suffered? His so-called suffering was marrying another woman shortly after my mother vanished, and fathering other children? Young master, you are the only rightful heir of the Lu family. No one else can compare to your standing in the head's heart. I am aware that you have been discreetly searching for your mother's whereabouts over the years. If you return to the Lu family, you could leverage their resources in your quest. What could be more beneficial? Furthermore, the head is in poor health and yearns to see you." Upon hearing this, a complex expression flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "I will not return at this time, but I shall contemplate this matter." Fu Bo's face brightened at this response. "With your words, I am at ease. Young master, the head has arranged a marriage alliance conference to take place in a month's time. All the noble ladies of the capital will be awaiting your selection. As for the marriage alliance, I am already married," Lu Yuan replied impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. Fu Bo was taken aback, puzzled. Did not the wedding with Miss Lin encounter an unfortunate incident yesterday? And had they not already divorced? When had another wife come into the picture? However, Fu Bo dismissed these thoughts, assuming Lu Yuan was merely making excuses. He replied respectfully, "We shall discuss the marriage alliance later. However, I kindly request that you return to the capital next month. With that, I have no further matters to address and shall take my leave. Do not see me off," Lu Yuan said as Fu Bo departed, his thoughts drifting back to the past. He was the legitimate son of the esteemed Lu family in the capital. However, after his mother's mysterious disappearance, his father remarried not long after. This led to a heated dispute between Lu Yuan and his father, Lu Jianyan, prompting Lu Yuan to leave the Lu family in anger. Over the years, he had ventured out on his own, carving out a successful career in the world. Simultaneously, he was covertly searching for traces of his mother, with rumors suggesting that she had once appeared in Tianhai City. This was the reason he had remained in Tianhai all these years, yet he had yielded no results. Soon, a knock echoed through the office, and Lu Yuan's thoughts returned to the present. "Come in," he called. No sooner had the words left his lips than a graceful figure entered, the enchanting Song Qingwan. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon her, and for a fleeting moment, he was entranced. Truly, she was the renowned beauty of Tianhai, capable of captivating anyone with a mere glance. With a sweet smile, Song Qingwan spoke, "President Lu, I have arranged for the engineers who were previously with Zhuiyuan at the Lin Corporation to return. Concurrently, we have publicly announced the termination of all collaborations with the Lin Corporation." Lu Yuan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your hard work. It is imperative that you manage Zhuiyuan's matters." "It is no trouble at all, President Lu. It is my duty," Song Qingwan replied, a blush gracing her delicate cheeks as she gazed at Lu Yuan's handsome visage, her heart fluttering. After a brief report on her work, she departed. As he watched her retreating figure, a faint smile graced Lu Yuan's lips. Who would have imagined that the most beautiful woman in Tianhai was his subordinate, a notion he had never dared to entertain before. At that moment, Lu Yuan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Lin Shui. Annoyed, he hung up, but the call came through again almost immediately. This time, he blocked her number without hesitation. However, moments later, an unfamiliar number appeared on his screen. He answered, only to be met with Lin Shui's furious voice. "Lu Yuan, how dare you hang up on me and block my number? Have you grown wings? Lu Yuan retorted with a cold laugh. If you're having a mental breakdown, perhaps you should seek help rather than bother me. Just as he was about to end the call, Lin Shui shouted, Lu Yuan, I'm giving you a chance. Be at the Longwei boxing gym in 20 minutes, and we will settle our previous issues. If you fail to show, I will ensure you have no peace in Tianhai. Furrowing his brows, Lu Yuan replied, Are you threatening me? Yes, I'm threatening you. What will you do about it? You had the audacity to hit me yesterday. I must settle this score. Come here immediately, or you will regret it. Lu Yuan scoffed. I had no intention of engaging with you. But since you insist on confronting me, I will come. It's high time we addressed your past transgressions. He terminated the call and wasted no time in leaving Zhuiyuan group, heading straight for the Longwei boxing gym. Lin Shui had made his life difficult in the past. If she sought trouble again, she could not blame him for being unaccommodating. At that moment, within the confines of the Longwei boxing gym, Lin Shui's face was flushed with fury as she turned to her cousin, Wang Buodong. Cousin, when that Lu Yuan arrives, make sure to beat him mercilessly. I have confirmed that he is officially divorced from my sister now, so it doesn't matter what happens to him. Wang Buodong, the deputy director of the gym, his physique rippling with muscle, grinned widely. Little Shui, that Lu Yuan is nothing but trash. I won't even need to intervene. I'll just have one of the trainees break his leg. Anyone who dares to strike our little Shui must pay the price. Lin Shui smiled. Thank you, cousin. Before long, Lu Yuan's silhouette appeared outside the boxing gym. Observing the establishment, he let out a cold smile. Did Lin Shui truly believe that merely gathering a few practitioners could contend with him? What a farce. The Lu family had engaged renowned combat masters from abroad to train him since his childhood, including top instructors in Sanda and Muay Thai. They had even enlisted elite special forces from Huaxia to impart specialized combat techniques. After all, as a scion of a prestigious family, proficiency in self-defense was imperative. It could be said that Lu Yuan had exhibited remarkable martial prowess from a young age, astonishing even the world's foremost fighting masters. Now, Lin Shui intended to confront him with such unremarkable gym trainees? It was utterly preposterous. With a derisive chuckle, Lu Yuan strode into the gym, declaring, Lin Shui, come out. His voice echoed through the hall, drawing the attention of everyone present. Lu Yuan calmly stated, I will count to 3. If you do not emerge by then, I shall take my leave. 1, 2. Before he could finish, Lin Shui stormed in alongside Wang Buodong. Lu Yuan, today, I shall not spare you. I will break your legs. Lu Yuan regarded her with his hands in his pockets, unperturbed. Very well. Let us see if you possess the skill to do so. Bring forth your people. Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback, then coldly replied, Do you comprehend why I wanted you here today? It is to find someone to beat you. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes in response. Lin Shui, exasperated yet amused, crossed her arms defiantly. You are quite audacious to come here knowing that. However, considering you spent several years in my Lin family, I shall grant you mercy if you kneel, apologize with 10 bows, and say, I was wrong. Esteemed lady, only then shall I spare you. Lu Yuan gazed at her as if she were a fool, enunciating clearly, You dare to demand that of me? Lin Shui's smile faltered, her face contorting with rage. Lu Yuan, you scoundrel. No one can save you today. Cousin, unleash your men. Wang Buodong sneered, waving his hand as dozens of trainees surrounded Lu Yuan. He remarked coldly, Lu Yuan, had you left the Lin family obediently, I would not have sought you out. However, since you dare to strike Xiao Shui, do not blame me for being unmerciful today. Adong, step forward and break this boy's legs. At his command, a robust trainee with well-defined leg muscles emerged, glaring at Lu Yuan. Lu, are you still not apologizing? Lu Yuan sighed. What does your confidence to speak to me in such a manner come from? Very well, you are courting death. Do you believe I cannot break your legs with a single kick? Adong's eyes glinted with malice. With the beautiful Lin Shui present, he naturally wished to showcase his prowess. Lu Yuan smacked his lips. Go ahead, try your best. Seeking death, Adong erupted in fury, executing a spinning side kick aimed directly at Lu Yuan's leg. The surrounding trainees erupted in cheers. Brother Dong is impressive. I have trained for 2 years and cannot match that power. Indeed, Brother Dong is among the best of us. As the crowd erupted in praise. In the blink of an eye, a Dong's leg was almost before Lu Yuan. At that moment, Lu Yuan's leg also moved, with a speed that defied imagination. Lu Yuan kicked out suddenly, as swift as a bolt of lightning. Bang! A Dong's body was sent flying, crashing violently onto the floor of the hall. The air thickened, and an eerie silence enveloped the entire space. All eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed the scene unfold. Lin Shui was stunned, her mind buzzing, her face a mask of incredulity. When did Lu Yuan acquire such prowess? In the next instant, a Dong's heart-wrenching scream pierced the silence. My leg! My leg is broken. Help me! A Dong cried out, only to lose consciousness from the excruciating pain. The crowd gaped, the atmosphere weighed down by an unsettling quiet. Lu Yuan's voice rang out coolly. Did you not wish to trouble me? Then do not hesitate. A bunch of useless fools, come at me together. Upon hearing this, fury ignited among the onlookers. You bastard! You injured Brother Dong and still have the audacity to act so arrogantly. Let us attack him together. Indeed, let us unite and cripple this scoundrel. The impassioned young martial artists could no longer contain their emotions, surging toward Lu Yuan in a frenzy. A glint of coldness flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he summoned his strength, propelling himself into the throng, weaving through the chaos. Bang! 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 In just 2 minutes, the training hall was strewn with fallen students, their anguished cries echoing. Lin Shui stood agape, utterly stupefied by the scene before her. Even Wang Buodong had collapsed to the ground, battered and bloodied, unaware of when he had met his fate. Do you wish to continue? Lu Yuan's icy voice broke through the haze, causing Lin Shui to shudder, her gaze fixed in fear upon him. Lu Yuan, you. Before she could finish, Lu Yuan reached out, gripping her delicate neck with an icy stare akin to daggers. Shall we continue settling scores? No, let's not, Lin Shui stammered, trembling uncontrollably, shaking her head in terror. Slap yourself 10 times. Lu Yuan's voice was devoid of emotion. Trembling, Lin Shui raised her hand and struck her own face. Slap, slap, slap. 10 resounding slaps later, her once lovely visage became swollen. Only then did Lu Yuan release her, coldly stating, Do not provoke me again. Do you understand? I understand. Lin Shui whimpered, tears nearly spilling as she shook with fear. Lu Yuan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at her, shaking his head. What is the Lin family? What is the Lin heiress? Utter nonsense. With that, he dismissed her with a wave and turned to leave. After a considerable time, Wang Buodong finally rose, trembling as he spoke. Xiao Shui, is this the same Lu Yuan we once knew? Is he truly this formidable? Lin Shui shivered slightly. I don't know. I must return and investigate Lu Yuan's background thoroughly. He cannot have suddenly become this powerful. He must have concealed something for all these years. At this moment, Lin Shui's gaze was filled with complexity, and a troubling possibility emerged in her heart. Could it be that Lu Yuan was, in fact, a person of great significance, who had merely been suppressing his temperament all these years? A wave of trepidation washed over Lin Shui. She realized she had to return home and discuss this with her parents. Lu Yuan was surely not an ordinary individual. On the other side of the city, in the offices of Zhuiyuan Group, Song Qingwan sat at her desk. Since encountering Lu Yuan, her mind had been inexplicably preoccupied with his image during work hours. Rubbing her temples, she found herself bitterly amused. Song Qingwan, have you fallen in love? At that moment, her secretary, Xiaoyu, entered and announced, President Song, Lin Yin, the president of Lin Group, wishes to meet with you. Song Qingwan's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Lin Yin? Inform her that I am unavailable. President Song. She's currently waiting in the lobby of the building. Should I send her away? Song Qingwan replied with a cold smile. She is indeed quite persistent. Since she has come all this way, let her come up. Understood, President Song. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, waiting downstairs, was exceedingly anxious. Zhuiyuan Group was the leading enterprise in Tian'an City, capable of determining the fates of numerous businesses with a single word. Over the past few years, Lin Group's rapid growth was largely due to its association with Zhuiyuan. She had anticipated a prosperous collaboration, but Zhui Yuan's inexplicable withdrawal had prompted her urgent visit to Song Qingwan. Upon receiving the news that she could ascend, Lin Yan was filled with excitement and hurried to the elevator. Soon, she stood outside Song Qingwan's office, inhaling deeply before knocking on the door. President Song, hello. Seated at her desk, Song Qingwan glanced at Lin Yan and said coolly, "Come in, Miss Lin." Chapter 6. The Cost. Lin Yan entered with utmost respect. Despite her own formidable presence, she felt diminished in the presence of Song Qingwan, who was not only more renowned, but also possessed greater acumen. In every regard, Lin Yan found herself lacking in comparison. Leaning against her desk, Song Qingwan's piercing gaze assessed Lin Yan as she stated, "Miss Lin, my time is limited. I can offer you approximately 10 minutes. Please, proceed with your matter." Lin Yan hurriedly replied, "President Song, I must ask, why has your esteemed group suddenly canceled our collaboration with Lin Group? What the 10 billion project we discussed earlier?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan's brow furrowed again, her expression revealing disdain. To be frank, she held no affection for Lin Yan, especially after the latter had abandoned Lu Yuan at the wedding. Moreover, she had learned that Lu Yuan had devoted himself entirely to Lin Yan over the years, only to have her entangled with another. This was truly repugnant. Thus, Song Qingwan coldly interjected, "Miss Lin, I will be direct. The reason for the cancellation is that Lin Group lacks the requisite strength. Therefore, our partnership can be dissolved." Unwilling to concede, Lin Yan protested. "But President Song, why did you agree to collaborate with Lin Group in the first place?" Previously, Song Qingwan's lips curled into a hint of a mischievous smile. "Previously, our collaboration with the Lin family was due to a certain individual. However, that necessity no longer exists." Lin Yan's heart raced suddenly. "Ms. Song, may I inquire, if it is not too presumptuous, who this person is?" Song Qingwan instinctively opened her mouth to reveal that it was Lu Yuan, but suddenly closed it again. Wait, if Lin Yan were to discover her boss's identity, what if she regretted entangling herself with Lu Yuan? Although Lu Yuan had completely lost interest in Lin Yan, forgetting years of emotional investment would require time. No, it would be better to inform Lin Yan in a few days, but not now. She must extinguish any lingering possibilities of rekindling feelings. Her boss must not fall prey to this woman again. With this thought in mind, Song Qingwan coldly stated, "This person is something Miss Lin need not concern herself with. What you should know is that all of this is of your own making. You have no one to blame but yourself. Furthermore, I advise you, whether in business or life, it is best to possess a modicum of conscience." Lin Yan, with an innocent gaze, replied, "Miss Song, both my family and I have always acted with integrity. I do not believe there is anything wrong with my character." Song Qingwan, with a hint of amusement, countered, "Is that so, Miss Lin? Then I would like to ask you, at your wedding yesterday, how could you so easily cast aside your fiancé to pursue your white moonlight? Do you believe such behavior reflects a commendable character? Are you aware of how the media and the public perceive you? They view you as having no principles, with a sordid private life and questionable morals." Lin Yan opened her mouth, rendered speechless. Song Qingwan continued her incisive critique. "I have also heard that your fiancé has devoted himself to you selflessly over the years, nearly sacrificing everything, while you frequently deceive him, spending nights with your beloved Lu Chen. Do you think that behavior can be deemed morally upright?" With each word, Song Qingwan's tone grew harsher, and Lin Yan's complexion paled further. "Miss Lin, one must have conscience. To speak plainly, I previously held a favorable impression of you. Now, I find you utterly repugnant. Your actions are exceedingly distasteful." With an icy glare and a confrontational tone, Song Qingwan declared, "To be more straightforward, my company, Zhen, has no desire to collaborate with someone like you, Miss Lin. It is beneath us." The office fell into a heavy silence as Lin Yan felt a stinging embarrassment. Through gritted teeth, she replied, "Miss Song, I do not believe there is anything wrong with my character. Lu Chen is my white moonlight, but we are merely friends now. I have expressed my remorse to my fiancé, and I suggested we could hold another wedding." Song Qingwan shook her head dismissively. "Miss Lin, our views do not align, and your twisted morals astonish me. You may leave now." Lin Yan stood up, taking a deep breath. "Miss Song, although your Zhui Yuan is powerful, Tian'an is not solely dependent on you. I can seek other partners. Song Qingyuan responded with a derisive smile. Very well, then please feel free to do so. With her lips tightly pressed together, Lin Yan shot a glare at Song Qingyuan and exited, simmering with anger. In the office, Song Qingyuan muttered to herself, Lin Yan, oh Lin Yan, how naive you are. Soon, Zhui Yuan will utterly suppress the Lin family, and you still wish to seek other partners? How laughable. Outside Zhui Yuan Group, Lin Yan sat in her car, her mind in disarray. The turmoil was so profound that she could not fathom the reasons behind it all. Why did it feel as though just one day after her divorce from Lu Yuan, her world had been utterly transformed? Instinctively, Lin Yan took out her phone, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. At this hour, the screen would typically be illuminated by messages from Lu Yuan, inquiring about her delayed departure from work, asking what she wished to eat that evening, whether she would be attending a social gathering that required her to drink, and if she needed him to prepare some honey water. Yet today, those tender reminders had vanished. A wave of inexplicable sadness washed over Lin Yan as she clicked on Lu Yuan's profile, hoping to glimpse his moments. But in the next instant, her mind was engulfed in a disorienting haze. Lu Yuan had blocked her. This was the first time in all these years. A sense of panic surged within her, as if something crucial had slipped irretrievably from her grasp. Lin Yan powered off her phone, her expression growing grim. At that moment, she noticed a figure at the entrance of Zhui Yuan Group. Lu Yuan. Lin Yan was taken aback, leaping from her car and calling out, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, momentarily stunned, turned to see Lin Yan approaching, his brow furrowing instantly. What are you doing here? He questioned. Feeling aggrieved, Lin Yan replied, I was about to ask you the same. By the way, why did you block me? Lu Yuan, perplexed, retorted, Why shouldn't I block you? Lin Yan, striving for a calm demeanor, implored, Lu Yuan, can we not converse civilly? I acknowledge my mistakes regarding the wedding. I apologize. Can we cease this quarrel? Quarrel? Lu Yuan sighed. Lin Yan, we have already obtained our divorce certificate. Do you consider this a quarrel? Divorce does not preclude remarriage. It is inconsequential. Please do not be upset. Lu Yuan's frustration morphed into a bitter smile. Aren't you fond of Li Chen? I have now released you, allowing you to pursue happiness with him. Why do you continue to disturb me? Lin Yan replied coolly, Li Chen and I are merely friends. Listen, let us go and obtain our marriage certificate once more. I will arrange a wedding for you in a few days. Disappointment filled Lu Yuan's gaze. Lin Yan, if you had severed all ties after our divorce, I would have regarded you with a measure of respect. Yet here you are, divorced yet seeking me out, all the while still holding on to Li Chen. Do you not find your behavior wanting it all, distasteful and ignoble? Lin Yan furrowed her brow, then coldly smiled. Even if I desire both, so what? Is it against the law to want both? Lu Yuan, I advise you to be sensible. Let us retrieve our marriage certificate and plan a wedding. I can even provide you with financial support, purchasing a car or a home for you. What more could you possibly desire? Why not simply marry Li Chen? Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of despair. This woman's values had completely unraveled. Li Chen is a figure in the entertainment industry. Marrying him would adversely affect his reputation. Besides, you seem quite suitable for marriage. I require someone who treats me well. Listening to Lin Yan's brazen words, Lu Yuan felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet ultimately it all transformed into a silent sigh. So be it. I shall consider these years as having been blinded by love for such a woman. Lin Yan, I remember the gentle and kind demeanor you once possessed years ago. Now, you render me both unfamiliar and repulsive. Farewell. With that, Lu Yuan turned and made his way toward the Zhui Yuan Group. Behind him, Lin Yan exclaimed in fury, Lu Yuan, I do not know what charade you are putting on. You may claim to have dignity and spirit, but do you truly deserve it? Did you not come crawling to Zhui Yuan for employment? Yet, Zhui Yuan will not accept a worthless individual like you. Only I have the pity to offer you a meager salary. Lu Yuan halted momentarily, devoid of any desire to explain himself. Without a backward glance, he entered Zhui Yuan. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Yan clenched her fists tightly. Lu Yuan, I have already offered to arrange a wedding, and you still dare to refuse me. Just wait. I shall trample upon every ounce of your self-respect. Soon, Lin Yan departed in her vehicle, and half an hour later, She arrived at the ancestral home of the Lin family, where her father, Lin Hai, and mother, Li Yafeng, resided. Upon her return, Li Yafeng smiled warmly. My dear daughter is back. I have prepared chicken soup to nourish you. Lin Yan settled onto the sofa, resting against Li Yafeng. Mom, I have separated from Lu Yuan. Li Yafeng smiled faintly. It is good that you have divorced. I am delighted that you have finally severed ties with Lu Yuan. I have long said that he is unworthy, lacking ambition, destined to live off others. The Lin family desires no such son-in-law. Lin Yan bit her lip, remaining silent. Beside them, Lin Hai's expression darkened. I find Lu Yuan to be quite a decent young man. Again, you are too career-driven. Lu Yuan would be the perfect match to care for you at home. Yet, I never expected you to seek out Li Cheng on your wedding day. Have you lost your mind? Lin Hai's tone turned stern, morphing into reprimand. Lin Yan replied softly, Dad, I do not wish to hear your excuses. I have told you countless times that Li Cheng cannot be trusted. Aside from his identity as an entertainer, what does he possess that compares to Lu Yuan? How could you be so easily swayed? Lin Yan countered, Father, while Li Cheng is indeed in the entertainment industry, his family also owns a business. And he himself is quite exceptional. Exceptional, my foot. Does he not rise to prominence solely on the coattails of women? Are you not aware of the scandals surrounding him? Lin Hai scolded Lin Yan with disappointment, eventually sighing, Go, find Lu Yuan and bring him back. I want you to sincerely apologize and reconcile with him. Trust your father. I will not lead you astray. Lin Yan's rebellious spirit flared, and she stood abruptly, retorting, Dad, I am an adult now. Do not meddle in my affairs. I admit I was wrong at the wedding yesterday, but I've already apologized to Lu Yuan. What more do you desire? Fool! Lin Hai Bao Lao, striking Lin Yan across the face with a resounding slap. Crack! Lin Yan covered her face, staring at Lin Hai in disbelief, her eyes already glistening with tears. Father, you struck me for Lu Yuan? A flicker of pain appeared in Lin Hai's eyes, yet he coldly replied, Lin Yan, you have truly lost your way. For the sake of an entertainer, you would jeopardize the entire Lin family. Are you aware that nearly half of Lin's partners have announced the termination of all collaborations with Lin? Do you know that Lin's stock price has plummeted by almost 20 points? All of this is due to you. Lin Hai's forehead bulged with veins as he nearly shouted. Lin Yan, feeling utterly drained, slowly sank into her seat, covering her face, and after a moment, hoarsely uttered, I understand, but how could this happen? What went wrong? Lin Hai took a deep breath. The root of all issues lies with Zhui Yuan. Zhui Yuan likely wishes to sever ties with Lin due to the overwhelming public scrutiny. Once Zhui Yuan cuts ties, other partners will undoubtedly follow suit. There's no alternative. You must mend your relationship with Lu Yuan. Invite Lu Yuan to dinner at the ancestral home tomorrow night, and use any means necessary to bring him here. Lin Hai wearily delivered this final instruction before turning to ascend the stairs. Li Yafeng wanted to offer more counsel to Lin Yan, but heard Lin Hai's admonition. Yafeng, let our daughter reflect on her actions. Come upstairs. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yafeng complied and followed him upstairs. Downstairs, Lin Yan sat in the living room, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness for the first time. In the evening, Lu Yuan concluded his workday. The phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, his heart raced. It was a call from Bai Wei. Clearing his throat, he answered, Hello, my dear wife. What instructions do you have? On the other end, Bai Wei's cheeks flushed. Our relationship isn't that intimate yet. Please refrain from calling me wife. Just address me as Bai or Manager Bai. Lu Yuan chuckled. We are married after all. Why shouldn't I call you that? Bai Wei found it hard to counter and reluctantly replied, If that is how you wish it, so be it. Prepare yourself. I'll be picking you up shortly. Great. I'll send you my location, dear wife. Bai Wei's face turned crimson once more. Lu Yuan, so casually referring to her as wife after just one day of acquaintance, was rather forward. Before long, Bai Wei arrived in a white Bentley. As she rolled down the window, wearing sunglasses, her exquisite features appeared exceptionally beautiful under the evening glow. Get in. Lu Yuan slid into the passenger seat. Where are we headed, my dear wife? You'll find out when we arrive. The Bentley sped along the highway, and after half an hour, they reached a villa nestled on a hillside in Tian'an City. As the car halted in front of the villa, Bai Wei softly instructed. Once we go inside, be cautious with your words. My parents have high expectations of my partner. If they ask what you do, just say you run a company with assets in the billions. Embellish it as much as possible. Only then did Lu Yuan realize. Astonished. Wait, are we here to meet your parents? Yes, what's wrong? Bai Wei looked puzzled. Are you unwilling? Lu Yuan awkwardly responded. I don't mind, but this is my first visit. At least let me bring something as a gesture. That's unnecessary. Just remember what I told you. When they ask what you do, just boast a little, but keep it somewhat believable. Fine, but I'm not exaggerating. I do run a company, and claiming assets in the billions is merely a drop in the bucket. Bai Wei rolled her eyes. Even before entering, he was already boasting. If you truly had such wealth, would your ex-wife have left you? With such thoughts in her mind, Bai Wei refrained from discouraging Lu Yuan and led him towards the villa. Chapter 7. Astonishing. At that moment, within the villa, Bai Wei's father, Bai Huafeng, wore a troubled expression. Her mother, He Huiyun, comforted him, saying, Huafeng, are you still worrying about our daughter's marriage? I believe it would be best to let her handle it on her own. Bai Huafeng sighed. I am merely concerned for her well-being. Young Master Shinjunyu from the Shun family has always had a fondness for her, and their family is well off. It's a match that suits our standing. He Huiyun countered. I do not think much of Shun Junyu. He seems rather calculating. Our daughter might end up at a disadvantage if she were to be with him. Bai Huafeng scoffed. What disadvantage could there be? I see these two as quite compatible. It seems you are more attracted to the Shun family's wealth. Regardless, matters of the heart should be decided by our daughter herself. He Huiyun remained steadfastly on their daughter's side. Just then, the front door swung open, and Bai Wei entered. Father, mother, I'm back. Upon seeing Bai Wei, He Huiyun's face lit up with a smile. Our daughter has returned. Please take a seat. At that moment, Lu Yuan also walked in, causing He Huiyun to pause in surprise, gazing at him. Dear, who is this? Bai Wei's gaze faltered, and before she could respond, Lu Yuan stepped forward with a smile. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Lu Yuan, Bai Wei's boyfriend. A profound silence enveloped the living room, the air thick with tension. Both He Huiyun and Bai Huafeng stared intently at Lu Yuan, the atmosphere laden with stillness. After a 10-second pause, Bai Huafeng spoke in a low voice. Bai Wei, what's going on? You must explain this to me today. Bai Wei bit her lip, lowering her head as she said, Father, mother, allow me to introduce Lu Yuan. He is now my husband. We have already registered our marriage. Buzz. A wave of darkness swept over Bai Huafeng's vision as he nearly collapsed, clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Bai Wei, you must clarify this. What is happening? He Huiyun's expression mirrored complexity as she urged, Daughter, this is no jest. Do not provoke your father into a fit. Quickly, explain everything to us. A glimmer of determination appeared in Bai Wei's eyes as she spoke each word with conviction. Father, mother, I'm not joking. I am serious. Here is our marriage certificate. Lu Yuan and I have just registered our marriage today, and from now on, he's your son-in-law. Please, stop trying to matchmake me with Shinjunyu. As she spoke, Bai Wei produced the marriage certificate and handed it to He Huiyun. He Huiyun took it, opening it to inspect, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Bai Huafeng approached, scrutinizing the document, his face contorted with tension, his complexion a shade of purple. Father, mother, I understand you may be upset, but I want to express that I am grown up now. Matters of the heart are decisions I wish to make for myself. Bai Huafeng sank onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling, muttering, You impudent girl, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Beside them, He Huiyun turned her gaze to Lu Yuan and, after a lengthy pause, sighed gently. Now that you are married, what more can I say? Regardless of the circumstances, you are my daughter, and I hope for your happiness. Since you and Lu Yuan have already registered your marriage, he is now my son-in-law. Although He Huiyun was initially vexed, she soon realized that the situation was irreversible. Having never held a favorable view of Shan Junyu, she now adopted a more accepting attitude and smiled at Lu Yuan, saying, Lu Yuan, is it? From now on, I shall call you Xiao Yuan. Come here and sit. I shall prepare some fruit for you. Bai Huafeng suddenly roared, No cutting. You Lu, get out. I have no son-in-law like you. The smile on He Huiyun's face faltered as she hastily reprimanded, Huafeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Yuan has already registered his marriage with our daughter. How can he not be our son-in-law? Your shouting is futile. Bai Huafeng trembled with rage, pointing at Bai Wei. He shouted, Bai Wei, have I raised you all these years for nothing? I promised the Shun family that I would arrange your engagement next month. And now you have inexplicably registered your marriage with someone else. Do you even consider us your parents? Bai Wei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she retorted, Dad. Shen Junyu is not a good person. I do not like him. Bai Huafeng rasped, this isn't merely about liking or disliking. Feelings can be cultivated. Disliking him now does not preclude the possibility of liking him later. Moreover, Xiao Wei, you are well aware of our family's financial struggles. Last year's financing project incurred losses of over 2 billion. We are now relying on the Shun family's investment for survival. If they do not invest, our Bai enterprise may face bankruptcy. With reddened eyes, Bai Wei coldly replied, I do not believe that without the Shun family, our Bai family cannot recover. Dad, please do not interfere. I'll find a way. Bai Huafeng coldly declared, I do not require your solutions. Immediately go and divorce Lu Yuan. Then proceed to engage with Shun Junyu. Otherwise, I shall disown you as my daughter. Bai Wei trembled, tears brimming in her eyes, Dad. You want me to divorce just after marrying? Yes. What of it? I have already inquired about Lu Yuan's background. He is the former husband of Lin Yan, the president of Lin Corporation, a man living off others, a useless individual, a laughingstock of Tian'an. What benefit do you gain from being with such a man? Father, Lu Yuan is my husband now. Regardless of his past, he is my husband, and he is not worthless. Bai Wei wiped her tears and, with reddened eyes, coldly laughed. Furthermore, did you not just say you would no longer recognize me as your daughter? Very well. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Turning to Lu Yuan, she said. Lu Yuan, let us go. Lu Yuan hesitated. Wife, ultimately, isn't it just 2 billion? I can manage it. I am the president of Zhui Yuan. 2 billion is a trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Bai Huafeng was enraged to the point of laughter. You, Lu, should promptly visit a mental hospital to check your head. President of Zhui Yuan? I suspect your divorce has left you severely impacted. Do not bring misfortune upon my daughter. Divorce her at once, or I shall break your legs. Lu Yuan attempted to speak further, but Bai Wei grasped his arm and pulled him out of the villa. Once back in the car, Bai Wei, with tear-filled eyes, pressed the accelerator and the vehicle sped away. On the road, Lu Yuan sighed, Wife, I truly am Zhui Yuan. Bai Wei interrupted, Please, no more. Let me have some peace. Lu Yuan fell silent, letting out a gentle sigh, realizing that speaking would likely yield no belief. It was best to simply ask Song Qingwan to transfer 20 billion to Bai Wei. Such a trivial matter. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Bai Wei's residence, a European-style villa nestled near the seaside. As evening descended, the golden sea shimmered with glimmers of light, while the setting sun painted the world in soft hues. The wooden pier, rich in brown tones, stretched into the distance, and numerous white seagulls glided gracefully over the golden sands. Observing this picturesque scene, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The place was truly enchanting. The car halted in front of the villa, and Bai Wei appeared considerably calmer. Let's go, step out. You will reside here from now on. With that, she exited the vehicle and made her way toward the villa, Lu Yuan following closely behind. Upon entering the villa, they were greeted by opulent and luxurious decor. Bai Wei pointed to a room downstairs and said, This will be your room. Mine is upstairs. You are not permitted to ascend without my consent. Lu Yuan chuckled. Are we really not going to share a bed? My dear wife. Bai Wei's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, I have made myself clear. We lack an emotional foundation, and I will not engage in any intimate actions with you. What if there were an emotional foundation? Lu Yuan inquired, a teasing glint in his eye. Bai Wei's face reddened further, and she huffed. That would depend on whether you possess such capability. By the way, our marriage is merely nominal. You are essentially my employee, and I will grant you a salary of 5 million a year. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, questioning, what does that imply? Are you suggesting there's a chance of dismissal? Bai Wei nibbled her lip, responding softly, for 1 year, after which my parents may cease pressuring me about marriage. I will need to earnestly seek a partner. So, Our marriage contract lasts only a year? He asked. Yes, if within that year we have not developed any feelings. Then on this day next year, we shall conclude everything. Lu Yuan chuckled to himself. A year should suffice. As dusk deepened, Bai Wei ascended the stairs. The housekeeper is absent today, so there is no dinner prepared. If you're hungry, feel free to eat out or cook something for yourself. I shall be busy upstairs. Please do not disturb me unless necessary. With that, she retreated upstairs, leaving Lu Yuan in the living room, feeling somewhat exasperated. Having just emerged from a divorce, he found himself with a beautiful wife, yet one who forbade any physical contact. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as Lu Yuan awoke and tidied up, he discovered that Bai Wei had already left the villa. A message from her appeared on his phone, indicating that her work kept her exceedingly busy, granting him ample free time. However, should any special circumstances arise requiring his presence, he would need to assist her. Lu Yuan smiled softly, turning off his phone screen. After locating some bread to satisfy his hunger, he exited the villa. Half an hour later, he arrived at the office. A knock on the door announced Song Qingwan's entrance. President Lu, I have come to submit my resignation. Lu Yuan was taken aback, puzzled. Resignation? What do you mean? With a sweet smile, Song Qingwan replied, Now that you have returned, the position of president at Zhuan naturally belongs to you. I shall simply serve as your secretary. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and returned the resignation letter, saying, You think your president is more familiar with Zhuan Yuan than I am? I only need to grasp the general direction. Song Qingwan wanted to say something more, but Lu Yuan continued with a smile. All right, it's settled then. I'm quite pleased to have some peace. Otherwise, with so many matters every day, it can be quite bothersome. Oh, and from now on, don't call me President Lu anymore. Just call me Lu Yuan. Song Qingwan, flustered, replied, How can that be acceptable, President Lu? Lu Yuan interrupted, If I ask you to call me that, then that is how it shall be. Be obedient. Song Qingwan was stunned for a moment, and the next second, a charming blush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her eyes and gently nodded. Understood. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled again. This form of address is much better. President Lu sounds awkward. Song Qingwan pondered for a moment and then said, Oh, by the way, Lu Yuan, there's a business banquet at noon. The attendees are some powerful entrepreneurs from Tian'an City. Will you be going? Lu Yuan thought of Bai Wei. Hesitating for a couple of seconds before replying, I'll consider it and let you know later. Song Qingwan nodded and left, but shortly after, Lu Yuan's phone rang. It was a call from Bai Wei, and Lu Yuan immediately answered with a smile. Wife, what is up? On the other end, Bai Wei inquired. Are you free at noon? There's a business banquet. Could you accompany me? Of course, I'm free. See you at noon. All right. Meanwhile, at the Lin Group on the other side of the city, in the president's office, Lin Yin sat in her chair with a troubled expression. The sudden cessation of cooperation with Zhuan Yuan Group had resulted in multiple partners withdrawing their investments simultaneously. Furthermore, key engineers had all resigned, which were devastating blows to the Lin Group. In just a day or two, the stock price of the Lin Group had plummeted by 23 points. Shareholders began to exert pressure on Lin Yin, warning that if a solution was not presented soon, a shareholders' meeting would be convened to dismiss her from the presidency. Lin Yin felt utterly exhausted. At that moment, her sister, Lin Shui, entered the room. Sister, what are you thinking about? Lin Yin looked up, and upon seeing Lin Shui, let out a soft sigh. Nothing much, just the company's issues. By the way, what brings you here, Xiao Shui? Lin Shui sat down on a nearby chair, hesitating for a moment before saying, Sister, there's something I want to tell you, but I'm afraid you won't believe it. Lin Yin, puzzled, replied, What could you say that I wouldn't believe? Just tell me. Lin Shui then spoke, Sister, in your impression, what kind of person is Lu Yuan? Lin Yin furrowed her brow. What kind of person? Let me think. Incompetent, timid, impoverished, cowardly, humble, honest, foolish, and besides cooking, utterly useless. Lin Shui's expression turned serious. Sister, what if I told you that Lu Yuan, yesterday at the Longwei boxing gym, single-handedly took down 37 students, 6 coaches, and an assistant director? Would you still think of him as the person you imagine? What? Lin Yin suddenly stood up, her brow furrowing tightly. Xiaoxi, are you joking? He took down so many by himself. Stop joking around. With his physique, he probably couldn't even defeat Li Cheng. Lin Shui presented her phone with a copied video, urging Lin Yan, "Sister, just watch for yourself." Lin Yan's gaze fell upon her phone screen, and in an instant, her pupils contracted, revealing an unparalleled astonishment upon her face. Chapter 8. Investigating the Truth. In the video, Lu Yuan appeared as a humanoid fighting machine. Each punch and kick exhibited tremendous explosive power, far more intimidating than any martial arts star portrayed in films. Lin Yan covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Heavens, how is this possible? Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Yan exclaimed. Lin Shui offered a bitter smile and remarked, "Sister, you can't believe it either, can you?" "I find it hard to believe, too." In my impression, Lu Yuan was merely a soft rice man. Yet who would have known he possessed such remarkable skills? Lin Yan murmured, "All these years, he has never revealed any of this in front of me. Could it be that he has been pretending all along?" "Indeed, that was my thought as well, sister. I tried to investigate Lu Yuan's background, but found nothing. Perhaps you could also look into it?" Lin Yan pondered for a few moments and nodded. "All right, I will find someone to investigate Lu Yuan's background and uncover the truth." With that, she picked up her phone and dialed her close friend, Su Jinru. The call was quickly answered, and a melodious female voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Yin Yin. What made you think to call me?" Lin Yan replied with a smile. "Jinru, I need your assistance with something." "Of course, just say the word. After all, we're friends for." Their relationship had flourished since their university days. Lin Yan then got straight to the point. "Jinru, I recall your family is from a lineage of detectives, and you mentioned learning detective skills as a child, right?" "Yes, that is true, but I currently work as a model. Still, I possess some detective skills." Su Jinru chuckled. Lin Yan continued, "That will suffice. I would like you to help me investigate someone." "Who is it?" "Lu Yuan." "Lu Yuan?" Su Jinru paused for a moment, then replied somewhat irritably, "What do you want to investigate this loser for? He is nothing more than a man without money or capability, a mere soft rice man." "Are you joking?" At this point, Su Jinru suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, did Lu Yuan do something to wrong you, prompting this investigation?" Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before recounting the earlier events. Su Jinru was taken aback. "What? There is more to this? I must assist you. I'm curious about this fellow's true identity. Coincidentally, I have some free time and was considering visiting Tian'an. I have a flight tomorrow night and will arrive then." "Great. I appreciate your help, Jinru. I will treat you when you arrive," Lin Yan said. After hanging up, Lin Yan exchanged a glance with Lin Shui, both recognizing the determination in each other's eyes. They had uncovered Lu Yuan's true background. Just then, Li Cheng walked in, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers and a gift box, smiling as he said, "Yin, I came to see you." Lin Yan turned to Li Cheng, her face breaking into a smile. "Cheng, what a pleasant surprise. Please have a seat." Li Cheng noticed Lin Shui and greeted her with a smile. "Shui, you're here too." Lin Shui's face turned slightly red as she replied, "Yes, brother Li Cheng. I wouldn't want to intrude on your conversation, so I'll take my leave." She rose, not wishing to be a third wheel, and made her way toward the door. As she passed by Li Cheng, she cast a fleeting glance at him, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. In truth, she harbored a quiet affection for Li Cheng. To her, he epitomized the most perfect man in the world, handsome, humorous, gentle, and considerate. Yet, she was acutely aware that Li Cheng was the cherished ideal of her elder sister. Thus, she could only bury her feelings deep within her heart. After Lin Shui left, Li Cheng settled beside Lin Yan and opened a gift box, smiling as he said, "Yin, I specially bought you some treats after waiting in line for over an hour." Lin Yan, touched by his gesture, replied, "Thank you, Li Cheng." As she opened the box and laid eyes on the almond pastries inside, her smile faltered. Li Cheng, noticing her reaction, urged, "Yin, do try it." "What is the matter?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Lin Yan's face as she replied, Li Cheng, I'm allergic to almonds." Li Cheng's smile froze for a moment before he slapped his forehead and apologized. "I'm so sorry, Yin. I completely forgot about that." "It's all right, Li Cheng. I'm not particularly hungry," she reassured him. He, eager to mask his embarrassment, suggested, "In that case, let me make you a cup of coffee." "Sure, thank you, Li Cheng," she responded. Once he left, Lin Yan gazed at the box of almond pastries with a complex expression. Memories of Lu Yuan surfaced unbidden. When Lu Yuan was around, he remembered every detail about her preferences, what she loved to eat, what she despised, and her allergies. Yet, she could not recall Lu Yuan's tastes or allergies. Once, a friend gifted her a mango cake, which she did not wish to eat. So she brought it back for Lu Yuan. It was her first time bringing him food, and that day, he was as joyful as a child, believing she had baked it herself, devouring the cake and praising its deliciousness. However, that very night, Lu Yuan was hospitalized due to a mango allergy. Later, Nian'an recalled that Lu Yuan had mentioned his mango allergy long ago. She had simply overlooked it. Nevertheless, that night, he did not complain. He merely wished to taste the cake she had brought. At this thought, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her. Just then, Lu Chen re-entered, holding a cup of coffee. Again, I made you some coffee. Give it a try. Oh, all right, she replied instinctively, taking a sip and instantly grimacing, nearly spitting it out. How could it be so dreadful? It paled in comparison to the coffee Lu Yuan brewed, which was rich and perfectly suited to her taste. In contrast, this cup made by Lu Chen was nearly unbearable. Yet, seeing the expectant look on his face, Nian'an forced herself to swallow the bitter brew. Lu Chen eagerly inquired, "Again, how does it taste?" With a strained smile, she replied, "It's quite good." "That's great. I'll come every day to make you coffee," he declared. Nian'an's lips twitched slightly. "Perhaps it's best you don't, Lu Chen. It's just coffee. I can have the staff prepare it. You're busy with work, so there's no need." Fortunatelli, Lu Chen readili consanta. Allowing Nian'an to breathe a sigh of relief. The thought of enduring such coffee daily was truly unbearable. "Nian'an, I noticed your schedule. You have a business banquet at noon. May I accompany you?" Lu Chen suddenly inquired. Nian'an smiled. "Of course, let us go together. I can introduce you to some connections." "Thank you so much, Nian'an," Lu Chen replied, a glimmer of slyness flickering in his eyes. He had his own motives for approaching Nian'an, primarily concerning the Lin Corporation. With Lu Yuan already ousted, it would not be long before he could win Nian'an over and subsequently seize control of the Lin Group. The morning swiftly passed, and Nian'an and Lu Chen made their way to the hotel hosting the banquet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Lu Yuan sat in the passenger seat beside Bai Wei as they two headed towards the hotel. Bai Wei was adorned in a white mermaid dress that accentuated her elegant figure. Her stunning oval face bore features exquisite enough to seem celestial, and Lu Yuan found himself increasingly captivated by her. "Once we arrive at the banquet, simply enjoy your meal. If anyone bothers me, just say you're my husband," Bai Wei suggested unexpectedly. Lu Yuan chuckled. "Of course, now that we are officially registered, anyone who dares to disturb you is simply asking for trouble. I shall ensure they regret it." Bai Wei smiled. "You might encounter your ex-wife today." Lu Yuan's expression momentarily faltered, but he soon responded with a calm smile. "And if I do, it does not concern me." Bai Wei gazed deeply at Lu Yuan, but remained silent. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hotel's parking lot. Exiting their vehicle, they walked towards the entrance. Just as they entered, a white Mercedes-Benz Maybach approached from behind Nian'an and Lu Chen. Nian'an furrowed her brow, staring at the hotel entrance. "How peculiar. Why is Lu Yuan here?" Lu Chen chuckled. "Nian'an, I suspect Lu Yuan caught wind of your attendance. He probably wishes to assert his presence in front of you. Be cautious." Nian'an coldly smiled. How juvenile of him to resort to such childish antics. If he doesn't want to part ways, he should just say so instead of pretending. It's truly unbearable. Let us proceed inside. "Ah, Chen, I am curious to see what Lu Yuan intends today." They walked together into the hotel. Chapter 9. Living Together? The banquet hall was already bustling with attendees. As Bai Wei and Lu Yuan entered, they instantly attracted a multitude of glances. "You find a place to sit. I'll catch up with a few friends," Bai Wei instructed before mingling with several business owners. Lu Yuan settled into a seat by himself, relishing the tranquility. He used to enjoy such gatherings, but now he had reached the pinnacle of success, rendering these banquets somewhat beneath him. Thus, he had little interest in networking. Enjoying his food and drink alone sufficed. Soon, Nian'an and Lu Chen made their entrance. Nian'an immediately spotted Lu Yuan. and their eyes met briefly before he turned away indifferently. Frustrated, Lin Yan stomped her foot in irritation, thinking to herself, Lu Yuan, you followed me all the way here, yet you pretend not to care. Let us see how long you can maintain that facade. As Lin Yan engaged in conversation with several corporate executives, many attendees observed this scene with surprise. The prior incident of Lin Yan fleeing her wedding to seek out her white moonlight had certainly created a stir throughout Tianhai, although many harbored disapproval of her actions. They were compelled to extend respect, given that the Lin Corporation was, after all, one of the leading enterprises in Tianhai. Soon, a group began to extol the virtues of Li Chen. So this is Mr. Li? Truly a man of exceptional talent, and he and General Lin are indeed a match made in heaven. Indeed, it is said that Mr. Li is a rising star in the film industry, and seeing him in person is nothing short of extraordinary. When shall we toast to Mr. Li and General Lin's union? The crowd chuckled and flattered him profusely. Lin Yan stood to the side, casting a glance at Lu Yuan, who remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. A surge of frustration welled up within her. Why did he not react at all to her closeness with Li Chen? Lu Yuan, continue your charade. Just then, Li Chen addressed the crowd with a hearty laugh. Thank you all for your kind words. As for the wedding toast, Al Yin and I will be tying the knot soon. I sincerely hope you all will grace us with your presence at our wedding. He turned his fervent gaze toward Lin Yan. Startled, Lin Yan recalled her previous promise to Lu Yuan to arrange a wedding ceremony for him. However, with Li Cheng's proclamation, she hesitated. Al Yan, what are you thinking? Li Cheng inquired, gazing intently into her eyes. Lin Yan's voice faltered as an executive nearby chuckled. General Lin is shy. Rest assured, when you and Mr. Li wed, we will all be there to celebrate. Indeed, General Lin and Mr. Li are a perfect couple. Why not raise a toast now to stir up some excitement? Yes. Let General Lin and Mr. Li share a cup. The crowd, relishing the moment, encouraged them. Li Cheng's smile widened as he affectionately urged, Al Yan, let us drink together. Lin Yan bit her lip, glancing once more at Lu Yuan, who was now looking their way. A wave of conflict washed over her. Li Sheng. Al Yan, I understand your shyness. It's perfectly fine. With that, Li Cheng gently lifted Lin Yan's arm, bringing his glass to her lips while positioning his own glass beside hers. The onlookers erupted in cheers once more. Caught in a daze, Lin Yan met Li Cheng's intense gaze and steeled herself. So be it. If Lu Yuan sees, he sees. It's merely a jest after all. I'll explain things to him later, if necessary. Resolving herself, Lin Yan accepted the moment, blushing as she drank from the shared cup with Li Cheng. After they finished, applause and cheers erupted around them. Lin Yan's gaze instinctively drifted through the crowd toward Lu Yuan, only to find he had vanished from sight. On the second floor of the banquet hall, Lu Yuan quietly leaned against the railing, observing the lively scene below. Bai Wei approached with a faint smile, saying, Is your ex-wife drinking ceremonial wine with another man? Doesn't tea that sting a bit? Lu Yuan chuckled softly, replying, She is my ex-wife, after all. Her choices are her own. As for feeling hurt, I truly do not. By the time of that wedding, I had completely detached my feelings from her. Bai Wei gazed intently at Lu Yuan. I hope you can uphold your words. Lu Yuan smiled. Didn't you say I could have other women in my life, and that we wouldn't interfere in each other's private affairs? Bai Wei paused momentarily, then retorted, I did say that, but this is your ex-wife. It carries a different significance. Lu Yuan laughed. Rest assured, I am not foolish. She is merely a relic of my past. As he uttered these words, memories of his engagement with Lin Yan flooded his mind. On that day, the surrounding crowd had cheered them on as they exchanged ceremonial wine. His hands trembled with excitement as he carefully offered his cup. Yet, Lin Yan had disdainfully swatted it away, turning to leave. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Their gazes toward Lu Yuan filled with a complex mix of sympathy, pity, heartache, mockery, and derision. Reflecting on that moment and comparing it to the scene unfolding below, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly at himself, grateful for his awakening. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to Lin Yan's hurt for a lifetime. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Wei had departed, and Lin Yan approached. Standing beside Lu Yuan, she bit her lip, her eyes filled with complexity, which soon turned cold. Lu Yuan. Everyone was urging me to drink with Li Cheng just now. Why didn't you stop me? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow at Lin Yan, perplexed. Why should I intervene? Your drinking with him has nothing to do with me. Lin Yan's expression shifted dramatically, her hands clenched tightly, as if to unleash her frustration. Then, recalling something, her tone softened. Lu Yuan, it was just a playful tease. I couldn't tea refuse. It was merely a pretense with Li Cheng. Please don't be angry. I apologize. Lu Yuan replied gently. You don't need to say so much. It doesn't concern me. Truly, I am not angry. We have long since concluded our chapter. Lin Yan's face flushed. Lu Yuan, are you really going to pretend? Is this amusing to you? I said I would apologize. Let us have a proper wedding and live our lives. Lu Yuan smiled indifferently. I would rather you and Li Cheng have the wedding. You two are well suited. I wish you both happiness. With that, he turned and walked directly downstairs. Watching Lu Yuan's retreating figure, Lin Yan gritted her teeth, murmuring, Lu Yuan, you are determined to clash with me, aren't you? Fine, just wait. I'll see how long you can keep up this facade. Soon, the banquet guests gathered, and everyone took their seats, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Lu Yuan and Bai Wei sat together, fortunate that few at their table recognized Bai Wei. Neither were fond of the limelight, allowing for a relaxed ambience as they dined and conversed, finding harmony in their exchange. At a nearby table, Lin Yan sat with Li Cheng, her mind wandering, inexplicably agitated, because she spotted Lu Yuan's silhouette not far away, seated alongside the woman who had driven the Bentley the previous day. The two of them exchanged laughter and whispered words from time to time. Lin Yan felt increasingly stifled and distressed. Who on earth was that woman, driving a Bentley and possessing such beauty? What right did Lu Yuan have to attract such a woman? Lu Yuan, how cold-hearted you are. So it turns out you are indeed entangled with another woman. You scoundrel. The more Lin Yan pondered, the angrier she became, eventually unable to restrain herself as she lifted her glass and strode towards Lu Yuan's table. Chapter 10. Shun Junyu's provocation. Before long, Lin Yan took a seat. Lu Yuan glanced up, and upon seeing Lin Yan, furrowed his brow slightly, his expression tinged with annoyance. Bai Wei regarded Lin Yan with an inscrutable gaze. Lin Yan frowned and directly inquired, Lu Yuan, who is the woman sitting next to you? Lu Yuan replied coldly, what does it have to do with you? Can you not disturb others while they are eating? Lin Yan retorted with a cold laugh. Are you feeling guilty, Lu Yuan? Huh, I knew this woman must be someone you hire to play a role, trying to show me that you can do better. But you only end up looking like a joke. Beautiful lady, don't you agree? Lin Yan turned to Bai Wei. Bai Wei exchanged a glance with Lu Yuan, and both shared a bemused smile. Lin Yan's face flushed with anger as she demanded, what are you laughing at? Bai Wei calmly replied, Miss Lin, I believe you're mistaken. I am not someone Lu Yuan hired. Then do you know each other? Lin Yan's expression darkened. Bai Wei smiled lightly. Not only do we know each other, but Lu Yuan and I are now married. We just registered our marriage yesterday. What? Lin Yan's mind reeled, her pupils dilating in shock, rendering her momentarily speechless. Lu Yuan took a bite of his food and said, Lin Yan, why don't you return to your own table? You are just a nuisance here. Lin Yan's lips quivered incessantly, her complexion turning pale. Lu Yuan, is what she said true? Have you two really gotten married? Yes. We just registered after I divorced you yesterday. I don't understand why you would think she was someone I hired. Lu Yuan explained casually, while Lin Yan's heart constricted painfully, as if a piece of her had been hollowed out. An indescribable sensation enveloped her, making it difficult for her to breathe. Lu Yuan, you're lying to me, right? You're not deceiving me? Lin Yan murmured repeatedly, her body trembling. Lu Yuan frowned. Why would I lie to you? What benefit would that bring me? Suddenly, Lin Yan broke down, exclaiming, you are deceiving me. If you truly love me, how could you bear to give me up and marry another woman? You're just trying to provoke me to make me cling to you. Lu Yuan spoke softly. Lin Yan, we are already divorced. Once I, Lu Yuan, make a decision, I do not regret it. You know my character. Similarly, after our divorce, I cannot pursue you again. We are completely finished. With a loud crash, the glass in Lin Yan's hand shattered on the ground. With red-rimmed eyes, she glared at Lu Yuan, hoarsely declaring, Lu Yuan, I will not believe your lies. You would do anything for me. How could you possibly marry another woman? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Your belief or disbelief is inconsequential. I am indifferent to your opinions. Can you please cease being such an eyesore? Lu Yuan spoke coldly, and after he finished, he shelled a few shrimp for Bai Wei, smiling as he said, "Enjoy. These shrimp are nutritious. Do indulge." Bai Wei's cheeks flushed slightly, surprised by Lu Yuan's gesture. Opposite them, Lin Yan observed the scene, her hands clenching tightly, her nails piercing her skin. With a bitter smile and reddened eyes, she uttered each word with intensity. "Lu Yuan, just wait. I will make you regret this." With that, Lin Yan stood and departed. Before long, the banquet reached its conclusion. Lu Yuan and Bai Wei exited the hotel and entered the car. Inside, Bai Wei remarked, "Your ex-wife seemed rather agitated just now. Is it because she cares for you?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "Not at all. She is simply unaccustomed to losing the comfort of my kindness." Bai Wei replied calmly, "I have heard of Lin Yan. I knew she adored her idealized version of you, but I didn't realize it was to this extent. In retrospect, you do seem quite pitiable." Lu Yuan shrugged indeed. "After enduring years of hardship, I have finally found liberation." Bai Wei chuckled lightly, but remained silent. Soon, they departed and not far away. Lin Yan gazed at the departing Bentley, her expression chillingly fierce. Li Cheng consoled her, "Yin, do not be angry. Such a person is not worth your ire." Lin Yan took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. "I am not angry. I merely hold disdain for Lu Yuan. Does he truly believe I would fall for his deceit? Bah! His attempts to provoke me only serve to reveal his inability to let go. After all these years, I am well aware of his character." Li Cheng remained silent, but a subtle coldness flickered in his eyes, suggesting that Lin Yan's feelings for Lu Yuan were not entirely absent. On the other side, Bai Wei and Lu Yuan arrived at a shopping mall in the city center. Lu Yuan, smiling as he walked beside Bai Wei, exclaimed, "You are wonderful, my dear. Thinking of buying me clothes, how thoughtful." Bai Wei shot him a glance. "I initially had no intention of buying you anything, but I was taken aback by your single outfit. It is rather shabby." Lu Yuan shrugged and sighed. "What can I say? You know the reasons. My life in the Lin family was quite harsh." A hint of sympathy appeared in Bai Wei's eyes. Indeed, she had inquired and learned about Lu Yuan's unfortunate circumstances in the Lin household. After browsing for a while, Bai Wei purchased 5 or 6 sets of clothing for Lu Yuan, spending a small fortune. When Lu Yuan emerged clad in a suit, Bai Wei was momentarily entranced. It was undeniable. Lu Yuan looked exceptionally handsome, particularly in that suit. His physique and looks could easily overshadow many male celebrities in the entertainment industry. "How do I look, dear? Not bad, right?" Lu Yuan straightened his shoulders. Bai Wei cleared her throat, her cheeks slightly reddening as she replied, "It's just okay. Average." As they continued to shop, a few figures approached from a distance. Bai Wei instinctively glanced over, and upon recognizing them, her body stiffened, her expression darkening. Lu Yuan, curious, asked, "Why are we not moving, dear?" Bai Wei pressed her lips together. "Let us go back. I don't wish to continue shopping." Sensing something amiss, Lu Yuan inquired with a hint of significance, "Is it because of those people over there?" "Who are they?" Bai Wei sighed. "The one at the front is Shun Junyu. We should leave." As she turned to depart, a few figures approached from a distance, with Shun Junyu leading the way. Dressed in an expensive suit and sporting a slick hairstyle, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Noticing Bai Wei's intention to leave, Shun Junyu smiled faintly. "Xiao Wei, why do you walk away upon seeing me? Am I truly that frightening?" Chapter 10. Bai Wei took a deep breath, turned around, and addressed Shun Junyu. "Shun Junyu, please call me Bai Wei. I have matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself." With that, she grasped Lu Yuan's hand and began to move away. Shun Junyu's voice, calm yet pointed, pierced the air. "Is there truly something urgent, or are you merely feeling guilty, Bai Wei?" Bai Wei paused, and Shun Junyu continued, "You may leave, but I suspect you wouldn't want to hear certain rumors, would you? Such as the fact that Bai Wei, the president of the Bai Corporation, is engaged to Shun Junyu, yet has inexplicably called off the engagement. Or that you were once my fiancé, but are now consorting with another man, correct?" Bai Wei bit her lip firmly, turning back to face Shun Junyu. Enunciating each word, "Shun Junyu, I never accepted your proposal, nor did I agree to an engagement." That was my father's unilateral decision, which I do not acknowledge. I am not your fiancé, and who I choose to be with is my own affair. Shen Junyu clapped slowly, a mocking smile spreading across his face, while said by Wei, "Are you implying that a future with me, Shen Junyu, is impossible?" Bai Wei replied sternly, "Shen Junyu, we have known each other since childhood and have been friends for many years. I do not wish for our relationship to become distorted. I have made it abundantly clear that I do not harbor feelings for you. I am truly sorry." Shen Junyu's fists clenched slowly, his gaze icy as it fell upon Lu Yuan. In a raspy voice, he questioned, "Is it for this man that you are entirely rejecting me, Shen Junyu? Bai Wei, I fail to see how he is superior to me. Does he possess wealth? Influence?" Bai Wei retorted coldly, "Must love be contingent upon wealth and power? Shen Junyu, our values differ. Lu Yuan may lack riches, but in certain respects, he surpasses you. Furthermore, do not let a bit of money inflate your arrogance. It is unnecessary. Lu Yuan, let us depart," Bai Wei urged, tugging at Lu Yuan as they prepared to leave. Shen Junyu's low, gravelly voice echoed behind them. "Bai Wei, you're aware of my feelings for you over the years. Can you truly not grant me a chance?" Bai Wei halted momentarily, not turning back, and softly replied, "Shen Junyu, we are not suited for each other. There are countless women in this world far more outstanding than I. There is no need to cling to me." With that, Bai Wei led Lu Yuan out of the shopping mall. As she and Lu Yuan departed, Shen Junyu's expression darkened ominously. A subordinate beside him whispered, "Brother Yu, that Lu Yuan is nothing but a nuisance. Shall we dispose of him?" Shen Junyu narrowed his eyes, break both his legs, and make him kneel before me. "He dares to steal my woman. He is courting his own demise." "Understood, Brother Yu." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Bai Wei arrived at the parking lot. Bai Wei hurried along in silence, prompting Lu Yuan to finally speak up. "Wife, why are you walking so fast?" Bai Wei, filled with concern, remarked, "Shen Junyu is not someone to be trifled with. I'm not particularly worried about myself. My concern lies with you. He may already be plotting against you." Lu Yuan scoffed. "Is he really that ruthless? I haven't even done anything to him." Bai Wei rolled her eyes and cast a glance that urged Lu Yuan to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Hurry, get in the car. I have an ominous feeling about this." As they prepared to leave, a group of burly men approached and blocked their vehicle. Bai Wei's face paled in shock. "This is bad. I knew Shen Junyu would make a move." The imposing figures, each adorned with tattoos and exuding an intimidating aura, surrounded them. The leader, clad in a tank top, muscles bulging like small mountains, slammed his hand onto the car's hood and pointed a finger at Lu Yuan with a sinister smirk. "You little brat, come down if you have the guts." Bai Wei's expression changed drastically. "Lu Yuan, don't get out. Shen Junyu has a cadre of professional thugs at his disposal, and they know no mercy. You mustn't confront them." Lu Yuan remained silent, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Though he often preferred to avoid trouble, it seemed trouble had a penchant for seeking him out. He did not instigate conflict, but that did not imply he was a target for others. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, yet his smile remained. "Stay in the car. I will handle this." With that, he opened the door and stepped out. "Lu Yuan, please be calm," Bai Wei exclaimed, her face a mask of fear. Realizing he had indeed exited the vehicle, she followed suit and confronted the group of men with indignation. "I know you work for Shen Junyu, but let me make this clear. If you dare lay a finger on Lu Yuan, I will not let you off easily." The leader of the thugs sneered, "Apologies, Ms. Bai, but we must carry out Shen's orders. Please return to your vehicle. This matter does not concern you." Bai Wei retorted angrily, "What do you mean it doesn't concern me? I warn you, do not touch Lu Yuan." The thug scoffed at Lu Yuan, "What a coward. Hiding behind a woman." Lu Yuan replied with a grin, "Who the coward is remains to be seen. By the way, what exactly did your Shun instruct you to do? I'm quite curious." "The boss wants us to break your legs and then bring you before him to apologize," the thug said, twisting his neck and displaying a menacing smile. "What made you think you could meddle with Shen's woman? Get ready to live the rest of your life as a cripple." As he approached Lu Yuan, Bai Wei attempted to intervene, but was restrained by another thug, forced to watch helplessly as the giant advanced on Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, run. You can't match them," she cried out, panic-stricken. Yet Lu Yuan stood his ground, unwavering, watching the thug approach. Still trying to act tough, Are you? Let's see how long you can keep that up. The thug reached out, aiming to grab Lu Yuan by the neck. Just as he was about to make contact, Lu Yuan's hand moved with lightning speed. Before the thug could react, Lu Yuan delivered a sharp slap to his face, the sound echoing in the air. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape at the unexpected turn of events. Lu Yuan, has he lost his mind to dare strike someone? Very well. Today not only will I break your legs, but I shall also shatter your arms. The burly man caressed his face, his features contorted with rage. And with a sudden swing, he hurled a punch towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, with a chilling smile, retaliated with a punch of his own. The impact resounded loudly as their fists collided. In the next moment, the man's pupils constricted, his body jolting violently as he gasped in terror. It's impossible. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sickening crack echoed as the bones in his arm snapped. Before the onlookers could comprehend the situation, Lu Yuan swiftly grasped the man's arm and squeezed with brutal force. Another crack resounded as the man's shoulder blade was crushed. No, the man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet Lu Yuan remained unfazed and delivered a punch straight into the man's mouth. Instantly, blood erupted, and his teeth were pulverized. You may leave now. Lu Yuan's icy voice rang out as he kicked the man squarely in the chest. With a thud, the man was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spewing blood, his vision fading into darkness. This scene left the crowd in stunned silence, an eerie horror enveloping them. It had transpired in less than a minute, and Lu Yuan had stood his ground the entire time. Just a simple slap and a punch, and the man was sent sprawling. How could this be possible? The remaining few wore expressions of wariness. Brothers, let us attack together, someone shouted, igniting the fury of the others as they lunged towards Lu Yuan. He casually cracked his neck, his eyes glinting with cold ferocity, and with a sudden surge of power, he charged towards them. The group was momentarily stunned by Lu Yuan's overwhelming presence. In the next second, his fierce and relentless fists and feet surged forth. Bang! 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 The sound of muffled impacts echoed as the men were sent flying, crashing into the parking lot. Silence. Bai Wei covered her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief at the spectacle before her. How could Lu Yuan, despite being outnumbered, so effortlessly take down several men? Shen Junyu's henchmen were notorious in Tian'an, each one a ruthless fighter, yet they now resembled frightened chicks. Lu Yuan then lifted his gaze towards the overpass where Shen Junyu stood motionless, watching the scene unfold. Upon meeting Lu Yuan's gaze, Shen Junyu trembled, his face paling slightly. Lu Yuan raised his middle finger towards Shen Junyu, grinning. Mr. Shen, you're far too weak. I'll let you off today, but should you attempt this again, I shall ensure you learn the true meaning of cruelty. With that parting remark, Lu Yuan entered his vehicle, and Bai Wei, not daring to linger, hastily drove away. As they drove further, Shen Junyu clenched his fists, his chest heaving with rage. His face flushed red. Damn it, who exactly is Lu Yuan? Just wait. Inside the car, Bai Wei finally broke the silence, astonished. Lu Yuan, where did you learn those skills? A secret. Bai Wei gave Lu Yuan a penetrating look. Do you have many secrets? Lu Yuan squinted, a teasing smile playing on his lips. I cannot deny it. Everyone harbors secrets. Would you like to know? Of course, I want to hear them. In Bai Wei's large, curious eyes sparkled with wonder. Lu Yuan, with a mischievous smile, whispered, Do you wish to hear? Then tonight, let me sleep beside you. You can lie in my arms, and I will slowly share my tales. Startled, Bai Wei abruptly halted, her face flushed crimson, and she glared at Lu Yuan, exclaiming, I won't talk to you anymore. I told you we shouldn't engage in such matters. Get out. I was merely jesting. There's no need to be so agitated. Get out. Bai Wei's delicate face was a picture of frost. Left with no choice, Lu Yuan exited the vehicle. Before he could utter a word, Bai Wei pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward. Lu Yuan found himself in disarray in the wind, a bitter smile on his lips. After hailing a cab back to Zhuiyuan, Lu Yuan attended to some work. As dusk approached around 5 o'clock, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a complex expression crossed his face. It was a call from Lin Yan's father, Lin Hai. Among the Lin family, Only Lin Hai regarded him as a son-in-law, treating him with exceptional care. When he was injured for Lin Yan's sake, Lin Hai had personally taken care of him, often having the nanny prepare chicken soup for him. To Lu Yuan, Lin Hai was akin to a biological father. Despite being aware that Lin Yan and Lu Yuan's relationship was strained, Lin Hai had repeatedly intervened, encouraging Lin Yan to reconcile with Lu Yuan. Of all the Lin family members, Lu Yuan felt the deepest gratitude towards Lin Hai. However, having divorced Lin Yan, Lu Yuan hesitated momentarily over whether to answer the call. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately decided to accept the call. "Hello, Uncle Lin." On the other end, Lin Hai paused in surprise. Lu Yuan had always referred to him as Dad. The distance was palpable now. Lin Hai sighed inwardly and said kindly, "Xiao Yuan, are you free tonight? Come over for dinner." Lu Yuan replied gently, "Uncle Lin, I believe you are aware that Lin Yan and I have divorced. It may not be appropriate for me to visit your home now." "Xiao Yuan, I know. I apologize on behalf of my family. Although you and Xiao Yan are no longer married, our bond remains. May I ask you to grant me this favor? I wish to discuss a few matters with you." Lin Hai's tone was sincere, and Lu Yuan found it difficult to refuse the elder's request, eventually nodding in agreement. "All right, I will come, but Uncle Lin, I do not wish to discuss matters regarding Lin Yan. Rest assured, I understand. I will be there at 6:30. After hanging up, Lu Yuan looked at the living room that remained in disarray, managing only a wry smile before departing. At the other end of the city, in the Lin family's ancestral home, Lin Yan appeared in the living room, wearily greeting, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Lin Hai nodded. "Xiao Yan, I have called Lu Yuan and invited him over for dinner. Please make the necessary preparations." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately retorted, "Why summon him? Dad, Lu Yuan is nothing but a scoundrel. He just divorced me and is already entangled with another woman." Lin Hai was taken aback. "What?" Lin Yan recounted the events of the day. After listening, Lin Hai remained silent for a long time, his expression shifting between various emotions. "Xiao Yan, Lu Yuan's heart was deeply wounded when he divorced you. He is now single, and it is only natural for him to be with someone else. As for marriage, it is unlikely. Lu Yuan is prudent and would not rush into such commitments. There is but one thing I must convey to you, my father insists. If you do not mend your relationship with Lu Yuan, the Lin family shall truly face ruin." Lin Yan responded with impatience. "I have already attempted to retain him. I even suggested we could hold a wedding ceremony anew, yet he appears utterly disinterested." Lin Hai remarked, "Men possess their pride. Your recent actions have been rather excessive, making it difficult for Lu Yuan to be easily appeased. However, he certainly harbors feelings for you. You must find a way to win him over." "But," Lin Hai interjected coldly, "there are no buts. Lin Yan, you must reconcile with Lu Yuan. It is imperative. I care not what methods you employ. Even if you cannot fully win him back, you must at least establish a friendship, for the Lin family cannot endure this crisis." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hai added with a significant tone, "Tonight presents an opportunity. The manner in which you seize it is entirely up to you." Lin Yan pondered for a moment, a playful smile gracing her lips. "I understand, Father. I have a plan, one that Lu Yuan shall surely not refuse." As time swiftly passed, it was now 6:30 in the evening. Lu Yuan arrived at the Lin residence. In the living room, upon seeing Lu Yuan, Lin Hai eagerly stood to greet him. "Xiao Yuan, welcome. Come in and have a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly." Lu Yuan, holding 2 bottles of wine, offered them to Lin Hai. "Uncle Lin, knowing your fondness for wine, I brought these for you to enjoy." Lin Hai, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt, patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. "You need not be so courteous. Just sit down." Li Yafeng cast a sidelong glance at the wine, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Well, this is a rarity. You even remembered to bring wine this time. Why didn't you do so before?" Lin Hai frowned. "Yafeng, what are you saying?" Li Yafeng retorted, "I am merely speaking the truth. Why did he never bring anything before? Could it be that now, following the divorce, he feels regret and seeks to appease you?" "Uncle Lin? Huh? Does he believe 2 bottles of wine will suffice? How naive." Seated on the living room sofa, Lin Yan also expressed indifference. "Why bring gifts now? Why didn't you do so previously? Are you merely putting on an act?" "Indeed, this tactic will not work, Lu Yuan. Do not think us easily deceived." Li Yafeng huffed. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. And when Lin Yin and I were together, I had no extra income. I received a fixed salary of 9,000 each month, of which I spent approximately 4,000 on groceries to prepare meals for Lin Yin. The remaining 5,000 was allocated for 2,000 towards traditional medicine for her poor stomach, and the rest was spent on health supplements for you and Uncle. After these fixed expenses, I barely had a few hundred left each month. I have not purchased a single piece of clothing for myself in all these years. His voice, though soft, was imbued with a calm clarity. It was indeed my fault for not bringing wine earlier, as I truly lacked the means. However, Aunt, you cannot claim I have never offered gifts to you both. A profound silence enveloped the living room. The Lin family remained mute. Lu Yuan's words rang true, devoid of any falsehood. Soon, Li Yafeng's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Do not speak to me of trivial matters. Regardless, that money is my daughter's, and it rightfully belongs to our family." Listening to such unreasonable and tyrannical words, Lu Yuan shook his head inwardly, lacking any desire to explain. This mother-daughter duo was truly remarkable. Indeed, the adage that daughters resemble their mothers held true in this instance. Lin Yin remained silent nearby, momentarily at a loss for her feelings. Before long, she stood up and coldly addressed Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, do not play the victim here. If your monthly expenses are insufficient, you could have simply told me. Why didn't you? Is there any point in saying this now? Fine, I can increase your salary by 10,000 a month." Lu Yuan chuckled bitterly. "Lin Yin, I have mentioned this to you no less than 10 times. I asked if I could have an extra 1,000 a month to cover my expenses, but did you ever agree? For 5 years, you have never consented. You claimed the company was financially strained and needed to cut costs, which I could understand. Yet the very next moment, you spent 200,000 on a motorcycle for Li Chen. Am I mistaken?" Lin Yin found herself momentarily speechless, her lips parted without a retort. Lu Yuan spoke gently. "So you have no counter-argument? Then why do you now speak of a salary increase? We are already divorced. Belated affection is no more than a fleeting sentiment, and any attempts at compensation are mere self-deception." At this moment, Lin Hai's eyes reddened. He was aware of Lu Yuan's plight over the years and hoarsely said, "Xiao Yuan, it is our Lin family that has wronged you, and I wish to offer my apologies." As he spoke, Lin Hai slightly bowed to Lu Yuan. Witnessing this scene, both Lin Yin and Li Yafeng were taken aback. "Father, what are you doing?" Lin Yin hurriedly grabbed Lin Hai, but he shook her off and shouted, "Step aside. Lin Yin, I have reminded you more than once to cherish Lu Yuan. I say this now. If you let him slip away, you will be the one to regret it. Old man, cease with this talk and let us eat." As the atmosphere grew tense, Li Yafeng finally attempted to diffuse the situation. Lin Hai sighed, regaining his composure, and said to Lu Yuan, "Xiao Yuan, please sit. Tonight, let us drink together." Lu Yuan intended to decline, but upon seeing Lin Hai's weathered expression, he ultimately acquiesced. Lin Yin went to fetch wine and soon returned with 2 glasses. As she presented a glass to Lu Yuan, he raised an eyebrow, puzzled, glancing at Lin Yin. It was the first time in all these years that she had poured him a drink. Lin Yin's demeanor appeared somewhat awkward as she avoided Lu Yuan's gaze. Just moments earlier, she had secretly slipped a drug into his wine. At the table, Lin Hai and Lu Yuan chatted amiably over drinks, and the atmosphere remained relatively pleasant. However, after a while, Lin Hai finally steered the conversation to the crux of the matter. "Xiao Yuan, although I understand you wish to avoid this topic, I also know that Lin Yin has wronged you. Nonetheless, she is my daughter, and I would like to discuss the possibility of giving her another chance. If only for my sake." Lin Hai's expression was earnest, and the living room fell into a heavy silence. Lu Yuan held his wine glass, remaining silent for a while before speaking. "Uncle, missed opportunities are simply missed. My relationship with Lin Yin ended amicably, and honestly, it's for the best. As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon isn't sweet. Lin Yin's heart belongs to Li Chen, and they seem quite happy together. I wish them well." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lin Yin abruptly slammed her chopsticks onto the table, her anger boiling over. "Lu Yuan, must you speak in such a sarcastic tone? I've already told you that Li Chen and I are merely friends." Lin Hai interjected sternly. "Lin Yin, enough. If you consider him a friend, then you must make a choice right now. Who will it be, Lu Yuan or Li Chen? This is your final opportunity." Conflicted emotions swirled in Lin Yan's eyes as she bit her lip. Dad, Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Lin Yan, don't bother choosing. Let me be candid. We are completely finished, and there is no longer any possibility between us. Lin Yan's lips trembled slightly, her complexion paling, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lu Yuan, are you out of your mind? Did I ever say I wouldn't choose you? Lu Yuan did not respond. Instead, turning to Lin Hai and gently saying, Uncle, you mentioned not discussing this tonight. If we continue, I'll have to take my leave. Lin Hai, feeling dejected, finally waved his hand. All right, let us not dwell on this. Let us drink. The atmosphere at the table grew unbearably heavy, devoid of any cheerfulness associated with dining. Lu Yuan lost track of how many glasses he had consumed, feeling an inexplicable wave of dizziness wash over him. His entire body felt as if it were ablaze. And despite his efforts to suppress this sensation, it only intensified. As the room spun around him, Lu Yuan's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Observing Lu Yuan collapsed on the floor, Lin Hai wore a pained expression as he murmured, Xiao Yuan, I'm truly sorry. Don't hold it against me. I genuinely wish to make amends. With that, Lin Hai and Lin Yan helped Lu Yuan to his feet and guided him into the bedroom. After laying him on the bed and removing his outer clothing, Lin Hai spoke somberly. Xiao Yan, your mother and I will not be staying here tonight. You'll handle the rest. One tea you? Lin Yan pressed her lips together, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks. I understand, Dad. You and Mom can go. With a final glance at Lu Yuan, Lin Hai turned and left with Li Yafeng. The villa fell into complete silence, leaving only Lin Yan and Lu Yuan. The room was eerily quiet, and as she gazed at Lu Yuan lying on the bed, Lin Yan's heart began to race, the warmth on her cheeks deepening. At that moment, Lu Yuan, with his unruly hair cut short, appeared impeccably dressed, his facial features striking and masculine. In that instant, a flicker of tenderness and shyness appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. Hesitating for a moment, she bit her soft lip, climbed onto the bed beside Lu Yuan, and gently began to unfasten his shirt buttons, slowly removing his upper garment. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's well-defined abdominal muscles, Lin Yan felt her heart race. His physique surpassed her expectations. Over the past 5 years, they had only shared intimacy twice, despite Lu Yuan's numerous hints at wanting to engage in more passionate activities. Lin Yan had always declined. The last time they were intimate was a year ago. Her heartbeat quickened further, her lips feeling parched as she couldn't resist the urge to wet them with her tongue. Soon, she reached for Lu Yuan's belt, slowly loosening it. Lin Yan cast a glance, her beautiful eyes filled with a blend of shyness and anxiety. Just as she was about to proceed, her hand hesitated, and she withdrew it, beginning to remove her clothing. At that moment, Lu Yuan's eyelids fluttered, and he vaguely regained a semblance of consciousness, feeling an overwhelming restlessness coursing through his veins, akin to flames igniting within him. He endured the tumultuous sensation and gradually opened his eyes. Chapter 13. Spare me. What greeted his gaze was unmistakably an unfamiliar environment. Lu Yuan's vision was somewhat blurred, his eyes bloodshot, and the fiery desire roiled beneath the surface. His body was ablaze, his head heavy, and an indescribable agitation boiled within his blood. Just then, he heard the sound of clothing being removed and mustered the strength to look over. Upon seeing Lin Yan, his pupils constricted, and in a hoarse voice he asked, Lin Yan, what are you doing here? Lin Yan appeared somewhat surprised. He could still speak. With reddened eyes, Lu Yuan growled, I demand to know what is happening. A seductive smile curled at the corners of Lin Yan's lips as she leaned closer, her vibrant and alluring face inches from his, teasingly saying, curious about what is going on? Lu Yuan, don't you feel rather warm? As she spoke, her fingers gently traced circles on Lu Yuan's chest. He swallowed hard, a wave of desire igniting within him, yet he restrained himself, gasping for breath. He glared at Lin Yan, exclaiming, what exactly do you intend to do? Lin Yan licked her luscious lips, her gaze enticing. I never realized your physique was so remarkable. Aren't you eager to know what transpired? She leaned in closer, her red lips brushing against his ear. Lu Yuan, I've administered a potent drug to you. What do you think? Shouldn't you be grateful? Lu Yuan trembled in disbelief. Lin Yan, have you lost your mind? Why would you drug me? With a sultry gaze. Lin Yan replied, what else could it mean? Lu Yuan's mind buzzed as he questioned, Lin Yan, I truly don't understand why you would do this. We are divorced. What is the purpose of your actions? Lin Yan leaned down, gently kissing his lips, her voice a tempting whisper, there's no reason. I simply wish to be with you. Is that so wrong? Her long, delicate fingers caressed his abdominal muscles, and Lu Yuan felt the fire of desire intensifying within him. In a hoarse voice, he insisted, Lin Yan, we are finished. This is meaningless. Release me. What if I don't? Lin Yan's teasing words stirred both agitation and embarrassment within him. In the past, he would have succumbed to temptation by now, but at this moment, despite his yearning to unleash his desires upon Lin Yan, he longed even more to sever ties completely. Lin Yan, please, let us part amicably. This isn't respectful to Lu Chen. Lu Yuan spoke gently. Lin Yan's expression turned cold, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. I've made myself quite clear. Lu Chen and I are merely friends. What respect are you speaking of? You are my man, and it is perfectly normal for us to be intimate. We are already divorced, Lin Yan. Lu Yuan sighed, feeling utterly drained, devoid of any strength to resist. Don't mention divorce, even if we were to part ways. I still wish to be intimate with you tonight. What is your objection? Lin Yan lifted Lu Yuan's chin, her captivatingly beautiful face adorned with a seductive smile. She then leaned down, her crimson lips brushing against his. Lu Yuan felt a haze envelop him, the flames of desire igniting once more within him. Lin Yan, eyes closed, bore an enchanting blush upon her exquisitely beautiful face. Her long lashes carried a bewitching allure, exuding an irresistible charm. The lights dimmed, leaving only a soft, muted lamp to illuminate the room, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Lin Yan was undeniably moved. Let me go. Lu Yuan struggled, attempting to push her away, but her hand held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. The temperature soared within the softly lit room. Lin Yan's kiss was deeply passionate and provocative. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yuan believed that Lin Yan had truly transformed. Lu Yuan, haven't you always longed to be close to me? Why resist? Lu Yuan shut his eyes, gasping for breath. I truly don't want this right now. Let me go. Let you go. You're speaking in vain before me. It's futile at any time. Even now, I'll overpower you. Lin Yan licked her lips, a sultry smile gracing her face. Lu Yuan lay on the bed, gazing at Lin Yan as their eyes met. In the dim light, her gaze was filled with an enticing tenderness, her face remarkably enchanting. She tilted Lu Yuan's chin, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. Tonight, I shall fulfill one of your wishes. In that moment, Lu Yuan's chest felt as if it were erupting like a volcano, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Lin Yan observed his reaction, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. You're putting on quite the act, aren't you? She continued, a rosy hue on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling. What's this? No longer wanting to pretend? Lu Yuan swallowed hard. Lin Yan, please let me go. Let you go. Isn't this what you've always desired? Aren't you utterly captivated by my body? With that, Lin Yan descended from the bed, opening the wardrobe to retrieve 2 items. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, only hearing the sound of packaging being torn and the click of high heels. In a moment, Lin Yan's warm breath brushed against his ear. Open your eyes and look at me. I assure you, you will enjoy it. Despite his reluctance, curiosity compelled him to open his eyes. The sight before him sent a jolt through his mind. Chapter 14. Resolute Resistance. Lin Yan stood before him, clad in a wine-red silk nightgown, beneath which her delicate legs were adorned with black stockings. On her feet were a pair of Valentino high heels, exuding an irresistible, fiery sensuality. Even Lu Yuan, witnessing Lin Yan in this attire for the first time in many years, was momentarily entranced. Do you like me this way, Lu Yuan? He swallowed hard, his throat nearly aflame. Lin Yan, could you not do this? Lin Yan, with her delicate hand lifting his chin, her lips curled into a beguiling smile. Teased, stop pretending. Are you not pleased to see me? It must be quite a struggle to hold back. Isn't it? Lu Yuan's throat felt parched, and a fervent desire simmered within him. The Valentino high heels he beheld were freshly acquired, and it seemed that men universally appreciated the allure of those crimson soles. Lin Yan leaned closer to Lu Yuan's ear, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "I hear that men are fond of Valentino. Are they not?" She smiled playfully. Images of Lin Yan's words danced in Lu Yuan's mind, igniting a fiery blaze in his eyes. His body stiffened, and he closed his eyes, desperately reminding himself to maintain composure. "Let's see how long you can withstand this," he thought. Observing Lu Yuan's state, Lin Yan felt a surge of competitive spirit. Her gaze became more enchanting as she lowered her head, her stunning visage drawing nearer to his. Their lips almost touched, allowing Lu Yuan to discern the exact number of lashes framing her eyes. He could not deny her beauty. Especially in this charged atmosphere, she appeared exceptionally beguiling, as if she were a perfect enchantress. "Lu Yuan, I love you," Lin Yan murmured softly, pressing a gentle kiss upon him. A wave of shame swept over Lu Yuan as he summoned all his strength to raise a feeble hand to shield himself from her advances. Gasping, "Lin Yan, please stop." "I cannot. It must be this way today," Lin Yan replied, her body shivering slightly, her enchanting eyes reflecting an indescribable intensity. Her heart raced, and she unconsciously licked her dry lips. "Lin Yan, do not play with fire. Release me at once," Lu Yuan exclaimed, exerting every ounce of energy to push her away. Yet his limbs felt numb, rendering him powerless, a sensation that filled him with despair. "Lin Yan, why do you persist in this manner? We are entirely finished. Is your life with Lu Chen not satisfactory? Please cease this entanglement and these inexplicable actions." Lu Yuan sighed, his gaze filled with complexity. Lin Yan chuckled coldly. "I do not require your opinions on my decisions. What I choose to do is my own affair, and you have no say in it. As for your desire to leave me, I shall permit you to depart only when I choose." Lu Yuan's eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. "Lin Yan, your possessiveness is overwhelming. This is not possessiveness. It is my love for you. If I did not love you, I would have no need to fight to reclaim you." Lu Yuan laughed. "That is the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. Lin Yan, if you truly loved me, you would not engage in such ambiguous relations with Lu Chen. Enough is enough. Release me. I truly wish for this. I am merely friends with Lu Chen." "You have misunderstood," Lin Yuan retorted. Lu Yuan felt utterly drained and no longer wished to engage in conversation. "Lu Yuan, are you choosing silence?" Lin Yan inquired, but he remained mute. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Then do not blame me. I shall see how long you can endure." The temperature in the room soared at that moment. Chapter 15. "You are forcing my hand." Lu Yuan was taken aback. Lin Yan's cheeks bore a tempting flush. "Are you still defiant, Lu Yuan?" He clenched his teeth tightly. "Lin Yan, have I not been good enough to you?" In the dim light, Lin Yan's voice resonated. Lu Yuan's somber voice finally broke the silence. "Lin Yan, your intentions are not to win me back, but to protect the Lin group. You are merely trying to appease me out of fear that I might incite Song Qingwan against your family business, aren't you?" As his words echoed in the room, an eerie silence enveloped them. Lin Yan's gaze was deep and inscrutable, her emotions unreadable. When their eyes met, a mocking smile danced on Lu Yuan's lips. "I hit the nail on the head, did I not?" Lin Yan slowly bit her lip, pausing for a moment before she replied calmly. "What purpose does discussing these trivial matters serve? I desire to be with you now. Whether I have ulterior motives is inconsequential." With that, she began to shed her garments. A flicker of struggle crossed Lu Yuan's face as he growled, "Lin Yan, I will not allow you to do this. Get down. I refuse." Lin Yan retorted coldly with a smirk. "Today, I intend to be with you, and I wish to see how you will react." In Lu Yuan's mind, two inner voices clashed. One urged him to surrender, to relish Lin Yan's body and indulge in their entanglement. The other admonished him, "Lu Yuan, you have resolved to sever ties with Lin Yan. Thus, you must push her away." As the two inner voices bickered in his mind, Lu Yuan suddenly bit his tongue, summoning a surge of strength from somewhere within him, and forcefully shoved Lin Yan aside. She gasped in surprise, losing her balance and tumbling to the floor, only to witness Lu Yuan bracing himself as he crawled to the edge of the bed. "Lu Yuan, you scoundrel! Lin Yan exclaimed, a mix of anger and humiliation flooding her features, her face etched with grievance and resentment. How could he still reject her in such a state? Lu Yuan slipped off the bed and fell to the ground, his eyes landing on a bowl of water on the bedside table. He quickly seized it and splashed it onto his face. In that fleeting moment, clarity washed over Lu Yuan, and he summoned every ounce of strength to rise. Swaying as he shouted at Lin Yan, "Stay away from me." Lin Yan halted, her heart filled with a painful sense of injustice, which swiftly morphed into cold resentment. "You cannot leave today." With reddened eyes, Lu Yuan gasped, "Move aside. I refuse to let you go. What will you do about it?" Lin Yan replied, a seductive smile gracing her lips. "Lu Yuan, stop resisting. Enjoy my body. Tonight, I belong to you." As she approached him, reaching out to embrace him, Lu Yuan violently shook off her hand and staggered toward the door. "Lu Yuan, you bastard!" Lin Yan momentarily froze, then shrieked as she chased after him. Clad only in his trousers, he clutched them with one hand while stumbling out. He could not remain in that place. If anything were to happen with Lin Yan, she would undoubtedly use it against him as leverage. With a sharp bite to his tongue, the pain offered him a brief moment of clarity. In that instant, he flung open the villa door and bolted outside, crashing to the ground. Lin Yan hurried after him, only to find that he had already reached the courtyard. She stood frozen, her eyes welling with tears, a profound anguish reflected in her gaze, her voice tinged with a slight sob. "Lu Yuan, do you truly despise me this much?" Lu Yuan turned his head, gazing toward the entrance of the villa. In the dim light of the night, Lin Yan stood at the doorway, her delicate frame illuminated by the moonlight. The evening breeze tousled her beautiful long hair, and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. In that moment, Lin Yan's cold and enchanting visage bore no anger, no indifference, only a profound sense of grievance and sorrow. Lu Yuan averted his gaze, rasping, "Lin Yan, return home. I will not fall for your tricks." With those words, Lu Yuan's figure receded into the distance, vanishing into the night. At the villa's entrance, Lin Yan leaned weakly against the door, her body gradually sliding down as silent tears fell. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's steps grew increasingly unsteady, the effects of the medication surging once more, even more intense than before. His consciousness began to blur, and his vision could no longer focus, leaving him to stagger along the road. Attempting to call for help, he discovered his phone had long since died. Just then, a thunderous clap echoed through the sky, accompanied by a gust of cool wind and a sudden downpour. The rain fell heavily, and Lu Yuan felt himself on the verge of collapse. Yet, the road was nearly deserted, the tranquil surroundings devoid of passers-by. If he were to fall unnoticed, it could lead to dire consequences. He silently admonished himself to hold on. But ultimately, amidst the torrential rain, he could no longer withstand it. His body lurched, and he fell hard to the ground. At that moment, a car sped toward him, screeching to a halt beside Lu Yuan. It was a white Mercedes coupe. The door swung open, and a figure emerged, holding an umbrella as they approached him. To his astonishment, it was Lin Shui, who had just returned from an outing with friends, only to find someone lying by the roadside. As she drew closer and recognized Lu Yuan, her eyes widened in disbelief. "What on earth, Lu Yuan? How did it come to this?" However, in the next instant, Lin Shui sensed that something was amiss with Lu Yuan. Panic surged within her. What should she do? Should she help or not? After all, Lu Yuan had struck her previously, leaving her with lingering resentment. Yet, she could not simply allow him to lie there in the rain, with the likelihood of a truck passing through at night. The consequences could be dire. Finally, Lin Shui sighed, "Fine, I suppose I'll show a moment of compassion and help you this once. It will also leave you indebted to me." With that, Lin Shui bent down to assist Lu Yuan, but after a couple of attempts, she could not lift him. Resolutely, she discarded the umbrella, using both hands to hoist his body, and then opened the car door, panting as she managed to get him into the passenger seat. Soaked to the bone, Lin Shui hurriedly climbed into the vehicle and shot a glare at Lu Yuan before pressing the accelerator. After about half an hour, Lin Shui arrived at her quaint villa, parking the car with great effort. She struggled to bring Lu Yuan into the living room, where he had nearly lost consciousness and collapsed onto the floor. Breathless and drenched, Lin Shui paid him no mind, as she quickly took a shower and changed into a nightgown before returning to sit quietly on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. Soon, Lin Shui's gaze became somewhat unnatural. At this moment, Lu Yuan was disheveled, his upper body bare, revealing a set of well-defined abdominal muscles. Lin Shui felt her cheeks flush. Indeed, Lu Yuan had an admirable physique and was quite handsome. If he were not so inept and possessed a bit of wealth and capability, he might indeed fit her ideal type. As time ticked away, it quickly approached 11 at night. Lin Shui began to feel drowsy, a hint of irritation appearing on her delicate face. Why was Lu Yuan still not awake? She had questions to ask him, such as who had taught him those skills and why he had kept them concealed all these years. Seeing that Lu Yuan remained unresponsive, Lin Shui grew impatient and prepared to return to her room for the night. Just as she stood to leave, Lu Yuan's hoarse voice broke the silence. Water. Lin Shui was taken aback and immediately went to pour him a glass. Hey, wake up. Water's here. She offered the cup to him, only to find that Lu Yuan lacked the strength to grasp it. Seriously? Am I your servant now? You owe me a huge favor today. Irritation coursed through Lin Shui as she supported Lu Yuan, bringing the cup to his lips. He drank greedily, as if he were a parched fish finding water. After finishing the glass, Lu Yuan finally opened his eyes, revealing a tumultuous crimson hue. The sight startled Lin Shui, prompting her to instinctively step back 2 meters. Lu Yuan, what is wrong with you? Why are your eyes like that? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, studying Lin Shui with an intense gaze, before rasping. How did I end up here? Lin Shui replied with exasperation. You fell on the road. If I hadn't saved you, you might have been run over by a car. Lu Yuan's expression appeared bewildered as he glanced at Lin Shui, the coldness in his eyes dissipating slightly. He muttered, thanks. With that, Lu Yuan staggered to his feet. Attempting to leave, Lin Shui, displeased, grabbed his arm. Hey, what do you mean? You're just going to walk away after I saved you? Suppressing the tumultuous desires coursing through him, Lu Yuan replied coldly. What do you want? I want to ask you something. Who taught you those skills? Lin Shui crossed her arms, standing defiantly in front of him, clearly indicating that she would not let him pass without an answer. Lu Yuan felt another wave of agitation. The effects of the drug still lingered, and Lin Shui, clad in her sleepwear, presented a figure that was undeniably alluring. Although she was merely a second-year student at the age of 20, her development was remarkable, with brows like painted arcs and eyes like dark jade. Her exquisitely delicate features were breathtaking, resembling a stunning beauty emerged from a painting. Despite usually maintaining a platonic view of Lin Shui, the drug's influence had altered Lu Yuan's perception. Each glance at her ignited the smoldering fire within him. Struggling to contain his rising desire, he coldly declared, Does it matter who taught me? Move aside. I'll remember your help and repay you for this favor later. With that, he attempted to depart, the inner turmoil intensifying, threatening to overwhelm him. Seeing Lu Yuan's indifference, Lin Shui became even more unwilling. Angrily blocking the doorway, she pointed at Lu Yuan and exclaimed, Today, I refuse to let you leave. Let us be clear. Who did you learn your skills from? And what is your true identity? A flicker of malevolence ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes as he rasped, I'll say this one last time. Step aside. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Lin Shui's stubbornness flared up as she retorted, I will not let you pass. If you dare to strike me again, so be it. I saved you. And this is how you repay me? I should have let you be run over by a car. Lu Yuan's eyes burned crimson, his voice hoarse. I am unwell and truly do not wish to engage in further conversation. Move aside. With his final ultimatum issued, Lin Shui scoffed, Don't pretend with me. If you refuse to speak, you shall not leave. Besides, I sense you are in no condition to threaten me. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Shui noticed something was amiss with Lu Yuan. His eyes were not only bloodshot, his entire demeanor radiated an unsettling crimson hue. At that moment, reason had fled his gaze, replaced solely by a fervent madness. Lin Shui swallowed nervously, a wave of unease washing over her. Lu Yuan, why are you looking at me like that? Before she could finish, the malevolence within Lu Yuan surged forth, devouring his rationality in an instant. He lunged at Lin Shui, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. Lin Shue's mind went blank in an instant, disbelief flooding her senses. Good heavens! Had he truly dared to kiss her against her will? This was her first kiss. Lu Yuan, you scoundrel! Beast, let me go! In that moment, tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled and screamed. Yet, Lu Yuan had completely lost his senses, his kiss claiming her lips with an undeniable force. Chapter 16. Truly a misunderstanding. Lu Yuan, you rogue, release me. Lin Shue's choked cries echoed as she desperately pounded on him. But the strength he wielded was far beyond her resistance. This was her first kiss, and she had never engaged in any intimate encounters with a man. She had envisioned countless times who her partner might be, certainly someone like Lu Chen, for she was drawn to that type. Yet, now she found herself at the mercy of Lu Yuan. A wave of humiliation surged within Lin Shui. If her gaze could kill, Lu Yuan would have met his demise countless times by now. Yet, in her current state, she was merely a girl, unable to contend with Lu Yuan's robust physique, especially in his current, furious state. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed and struggled, but all was in vain. Lu Yuan's kiss held a strange power, akin to a black hole, threatening to drain her consciousness entirely. Lu Yuan, I despise you. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was lost to awareness, entirely oblivious to his actions. Lin Shui fought desperately against him, yet his grip was overwhelmingly forceful, ensnaring her in such a way that she could not resist, forced to yield to his advances. The sensation drove Lin Shui to the brink of madness, a profound sense of shame enveloping her, her vision blurring with tears. In that fleeting moment, Lin Shue's body became motionless, her eyes brimming with tears, for she had never experienced such disregard from another. Lu Yuan, you beast! Let me go! Lin Shue's voice trembled with despair, as Lu Yuan's touch sent waves of tingling sensations coursing through her body. This indescribable feeling rendered her breath uneven and her gaze somewhat unfocused. Release me, Lu Yuan, please. Yet, Lu Yuan appeared utterly oblivious to her pleas, his eyes aflame with a fervor that consumed him. Lin Shui trembled incessantly. The heat radiating from Lu Yuan made her feel as though she might be incinerated. In that instant, Lin Shui froze, feeling as though all her strength had been siphoned away, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Lu Yuan, you are a monster. How could you do this? She sobbed, her voice breaking. Lu Yuan, now lost in a daze, began to kiss the delicate skin of her earlobe and the pristine curve of her neck. Those areas were Lin Shui's most sensitive, and Lu Yuan's heated breath made her feel as if 1,000 ants were crawling over her. Her vision blurred momentarily. Lu Yuan, please let me go. Lin Shui pleaded, tears cascading down her cheeks. The sight of Lu Yuan in such a state truly frightened her. However, Lu Yuan's eyes burned with an even more savage intensity, his grip more forceful than before. In that moment, despair enveloped Lin Shui, and fear caused her tears to brim anew. Regret filled her heart. She lamented bringing Lu Yuan to this place. What had happened to him? And why was he in such a condition? Lin Shui struggled feebly, her tears finally spilling over as she found herself unable to resist. Gazing at Lu Yuan, her tears flowed freely. Lu Yuan, you scoundrel! Let me go! I will never forgive you, you wretched being. You are inhuman. Yet, Lu Yuan remained oblivious to her words, driven solely by primal instincts to be intimate with Lin Shui. The effects of the drug coursing through him were overwhelmingly potent, and despite his strong resolve, he found himself unable to restrain his desires. He never intended to take advantage of Lin Shui. He was simply beyond control. Chapter 17. Lin Shui's despair. The room was steeped in an intoxicating ambience, where ambiguity lingered. She struggled fiercely, yet all her efforts seemed futile beneath Lu Yuan's unwavering embrace. Breathing heavily, Lu Yuan gazed at Lin Shui, his eyes filled with restless desire. He was unaware of who she truly was, only that he felt an urgent need to release his pent-up emotions. Lin Shui's tear-streaked face pleaded, "You mustn't, Lu Yuan. Please don't touch me." Overwhelmed by regret, she lamented her decision to bring him back. Lin Shui pushed against Lu Yuan's hands, but it was all in vain. He seized her wrists, capturing her lips with his, their mouths meeting in an electrifying kiss. In that moment, Lin Xue's mind momentarily drifted. She had to admit that Lu Yuan was undeniably handsome. Yet she could not accept this reality. Lu Yuan, please regain your senses. What has happened to you? Let me go. In Lin Xue's eyes glimmered tears of profound sorrow. And beneath Lu Yuan's sturdy form, she resembled a delicate lamb. Lu Yuan's kiss claimed her, rendering her speechless. Lin Xue found herself gasping for breath. As their position grew increasingly intimate, a warm sensation began to envelop her body, accompanied by an indescribable feeling. Her breaths quickened, and her consciousness began to blur. The temperature in the room escalated, and both of their bodies glistened with sweat. Though Lu Yuan remained silent, his actions spoke volumes. Lin Xue bit her lip firmly, closing her eyes as an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her. How could Lu Yuan treat her this way? She yearned to push him away, yet her frail form was no match for Lu Yuan's strength. Moreover, he currently resembled a raging lion. For years, Lin Xue had perceived Lu Yuan as a taciturn and self-effacing man, seemingly weak and dependent. However, she never anticipated that he could be so domineering and aggressive in this moment. Lu Yuan held her hand firmly, his crimson eyes locking with hers. Tears welled in Lin Xue's eyes, filled with unspoken resentment. Lu Yuan, do you even comprehend what you are doing? No sooner had she spoken than Lu Yuan kissed her once more. A wave of tingling sensation coursed through Lin Xue, sapping her strength as she lay there, dazed. Succumbing to Lu Yuan's fierce advance, Lu Yuan, feeling the heat radiating from her body, became increasingly fervent. Lin Xue struggled, her voice trembling. Lu Yuan, please let me go. I truly cannot endure this. I was wrong. I will not trouble you anymore. Please just release me. In that moment, fear gripped Lin Xue. The Lu Yuan before her seemed unhinged, as though he could not hear her pleas. What if something irreversible were to occur? No, that must not happen. With all her might, she fought against him, but Lu Yuan showed no sign of relent, holding her tightly. Terror flickered in Lin Xue's eyes. Lu Yuan, please, do not do anything reckless. We can discuss this calmly. As she perceived Lu Yuan's growing volatility, her heart raced in her throat. The consequences of his advances were trivial compared to the potential for irreversible actions. At this moment, Lin Xue bit her lip hard, her eyes filled with profound fear, her body trembling with anxiety. She was genuinely afraid. Lu Yuan, if you dare to act recklessly, you will regret it. Let go of me. Yet Lu Yuan remained silent, holding her firmly. Chapter 18. I hate you in an instant. Their bodies pressed tightly together. Lin Xue's gaze became hazy, her breathing hot and rapid. She felt Lu Yuan's solid abdomen, and although reason urged her to resist, instinct took over, leaving her bewildered. Lin Xue's resistance waned, her eyes growing more fervent and passionate. Unable to help herself, she embraced Lu Yuan, murmuring, Lu Yuan, have you lost your mind? Is this truly necessary? She attempted to push him away, but her feeble hands, resting on his body, only seemed to entwine them further. Gazing at the handsome visage of the man before her, with his deep black eyes, Lin Xue's defiance gradually dissolved into helplessness. In that fleeting moment, a voice echoed within her. Why not indulge in a little folly with Lu Yuan? Particularly since he is currently single? This thought ignited a blush upon her cheeks, causing her heart to race with fervor. Lu Yuan's kiss was upon her lips, and Lin Xue found her consciousness blurring, her rationality completely consumed by his fervent embrace. She instinctively relaxed, her hands wrapping around Lu Yuan's neck like an octopus. Both of them were drenched in sweat, and despite knowing that this was improper, human instinct often outweighs reason. Moreover, she was already inflamed by the desire he had ignited within her. The room was suffused with a sultry atmosphere, the dim light casting shadows upon their entwined forms. Lin Xue clung to Lu Yuan, her gaze dazed. Lu Yuan, in Lu Yuan's eyes flickered a tempestuous longing. Yet at that moment, a cool breeze wafted in from outside. Lu Yuan's body shuddered slightly, a fleeting clarity piercing through the haze of desire. It was in that instant he recognized that the woman beneath him was Lin Xue. His heart plummeted as he questioned what he was doing. The flames of passion raged within him, Yet reason momentarily prevailed, instructing him to refrain from reckless actions. He bit down hard on his tongue, pushing Lin Shui aside as he stumbled into the adjacent bathroom. Lu Yuan, what is wrong with you? From the bed, Lin Shui bit her lip, her eyes swirling with complexity. At this juncture, why had he halted? Lin Shui, overwhelmed by emotions, let out an involuntary cry. Her beautiful eyes filled with both shyness and astonishment. Good heavens, what was happening to her, that she wished for Lu Yuan to continue? She touched her flushed cheeks, suddenly finding the situation somewhat amusing. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had rushed into the bathroom, abruptly turning on the cold water and collapsing into the bathtub. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him as he slowly closed his eyes. Outside, Lin Shui listened to the sounds from the bathroom, hesitating for a moment before finally approaching. Upon reaching the bathroom door, she paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. Lu Yuan lay back in the cold water of the tub, unconscious, his handsome face appearing pale from the chill. How could he have fainted? Lin Shui felt a wave of helplessness, contemplating leaving him be, yet the memory of their earlier intimacy softened her resolve. You rogue, you've stolen my first kiss, and no man has ever been this close to me. Conflicted emotions swirled within her as she finally approached him, her cheeks aflame. She drained the cold water from the bathtub and replaced it with warm water. Then, she adjusted the air conditioning to ensure the bathroom was at a comfortable temperature, assuring herself that Lu Yuan would be safe through the night. Not daring to look back, she hurriedly returned to the bedroom, fatigue swiftly overtaking her as she succumbed to slumber. The night passed in silence. The following morning, a ray of sunlight crept through the window, gently landing on Lu Yuan's face. His eyelids fluttered slightly before he opened his eyes, taken aback by the unfamiliar surroundings. He found himself bewildered, questioning why he was in the bathtub. A sharp pain throbbed in his head as memories of the previous night flashed through his mind. Last night, it seemed as though Lin Yin had drugged me, and I almost found myself in a precarious situation with her. However, as the thought crossed my mind, Lu Yuan's heart sank suddenly. Good heavens, I hope I did not engage in anything with Lin Shui. No, I must investigate the matter further. Rising to his feet, he dried himself off before stepping out into the bedroom. As he glanced around, he was struck motionless. Lying on the bed was Lin Shui, adorned in a black silk nightgown that accentuated her flawless complexion. Her dark hair cascaded over her exquisite back, her curves captivating and alluring, while her long, delicate legs shone with a seductive luster. At that moment, Lu Yuan's breath caught in his throat. Had he truly spent the night with Lin Shui? Had nothing untoward occurred? This was no place for lingering. He needed to leave quickly. Grabbing his clothes, Lu Yuan tiptoed towards the exit. But fate had other plans as his phone clattered to the floor with a sharp thud, shattering the silence of the room. Lin Shui's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Lu Yuan's lips twitched awkwardly as he stammered. You just carry on sleeping. Pretend you didn't see me. I'm leaving now. Lin Shui smirked. What happened to that bravado from last night? Now you wish to flee? Nothing transpired, did it? Observing her expression, Lu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Did she not know what had occurred? With a scoff, Lin Shui taunted, how cowardly. You take advantage and then wish to escape. If you want to leave, then by all means, go ahead. I won't stop you. Realizing his own culpability, Lu Yuan sighed. Let me be honest with you. I was drugged last night, rendering me unable to control my actions. The things I did with you were not intentional. Drugged? Lin Shui raised an eyebrow, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, Lu Yuan's condition last night had been peculiar. Yet, she found herself surprised that he had managed to resist crossing the final line. After all, she had been somewhat inclined to cooperate with him. Even if they had progressed further, she would have found it difficult to fault him. Lin Shui's demeanor softened, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. Biting her lower lip, she whispered, "Is that all? Do you have nothing else to say?" Rubbing his forehead, Lu Yuan replied, "What more can I say? It was wrong of me to take advantage of you last night. How about this? What compensation do you desire?" Lin Shui, both amused and exasperated, responded, "Spare me the compensation. I don't need it. However, this matter must remain between us. You cannot speak of it to anyone. Of course, That's your only request? Lin Shui pouted slightly. I also saved you last night. Should you repay me for that? Lu Yuan paused for a moment, then nodded. You have a point. You did save me last night. I should repay you. How would you like to be compensated? With a charming smile, Lin Shui replied, well, I haven't quite figured that out yet. I'll let you know once I do. Very well. May I take my leave now? Lin Shui's eyes brimmed with a haunting sorrow, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue before she finally murmured, Let us go, you insufferable man. I see your true colors now. Taking advantage and then acting this way. Lu Yuan halted in his tracks, turning to face Lin Shui with a mischievous grin. What other attitude would you prefer? Perhaps I should stay and we could truly indulge ourselves? Instantly, Lin Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she retorted, Do you think I fear you? If you dare, come at me. Lu Yuan smacked his lips, sizing her up with a playful smirk. Never mind. I fear you might not be able to handle my prowess. With that, he swiftly made his escape, leaving behind Lin Shui's exasperated shriek. Lu Yuan, you scoundrel. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan arrived at Zhuiyuan Group and summoned Song Qingwan. Moments later, she entered, clad in a tantalizing black silk uniform, her long legs accentuated by high heels. Qingwan, I have something to discuss with you, Lu Yuan stated. Please, go ahead, Lu Zong. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. I have heard whispers of a mole within the marketing department, even several instances where confidential contracts have been leaked externally. Song Qingwan's expression turned grave. Indeed, Lu Zong, these issues are real. The marketing department is fraught with problems. I am investigating diligently, but the perpetrator is well concealed, and it may involve more than one individual, complicating the inquiry. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Assign me to the marketing department. I shall conduct the investigation personally. Song Qingwan was taken aback, studying Lu Yuan intently. Yes, Lu Zong, I will arrange it immediately. In the office, Lu Yuan perused some documents until the phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression softened. It was his sister, Han Churen. He and Han Churen had met at Tian'an University, where she was 3 years his junior. During his time with Lin Yan, who was often unwell, he spent considerable hours in the library researching wellness. Han Churen frequently visited the library as well, and their acquaintance blossomed. One day, after a severe fever of 40 degrees, Lu Yuan had fallen off his bicycle near the university's artificial lake. Han Churen happened to pass by and rushed him to the hospital, despite her own modest means. She unhesitatingly covered his medical expenses. She would later bring him meals, leaving him deeply touched. Their bond grew stronger, leading them to regard each other as siblings. Lu Yuan answered the call. Hello, Churen. Aren't you in class? Why are you calling? Brother, could you come and talk with me for a bit? I'm feeling unwell. Lu Yuan paused, instinctively sensing that something was amiss. Of course, where are you? I'm at the milk tea shop across from the school. All right, I'll be there shortly. Without a moment to spare, Lu Yuan hurried to the milk tea shop as described by Han Churen. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived to find her seated in a corner by the window, her eyes tinged with red, and her innocent yet beautiful face marred by a hint of sadness. The sight sent a chill coursing through Lu Yuan's veins. Han Churen possesses a resilient character. Despite her humble background, she is kind-hearted, sincere, and vivacious. Her beauty has earned her the reputation of being one of the most stunning girls at Tian'an University. Venez Lu Yuan encontrer san shudan. She greets him with a radiant smile, exuding warmth and positivity. However, at this moment, her countenance betrays signs of distress. Lu Yuan takes a seat opposite her and, observing her swollen eyes, gently inquires, Churen, what has happened to your eyes? What troubles you? Chapter 19. The car upon hearing his question, Han Churen's tears begin to flow once again, and she chokes out, Brother, I wish to take a break from school for a while. I no longer want to remain here. Lu Yuan is taken aback, exclaiming, Why would you want to suspend your studies? This is no trivial matter, Churen. Please, tell me the reason. Wiping her tears, she finally reveals the truth. It turns out that due to her beauty, many boys at the university have designated her as one of the 4 campus beauties. Consequently, a number of wealthy second-generation heirs have pursued her. Yet Han Churen has paid them no mind, as her focus has solely been on her studies, dismissing all distractions. However, for reasons unknown, heinous rumors suddenly emerged on the school forum, alleging that she had engaged in sordid activities and had been kept by a wealthy heir named Gao Xiang. Disturbingly, some photographs purportedly depicting Han Churen at a hotel surfaced on the forum. As these rumors spread like wildfire, a significant portion of the student body began to view her through a tainted lens, believing the allegations to be true. Yet, Han Churen had no understanding of the situation. The photos were not of her at all, some being digitally manipulated, while others merely resembled her without capturing her face. Naturally, she was incensed and approached the school authorities to voice her concerns. However, although the officials professed to take action, they did nothing to assist her. In her desperation, she suggested involving the police, but the school forbade her from doing so, threatening expulsion instead. Han Churen felt utterly hopeless, and her frustration mounted as Gao Xiang persistently harassed her, sending incessant messages inviting her out for meals, to bars or hotels. Unable to endure any longer, she confronted Gao Xiang publicly, berating him, yet this only elicited laughter from those around them. Gao Xiang retaliated with threats, declaring that he would not cease his pursuit until Han Churen acquiesced to being his girlfriend. He openly admitted to posting the defamatory messages and vowed to delete them if she complied. In utter despair, Han Churen contemplated her decision to suspend her studies. Hearing this, Lu Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger, and coldly remarked, "That scoundrel. He is utterly lawless. Churen, does Gao Xiang have connections at the school?" With tears in her eyes, Han Churen nodded. Yes, his mother, Shang Xiaowei, is the vice principal of the school. No wonder this scoundrel is so audacious. Just wait. I will take care of this matter for you. Lu Yuan was seething with rage, his lungs nearly bursting. Han Churen, with her gentle nature and pure demeanor, was unjustly subjected to such vile rumors and treated so poorly. Truly, the kind-hearted are often bullied. At that moment, the roar of motorcycle engines echoed outside the milk tea shop. Several motorbikes came to a halt, and a group of young individuals with hair dyed in various colors dismounted. Leading them was a man with white hair clad in a leather jacket, striding confidently toward the shop. Han Churen trembled at the sight, fear evident in her beautiful eyes as she stammered, "Brother, that person is Gao Xiang. Shouldn't we leave?" Aware that Lu Yuan lacked any influential background and was just an ordinary person, she sought his company merely to share her woes, not wanting him to become embroiled in trouble with such individuals. Lu Yuan softly reassured her, "Churen, as long as I am here, there is nothing to fear." No sooner had he spoken than Gao Xiang and his entourage entered, their gazes immediately fixating on Han Churen, a wicked grin spreading across Gao Xiang's face. "Oh, Churen, what a surprise to see you here." Upon noticing Lu Yuan, his expression turned icy as he approached, scrutinizing Lu Yuan with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Churen, who is this person?" With her lip bitten tightly, Han Churen shot Gao Xiang an icy glare. "What does it have to do with you, Gao Xiang? Please refrain from harassing me." Gao Xiang smirked. "Harassment? Oh, come now, Churen. You know I adore you. I, Gao Xiang, am handsome and wealthy. Countless beauties chase after me at school. To pursue you is your honor. So, have you made up your mind yet?" As he spoke, he placed a hand on Han Churen's shoulder. Her complexion turned pale as she swiftly shrugged off his hand, rising in anger. "Get lost, Gao Xiang. I could never be with someone like you. Just the sight of you makes me nauseous." Quite the fiery spirit, Gao Xiang chuckled coldly, attempting to grasp her hand again. "I find your temperament irresistible. It craves a man's conquest. Don't pretend. I know you want to be with me, just too shy to admit it." When his hand brushed against Han Churen's, a wave of revulsion surged through her. She stepped back, her anger boiling over. "Disgusting. I would never be with you. Keep your filthy hands to yourself. Calm down, sweetheart. Come, let me touch you." Gao Xiang leered, his hand reaching toward her leg. Han Churen, clad in a skirt that revealed her fair, delicate legs, felt her heart race with indignation. "Get away from me, Gao Xiang. Don't you dare touch me." Just as his hand was about to make contact, a firm grip seized Gao Xiang's wrist. Startled, he looked down to find Lu Yuan, who narrowed his eyes menacingly. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business, or I will make you regret it." Lu Yuan's voice was low yet crystal clear. You were the one who spread those vile rumors about Churin, weren't you? Gao Xiang, enraged and humiliated, retorted, Who do you think you are? It was me. And what can you do about it? Get lost. With that, Gao Xiang kicked toward Lu Yuan. Brother, be careful. Han Churin was taken aback by the scene before her. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Yuan sprang into action. Before Gao Xiang's leg could descend, Han Jijia delivered a swift slap to Gao Xiang's face. The sharp crack echoed, and Gao Xiang's body spun around thrice before crashing heavily to the ground, half his face swelling, two of his front teeth shattered. Blood streaming down his face, a ghastly sight indeed. How dare you? Gao Xiang roared, scrambling to his feet and charging at Lu Yuan with a clenched fist. You beast! Do you dare approach me? Lu Yuan replied with a cold smile, seizing Gao Xiang's fist and delivering a brutal kick to his thigh. Thud! Thud! 2 strikes followed, causing Gao Xiang to howl in agony, feeling as if his thigh bone might fracture. It hurts! Let me go! Gao Xiang cried, writhing in pain. Lu Yuan retorted with a chilling sneer. Does it hurt? You know pain now? With that, he gripped Gao Xiang's neck and forcefully slammed his head against the corner of the table. Bang! 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 In mere moments, the table shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Initially, Gao Xiang struggled, but soon his body lay still. Lu Yuan carelessly tossed him aside. Gao Xiang crumpled to the ground, bloodied, his nasal bone fractured, jaw shattered, his face a portrait of despair. The sight left Gao Xiang's subordinates utterly astonished. Goodness, this fellow dares to strike Brother Xiang. Let us all take him on. Several students rushed in upon witnessing Gao Xiang's beating, but Lu Yuan dispatched them effortlessly, kicking them away as if they were mere chicks. The bubble tea shop floor was littered with moaning bodies. Han Churin stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief. It was the first time she had witnessed Lu Yuan in a fight. Is he really this formidable? Lu Yuan approached Gao Xiang, placing a foot upon his face, gazing down with an icy glare. Do you dare to harass Churin again? Gao Xiang trembled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. And no, I won tea. Now delete your posts and photos. Why yes, Gao Xiang stammered, trembling as he retrieved his phone, forced to hold it up to his face under Lu Yuan's foot, deleting the incriminating content right before Lu Yuan's eyes. I've deleted them. Now let me go. Let you go? It's not that simple. Lu Yuan smirked coldly, lifting his foot and crushing Gao Xiang's hand, grinding it fiercely. Ah! Gao Xiang's anguished scream echoed as one of his finger bones snapped under the pressure. This is merely a lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure your ruin. I swear it. Lu Yuan's gaze was terrifyingly cold, causing Gao Xiang to tremble. But he could not finish his sentence before darkness engulfed him. The others on the floor dared not utter a word, trembling in fear. Where did this extraordinary individual come from, capable of such might? Is he a martial artist? Han Churin, covering her mouth, stared on in shock and disbelief. Brother, when did you acquire such skills? Lu Yuan smiled gently, responding, I've always been discreet. Now let us depart. With that, Lu Yuan took Han Churin's hand, leading her out of the bubble tea shop. Upon exiting, he hailed a cab, asking, Churin, do you have any classes this afternoon? Brother, I have no classes. Why do you ask? Lu Yuan chuckled, then come with me to a special place. Soon, the taxi arrived, and Lu Yuan ushered Han Churin inside. Curiosity bubbled within Han Churin about their destination, yet she felt too shy to inquire. After approximately 20 minutes, they reached the auto city of Tian'an. Various brand dealerships lined the streets, and Lu Yuan intended to purchase a vehicle for himself while also considering one for Han Churin. He genuinely regarded her as a younger sister, recognizing her kindness and the care she showed him during his time in the hospital. Witnessing her bustling around for his sake had solidified his resolve to treat her well. Once he commits to something, he remains steadfast. In his heart, he had already embraced Han Churin as his own sister. Brother, isn't this place for selling cars? What are we doing here? Han Churin exclaimed, astonished. Lu Yuan chuckled. You will understand soon enough. With that, he led her into the auto city. Han Churin, filled with wonder, gazed at the vibrant dealerships with her sparkling eyes. Brother, these cars are beautiful. Once I start working, I'll buy you one, and I'll get one for myself too, she declared, her face glowing with innocent joy. Lu Yuan felt a surge of emotion and gently ruffled her hair. Churin, I have a surprise for you shortly. Though that car you pointed out is indeed lovely, it may not suit our current status, he replied with a smile, referring to a striking white Volkswagen that had caught her attention. Before she could fully grasp his words, Lu Yuan guided her to the entrance of the Porsche dealership. Han Charon's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Brother, why are we here? Is this brand called Porsche? The cars inside are truly stunning. Lu Yuan smiled. They are indeed exquisite. Which model do you fancy, Charon? With her eyes sparkling with delight, Han Charon responded, Brother, I adore that one, but I suppose we will never afford it. Are you here to buy a practical vehicle? Lu Yuan glanced at the car she indicated. A customized Porsche Panamera, likely priced around $2 million. Let us get this one for you, he decided, pulling her toward the showroom. Han Charon exclaimed, Brother, what are we doing? Should we just look from outside? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling out of place, worried about their ability to purchase such an expensive vehicle. Don't worry, we'll just take a look, Lu Yuan reassured her, leading them inside. A few female sales representatives sat nearby, engrossed in conversation. Upon noticing Lu Yuan and Han Charon's entrance, they merely glanced their way before returning to their chatter, failing to approach them. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan's demeanor hardened. Beside him, Han Charon blushed and said, Brother, it seems those salespeople aren't keen to assist us. Shouldn't we leave? Not at all. Let's go ask them. Lu Yuan replied firmly. As Lu Yuan took Han Charon by the hand and approached the group of sales representatives, he inquired, Ladies, we are here to view some cars. Is there no one available to assist us? In Chapter 20, pouting, the saleswomen simultaneously lifted their gazes to glance at Lu Yuan and Han Charon, only to swiftly avert their eyes, dismissing them as if they were mere specters. Witnessing this disregard, Lu Yuan felt a surge of indignation, while Han Charon's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Finally, one of the saleswomen furrowed her brow and remarked, You two appear to be quite young. If you wish to look at cars, you may do so on your own. We have clients arriving shortly and truly lack the time to attend to you. Though her tone remained somewhat courteous, her words were laced with disdain and condescension. Lu Yuan retorted with a cold smirk, Then why not attend to us? Are you incapable of doing so? The saleswoman's patience began to wear thin, although treating clients with courtesy and respect was part of their training. Lu Yuan and Han Charon seemed unlikely to be serious buyers. Such clients were typically deemed low quality, rendering any courtesy unnecessary. After all, they had encountered many individuals who merely browsed without the intent to purchase, wasting valuable time. Meanwhile, Han Charon tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, suggesting, Brother, perhaps we should leave? Just as Lu Yuan was about to respond, another saleswoman emerged from the office. She possessed a gentle demeanor and long hair, and upon noticing Lu Yuan and Han Charon, she promptly approached them with politeness, saying, Good day, are you here to view cars? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, appreciating her amiable attitude, and nodded, Yes, we are here to look at cars. Wonderful. What model are you interested in? She inquired. The Panamera, Lu Yuan replied. Excellent. Please follow me, the saleswoman said with a courteous smile as she led them towards the Panamera. The seated saleswomen exchanged disdainful glances at this scene. One scoffed, Wang Ro. Do you truly believe those two will purchase a car? They are merely passing the time. Indeed, how foolish. Instead of wasting time here, they should consider how to attract genuine clients. Those who arrive without appointments are unlikely to buy. Let her do as she pleases. She acts as if she is so professional, when in reality, she is quite naive. I recall that Wang Ro has not sold a single car since she joined a month ago. If she doesn't close a deal this month, she might face termination. Good riddance. Otherwise, her diligence makes us look lazy. She deserves it. They all laughed, their expressions filled with scorn. Wang Ro, overhearing their remarks, felt a pang of melancholy. Indeed, she had yet to sell a single car, as many promising clients have been snatched away by those very saleswomen. They either flirted with clients or discreetly promised to take them out to dinner, and some even went so far as to engage in more intimate arrangements. Given that Porsche buyers were typically affluent and successful individuals, they were keen to entice them. Wang Ro could not accept such behavior, leading to her current predicament of not receiving clients and, consequently, failing to make any sales. Lu Yuan and Han Churen did not seem like individuals capable of purchasing a vehicle. Nevertheless, Wang Ro diligently began to explain the various configurations and fundamental details of the cars to them. Lu Yuan cast a deep glance at Wang Ro, finding a favorable impression of her. Beautiful. Let us skip the lengthy explanations. Since you are so courteous, we shall purchase from you. How much is this car? Wang Ro was taken aback. Are you truly intending to buy a car? Indeed. We would like to know the price of this customized Panamera. Wang Ro's mouth dropped in astonishment. This customized Panamera was significantly more expensive than the standard version. It had been in the showroom for 2 months without a sale, but the commission for selling it was substantial. The commission for a standard Panamera was around 2,000, while selling this one would yield nearly 20,000. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ro excitedly exclaimed, "In that case, please have a seat while I calculate the costs." "All right," Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Guiding and Shuan to sit down. Han Churen, bewildered, remarked, "Brother, this car costs over 2 million. Are you really buying it?" Lu Yuan chuckled, "Yes. It's a gift for you." Han Churen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, what did you just say?" Lu Yuan ruffled Han Churen's hair and smiled. "I said I'm buying this car for you. You have a driver's license. And since you often take the bus to school, this will be quite convenient." Han Churen was utterly astonished. "Brother, you can't be joking. This car costs over 2 million. Lu Yuan laughed. "Do you think I would jest with you?" Han Churen was completely taken aback, and at that moment, Wang Ro approached again. "Let me calculate for you. The base price is 1,650,000, with options adding approximately 600,000 and after insurance. The total will be around 2,370,000. Lu Yuan glanced at her and simply handed over his card. "Please process the payment." Wang Ro's mind buzzed as she looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Aside from his handsome appearance, there was no indication of wealth. Yet he was about to spend millions so effortlessly. Nearby, several female sales associates witnessed the scene and hurried over, astonished by the unfolding events. "Wang Ro, is he truly buying a car?" One of the previously mocking saleswomen exclaimed in shock. "That's impossible. He doesn't look like someone who could afford it. Could he be pretending?" The group of female sales associates looked at Lu Yuan with skepticism. Not wishing to engage with them, Lu Yuan handed his card to Wang Ro, who took a deep breath and processed the payment. Soon, a notification confirmed the transaction was successful. Wang Ro was stunned, as was Han Churen, while the female sales associates gaped in disbelief. "My goodness, he actually bought the car. This vehicle costs over 2 million. Why on earth? He was supposed to be my client. Had I known, I would have attended to him myself." The female sales associates became visibly anxious. Their expressions filled with regret as they regarded Lu Yuan with newfound respect. "Sir, would you allow me to assist you once more? I genuinely had matters to attend to earlier," the saleswoman who had previously ignored Lu Yuan said, her tone laced with reluctance. Lu Yuan cast a cold glance at her, retorting with sarcasm, "Your ability to change your demeanor is quite remarkable. You should consider a career in acting." The saleswoman felt her face flush with shame, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Lu Yuan turned to Wang Ro and smiled. "Today we shall depart. Let us expedite the formalities. By the way, your name is Wang Ro?" "Yes, Mr. Lu. I am Wang Ro. Should you encounter any issues with the vehicle in the future, please feel free to contact me." Lu Yuan nodded and promptly dialed a number. Addressing the person on the other end, "I recall that Zhui Yuan holds shares in Yongxing Auto City?" "Yes, Mr. Lu, that is correct," replied Song Qingwan immediately. "Please inform them that there is a female employee named Wang Ro at the Porsche dealership. Convey to the management that Wang Ro is to be appointed as the sales department manager." "Understood, Mr. Lu." After hanging up, Wang Ro looked at Lu Yuan in astonishment. "Mr. Lu, you just—" Lu Yuan smiled gently. "This is a reward for your diligent work." Nearby, several female sales staff stared at Lu Yuan in sheer disbelief, their faces etched with shock and confusion. Is it possible that he can promote Wang Ro to sales manager? I find that hard to believe. It must be an act. He surely has an interest in her and is merely playing a game. Just wait. He'll surely find an excuse to claim acquaintance with the boss. I've seen such situations countless times, one of the saleswomen remarked cynically. Just then, a middle-aged man hurried down the stairs. Upon seeing him, the female sales staff quickly straightened up. Hello, General Manager Wang. The newcomer was indeed Wang Kai, the general manager of the dealership. He rushed to Lu Yuan and bowed respectfully. Are you Mr. Lu? Witnessing this interaction, the female sales staff were left utterly stunned. Lu Yuan replied with a calm smile. Yes. Are you aware of my earlier instructions? Wang Kai beamed with enthusiasm. Yes, Mr. Lu. Wang Ro, from this day forth, you shall be the sales department manager. Wang Ro was taken aback, glancing from Wang Kai to Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, Lu Yuan maintained his gentle smile. It remains a reward for your hard work. Oh, and as for the other sales staff, each shall have 1 month's salary deducted. If there are any objections, they may resign immediately. The female sales staff were momentarily stunned, but soon their expressions shifted to regret and fear. Mr. Lu, we were mistaken. We will work diligently. The saleswoman who had previously mocked Lu Yuan turned pale, her legs trembling. Mr. Lu, please resign directly. Lu Yuan interjected coolly, leaving her in a state of panic as she pleaded. Mr. Lu, I cannot resign. I just bought a house and must pay the mortgage. Lu Yuan had no time for her entreaties. Meanwhile, Wang Ro was preparing the necessary paperwork. Thus, Lu Yuan and Han Churen departed the dealership in their vehicle. Outside, Han Churen murmured, Brother, am I dreaming? Lu Yuan laughed heartily. No, you are not. I have merely been discreet in the past. From now on, should you have any concerns, do not hesitate to speak with me. Financially, you need not worry. I have ample resources for you. This car is a gift. Han Churen bit her lip tightly, struggling to believe the unfolding reality, taking a moment to regain her composure. Subsequently, Lu Yuan visited the Rolls-Royce dealership to procure a Cullinan. Thus, he and Han Churen each drove away in their new cars. Han Churen was filled with excitement, astonishment, and disbelief. At last, Lu Yuan handed over 1 million to Han Churen. Churen, your uncle's illness requires funds as well. Take this money for now. If it's insufficient, feel free to reach out to me. In that moment, Han Churen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, brother. Lu Yuan gently teased her nose. In my heart, you are akin to my own sister. Why express gratitude? Go home now and show this car to your uncle and aunt. Wiping her tears, Han Churen couldn't help but embrace Lu Yuan tightly before quickly releasing him. I shall take my leave now, brother. With a flushed face, she hopped into the car and drove away. Lu Yuan remained in the garage, momentarily stunned. Did Han Churen just hug him? That sensation was rather pleasant, causing his heart to race. To be candid, Han Churen was exceptionally beautiful. However, he had never harbored any improper thoughts towards her. Yet, after her embrace, unwelcome notions began to surface in his mind, which he hastily suppressed. Lu Yuan, you mustn't indulge in such thoughts. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan initially intended to return to Zhuiyuan, but was suddenly interrupted by a call from Lin Shui. Upon seeing her name flash on the screen, he pondered briefly before answering, for he indeed owed her an explanation. As the call connected, Lu Yuan jested. Why the call, little Shui? Missing me? On the other end, Lin Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Yuan, address me as Lin Shui. Who permitted you to call me little Shui? I shall call you as I please. It's none of your concern. Lin Shui, seething with anger, threatened, if you dare call me that again, I will hang up this instant, and we shall never speak again. Lu Yuan retorted with a scoff. Very well, do as you wish. If we cease to communicate, it is of no consequence to me. Lin Shui stiffened, her fury boiling over. Fine, you said it. You scoundrel Lu Yuan, then you may leave. Let's never cross paths again. The call abruptly ended, leaving Lu Yuan taken aback. Wow, this girl is quite temperamental. Did she really hang up? He shrugged it off. It was her own decision to sever ties. Moments later, the phone rang again, and Lu Yuan chuckled upon recognizing Lin Shui's name. He answered leisurely, What is it now? Lin Shui's voice was icy. You truly are a scoundrel, taking advantage of me and treating me this way now. Lu Yuan replied, But didn't you say we wouldn't contact each other? You rascal. Enough with this nonsense. I can't explain this to you. Lin Shui felt both wronged and indignant. After all, she had endured so much, and couldn't he be a little gentler? All right, I was just teasing you. Now, tell me what you need. Lin Shui's expression softened. That is more like it. From now on, Improve your attitude towards me. Lu Yuan was taken aback. This girl seemed to be displaying a hint of pride. I'm currently at the gym. You should come over. Lu Yuan was puzzled. What is the matter? Didn't you mention being willing to agree to some of my requests? I've thought it over. Come and teach me how to spar, and perhaps give some guidance to my cousins as well. Is that all? Lu Yuan felt exasperated, for he knew that Lin Shui had a genuine interest in martial arts and combat sports. However, he couldn't fathom why someone as attractive as her, renowned for her beauty at Tian'an University, would be keen on such pursuits. Is that not permissible? Sure, of course. However, might you consider offering something in return? Perhaps allowing me a small advantage tonight? Lu Yuan teased Lin Shui deliberately. Lin Shui's temper flared instantly. You? Dream on. Oh, is that so? Then I shan't come over. You come first. I've already promised them. Lu Yuan smirked mischievously. Then what shall we say for tonight? Lin Shui felt a wave of frustration wash over her, speaking helplessly and aggrieved. You come first. Didn't you say you would repay me? All right, wait for me, darling. Lu Yuan teased before hanging up the phone. Lin Shui was left stunned on the other end. How could he dare to call her darling? A deep blush crept over her cheeks, a rather peculiar sensation indeed. After a while, Lu Yuan arrived at the gym. Chapter 21. Lin Shui's whining at that moment in the gym. Wang Budong anxiously addressed Lin Shui. Cousin, you really called Lu Yuan over? He actually listens to you? Lin Shui's expression faltered. Don't worry, cousin. Lu Yuan tends to listen to me now. If I ask him to come, he will certainly oblige. He won't resort to violence again, will he? No, I've asked him to come and teach you all, rest assured. Wang Budong couldn't help but wonder. His cousin and Lu Yuan had never seen eye to eye. Could Lu Yuan truly heed Lin Shui's words? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Yuan entered the room. The students, upon seeing him, widened their eyes in fear, their faces betraying their trepidation. The last encounter had left them thoroughly subdued, and the hall fell into an eerie silence, with tension palpable among them. Lu Yuan smiled broadly, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Everyone, please don't be alarmed. I'm not here to cause trouble today. Wang Budong approached cautiously, forcing a smile. Lu Yuan, that was all a misunderstanding before. I hear you can teach us some boxing techniques? Lu Yuan nodded nonchalantly. Yes, I can teach. Wang Budong was taken aback, bewildered at how compliant Lu Yuan seemed to Lin Shui. At that moment, Lin Shui also approached, her gaze somewhat evasive. Lu Yuan, why don't you teach my cousin? And these students too? And then later you can teach me? No problem. Just tell me how you want it taught. Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Lin Shui nodded, her cheeks reddening further. Lu Yuan then proceeded to the practice area, and Wang Budong quickly gathered all the students to learn from Lu Yuan. In no time, Lu Yuan demonstrated a series of boxing techniques that left everyone utterly astonished. Wang Budong was also taken aback, a hint of admiration beginning to show on his face. Soon after completing a set of techniques, Lu Yuan began guiding the students through practice, addressing their individual questions. Nearby, Lin Shui watched Lu Yuan's charismatic and robust figure, a peculiar feeling blossoming within her heart. After a while, Lu Yuan approached Lin Shui, flashing a smile. Shall I teach you? Lin Shui's heart raced, yet she feigned indifference. Responding with a huff, go ahead. Lu Yuan chuckled. All right, let us go to a private training room. I'll teach you something special. Huh? Why must we go to a private training room? Can't it be taught here? Lin Shui felt a surge of nervousness. She was somewhat apprehensive about being alone with Lu Yuan. What I impart to you is knowledge that others cannot acquire. If you choose not to learn, do not lament your decision later. Lin Shui pondered. Could it be that Lu Yuan has ulterior motives? However, that seems improbable. He shouldn't. With that thought, Lin Shui steeled herself. Let us go. Lu Yuan stifled a chuckle as he and Lin Shui made their way to the secluded training room, already devising ways to tease her. This should prove quite exhilarating. Soon, they arrived at the private training room on the second floor. Lu Yuan closed the door, and Lin Shui stood inside, watching him, her heart racing and palms sweating. She was genuinely nervous. Shall we begin, Lu Yuan? Lin Shui attempted to feign calmness. Very well. I shall commence. Pay close attention, Lu Yuan replied, a barely perceptible smile crossing his face as he executed a flawless sequence of punches. Lin Shui observed intently, her beautiful eyes widening in awe. This martial art is truly impressive. Furthermore, Lu Yuan's speed and power were nothing short of perfection. After completing the routine, Lu Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Did you remember that? Would you like to practice first while I guide you? All right, Lin Shui replied without hesitation, and began to imitate the movements from her memory. Lu Yuan provided instructions from behind her. Make sure to keep your legs straight. Strike quickly. Your base must be steady. Use your arms to generate power. Before long, Lu Yuan suddenly called out, "Stop." Maintain that position. Just as Lin Shui raised her arm, his command caused her to freeze. Questioning, "What is it?" As soon as the words left her lips, she felt Lu Yuan's hand on her waist, a tingling sensation coursing through her. "Lu Yuan, what are you doing?" Lin Shui's body tensed, her breath quickening. "What do you think I intend to do?" Lu Yuan whispered near her ear, his voice deep and magnetic, warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Lin Shui's heart raced, her throat dry. "Lu Yuan, please don't be reckless. Let me go. I have taught you the martial arts. Surely, you must offer me some benefit in return? I've already allowed you to take such liberties. What more do you want?" Lin Shui's voice trembled, her large eyes reflecting not only shyness but also a hint of fear. She was apprehensive of Lu Yuan's intentions. "Today, I simply wish to be reckless. You have caused me considerable distress in the past. It's only fair I claim some interest." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan's hand began to roam over Lin Shui's body, causing her gaze to become utterly dazed. "Let go of me, Lu Yuan." Lin Shui's voice dwindled, eventually transforming into a soft whimper. She wanted to struggle against him, but for some reason, her body felt uncontrollable. Just as Lin Shui was on the verge of succumbing, Lu Yuan released her, saying nonchalantly, "Focus on your practice. I merely loosened your muscles, which will benefit your training." "Huh? What do you mean? I have no intention of taking advantage of you. I am not that kind of person." After speaking, Lu Yuan settled down on the side, engrossed in his phone. Lin Shui stood there, momentarily stunned, then tentatively threw a few punches. Indeed, her limbs felt significantly more fluid than before. Looking at Lu Yuan in the distance, Lin Shui suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She had misjudged him earlier. "Lu Yuan." Lin Shui hesitated before speaking. Lu Yuan raised his head in confusion and asked, "What is the matter?" "Thank you for earlier," Lin Shui responded, her voice as soft as a whisper, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. Just focus on your practice." Lin Shui's cheeks flushed even deeper. This fellow wasn't as intolerable as she initially thought. In fact, he exuded a certain masculine charm. He had managed to maintain his composure during last night's events and was earnestly teaching her just moments ago. Perhaps Lu Yuan wasn't so bad after all. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Wang Bodong's voice calling out, "Cousin, where are you?" As soon as the words left his lips, the door swung open, revealing Wang Bodong standing at the threshold. He was momentarily taken aback, for the room contained only Lu Yuan and Lin Shui. What caught his attention was the peculiar flush on Lin Shui's face, one that suggested something was amiss, as if her attire was somewhat disheveled. Clearing his throat, Wang Bodong inquired, "What are you two up to, cousin?" Lin Shui, feeling anxious as her palms grew clammy, feigned calmness and replied, "Lu Yuan is teaching me martial arts. What's the matter?" "Oh, I see. How's it going?" Wang Bodong asked with a chuckle. "Quite well," Lu Yuan remarked, suppressing a smile at Lin Shui's serious demeanor. "Her talent is commendable. She learns quickly. How are the other students faring?" Wang Bodong replied courteously, "They're all doing well. Thank you so much, Lu Yuan. You two carry on. I'll take my leave." As Wang Bodong descended the stairs, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off between Lu Yuan and Lin Shui. After pondering for a moment, he picked up his phone and called Lin Yan. The call connected swiftly, and Lin Yan answered, "Hello, cousin. What is up? Were you busy, Xiaoyan?" Wang Bodong asked. "Not all. Do you need something?" Wang Bodong hesitated before saying, "Not really. I just wanted to ask if you've noticed anything about Lu Yuan and Xiao Xue recently." "What do you mean?" Lin Yan furrowed her brow. "Can't you see? Xiao Xue and Lu Yuan have been getting along quite well lately. This afternoon, She even invited him to the gym to teach us how to train. He explained, so I was wondering if you and Lu Yuan have reconciled. Lin Yan's frown deepened. Is it possible for Xiao Xue to invite Lu Yuan over for training? That doesn't seem likely. Why not? They were just alone in a room, practicing together. Wang Budong replied. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, she said, so, they're still at the gym? All right, I'll head over now. Ending the call, Lin Yan grabbed her car keys and rushed to the gym, her mind swirling with confusion. When had Xiao Xue and Lu Yuan mended their relationship? The two had always seemed antagonistic towards one another. The passenger seat of her car held a Ducati motorcycle key and several picture frames, all containing photos of her and Lu Yuan from happier times. Although her attempt to seduce Lu Yuan last night had failed, she had reconsidered and devised another way to win him back. After all, Lu Yuan had always been fond of Ducati motorcycles, and she had just purchased one for $1 million. Surely, he would appreciate that. Furthermore, the picture frames he had left behind suggested that he too held onto their memories. One can certainly employ emotional appeals to win back Lu Yuan. As for Lu Yuan, she understood him all too well. It is impossible for her to let go of her feelings. This time, however, she is simply more upset than before. Yet, soothing him is still within the realm of possibility. Meanwhile, upstairs at the gym, Lin Xue practiced for a while, her brow glistening with sweat. Just moments ago, Lu Yuan had provided her with guidance that was indeed beneficial. Particularly striking was the earnestness with which he taught, causing her to momentarily feel a pang of guilt towards him. She realized that she had perhaps been excessively harsh on Lu Yuan in the past. Yet he, in contrast, did not reciprocate her previous hostility. Instead, he remained humble and courteous, embodying integrity. In that moment, Lin Xue felt an increasing sense of remorse, even contemplating how she might make amends with Lu Yuan. At that moment, downstairs, Lin Yan arrived in her car. This time, no matter what, she must reconcile with Lu Yuan and inquire about the current status between Lin Xue and him. Could it be that Lin Xue's relationship with Lu Yuan had improved? As Lin Yan pondered, a sudden spark of realization illuminated her thoughts. Indeed, it would be a blessing if Lin Xue and Lu Yuan were on good terms. She could undoubtedly enlist Lin Xue's assistance to speak favorably of her to Lu Yuan. With this thought, Lin Yan felt a renewed sense of determination as she grasped the keys to her Ducati and entered the gym. Chapter 23. The Sisters' Misunderstanding Upon Entering the Gym. Lin Yan immediately approached Wang Budong, asking, Cousin, where's Lu Yuan? Wang Budong replied, Lu Yuan and Xiao Xue are upstairs. Have you reconciled with him? Lin Yan sighed. Not yet, which is precisely why I am devising a way to win him back. Wang Budong, with a meaningful expression, remarked, Xiao Yan, I now find Lu Yuan to be quite admirable. Previously, we may have misunderstood him. I sincerely advise you to cherish Lu Yuan. He is genuinely a remarkable person, far superior to Li Cheng. Lin Yan was taken aback. Cousin, why you say that? Wang Budong chuckled. It's intuition. Sometimes, wearing tinted glasses for too long leads to misjudgment. Viewing someone from an objective standpoint may indeed change everything. Lin Yan, somewhat perplexed, replied, All right, I shall do my best. I will head upstairs now. With that, she ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Xue, breathless from her exertions, collapsed onto the sofa to rest. While Lu Yuan sat on the opposite side, engrossed in his phone, Lin Xue wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, Lu Yuan, I never realized you possessed such remarkable skills. You are truly impressive. Lu Yuan smiled. I have many talents. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xue, biting her lip, said, Lu Yuan, I feel that some of my past actions were indeed excessive, and I wish to apologize. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, setting aside his phone. Curiosity piqued. What has prompted this self-reflection? Lin Xue pouted. In my youth, I was naive and believed you had ulterior motives towards my family, perceiving you as somewhat ineffectual. However, I now see clearly that you harbor no such intentions. You simply treat my sister with sincerity, and you are not ineffectual at all, merely humble. Lin Xue spoke from the heart, her gaze sincere. Lu Yuan chuckled. So, are you now seeking to bury the hatchet with me? Lin Xue lowered her eyelids and said, It's not exactly a reconciliation. I wish to extend my apologies. I'm truly sorry for my past behavior. I shouldn't have viewed you through tinted glasses. Lu Yuan waved his hand and smiled. Let's not dwell on the past. It's behind us. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a commendable trait. Lin Shui fidgeted with her hands, feeling somewhat awkward. So, can we be friends moving forward? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why would we want to be friends? Because I genuinely think you're a good person. You even taught me martial arts, which makes me feel rather embarrassed, she replied. Lu Yuan chuckled inwardly. Lin Shui could be quite willful at times, yet she also possessed a childlike innocence. Last night, having taken such advantage of her, he was surprised to hear her say such things today, which indicated she had truly come to her senses. Lu Yuan smiled. All right then, you can give me a massage. After last night's exertions and today's training, my legs are a bit sore. If you massage them for me, I won't hold anything against you and will acknowledge you as a friend. Lin Shui giggled and playfully glared at Lu Yuan. You have quite a few conditions. Despite her words, she genuinely approached him and knelt down to massage his legs. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had made a jest, not expecting her to take it seriously. After a while, Lin Shui asked, how does it feel? Is it effective? Yes, it's getting better. You can stop now. He replied. All right, if your legs are sore again, I'll help you out, Lin Shui said as she stood up. However, having been crouched for so long, she suddenly stood up, causing her legs to go numb. She lost her balance and fell into Lu Yuan's embrace. Instinctively, Lu Yuan caught Lin Shui, and their bodies were instantly intertwined. Both were momentarily stunned. Lin Shui's face was close to Lu Yuan's, their lips nearly touching, and she could feel his breath. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Lin Yan's figure. Lin Shui sensed the interruption and hurriedly attempted to distance herself from Lu Yuan, but it was too late. The door had already opened, and Lin Yan stood at the threshold. Sister, Lin Shui's heart raced. What are you doing here? At that moment, she felt a chill run through her body. Had Lin Yan seen her leaning against Lu Yuan? Lin Yan silently observed the pair, having witnessed Lin Shui falling into Lu Yuan's arms. But how could this be possible? Lin Shui had always been at odds with Lu Yuan. How could they be so intimately close? In fact, it had been a long time since even she had shared such closeness with Lu Yuan. Finally, Lin Yan, her expression inscrutable, spoke up. Shui, what were you just doing? Lin Shui, nervous and stammering, replied, Sister, I was just, she hesitated, wanting to explain that she was helping Lu Yuan with his leg, but that would only further complicate matters, especially since in Lin Yan's eyes, they were adversaries, and it was inconceivable that she would assist him. Shui, answer my question. Lin Yan's tone was cold as she repeated herself, her gaze fixed on Lin Shui's face. Lin Shui's heart raced, and feigning indifference, she replied, Sister, I was just asking Lu Yuan about martial arts. Is that so? Why were you leaning into his embrace while inquiring about martial arts? I lost my footing just now and fell without realizing it. Dear sister, please do not misunderstand. Lin Shui also wished she could find a crevice to hide in. Lin Yan cast a deep glance at Lin Shui, but chose not to elaborate further. Her gaze shifting to Lu Yuan, a frown forming on her brow. Lu Yuan had yet to spare her a glance, wholly engrossed in his phone, disregarding her presence. A twinge of dissatisfaction stirred within Lin Yan. Lu Yuan, shouldn't you at least offer an explanation? Lu Yuan lazily raised his head, briefly meeting Lin Yan's gaze, and replied indifferently, Explanation? Why should I explain anything to you? You are not significant to me. Lin Yan's expression momentarily stiffened, but she quickly composed herself and said gently, Lu Yuan, please don't be upset. I brought you a gift. Here, it's the Ducati motorcycle, the very model you adore. With that, Lin Yan produced the key to the motorcycle. Lu Yuan's eyebrows arched in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Yan would purchase a motorcycle for him. Indeed, the key belonged to the model he cherished, one that was notoriously difficult to acquire. It must be said that Lin Yan had shown considerable thoughtfulness this time. At that moment, footsteps could be heard from behind, and Li Cheng entered the room. Ah Yan, I knew I would find you here. Lin Yan was taken aback. Li Cheng, what brings you here? Li Cheng replied with a smile. I missed you, so I came to see you. I noticed your location was here, so I thought I would drop by. He then glanced at the motorcycle key in Lin Yan's hand, initially taken aback, before eagerly taking it and exclaiming, "Ah Yin, how did you know I've been wanting this Ducati motorcycle? You are truly wonderful. You bought it for me without me even mentioning it. You really understand me best." Lin Yin was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Lu Yuan observed the scene with a hint of amusement on his face. "Ah Chung, actually, no need to explain. Ah Yin, I understand. I know you wanted to surprise me. And for that, I thank you." Li Chung expressed his gratitude sincerely. Lin Yin bit her lip and quietly replied, "No need to thank me, Ah Chung." After uttering those words, she dared not meet Lu Yuan's eyes. Lu Yuan took in the entire scene, letting out a quiet sigh internally, his expression remaining calm as he said, "Can you both leave now? I still have training to attend to. Ah Yin, let us go downstairs. There's nothing of interest here," Li Chung urged. Lin Yin wanted to say more, but was pulled away by Li Chung. As their footsteps faded, Lin Shui stood in the room, observing Lu Yuan, feeling inexplicably sympathetic toward him. "Lu Yuan, are you feeling unwell?" she inquired. Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Not at all, why?" Lin Shui bit her lip, pondering. "I suddenly feel that my sister might not be in the right here. Do you want that motorcycle? If so, I can buy it for you. Is the sun rising in the west? You can still buy me something?" Lu Yuan retorted. "What's wrong with that? Consider it compensation for the trouble I caused you before," Lin Shui said, pulling a bank card from her pocket and handing it to Lu Yuan. "Here, there's over 1,300,000 in it. It should suffice. Take it." "There's no need," Lu Yuan said, returning the card to Lin Shui. Lin Shui hesitated, then sighed. "Well, let me know if you decide to buy it later. I'll head down now. I need to talk to my sister, or she might misinterpret things." With that, Lin Shui descended the stairs, where Li Chung was already eagerly preparing to ride the Ducati. Lin Yin stood in the corridor below, a lady's cigarette delicately held between her fingers, lost in her thoughts. Lin Shui approached softly. "Sister, what's wrong?" Lin Yin gazed out the window. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shui continued, "Sister, please don't misunderstand. I was just with Lu Yuan. If it's about this matter, then spare me." Lin Yin interjected. "I'm merely curious as to how you were able to get along so well with Lu Yuan now. He even teaches you how to box?" Lin Shui found herself at a loss for words. "Lin Shui, I warn you, do not get too close to Lu Yuan. He is unreliable. I know him better than you do." Lin Shui frowned, having always detested Lin Yan's preachy tone, and a rebellious spirit rose within her. "Sister, I believe you may not be entirely correct. I think Lu Yuan can be quite dependable at times. Are you defending him?" "Lin Shui, have you lost your senses?" Lin Yan's brow furrowed tightly, her expression darkening. Lin Shui smiled faintly. "I am not defending him. Sometimes one must speak the truth." "Enough. I know Lu Yuan far better than you do. Lin Shui, remember this. Maintain your distance from him. I will not allow you to become too close." Lin Yin felt an unprovoked irritation. Lin Shui, feeling disgruntled, let her rebellious nature flare up. "Sister, I am an adult now. You can talk to me respectfully, but please do not give me orders. Lu Yuan is my friend now. You cannot dictate my relationships. Moreover, you never treated Lu Yuan kindly before. Now that you are divorced, why are you still putting on this act, sister?" Lin Shui's words pierced Lin Yan's heart. Lin Yan clenched her fist tightly, staring intently at Lin Shui. "Lin Shui, have you gone mad to speak to me like this?" Lin Shui replied earnestly, "Sister, at times I truly believe you are quite selfish. You are divorced from Lu Yuan. What do you wish to accomplish now? Do you genuinely think Lu Yuan is trying to provoke you?" "Sister, give up that notion. Lu Yuan has completely given up on you. Can't you understand? Be quiet." Lin Yan, filled with indignation, felt her chest heaving with anger. Lin Shui sighed softly. "Sister, take care of yourself." With that, Lin Shui turned and walked away. Before long, Lu Yuan descended the stairs. Upon seeing Lin Yan at the staircase, he pretended not to notice her and was about to pass by when Lin Yan's voice floated softly. "Lu Yuan, please do not mind what happened earlier. I will buy you another one." Lu Yuan paused momentarily, a silent smile gracing his lips. "No need, Lin. Our relationship has truly come to a complete end. There is no necessity for you to buy me anything." Lin Yan's lips quivered as she suddenly turned and picked up an album. "Lu Yuan, you love me. I know it. Look, you have kept these albums. I know you cannot bear to part with them. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the photographs of yesteryears, and he shook his head, accepting the albums from her. Lin Yin felt a surge of joy, but in the next moment, she froze. She watched as Lu Yuan removed the photograph from its frame and began to tear it into shreds. Lin Yin, we are truly finished. I no longer love you. Fortunately, you reminded me. These should indeed be discarded. With that, Lu Yuan departed without looking back. Behind him, Lin Yin watched the fragments of paper flutter down, her hands trembling gently, her eyes gradually reddening. This was once the most cherished possession of Lu Yuan, now utterly torn apart before his eyes. With warmth swelling in his eyes and tears welling up, Lin Yin murmured, Lu Yuan, why have you chosen this path? I merely made a minor mistake. Why can't you find it in your heart to forgive me? Meanwhile, after departing from the boxing gym, Lu Yuan returned to Zhuiyuan and busied himself for a while. The earlier incident involving Lin Yin had long been cast aside. Now, he had Bai Wei by his side, rendering Lin Yin a mere relic of the past. In the evening, Lu Yuan managed a few significant projects at Zhuiyuan while also finalizing his entry into the marketing department the following day. Once his work was settled, he resolved to call Bai Wei. She had not contacted him all day, and after upsetting her yesterday, he had left her by the roadside. Since then, there had been no further communication, which felt quite heartless. Though he had spent relatively little time with Bai Wei, the bond they shared was significant, especially considering they were now officially recognized as a couple. The unexpected turn of events with Lin Shui was unfortunate, yet it was not entirely his fault. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yuan dialed Bai Wei's number. To his surprise, the call was immediately disconnected. Undeterred, he dialed again, only to be met with the same result. On his third attempt, Bai Wei finally answered, her tone icy. Hello, what do you want? Chapter 24. A surprise for you. Are you still upset, my dear? I was merely joking yesterday. It seems you're still angry. Oh, Bai Wei rolled her eyes. Please don't be angry, my love. Where are you? Lu Yuan inquired. We haven't spoken in quite some time. Where should I sleep tonight? After a brief silence, Bai Wei replied, I need to meet someone tonight. Please act as my chauffeur and wait for me downstairs at the Bai group. Certainly. I'll be there shortly. Okay. With that, Bai Wei abruptly ended the call. 15 minutes later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Bai Group's headquarters. The Bai Group boasted a market value of several hundred billion, far surpassing the Lin Group in strength, with interests spanning various industries such as real estate, jewelry, entertainment, and hospitality, all part of a highly developed industrial chain. Moments later, a white Bentley approached and came to a halt before Lu Yuan. Bai Wei stepped out of the vehicle. Despite having encountered many beautiful women, he was still captivated by Bai Wei's striking beauty. Today, she wore a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, her dark hair cascading naturally over her chest, and her perfectly oval face framed by enchanting eyes and a delicately sculpted nose. Her luscious red lips added a touch of allure to her already stunning appearance. Bai Wei slid into the passenger seat, while Lu Yuan took the driver's position. To Tian'an Sports Stadium, she instructed coolly. All right, my dear. Though Lu Yuan felt a twinge of curiosity regarding their destination, he refrained from questioning her further as the car sped away. On the journey, Bai Wei remained silent, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Yuan asked, What occupies your mind? I am contemplating the situation with Shen Junyo. Now that we have severed ties with him, the Shen family will undoubtedly retaliate against the Bai Group. I am pondering how best to navigate this predicament. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, stating ultimately it all boils down to financial matters. Rest assured, with me around, nothing poses a challenge. Bai Jing cast a glance at Lu Yuan, smiled softly, yet remained silent. After a while, the vehicle arrived outside the largest sports arena in Tian'an City. The expanse of this arena was vast, housing various sporting facilities. Alight and follow me inside, Bai Wei instructed. Naturally, Lu Yuan complied, accompanying Bai Wei into the arena. What brings us here? To exercise? Lu Yuan inquired with curiosity. Bai Wei replied coolly, the chairwoman of Hongyan Group, Lu Hongyan, is here. I have arranged a meeting with her to discuss a potential collaboration. Given that the Shun family can no longer be relied upon, the Bai family must seek partnerships with other enterprises. Understanding dawned upon Lu Yuan as he nodded and proceeded with Bai Wei into the sports arena. They traversed the hall and soon arrived at the golf course on the rear hillside. Before them lay an expansive expanse of golf greens, where several bodyguards clad in black surrounded a strikingly beautiful woman. That was Lu Hongyan. At merely 30, she had proven to be astute and formidable, establishing the Hongyan Group in the Tianhai market through sheer determination. Indeed, a remarkable figure, perhaps even surpassing the Bai family in prowess. Bai Wei's expression bore a hint of admiration and respect. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue. She's not all that impressive. I believe you're far more exceptional. I've heard of Lu Hongyan. She has quite the reputation for cozying up to numerous executives in Tianhai, seemingly advancing her position by leveraging men. Bai Wei chuckled wryly. While that may be true, it undeniably requires skill. There are many attractive women, yet successful ones are a rarity. As they conversed, Lu Hongyan approached, flanked by her bodyguards. Bai Wei promptly stood, whispering to Lu Yuan, "Do not speak, simply listen." "Understood, dear," he replied. Lu Hongyan soon reached them, and Lu Yuan scrutinized her, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Indeed, she was quite beautiful, her figure undeniably exquisite. Lu Hongyan was clad in a black crop tank top, her prominent curves accentuated. Her long legs were adorned in sheer stockings and knee-high boots, her face exquisitely beautiful, exuding an alluring charm. "Apologies for the wait, Bai Zong. You know me. I have a penchant for golf," Lu Hongyan remarked, elegantly lighting a cigarette. Bai Wei responded, "Your enthusiasm is commendable, Lu Zong. Not only does your enterprise thrive, but your golfing prowess also stands unrivaled in Tianhai. Truly admirable." Lu Hongyan exhaled a plume of smoke, a smirk playing on her lips. "Bai Zong, as business people, let us dispense with pleasantries. What brings you to seek my counsel?" Bai Wei pressed her lips together momentarily before responding earnestly, "Lu Zong, due to unforeseen circumstances, my relationship with Shun Junyu has deteriorated, rendering collaboration with the Shun family impossible. I am aware that the business interests of your Hongyan Group overlap with those of the Bai family, and I was wondering if we might explore partnership." With that, Bai Wei retrieved a stack of documents from her bag and presented them to Lu Hongyan. "Lu Zong, these are the documents I prepared in advance for your review." Lu Hongyan lounged on the sofa, her eyes not on the documents before her. She leisurely exhaled a plume of smoke and suddenly turned her gaze towards Lu Yuan, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "Oh, Mr. Bai, who might this be?" Bai Wei glanced at Lu Yuan, her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, "General Lu, this is Lu Yuan, my husband." "Husband?" Lu Hongyan paused, then burst into a fit of laughter, her tone dripping with derision. "Mr. Bai, you cannot be serious. If I'm not mistaken, this Lu Yuan is the man who was once linked to Nian'an, isn't he? The so-called kept man?" Bai Wei's expression stiffened, while Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, narrowing his dark eyes. Lu Hongyan's tone seemed rather unkind. Taking a deep breath, Bai Wei asserted, "Yes, General Lu, but he is now my husband." Lu Hongyan's laughter intensified. "I must say, Mr. Bai, you chose a divorced man, and a useless one at that. I heard that at the wedding. Lin Yin simply abandoned him and ran off. Is this the kind of man you desire?" Bai Wei's face flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth. The mishap at the wedding was not Lu Yuan's fault. It was Lin Yan's. Moreover, I do not consider Lu Yuan to be useless. He was merely deeply in love with his ex-wife. Lu Hongyan scoffed, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Lu Yuan with palpable disdain. "What a pretty face you have there. But what else can you offer besides charming women? You just broke up with Lin Yan and are already pursuing another woman? How utterly revolting. I, Lu Hongyan, detest men like you, devoid of capability. Your very presence disgusts me." Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes at Lu Hongyan, having sensed her antagonism from the beginning. It was now clear to him that Lu Hongyan harbored grievances against Bai Wei, which prompted her disparaging remarks about him. Bai Wei, unable to contain her frustration, clenched her fists and said, "General Lu, you might have misunderstood Lu Yuan. He is not the person you portray him to be." Lu Hongyan coldly replied, "What I say is the truth. Bai Wei, do you really think so highly of yourself?" Bai Wei was taken aback. "General Lu, what do you mean?" With a dismissive laugh, Lu Hongyan retorted, "I mean to simply advise you to abandon any thoughts of collaborating with my Hongyan Group. President Shun has already informed me not to engage in business with your Bai family. Do you understand? Bai Wei's complexion suddenly turned pale as the realization dawned on her that Lu Hongyan was acquainted with Shun Junyu, and they were clearly on the same side. Continuing her derision, Lu Hongyan added, "Previously, President Shun regarded you with favor and was willing to partner with your Bai family. But since you've shown disregard for his goodwill, do not blame me for severing ties." Bai Wei bit her lip hard. "General Lu, we have already signed a cooperation agreement, and you asked me to bring the supplementary agreement today." Lu Hongyan shrugged nonchalantly. "Indeed, I merely entertained you. Did you actually believe I would sign a contract with you? Dream on." Bai Wei's chest heaved with indignation. "President Shun, you could have simply declined the partnership. What else with this childish behavior? This is utterly intolerable. Am I bullying you? What will you do about it? Bringing along a pretty boy only adds to your shame. How pathetic." Bai Wei's eyes burned with fury, and she struggled to suppress her rage. "Lu Yuan, we are leaving." Lu Yuan cast a deep glance at Lu Hongyan before turning to leave with Bai Wei. Once inside the car, Bai Wei hoarsely remarked, "Lu Yuan, let us return." Lu Yuan responded, "Darling, calm down. Why did you not confront Lu Hongyan earlier? Is the Hongyan group truly that formidable?" Bai Wei sighed. The Bai family is already facing significant challenges against the Shun family. If Shun Hongyan applies further pressure, the Bai family may not endure this trial. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With that, he exited the car and made his way toward the sports hall. "Lu Yuan, where are you going?" Bai Wei called out in confusion from behind. "Just wait for me. I have a surprise for you," he replied before entering the sports hall and subsequently arriving at the golf course. Shun Hongyan remained seated, engaged in a phone call, her face adorned with a mocking smile. Upon noticing Lu Yuan's approach, she promptly ended the call and sneered, "Oh, look who it is, the pretty boy. Why are you here to embarrass yourself again?" Lu Yuan, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, "Go and sincerely apologize to my wife, and let us proceed with the contract as intended. I shall not pursue this matter further." Shun Hongyan regarded him with a bemused expression, then burst into laughter. "I didn't realize you were slightly unhinged. Get as far away as you can. You're merely a dog that licks women. Don't sully my sight. You had your chance, and you've squandered it." In response, Lu Yuan took out his phone and dialed Song Qingwan. The call connected swiftly, and Song Qingwan respectfully inquired, "President Lu, how may I assist you? Does the Hongyan group in Tian'an City have any collaboration with us?" Lu Yuan asked. "President Lu, the Hongyan group was fully acquired by our Zhuiyuan 2 years ago. It is now one of our subsidiary companies. What is the matter, President Lu?" Lu Yuan clicked his tongue and replied, "Very well. The president of the Hongyan group has a considerable grievance against me. Please notify her that Lu Hongyan is to leave immediately. The farther the better. All business dealings should be directed to the Bai family in Tian'an." "Understood, President Lu," came the reply. Upon hanging up, Shun Hongyan could no longer contain her laughter, tears streaming down her face as she guffawed. "Who taught you to act so grand? You think you can dismiss me? Ha ha ha, do you know who I am? Do you believe you are the president of Zhuiyuan?" Lu Yuan remained silent, simply observing her laughter. However, within 2 minutes, Shun Hongyan's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her expression shifting dramatically as she hastily answered, "Hello, President Song. What can I do for you?" On the other end, Song Qingwan coldly stated, "Lu Hongyan, it appears you are blind. I am officially notifying you that, effective immediately, you are no longer the president of the Hongyan group. Leave the company at once." Lu Hongyan's body trembled as if struck by lightning. She was utterly panicked. "President Song, what is happening? I haven't done anything wrong." "Done nothing wrong? I think you're quite mistaken. Tell me, did you say something to Director Lu?" "Director Lu? You mean Lu Yuan? You're not entirely foolish. Now pack your things and leave." With that, Song Qingwan ended the call. Lu Hongyan's mouth fell agape as she fixed her gaze upon Lu Yuan, her pupils trembling in disbelief as she stammered, You are Mr. Lu?" In that moment, Lu Hongyan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her mind a blank slate. She had previously heard whispers suggesting that the true master of Zhuiyuan was not Song Qingwan, who merely served as a proxy president, while the actual chairman and president remained undisclosed. Yet, She could never have fathomed that it would be the very Lu Yuan before her. Suddenly, Lu Hongyan clasped her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with unspeakable astonishment. Hadn't it been said that he was merely a pretty face? How could this be? Mr. Lu, I was wrong. Lu Hongyan's body weakened, collapsing to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes as she pleaded, Mr. Lu, please grant me another chance. I was blind to your greatness. I truly realized my mistake. The bodyguards nearby were taken aback, astonished to see the usually imperious general manager Lu in such a state. Lu Yuan crouched down, gently patting Lu Hongyan's cheek, a smile spreading across his face. Have you come to realize your errors? Yes, Mr. Lu, I apologize. I truly did not know it was you. I now wish to apologize to you and to President Bai. I was foolish, and I bow before you both. Mr. Lu, please do not dismiss me. Lu Hongyan clutched at Lu Yuan's pants, fervently slapping her own face, tears of despair streaming down her cheeks. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Considering your status as the founder of Hongyan Group, I shall afford you one opportunity. Do you understand what you need to do? Lu Hongyan nodded vigorously, wiping her tears. I understand, Mr. Lu. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Very well. I'll look forward to your performance, Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile, turning to leave and quickly returning to his car. Inside the vehicle, Bai Wei inquired, What were you doing just now? Lu Yuan replied with a grin. I had a conversation with Lu Hongyan. Bai Wei looked incredulous, impossible. What could she possibly discuss with you? Just then, Bai Wei's phone rang, and she hesitated before answering. Before she could speak, Lu Hongyan's frantic voice came through. President Bai, I am so sorry. I truly apologize. I was foolish earlier. Please do not hold it against me. Bai Wei was taken aback. General Manager Lu, what is this? President Bai, I have come to my senses. From this moment forth, Hongyan Group will fully advance all business with the Bai Corporation. I have signed all electronic contracts. Please review them, and we can proceed with the signing. Should you have any issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Bai Wei's mind spun. Just moments ago, Lu Hongyan had exuded an air of superiority. How could her tone and demeanor have shifted so dramatically? Soon after hanging up, Bai Wei suddenly recalled something and turned to Lu Yuan with wide eyes. Lu Yuan, was it you? Lu Yuan smiled without a word. Bai Wei gasped, covering her mouth in shock. How did you manage that? Why does Lu Hongyan listen to you? Lu Yuan shrugged. As I mentioned, my enterprise is vast, not to mention these contracts worth billions. Even tens or hundreds of billions would be easily within my grasp. To Lu Hongyan, I am a force to be reckoned with. Bai Wei gazed intently into Lu Yuan's eyes, her heart racing, for his expression did not betray a hint of deceit. However, if he truly possesses such remarkable strength, why would Lin Yin choose to divorce him? Finally, Bai Wei murmured, Lu Yuan, the secrets you carry are simply too numerous, leaving me in disbelief. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a smile. In any case, let me put it this way. Marrying me will not bring you any loss. Now you see the merits of having this husband, don't you? Stop being so cheeky, Bai Wei replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she cast a reproachful glance at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan chuckled mischievously. Wife, I believe I have done you a significant favor. How about a reward? Bai Wei blinked her sparkling eyes. A reward? What do you desire? Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together and leaned closer to her ear with a sly grin. Though we cannot sleep together, how about a kiss? Bai Wei's face instantly flushed with warmth, turning crimson to the tips of her ears. She hurriedly protested, No way. Haven't we agreed that we cannot engage in intimate acts? Just a kiss. Besides, considering the great favor I have done, is a kiss too much to ask? We are already married, after all, Lu Yuan said with a feigned frown, his expression showing dissatisfaction. But we promised not to. Bai Wei remained somewhat resistant. Lu Yuan feigned anger, his face darkening. Fine. If a mere kiss is too much to ask after such a significant favor, it seems I understand now. You are merely using me. That's not true. Bai Wei puffed her cheeks, her face displaying some annoyance. Then give me a kiss, and I shall forgive you. Bai Wei was taken aback, biting her silver teeth. I have done nothing wrong. What do I need forgiveness for? Suit yourself. Lu Yuan turned his head away, his face cold and silent. Bai Wei, seeing this, felt a pang of anxiety. Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan remained silent. Bai Wei bit her silver teeth. Are you truly angry? Lu Yuan still did not respond. Finally, unable to contain herself, her face flushed, she stammered, "Don't be angry anymore. Can I give you a kiss?" Immediately, Lu Yuan turned back, his face beaming with joy. "All right. You said it yourself." Bai Wei, pouting in annoyance, retorted, "Oh, so you were just pretending to be angry?" "I'm not pretending. You promised me," Lu Yuan replied, rubbing his hands together and leaning closer, presenting his face. "Will you kiss me, or shall I kiss you?" Bai Wei's breath trembled, her cheeks burning fiercely. In a voice barely louder than a whisper, she said, "You might take advantage. I will kiss you instead." With that, Bai Wei closed her eyes, suppressing her inner shyness and nervousness, slowly leaning towards Lu Yuan. In a fleeting moment, Lu Yuan closed his eyes, inhaling the fragrance of Bai Wei's hair, lost in a trance. In that very instant, Bai Wei's lips gently brushed against his. Lu Yuan felt a surge of passion ignite within him. He swiftly embraced Bai Wei, boldly claiming her lips, parting her soft petals. "Lu Yuan, let go of me," Bai Wei protested, flustered and indignant, never expecting him to act so unpredictably. Yet, how could Lu Yuan release her at this moment? He pressed his entire weight upon her, dominating her lips. Bai Wei initially struggled, but gradually her body softened, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. Time seemed to stand still, and eventually, Lu Yuan released her, leaving the car cabin enveloped in silence. Bai Wei's cheeks were so red they could drip blood, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. Lu Yuan smacked his lips, truly sweet. Bai Wei's powdery fist landed on Lu Yuan's chest. "Drive. I can't stand you." Lu Yuan chuckled heartily, pressing the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Along the way, the two maintained a comfortable silence, while outside, the sky was adorned with clouds and rosy hues. The gentle and enchanting orange glow of the evening sunset casting a warm light. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the streetlights flickered to life, they returned home. Upon entering the villa, Bai Wei ascended the staircase and soon reappeared in cozy sleepwear. Lu Yuan was seated in the living room, and, as he glanced over, his heart raced. Bai Wei donned a wine-red silk nightgown, her long hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, her graceful figure exuding charm. Her slender, snow-white legs were striking, and her delicate face resembled that of a woman from a painting. Feeling slightly bashful under Lu Yuan's gaze, Bai Wei's cheeks flushed. "What are you staring at?" Lu Yuan's face turned crimson as he averted his eyes. "You're just too beautiful. I couldn't help but steal a few glances." "You smooth talker." Bai Wei playfully glared at him, then walked to the kitchen. "Lu Yuan, can you cook? If not, shall we order takeout?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan burst into laughter. "Cook? That's my forte. Just sit back, I'll take care of it." "You can cook?" Bai Wei asked in surprise. Lu Yuan sighed with a smile. "I learned to cook hundreds of dishes when I was with Nian'an, all for her sake." Bai Wei regarded him intently. "Are you still hung up on her?" "What are you saying? My wife now is 1,000 times better than her." "There's nothing to hold on to," he replied. "I hope you're speaking from the heart," she remarked lightly, wafting a fragrant breeze as she settled onto the couch. "Then go ahead and cook. I'm feeling a bit hungry." "All right." Lu Yuan busied himself in the kitchen, where a variety of ingredients awaited. With deft hands, he swiftly prepared the vegetables and other necessities. Next, he began to stir-fry, planning to make mushu pork, potato ribs, tomato scrambled eggs with beef, along with sautéed broccoli and mushrooms. Before long, the kitchen was filled with delightful aromas. Bai Wei caught a whiff of the enticing scent, astonished that Lu Yuan could truly cook, and so well. Watching him in the kitchen, a subtle smile crept onto Bai Wei's lips. She discreetly snapped a photo of Lu Yuan cooking and sent it to her close friend, Huang Qiui. Moments later, her friend responded with a video call. Bai Wei answered, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman, Huang Qiui, whose expression was one of incredulous shock. "Xiaowei, don't scare me. What did you start dating? Is that Shen Junyu? He doesn't look like him at all. Are you two living together?" Bai Wei chuckled softly. "Yes, we're living together. He is my boyfriend now." "Wow, how could you be so inconsiderate? You didn't tell me you were dating, so I could vet him for you. I'm dying to see who this guy is." Bai Wei laughed quietly. "You handle your business. You can meet him when you return to Tian'an. He has cooking right now, and it smells amazing. His culinary skills seem quite impressive. Really? I don't know about his cooking, but from the photo you sent, he looks quite handsome. Is he in the entertainment industry? A male celebrity? Bai Wei laughed heartily. No, he is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Heavens! Such beauty deserves a career in the entertainment industry. Well, enough of that. Dinner is approaching, and I shall introduce you to him upon your return. No problem. I will be back in a few days. After hanging up, Lu Yuan emerged from the kitchen with a platter of dishes, announcing, "The meal is ready. We can prepare to dine." "Oh, wonderful," Bai Wei exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she made her way to the dining room. Chapter 26. A reunion of sisters gazing at the vibrant and aromatic dishes laid out before her. Bai Wei's eyes sparkled with delight. They looked exquisite. "I had no idea you were such a talented cook." Lu Yuan handed her a pair of chopsticks with a smile. "Give it a try." Taking her seat, Bai Wei picked up a piece of food and placed it in her mouth. Within moments, her eyes lit up. "This is incredible. Lu Yuan, I never imagined your cooking would be this delicious." Lu Yuan chuckled. "As long as you find it tasty, feel free to indulge." He then served her a bowl of rice, though Bai Wei hesitated for a moment. "What's wrong?" Lu Yuan inquired, noticing her reluctance. "I'm on a diet, so I shouldn't eat rice." Lu Yuan laughed. "With your figure, there's no need for dieting. Just enjoy a bit." "All right, I shall make an exception today." Bai Wei accepted the rice, and soon enough, she was savoring the dishes, her face alight with happiness. "This is so delicious." For years, she had relied on takeout. Her parents rarely cooked at home, preferring the services of a cook, and sometimes they would also order in. However, the cook's culinary skills left much to be desired. Now, tasting Lu Yuan's cooking, Bai Wei was experiencing for the first time the true essence of delicious food. Before long, she finished an entire bowl of rice and let out a playful burp. Lu Yuan burst into laughter. "Are you full now?" Bai Wei felt a little embarrassed under his gaze, blushing as she replied, "Yes, I'm full. It was truly delicious. I underestimated your abilities." Lu Yuan grinned. "You've underestimated me in many ways. Should I take on the role of your personal chef from now on?" "Absolutely. From this moment on, you're responsible for our meals. That can be arranged, but you must occasionally reward me," Lu Yuan teased. Bai Wei immediately grasped his meaning, biting her lip shyly. "You dream on. If you don't cook for me, I won't speak to you again. Rewards may be on the table, but it depends on your performance." Lu Yuan sighed in mock defeat. "How did you turn the tables on me?" Regardless, you must cook." Bai Wei stuck out her tongue playfully before heading upstairs to attend to her tasks. Lu Yuan remained downstairs, finishing his meal and tidying up as darkness enveloped the sky. At that moment, he sensed something amiss. Instinctively, he glanced toward a specific corner of the living room, his brow furrowing slightly. Soon, he approached the side of the cabinet beneath the television, squinting as he reached inside. Moments later, a miniature recording device appeared in his hand. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Was there a listening device here? Were they eavesdropping on Bai Wei? Considering her position as the president of the Bai Corporation, it wasn't entirely implausible. Yet, who would have placed it there? Bai Wei's parents? Shin Junyu? Or perhaps it is a rival? Lu Yuan gently crushed the recorder in his hand. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Wei and he were legally wed. She was now his wife, and he could not simply disregard such matters. Lu Yuan subsequently instructed Song Qingwan to investigate the Bai group's information, as well as Bai Wei's family background. Soon, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. It turned out that the Bai family was a prestigious clan in Tian'an. The elder Mr. Bai Shangwu had two sons, the elder Bai Qingshan, who was Bai Wei's uncle, and the younger Bai Huafeng, Bai Wei's father. Bai Shangwu was still alive, and Bai Qingshan had a son and a daughter. Furthermore, the relationship between the families of Bai Qingshan and Bai Huafeng was quite strained, largely due to the matter of the presidency of the Bai group. Bai Qingshan firmly believed that, as the elder son, the company should rightfully be passed down to him, and thus the presidential position ought to belong to his offspring. However, the role ultimately fell to Bai Wei, which naturally incited discontent from Bai Qingshan's family towards Bai Huafeng's. Consequently, the two families rarely interacted, save for their monthly family gatherings at the Bai ancestral home. Upon learning of this intricate situation, Lu Yuan's expression grew solemn. This implied that by Qingshan's family could also be considered by Wei's competitors, and it was entirely possible that the listening device was planted by them. Of course, all this remained conjectural, and the truth required thorough investigation. As dusk settled, the city's nightlife descended, revealing a dazzling yet intoxicating side of urban life. Lu Yuan discarded the listening device into the trash and was about to return to his room when he received a call from Lin Shui. "Hello, what's the matter?" "Xiao Shui." Lu Yuan answered the phone. Lin Shui replied, "Lu Yuan, do you have any plans for tonight?" "Nothing scheduled. Why? What do you need?" "I'm going to a bar with some friends tonight, and we could use a man around. Would you join us?" Lu Yuan responded, "You all seem to be having fun without me. It feels inappropriate for me to join." "Oh, what's inappropriate about it? Just come, give me a favor." "You wouldn't refuse such a small request, would you? You previously said you would accommodate some of my requests," Lin Shui said in a pitiful tone. Lu Yuan sighed. All right, I'll come. Just send me the address." "Great. Waiting for you." Lin Shui hung up and soon sent over an address. It was already 7:30 in the evening, and Lu Yuan wasted no time, dressing promptly and leaving the villa to head to the bar where Lin Shui was. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, in the Shen family's villa, Shen Junyu wore a dark expression as he smashed the headphones he held onto the floor. "Damn it, why has that listening device failed again?" An aide quickly approached to check and reported, "Boss, it seems the device was discovered and destroyed. There is no signal at all." Shen Junyu was taken aback, frowning. "Discovered?" "Yes, that appears to be the case." Hearing this, Shen Junyu narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "This Lu Yuan possesses some skill. He managed to uncover the listening device I concealed." The subordinate solemnly remarked, "Boss, I sense that Lu Yuan is no ordinary individual. His skills are far beyond those of an average person. Could he perhaps have an astonishing background?" Shen Junyu scoffed, "To hell with backgrounds. So what if he possesses some skills? What use is it? In this society, it's intelligence that matters. Even if he excels in combat, I could easily summon 10, 50, or even 100 men to vanquish him effortlessly." "Indeed, you speak wisely, boss," the subordinate replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. A glint of cold malice flashed in Shen Junyu's eyes. The emergence of Lu Yuan was indeed ill-timed. However, since he obstructed my path, I shall not hesitate to remove him with ruthless precision. With that, Shen Junyu leaned in close to his subordinate's ear and whispered a few words. "Moments latte." The subordinate exclaimed, "Boss, your plan is brilliant. Even if he were to perish, no one would suspect a thing." "Ha, go and execute it. Remember to be discreet." "Understood." The subordinate departed, while Shen Junyu savored a glass of red wine, gently swirling it, as the image of Bai Wei lingered in his mind. "Bai Wei, oh Bai Wei, you are destined to be mine, Shen Junyu's. Anyone who dares to encroach upon you shall pay a heavy price." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan arrived at the bar mentioned by Lin Shui. This establishment, known as Crown Bar, is one of the venerable bars in Tian'an City. Lin Shui had just sent a message indicating that she was seated in booth 08, instructing him to enter directly. Upon entering the bar, the jarring beats assaulted his eardrums, while various spotlights illuminated the atmosphere of opulence and revelry. The dance floor was alive with alluring dancers, their long legs moving sensually, the air thick with the scents of alcohol, smoke, and sweat. Lu Yuan quickly spotted Lin Shui, who was surrounded by several young women, all clad in provocative attire, form-fitting dresses, and stockings. As he approached, his already handsome features appeared even more striking under the bar's lights. "Lu Yuan, come sit with me," Lin Shui called out, her cheeks flushed. Lu Yuan nodded and took a seat beside her, causing several of the girls nearby to gasp in admiration. "So handsome." Lin Shui beamed. "Let's play dice, Lu Yuan. The loser drinks a shot." "Sure, I'm game," Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, and they soon began their game. However, after a short while, Lin Shui had consumed 3 shots of strong liquor and began to succumb to its effects, her face reddening and her gaze becoming hazy as she unconsciously leaned against Lu Yuan's shoulder. Lu Yuan, having also indulged in a few shots, glanced at Lin Shui and said, "Your tolerance is quite low. I think you've had enough. It's time to head back." Lin Shui, inebriated, protested, "Just a bit longer. Just a bit. You stay here. I'm going to the restroom." With that, Lin Shui, accompanied by another girl, made her way to the restroom. Lu Yuan remained at the booth, sipping his drink as the piercing beats vibrated through his very being, the intoxicating ambience and the dancer's seductive movements igniting his hormones. Before long, Lin Shui returned to the booth, and they resumed their revelry. Meanwhile, at a nearby booth, an intriguing scene unfolded. Lin Yin and her close friend Su Jinru were indulging in drinks, with Lin Yin continuously pouring alcohol into her glass, her expression one of utter despondency. Beside her, Su Jinru offered words of comfort. Yin Yin, take it easy. Isn't divorce a blessing in disguise for you? Why do you seem as though you've just experienced a heartbreak? Lin Yin set her glass down, covering her face as she sighed heavily. Jinru, truth be told, I never intended to divorce Lu Yuan. I thought he was merely upset this time. I figured an apology would suffice, and everything would return to normal. But who could have anticipated that he would insist on divorce? Moreover, he immediately began flirting with another woman after our separation. How despicable! With renewed anger, Lin Yin continued, and today I saw Lin Shui together with Lu Yuan. They were leaning against each other. What does that even mean? Su Jinru teased. Is that so? Your sister wouldn't have developed feelings for Lu Yuan, would she? Lin Yan's expression darkened in an instant. She had contemplated this possibility, but found it hard to believe. Surely, Lin Shui could not have feelings for Lu Yuan. Su Jinru laughed. Let us set your sister aside for now. What about Lu Yuan? Do you wish to reconcile with him? Lin Yan looked bewildered. I honestly don't know. I have attempted to win him back, but to no avail. That night, I even stripped and got into his bed, only for him to toss me out. As she recounted this, resentment was etched across Lin Yan's face. Su Jinru, equally incredulous, remarked, could it be that Lu Yuan has truly resolved to end things with you? That cannot be. He loves you deeply. Suddenly, Su Jinru's expression changed as she pointed. Wait, Yin Yin, look over there. Isn't that Lu Yuan? Not far away, at a cozy booth. Lin Shui had just returned from the restroom and was engrossed in a game of dice with Lu Yuan. Due to her lowered head, Lin Yin could not clearly see her face. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yin clenched her lips tightly, an unparalleled fury igniting within her. How could Lu Yuan, having divorced her for such a brief time, be flirting with another woman in a bar? Despicable. Su Jinru furrowed her brow. Yin Yin, I can't shake the feeling that the woman beside Lu Yuan looks somewhat familiar. Lin Yin paused, a cold smile creeping on her face. Oh really? Today, I shall find out who that woman is. Even though Lu Yuan and I are divorced, that does not mean he can just be with anyone. With that, Lin Yin rose, storming towards the booth where Lu Yuan and Lin Shui sat. Chapter 27. It's truly too late. Meanwhile, Lin Shui and Lu Yuan remained oblivious to Lin Yan's approach. Soon enough, Lin Yin staggered over. Lin Shui, enjoying herself with Lu Yuan, instinctively sensed someone standing before her and looked up, only to meet Lin Yan's gaze. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, the smile on Lin Shui's face froze. Lin Yan's own expression was one of intricate complexity. She had never expected to see Lin Shui there. What a coincidence, sister. You're here too. Lin Shui managed to force out an awkward smile. Realizing she was seated too closely to Lu Yuan, she quickly shifted away. Lin Yin took in the scene, and after a moment, said, Lin Shui, could you explain to me why you are here with Lu Yuan? An unmistakable awkwardness washed over Lin Shui's face. Sister, well, I was just having a few drinks with Lu Yuan and playing around. Don't overthink it. Overthink it. Lin Yin clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, It is not that I'm overly concerned. I simply wish to understand why you are so close to Lu Yuan now. Were you not just leaning against him while drinking? What is he to you? Are you unaware of this? Do you believe this is appropriate? Lin Shui, now irate, furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and retorted, Sister, I do not comprehend your insinuation. What do you mean by asking what Lu Yuan is to me? You two are divorced. Does that not mean he can no longer be my brother-in-law? Lin Yin bit her lip fiercely, finally feeling a surge of anger. Lin Shui, are you feigning ignorance, or are you truly this naive? My relationship with Lu Yuan is not over. We are merely experiencing a disagreement. He is still your brother-in-law. At this, Lin Shui suddenly laughed. Sister, it's not my intent to criticize you, but why do you possess such a strong sense of possessiveness? Have you inquired if Lu Yuan shares your sentiments? With that, She shook Lu Yuan's shoulder and said, Lu Yuan, stand and clarify this matter. Lu Yuan replied coolly, there is no need to stand. I will state it plainly. I have no relationship whatsoever with your sister. Tonight, we are simply friends out for drinks. Hearing this, Lin Shui smiled with satisfaction. Sister, do you have anything further to say? In that moment, Lin Yan's expression darkened to an extreme. Lu Yuan, you have never accompanied me for drinks in all these years, yet now you are out drinking with Lin Shui. What do you mean by this? Lu Yuan frowned slightly. If you are unwell, seek treatment. What is wrong with me having drinks with your sister? Do not bring up the past. It is distasteful. At this juncture, Su Jinru approached, momentarily stunned to see Lin Shui with Lu Yuan. Curiously, she asked, Shui, I find it difficult to comprehend. Was your relationship with Lu Yuan not quite strained? How can you be out drinking with him? Lin Shui replied, Sister Jinru, that was in the past. My relationship with Lu Yuan is fairly amicable now. I see no fault in us having drinks together. Su Jinru was at a loss for words. Well then, sister, let me make my stance clear. How I interact with Lu Yuan is of no concern to you, as you are divorced. Lu Yuan is now my friend. If you wish to drink here, you may join us. If not, you are free to leave. After speaking, Lin Shui sat back down, pouring a glass of wine to clink and drink with Lu Yuan. Lin Yin felt an indescribable heaviness in her chest, as though a stone pressed against her heart. While she did not believe her sister would develop anything with Lu Yuan, the scene before her felt distinctly unsettling. Beside her, Su Jinru whispered, Yin Yin, do you not wish to reconcile with Lu Yuan? This is a perfect opportunity. Lin Yin quietly asked, what do you mean? Su Jinru suggested, since they are drinking, you could create an opportunity for physical contact. The atmosphere becomes quite intimate when one drinks. You could hold his hand or place his hand on your thigh. Perhaps even intoxicate him and lead him to the restroom. Lin Yin felt enlightened. You propose a splendid strategy, Jinru. How do you know so much? Su Jinru smiled with satisfaction, saying, Men, I've encountered plenty. Do not be fooled by Lu Yuan's serious demeanor. It is merely an act. Please take a seat. I will assist you in getting him intoxicated, and then you can make your move. I refuse to believe we cannot win him over tonight. Excellent, Lin Yin responded. Instantly invigorated, she turned to Lin Shui and said, Shui, let us join Sister Jinru here. We shall drink together. Lin Shui finally smiled, replying, All right, sister, please take a seat. Yes. Lin Yin promptly settled beside Lu Yuan, with Su Jinru taking her place adjacent to Lin Yin. A hint of impatience crossed Lu Yuan's face as he snapped at Lin Yin. Can't you sit somewhere else? Lin Yin was taken aback, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Is it wrong for me to sit here? Suit yourself. Lu Yuan replied dismissively, returning to his game of dice with Lin Shui. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Su Jinru suggested, Shui, why don't we play dice together? It is far more enjoyable with a larger group. Sounds good. Lin Shui agreed without hesitation, then pulled Lu Yuan into the game. Reluctantly, he joined in. Before long, the group began rolling the dice, and to everyone's surprise, Lin Yin was the least skilled, losing several rounds in succession. After consuming 2 glasses of straight liquor, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze began to wander dreamily. Lu Yuan shifted away slightly, and Lin Yin followed suit, inching closer to him. Frustrated, Lu Yuan found himself with no alternative but to endure her proximity. Soon, Su Jinru declared, simply playing dice lacks excitement. How about we play truth or dare? Lin Shui, with her playful nature, quickly chimed in, Great idea, Sister Jinru. Lin Yin also agreed. I think that sounds fun. Lu Yuan remained silent, and Su Jinru glanced at him, stating, Lu Yuan, the majority rules. Let's commence. Before long, Su Jinru and Lu Yuan were pitted against each other, and in no time, Lu Yuan lost. With a grin, Su Jinru asked Lu Yuan, Will you choose truth or dare? He replied nonchalantly, I'll go with truth. I fear your dares may be too extreme. Haha, very well. Let the questioning begin. Su Jinru cleared her throat and inquired, Lu Yuan, please reveal your truth. Who is the woman you love the most? At this moment, the atmosphere in the booth shifted to a peculiar tension. Lin Shui's smile faltered slightly as her gaze fixated on Lu Yuan, while Lin Yan's cheeks flushed. Her eyes lowered in shyness, avoiding his gaze. Su Jinru reminded him, Lu Yuan, we cannot speak falsehoods. That would ruin the fun. I hope you will adhere to the rules. Lu Yuan nodded and softly replied, to specify my greatest love is challenging. But I can offer an alternative answer. The woman who marries me and holds the certificate is the one I cherish most. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, and both Su Jinru and Lin Shui were equally surprised. Su Jinru probed, so, does this imply that your greatest love is the woman you marry? Indeed. Isn't it Lin Yin? Su Jinru pressed further. Lin Yin looked at Lu Yuan with hopeful anticipation. Lu Yuan pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head. No. In an instant, Lin Yin's expression dimmed, and Su Jinru's demeanor turned awkward. All right, let us continue. After a while, Lin Yin lost, and Su Jin said, Lin Yin, what are you playing? I choose truth or dare. All right, who is the man you love the most? Lin Yin bit her lip and looked at Lu Yuan, stating each word deliberately. The man I love the most is Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, as if he had not heard her words. Lin Yin, still biting her lip, continued, Lu Yuan, tonight I want to express my feelings under the influence of alcohol. I truly love you. My relationship with Li Cheng is merely one of friendship. I admit I once liked him, but that was in the past. Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Lin Yin, don't you find what you were saying rather absurd? Lin Yin pouted, feeling wronged. I don't find it absurd. If I didn't love you, would I be marrying you? Would I be here trying to win you back? If you say so, then don't blame me for revealing the truth. Your attempts to win me back are not out of love. You have merely grown accustomed to my kindness and cannot bear the thought of my departure. You don't truly care for me. You are only reluctant to part with someone who treats you so well, someone who allows you to indulge while ensuring you lack nothing at home. Lin Yin, you only love yourself. If you truly loved me, you wouldn't cause me such pain. You are selfish. Lu Yuan's words pierced through her, leaving Lin Yin pale. Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan interrupted coldly. You cannot even articulate your feelings, can you? Lin Yin bit her lip, bitterness flooding her expression, and finally sighed. Lu Yuan, how about this? I promise that if we reconcile, I will return home every night at the same time, make time to chat with you daily, and go out shopping with you every week. For your birthday and our anniversaries, I will certainly prepare in advance. Lin Yin, it's too late. Lu Yuan shook his head. It truly is too late. Lin Yan's heart twisted painfully, her eyes gradually turning red. Lu Yuan, I've said this much. What more do you want from me? I want nothing from you. My only desire now is for you to completely vanish from my life and never disturb me again. Lin Yin shook her head, smiling bitterly. No, Lu Yuan, I refuse to believe you can be so heartless. I know you are deliberately provoking me. Just wait. With tears in her eyes, Lin Yin suddenly stood up and rushed toward the dance floor. Chapter 28. Lu Yuan, I did not cheat. Lin Yin dashed forward, throwing herself into the arms of a stranger. The man, clearly bewildered by the sudden embrace, instinctively wrapped his arms around her and leered. Hey there, so forward. Get away. Don't touch me. Lin Yin coldly reprimanded, casting a glance at Lu Yuan. She could not believe Lu Yuan remained unresponsive. Yet, he merely cast a glance her way before turning back to chat and laugh with another girl. Witnessing this, Lin Yin stood frozen in place, her tears welling up, her heart aching as though pierced by a knife. Why? Why did he not react to her being embraced by another man? He had never been like this before. Lin Yin forcefully pushed the man away and, lost and desolate, walked to the booth, tears brimming in her eyes. Lu Yuan, why? Why are you treating me this way? Lin Yin nearly screamed. Lu Yuan responded with an emotionless expression. Miss Lin, how have I treated you? Please do not disrupt the atmosphere while we are drinking. Drinking? I'll make you drink. Lin Yin seemed to have lost her mind as she shattered every bottle on the table. Lu Yuan shook his head and murmured, what a lunatic. Lin Yin forced a smile, her eyes reddened, and said, yes, I am indeed a lunatic. Will you forgive me, Lu Yuan? Li Cheng and I are merely friends. I gave you my first time because I love you. Lu Yuan scoffed. Did your giving me your first time hinder your infidelity? I did not cheat. Li Cheng and I are truly just friends. Lu Yuan, you cannot be so cruel to me. Cruel? Lu Yuan articulated each word with precision. Did you not consider it cruel when you sought another man at the wedding, leaving me to face ridicule alone? When I nearly lost my life shielding you from a bullet, lying in the hospital in agony. Why did you not call that cruel? On our anniversary, while I waited for you until 3 in the morning, how is it not cruel that you were out with Lu Chen at a concert? I sacrificed everything for you. Enduring public humiliation, why was that not cruel? Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury. Lin Yan, you are the most selfish, shameless, and repulsive woman in the world. Knowing you has been the nightmare of my life. You make me sick. Get out. Do not tarnish my sight. With that, Lu Yuan forcefully pushed Lin Yan away. She stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, her arms scraping against the booth, drawing blood. Lu Yuan did not spare her a glance as he turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Yan wept uncontrollably, crying like a desolate soul. Lu Yuan, please let me explain. But Lu Yuan's silhouette vanished entirely into the bar, leaving Lin Yan sitting on the floor, her face marked with unshed tears. Beside her, Su Jinru sighed softly. Yin Yan, I truly believe Lu Yuan has given up on you. Perhaps you should abandon him and marry Lu Chen instead. Haven't you always liked him? Lin Yan, with tears still on her face, murmured, I will not marry Lu Chen. The only one I will marry is Lu Yuan. Hearing this, Lin Shui's expression grew complicated. Sister, when did your values crumble to this extent? I can hardly believe you would utter such words. Lin Shui chose not to say more and turned to leave. The following morning, Lu Yuan woke up and got ready. As expected, Bai Wei had already left for the Bai group early. Lu Yuan felt a sense of admiration. After all, she was the president of the Bai group, and her self-discipline was truly impressive. After washing up and eating a piece of bread to satisfy his hunger, he prepared to head to Zhuiyuan. Just then his phone rang. Lu Yuan glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. The caller was Li Hao, a classmate from university. Coming from a modest background, Li Hao had joined a foreign company after graduation. He was a decent person, sincere and kind, and their friendship during school had endured, allowing them to stay in touch. Lu Yuan answered the call. Hello, Haozi, what prompted you to call me? On the other end, Li Hao replied with a smile. Brother Yuan, I wanted to let you know that we're having a class reunion at noon at the Tian'an Grand Hotel. I just received the news. It was a last-minute arrangement. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised. Really? Such gatherings are usually announced well in advance. Why are we only hearing about it this morning? Li Hao remarked that it was said our class monitor, Chun Zhe, had returned to the country, having just arrived this morning, and it was he who called for a gathering. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan chuckled. Now I understand. Chun Zhe has always had a penchant for showiness. Who knows how he will flaunt himself upon returning from abroad. Our relationship has never been particularly close, so perhaps I shall forego attending. Come on, brother Yuan. It's been a while since we've gathered. Let's have a couple of drinks at noon. Besides, Chun Zhe's pretentiousness is of no concern to us. We can simply enjoy our meal. At the very least, let him show off this time. I hear he has started a business. Perhaps we could even find employment there in the future. Lu Yuan smiled. My intention in attending is not to curry favor with him. I have little interest in his company. However, it is true that we haven't seen each other in quite some time, so I shall see you at noon. All right, brother Yuan, see you at noon. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan tidied himself up and left the villa, returning to Zhuiyuan to handle some work. As it was stated that he would begin his position in the marketing department today, he arrived at Zhuiyuan early. He then proceeded to the marketing department to complete his onboarding procedures. The marketing department could be described as the most illustrious, yet simultaneously the most toxic division of Zhuiyuan. Last month, an incident occurred where a confidential order was leaked, resulting in a staggering loss of 500 million. This debacle was due to an insider leaking the order details. Lu Yuan's task was to uncover these toxic elements. Before long, the morning slipped away. At noon, Li Hao called to remind him about the class reunion. Lu Yuan wasted no time and drove his newly acquired Rolls-Royce to the Tian'an Grand Hotel. Chapter 29. The heartache of Shun Nian'an. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at the foot of the Tian'an Grand Hotel. After parking, he approached the entrance. Just as a familiar figure approached, Brother Yuan. Lu Yuan turned to see a young man in ill-fitting attire, sporting a buzz cut and a Na'vi expression, dressed in what resembled a suit for insurance sales, with a smile plastered on his face. Brother Yuan, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Li Hao laughed as he playfully punched Lu Yuan's shoulder. Lu Yuan's face also broke into a smile as he assessed Li Hao and remarked, I must say, Haozi, What else with that outfit? You look like a salesman. You really ought to invest in a well-fitted suit. Li Hao's face adopted a wry smile. Brother Yuan, you hit the nail on the head. I am indeed an insurance salesman now. Lu Yuan was taken aback. What's going on? Were you not doing well at the foreign company with a decent salary? Why the sudden shift to sales? Li Hao sighed. Damn it, my boss was insufferable, insisting I bribe him. You know my character. I simply refuse to stoop to such levels. Moreover, that fool of a boss even tried to win my girlfriend. How could I possibly tolerate that? So, I gave him a good thrashing and quit on the spot. Lu Yuan smirked. You truly are brave. So now you're a salesman? At this point, my reputation in that industry is ruined. Everyone knows I assaulted my boss. With so many recent graduates flooding the job market, it's been tough to find work, so I settled for a sales position for now. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain my parents. Lu Yuan understood that Li Hao came from a modest background. Both of his parents were working-class individuals, struggling to make ends meet each month. Considering this, Lu Yuan remarked, if you have something to discuss, just share it with your brother. I'll introduce you to a class later. Also, since you have a girlfriend now, your expenses must be considerable, right? If you're short on cash, don't hesitate to tell me. Li Hao, touched, replied with a smile. Just hearing that from you is enough, brother. Don't worry, I can manage. My girlfriend is quite sensible and frugal. But what about you, brother? You've been feeling quite down these past few days. Haven to you? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? Li Hao continued. We all know about your divorce from Nian'an. Although she was in the same year as us, we weren't in the same class, and thus we aren't very familiar with each other, so we couldn't really advise you. Nevertheless, the news has been circulating widely, and many feel sorry for you. However, I know you've had a tough time over the years, and it's probably for the best that Nian'an didn't take care for you. Ending it is a good thing. Lu Yuan chuckled. I thought you were going to persuade me to reconcile with her, but it seems you've put that to rest. Li Hao laughed heartily, of course. I know you too well. I almost feel sorry for you. Speaking of which, do you remember Nian'an? Lu Yuan paused. Nian'an? Our classmate, right? Yes. I remember her. She was stunningly beautiful, tall at 175 meters, with an oval face and fair skin. She was the belle of our class, one of the few campus beauties of our year. Li Hao grinned. Exactly. Do you know what Nian'an is up to now, brother? Lu Yuan sighed. How would I know? I barely spoke to her in school. She was too aloof, and I didn't have her contact information. I truly have no idea what she has been doing these years. Li Hao exclaimed, Let me tell you, brother, Nian'an is now a big star. She is a rising flower in the entertainment industry. Her beauty is extraordinary. She was gorgeous back in school, and now she is even more radiant. Let me show you a picture. With that, Li Hao pulled out a still from one of Nian'an's dramas and handed it to Lu Yuan. Upon seeing it, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be astonished. In the photo, Nian'an donned a fitted white dress, her features strikingly delicate, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes, refined nose, luscious red lips, and defined jawline made her look like an exquisite animated heroine, undeniably perfect. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue. Indeed impressed by her beauty, which could rival by ways. Both possessed an ethereal grace. After a moment of admiration, Lu Yuan smiled and said, She is truly beautiful. Li Hao replied, That is an understatement. Of course, she is gorgeous. She is here today as well. I heard she is filming in Tian'an and decided to join us for a gathering. And guess what, brother? Nian'an is currently single. I think you should consider pursuing her. Lu Yuan chuckled. Oh, come on. How could such a beauty be interested in someone like me? Women like her have very high standards. Please don't try to set me up. But what if she likes your type? Li Hao insisted. Lu Yuan shook his head. Let us not entertain such fanciful ideas. Come on, let us head inside. Just as they were about to enter, a white Maserati Levant pulled up nearby. Li Hao's gaze was drawn to a figure, and he suddenly grasped Lu Yuan's sleeve, exclaiming excitedly, Brother Yuan, look, is that not Nian'an? By heavens, it truly is her. Flustered and incoherent, Li Hao's enthusiasm was palpable, and Lu Yuan turned his attention to the driver's seat, where indeed the figure resembled Nian'an. Before long, a Maserati came to a halt, and a woman emerged. She was adorned in a pristine white couture gown, her raven hair cascading casually over her shoulders, accentuating her elongated and flawless silhouette, a figure that could only be described as devilishly enchanting. Her legs, fair and elongated, glimmered alluringly as she stepped gracefully in high heels, exuding a radiant aura that outshone even the stars of the television screen. As their gaze fell upon her visage, it revealed a perfectly sculpted oval face, alabaster and exquisite, possessing an ethereal beauty akin to a painting come to life. Particularly mesmerizing were her eyes, deep, gentle pools of darkness that seemed to harbor a spring of warmth, captivating anyone who dared to look. In summary, her beauty was unparalleled, transcending the ranks of current internet celebrities by a significant measure. Even Lu Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. He had seen his fair share of beauties, yet the woman before him was striking in a way that rendered him momentarily dazed. With graceful strides and an Hermes white handbag in hand, Shen Yinan approached them. Li Hao, unable to contain his excitement any longer, stammered, Shen Yinan, do you remember me? Shen Yinan pressed her lips together, a subtle smile gracing her delicate features as she replied warmly, of course I remember you, Li Hao. We are classmates. How could I forget? Li Hao chuckled. I thought you might have forgotten us now that you're a big star. But do you still remember who he is? He nudged Lu Yuan playfully. Shen Yinan's gaze shifted to Lu Yuan, her eyes momentarily flickering with an unusual emotion. Lu Yuan also looked at Shen Yinan, sensing a fleeting but distinct sentiment in her eyes. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He brushed it aside and smiled. Shen Yinan, it has been a long time. Shen Yinan slightly parted her lips. Lu Yuan, it has indeed been a while. Lu Yuan replied with a grin. It's been years. You're even more beautiful than before. If I saw you on the street, I might not even recognize you. Her cheeks flushed a delicate hue as she remarked, after so many years, you were quite different from the Lu Yuan I remember, who rarely spoke and hardly interacted with girls. I never expected you to give compliments. Feeling a bit bashful, Lu Yuan scratched his head. People change, don't they? He then inquired, by the way, how are you and Lin Yan? A subtle flutter passed through her eyelashes as her gaze locked onto his. Lu Yuan released a sigh, deciding to refrain from elaborating. Why not? He recounted a brief account of the wedding incident. By the end, Shen Yinan's face fell, and concern flickered in her eyes for Lu Yuan. How could Lin Yan do such a thing? After all you've sacrificed for her, does she not care at all? Lu Yuan waved his hand in resignation. Let us not dwell on it. It's all in the past. Shen Yinan sighed softly. So, have you truly moved on? Lu Yuan? Yes. If I don't move on, wouldn't I become a mere sycophant? Ha ha. Shen Yinan chuckled. Just let it go. Congratulations on your new life. I hope your days ahead will be ever more splendid. Thank you for the well wishes, superstar. Shen Yinan smiled sweetly. All right, let us head upstairs. It seems everyone has nearly arrived. We wouldn't want to keep them waiting. Sure. With that, the group ascended the stairs together. Chapter 30. Chun Zhe's thoughts. Meanwhile, in a private room upstairs, many classmates had already gathered. Chun Zhe, clad in an opulent suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, engaged in lively conversation with his peers. Occasionally, he would subtly display the luxurious watch on his wrist, his face radiating a charming smile. After all, he was now a returnee and a successful entrepreneur. To be candid, part of his motivation for attending this reunion was to flaunt his success, while another part aimed to undermine Lu Yuan. In her school days, he had persistently pursued Lin Yan, yet due to not fitting her preferred type, he had never garnered her affection. Meanwhile, that infatuated Lu Yuan had somehow won her heart, which left Chun Zhe feeling quite disgruntled. Nevertheless, the past was behind him. His primary focus today was Shen Yinan, and he was eager to put Lu Yuan in his place. Our class leader Chun Zhe, surely your wealth must have surpassed 1 billion by now. You are undoubtedly the most impressive among us. I reckon our class leader possesses at least several billion in assets. Handsome, wealthy, and well-educated. What woman could resist such allure? A group of classmates showered Chun Zhe with flattery, which naturally inflated his confidence. Although his family's fortune barely reached tens of millions, he basked in the compliments and replied with a grin. Well, a few billion isn't too far off, but at my stage, money is merely an external concern. Look at our class leader. Such a lofty perspective. Oh, Is it a Patek Philippe watch you're wearing, class leader? It must be worth over $1 million, right? Chunze smiled nonchalantly, though his eyes betrayed his pride. Not too expensive, just over 170,000, more or less. My goodness, that watch could buy a whole apartment. I doubt I'll ever wear something like that in my lifetime. It's my first time seeing such an expensive timepiece. Many continued to flatter him, and Chunze's pride swelled further. Seated beside Chunze was a stunning girl, exuding allure with a seductive smile, clad in a form-fitting black dress. Her name was Wang Yufei, the local internet sensation with 60 to 70,000 followers, regularly posting sultry videos and occasionally hosting live streams. She had become quite popular, earning a comfortable income of over 10,000 a month, while presenting herself as a socialite, driving a Porsche 718 and indulging in luxury purchases. Wang Yufei had transformed into the epitome of a wealthy beauty among her peers. At this moment, as Wang Yufei listened to Chunze, her mind began to wander with intriguing thoughts. Her initial intention of filming suggestive videos online was to attract a wealthy and handsome gentleman, ideally to engage in a swift romance leading to marriage, thus securing her future. In her eyes, being financially supported in the past would no longer be a topic of discussion. Chunze's attributes were indeed commendable, perfectly aligning with her expectations. He was affluent, reasonably attractive, came from a good family background, and possessed a respectable education. He was even her classmate. Wang Yufei's heart began to flutter with excitement, prompting her to lean closer to Chunze, her face adorned with a charming smile as she remarked, "I always knew that our class monitor, Chunze, would achieve great success. And indeed, you have. I truly admire you, Chunze. With your family's wealth, you could easily live as a privileged heir. Yet you have built your own path. In my eyes, you're the most outstanding gentleman." Upon hearing her words, Chunze felt a surge of enthusiasm. Moreover, considering that it was Wang Yufei, who was not only beautiful but also regarded as a goddess, his heart swelled with emotion. Although she could not quite compete with Lin Yan and Shun Yinan, she was still a paragon of beauty in the eyes of the average person. Chunze responded earnestly, "Yufei, you truly understand me." Wang Yufei's enchanting eyes sparkled as she bit her lip, her gaze playfully teasing Chunze. With a sultry tone, she continued, "I have always been aware of you, Chunze. Even during our school days, I kept an eye on you, and over the years, I have followed your endeavors abroad. At times, I longed to reach out, yet feared overstepping boundaries." As she spoke, she gently placed her hand, previously resting beneath the table, on Chunze's thigh. Chunze felt a jolt, his gaze drawn to Wang Yufei's alluring legs clad in stockings, igniting a fire within him. He swallowed hard, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward as he replied, "Yufei, if you wish to contact me, feel free to do so directly. We're friends, after all. No need for hesitation." "Understood. Let's keep in touch more often." Wang Yufei breathed softly, her alluring gaze causing Chunze's heart to race, leaving him almost dazed. She subtly took Chunze's hand and placed it on her silky leg. Chunze's breath caught in his throat as he looked at Wang Yufei, whose cheeks flushed with a delightful hue, her eyes sparkling with a captivating allure. In that moment, he felt a rush of heat, unable to restrain himself any longer as he whispered, "Yufei, are you free tonight?" Wang Yufei's eyes glimmered mischievously. "I am. What's on your mind, Z's?" Chunze smiled. "How about coming over to my place later for a drink? I just purchased a villa in Tian'an, complete with a swimming pool. And I have a few exquisite bottles of wine I brought back from abroad." As adults, the implications of his words were clear to Wang Yufei. Wang Yufei traced gentle circles on Chunze's thigh with her delicate fingers, her gaze laced with seduction. "Sounds good, Z's. Just make sure you have everything prepared for my visit tonight." Chunze was instantly filled with excitement. "What should I prepare, Yufei?" Wang Yufei playfully pouted, "Oh, you know very well what I mean." Leaning closer, she whispered a few tantalizing words in Chunze's ear, sending a shockwave through him. As warmth surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Wang Yufei is truly audacious. She even expects him to prepare candle necklaces and the like. The others at the table naturally noticed the flirtatious atmosphere between Chunze and Wang Yufei. Everyone is astute. It is only natural for a handsome man to be paired with a beautiful woman. Some of the young men present felt a pang of jealousy, as Wang Yufei was their goddess, and they harbored feelings for her. However, Wang Yufei paid no heed to them at all. They would shower her with gifts during live streams and even purchase extravagant items on various holidays, with one young man spending over 10,000 on a handbag, hoping to entice Wang Yufei for a night. Yet, while Wang Yufei accepted their tokens, the thought of sharing a bed was out of the question. In her heart, she looked down on these commoners, viewing them merely as a means to extract a little money. Only truly wealthy individuals or second-generation rich could hope to share her bed. After all, the trivial gifts they offered were something she could easily earn herself. Why endure such discomfort? Though many of the young men felt jealousy at that moment, they were helpless. After all, they were mere ordinary office workers, unlikely to encounter a goddess of her caliber in their lifetimes. It was indeed disheartening to see their idol so readily approach Chunzei. The thought of Wang Yufei dutifully serving Chunzei like a wooden puppet that evening only intensified their discomfort. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the private room remained relatively pleasant. Finally, Chunzei spoke up. Why are there still people missing? Where are they? Someone replied, Brother Zhe, Li Hao, Lu Yuan, and Shen Yinan have yet to arrive. Chunzei sneered. Lu Yuan actually dares to come? What a pathetic loser. What is he up to now? Another chimed in with derision, Brother Zhe. Lu Yuan has become a laughingstock, abandoned by Lin Yan at the wedding. It is said he's been kicked out by her and has yet to find a job. Chunzei's spirits lifted, and he mockingly remarked, What a useless waste. How can such a man exist? Sigh. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Lu Yuan and his companions entered. All laughter ceased immediately as everyone turned their gaze toward them. However, it was not Lu Yuan that captured their attention, but rather Nian'an, who followed closely behind him. In that moment, all the girls in the room seemed to lose their luster, despite the presence of many beautiful women. They paled in comparison to Nian'an. Even Wang Yufei, who was already a goddess in her own right, appeared mundane beside her. The eyes of all the young men grew fervently bright, filled with astonishment and admiration. Chunzei, too, was entranced, gazing at Nian'an in awe. She was simply breathtaking. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. How have you been? Nian'an greeted with a gentle smile, a simple expression that stirred the hearts of all present. Chunzei hurriedly stood up, excitement evident in his voice. Nian'an, you all have arrived. Please have a seat. Nian'an, why don't you sit beside me? Upon hearing this, Wang Yufei's expression darkened. This scoundrel Chunzei had forgotten her in the presence of beauty. Nian'an shook her head with a smile. No need, class leader Chunzei. The three of us are quite comfortable sitting here. At the entrance, there were 3 seats. Nian'an spoke as she took a seat, followed by Lu Yuan and Li Hao. After a brief moment of astonishment, everyone quickly gathered around Nian'an, engaging her in lively conversation, their faces adorned with enthusiastic and excited smiles. In an instant, Nian'an became the center of attention, while Wang Yufei was left feeling neglected. Witnessing this scene, a sense of resentment brewed in Wang Yufei's eyes as she clenched her fists, overwhelmed by jealousy and discomfort. Chunzei instructed the waiter to begin serving the dishes. Before long, exquisite plates of food began to arrive, creating a delightful atmosphere in the private room. Chunzei was the first to raise his glass, cheerfully proclaiming, It has been several years, and it is truly a fortuitous occasion for us to gather here. I toast to all of you. Thank you for honoring me with your presence. You're too modest, Zege. You inviting us here is already a favor to us. We drink to you. Several young men flattered Chunzei, their sycophantic expressions unmistakable. As everyone drank, the focus of the gathering remained firmly on Nian'an and Chunzei, with all discussions revolving around them. Meanwhile, Li Hao and Lu Yuan quietly sipped their drinks, the others at the table treating them as if they were invisible. Observing this, Li Hao sighed. Yuan Ge, it seems we are somewhat isolated. Lu Yuan shook his head. It's not so much isolation as it is that they perceive us as lacking value in terms of camaraderie. Thus they choose to ignore us. Li Hao expressed his dissatisfaction. We are all classmates. Why act so superficial? It's truly unbearable. Lu Yuan chuckled. It matters not. Let them be. We can simply enjoy our drinks. As others took turns toasting, it was clear that some classmates were not so superficial and joined Li Hao and Lu Yuan in drinking. However, many still completely disregarded Lu Yuan and Li Hao, aware that Lu Yuan lacked notable achievements and that Li Hao was currently a mere insurance salesman. Their peers were either small leaders in their respective companies or corporate executives, and they had little interest in engaging with someone like Lu Yuan, whom they considered insignificant. Lu Yuan mentally noted the individuals present, categorizing those who were superficial and those who still valued their camaraderie. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Chen Zhe had consumed quite a bit, his face flushed, his speech laced with the scent of alcohol. At that moment, Chen Zhe's gaze fell upon Lu Yuan, and with a forced smile, he remarked, "Lu Yuan, here I am treating you to such a splendid meal, yet you Haven Tea raised a toast to me?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that indeed, this meal was on Chen Zhe, and it was only fitting to offer a toast. With that thought, he lifted his glass and said calmly, "I appreciate this meal, Mr. Chen. I am fortunate to be in your company today." Chen Zhe scoffed, of course. "Otherwise, it will be challenging for you to dine here. By the way, I heard that you and Lin Yin have completely ended things?" Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Chen Zhe continued with a laugh. "I knew you two wouldn't last. Just think about it. When you were so eager to please Lin Yin, she hardly acknowledged you. Although she eventually agreed to be with you, it ended nonetheless. One must recognize their own identity. At the end of the day, you are but a person of the lower strata. How could you possibly be worthy of Lin Yin?" Exactly. Ziege was right. Lu Yuan, do not delude yourself into thinking that by clinging to Lin Yin, you can soar to great heights. Not a single man who lives off others has ever garnered respect. Look at you now, cast aside, ha ha ha. Several boys mocked, their jealousy palpable upon witnessing Lu Yuan's pursuit of Lin Yin. After all, Lin Yin was not only beautiful, but also affluent, which naturally incited their envy. Now that they heard of the couple's breakup, they were eager to trample on him further. Li Hao could no longer contain himself and retorted with displeasure, "Ziege, why bring this up during dinner? This is not Lu Yuan's fault. Lin Yin has her own issues." Chen Zhe shot a cold glance at Li Hao. "Li Hao, what gives you the right to speak to me like that? A worthless insurance salesman like you should be grateful to even be seated here. Without the fortune of your ancestors, you wouldn't even deserve to dine in such company. I would find it embarrassing to share a meal with you." Laughter erupted in the private room, and Li Hao's face flushed crimson, his skin burning with humiliation. He stood up angrily. "Chen Zhe, what the hell do you mean? Let me tell you, had you not invited me, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Who cares about this meal? Oh, feeling bold, are we? Fine then, you can pay for yourself later. I will cover the others' expenses, but you must pay for your own. This meal, along with the drinks, probably amounts to 70 or 80,000. With a group of over 10 of us, that's about 5 or 6,000 per person. You can manage that, can't you?" Li Hao froze, his face betraying his embarrassment. 5 or 6,000 for a meal. His monthly salary was barely that amount, and he certainly did not have such funds on hand. Gritting his teeth, he seethed with shame and anger. Chen Zhe chuckled dismissively. "What's wrong? Lost your voice? Realizing you can't afford it? Pathetic. How dare a pauper like you voice any opinion against me? Utterly disgraceful." Li Hao bit his lip until it bled, his eyes wide with indignation. Beside him, Lu Yuan tugged at Li Hao's sleeve. "How's he stay calm?" Li Hao rasped, "Brother Yuan, this bastard is pushing it too far." Lu Yuan smiled. "Just treat his words as mere wind. Don't let him get to you." Li Hao took a deep breath and sat back down, while Chen Zhe, unable to maintain his composure, snapped, "Lu Yuan, what did you just say? Who are you calling wind?" Lu Yuan replied coolly, "I was referring to you." "What of it?" Chen Zhe was about to erupt, but suddenly seemed to reconsider. He sneered, "Forget it. There's no point in getting upset with low-tier individuals like you. One is an insurance salesman, and the other, a cast-off sycophant. Combined, you two might not earn 1,000, which doesn't even cover the cost of my meal. Why would I bother arguing with you?" Vong Yu Fai chimed in, flattiering Chenshe, exactly. "Lu Yuan, Li Hao, don't be so ungrateful. If it weren't for Ziege today, you two probably wouldn't even qualify to dine at such an upscale venue." Others echoed her sentiments, right? "What gives you the right to challenge Ziege? He is about to establish a new company upon his return. You should be eager to curry favor with him. After all, a wise person knows when to be humble. Hearing this, Chunze took a sip of tea, wiped his mouth, and remarked, "That sounds reasonable. Lu Yuan and Li Hao, please rise and drink 3 cups as self-punishment. I might consider hiring you both as security in my company. Haha, a monthly salary of 7,000 for each of you. What do you think?" The crowd erupted into laughter. Nian'an frowned slightly and softly remarked, "Chunze, do not speak too harshly. Lu Yuan and Li Hao are not destined for security work. We are all classmates. If you truly care, you should arrange proper jobs for them." Chunze's expression shifted to one of gentle warmth. "Nian'an, I understand. In light of your words, I can indeed arrange legitimate positions for both of them." After saying this, Chunze turned to Lu Yuan and Li Hao. "Did you hear that? Stand up, drink a toast, and apologize to me. If you do, I will consider arranging jobs for both of you." Li Hao hesitated, acutely aware of his financial predicament. He genuinely needed a job. He glanced at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. "How's he? There is no need. I can assist you with the job situation." Li Hao was taken aback, gazing deeply at Lu Yuan. "Brother Yuan, I trust your words." Across the table, Chunze could hardly contain his amusement. "Oh, Lu Yuan, you are quite the pretender. Do you even have a job yourself? Yet you speak of solving Li Hao's employment issues? Your arrogance is laughable." Lu Yuan replied with a serene smile, "I actually do have a job, and the position I arrange for Li Hao will undoubtedly surpass yours." Chunze laughed so hard he nearly shed tears. "You could take a hike. You are the king of boasting. Do you know why I returned to the country? It's because the president of Zhuiyuan Group, Song Qingwan, has expressed interest in investing in my company." Everyone around was astonished. "Brother Zhe, you are about to soar. Zhuiyuan Group wants to invest in your company? That's incredible." Indeed, Zhuiyuan Group is the leading enterprise in Tian'an. Any company they invest in is destined for success. Who would have thought that Brother Zhe has connections with Zhuiyuan Group and knows its president? It's astounding. A chorus of admiration filled the room as everyone gazed at Chunze with awe. Chunze, overflowing with vanity, wore an expression of pride and satisfaction. "What can I say? It's just my exceptional talent that has garnered President Song's attention." "That's amazing, Brother Zhe. Don't forget us when you rise to the top. We're all here, hoping to benefit from you." "Absolutely." Chunze took a sip of tea and, looking at Lu Yuan with disdain, remarked, "Did you hear that, Lu Yuan? My company, Zhuiyuan Group, is ready to invest. What about you? What do you have to show? Do you even compare?" Lu Yuan could not help but laugh, leaving Chunze and the others momentarily stunned. Soon, Chunze furrowed his brow. "Lu Yuan, what are you laughing about? Do you think I'm merely boasting? I'll have you know that President Song is dining here as well. Do you believe I cannot bring her to this private room?" Lu Yuan smiled lightly. "Very well. If you can bring her here, I will believe you." Chen Shi, now irked, retorted, "All right, you wait and see." With that, he took out his phone and dialed Song Qingwan's number. The call connected swiftly, and Chunze greeted her with ingratiating charm. "Hello, President Song, it's Chunze. Yes, I encountered you downstairs just now. Are you dining here?" "Ah, in room 666? That's right next to us." "Ah, there is nothing much, Mr. Song. I simply wish to inquire if you could grace us with your presence here. Indeed, these are my classmates, all of whom hold you in high esteem. Haha." At that moment, Song Qingwan offered a gentle smile. "Very well. I shall make my way over. Since you have extended an invitation, it would be remiss of me not to oblige." Chunze, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Mr. Song. We shall await your arrival." Once the call concluded, Chunze felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "Mr. Song will be here shortly. Lu Yuan, allow me to demonstrate the power of connections." Wang Yufei looked at Lu Yuan with a hint of pity. "Lu Yuan, you are simply too stubborn. If you lack the capability, it would be wise to remain humble. Yet you refuse to accept your circumstances, which is rather contemptible." Wang Yufei harbored a certain disappointment. In school, she had developed feelings for Lu Yuan, who perfectly embodied her ideal type. She had once expressed her affections to him, but he had completely disregarded her. This incident remained a persistent thorn in her heart. To be candid, she had come today with the hope of seeing him. For Wang Yufei, Lu Yuan represented an obsession, a blend of resentment and unfulfilled longing. Hearing that Lu Yuan had faced hardships in recent years brought her a sense of satisfaction, albeit tinged with a smidgen of sympathy. Now, witnessing his continued struggles and obstinacy, she felt a genuine frustration. Had Lu Yuan possessed even a modest fortune, she would have pursued him eagerly. Alas, he was truly impoverished. She would never approach someone whose assets were below 50 million. Yet if Lu Yuan had 5 million, she would consider being with him. She had intended to engage Lu Yuan in conversation today, seeking an opportunity. However, seeing him in his current state, Wang Yufei felt her hopes dwindling. Lu Yuan was far worse off than she had anticipated. The crowd began to murmur about Lu Yuan. Why is Lu Yuan so obstinate? Can't he see the opportunities presented by Brother Zhe? Indeed, Brother Zhe is even offering him a chance for employment. Why is he being so stubborn in his poverty? I have little regard for individuals like Lu Yuan, both poor and pretentious, acting as if they are remarkable. In truth, Lu Yuan is rather pitiable. Look at us, all doing well, while he languishes in his misfortune. Perhaps he is too proud, hence the pretense, someone lamented. Chen Zhe scoffed. Enough chatter. He is simply refusing to acknowledge the kindness extended to him. Does he truly believe himself to be something special? I had even considered offering him a menial job, but now that is out of the question. Laughter erupted among the group. So, Brother Zhe had planned to assign him the task of cleaning toilets. Haha. Lu Yuan should indeed be brought down a peg. Brother Zhe's actions are justified. Lu Yuan, listening to their comments, remained silent, his expression placid. Beside him, Li Hao murmured, Brother Yuan, does Chen Zhe truly know the president of Zhuiyuan Group? I underestimated him. If he aligns himself with Zhuiyuan Group, he could soar to great heights. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Do not worry, he shall not take flight. Li Hao paused, glancing at Lu Yuan, sensing something amiss. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Song Qingwan stepped inside. Chapter 32. Shen Yinan's doubts. Song Qingwan, clad in a professional skirt suit, exuded an air of elegance with her striking features and graceful figure, embodying the essence of a captivating beauty. As she entered, the entire private room fell into an uncanny silence. What a formidable presence! All eyes were riveted on Song Qingwan, save for Lu Yuan. Soon, Chen Zhe regained his composure. Hastily rising with a smile that radiated warmth, President Song, you've arrived, please have a seat. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, Song Qingwan replied, I shall refrain from sitting, Xiao Chun. I wouldn't want to intrude upon your gathering. She then lifted her wine glass and addressed the group with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, you must all be Xiao Chun's friends. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. My tolerance for alcohol is quite limited, so I shall offer tea instead of wine. I hope you will understand. The group, taken aback by her graciousness, quickly responded, President Song, you are far too kind. It is our greatest honor that you could join us. Indeed, President Song, you are even more stunning in person than on television. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and nervousness. After all, this was Song Qingwan, the president of Zhuiyuan Group, a figure wielding power over hundreds of billions, if not trillions. Were it not for Chen Zhe, they would never have had the privilege of meeting her. As the crowd rose to toast, Chen Zhe's gaze fell upon Lu Yuan, who remained seated, his back turned to Song Qingwan. A flicker of irritation sparked within Chen Zhe, but he restrained himself from expressing anger, instead saying with a smile, Lu Yuan, President Song is here. Why are you still sitting there in a daze? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's name, Song Qingwan paused momentarily, her expression shifting. In the next instant, Lu Yuan stood, raised his glass, and turned to face Song Qingwan, a smile gracing his features. You didn't mention you were coming to drink today. Song Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and a delicate blush crept onto her previously pale face. I came on short notice. I had no idea my boss would be here as well. Witnessing this exchange, the others gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. The silence in the room was so profound that a pin dropping would have been audible. How did Lu Yuan know Song Qingwan? Why were they conversing so intimately? Why did she refer to him as boss? The atmosphere buzzed with shock, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Chen Zhe began to tremble, swallowing hard as he stammered, President, what is your relationship with Lu Yuan? With a serene smile, Song Qingyuan replied. I didn't TC my boss earlier. So allow me to introduce him to everyone. Lu Yuan, my boss, and I am his secretary. Oh, and Xiao Chun. Why didn't you mention the boss was here sooner? Had I known, I would have brought over some drinks. Old boss. Chun Zhe's mouth fell open wide. His gaze fixed on Lu Yuan in utter disbelief, struggling to articulate his words. Lu Yuan, you. The others shared similarly incredulous looks with Lu Yuan. How could this be? Was this a dream? At this moment, Lu Yuan smiled at Song Qingyuan and said, All right, you have work this afternoon, so you should refrain from drinking. Go on and take care of your tasks. Understood, boss. Song Qingyuan bestowed a sweet smile upon Lu Yuan before turning gracefully on her stiletto-clad legs and departing. As the door to the private room closed, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Lu Yuan lifted his teacup, took a sip, and remarked nonchalantly, Howsy, tidy up and prepare to start working at Zhuiyuan. Zhuiyuan is an enterprise under my stewardship. I shall arrange for you to assume a managerial position there. Boom! Li Hao's mind buzzed, and he swallowed hard, unable to contain himself any longer, delivering a punch to Lu Yuan. Damn it, Lu Yuan, how have you deceived your brother this whole time? Zhuiyuan is actually your company? Li Hao was so overwhelmed with emotion that he felt tears welling up. Lu Yuan chuckled heartily. You didn't even ask me. I'm not insane. Do you expect me to announce that Zhuiyuan is mine upon seeing someone? Li Hao inhaled deeply several times, gazing at the ceiling, murmuring, Am I dreaming? My brother is the owner of Zhuiyuan, with a fortune in the billions? Lu Yuan playfully punched Li Hao back, unable to suppress his laughter. You rascal, why are you so worked up? The others, witnessing this exchange, displayed a myriad of expressions, transitioning from shock to disbelief, followed by excitement and then regret. Lu Yuan turned his attention to Chun Zhe, calmly inquiring, Do I still need to toast you? With a thud, Chun Zhe's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His face drained of color. Mr. Lu, I truly had no idea it was you. How could this be? Chun Zhe felt a tightness in his chest, struggling to breathe. How could Lu Yuan, whom he perceived as an ordinary person, merely Lin Yan's sycophant, who had been cast aside, possibly be the clandestine master of Zhuiyuan? However, the truth was undeniable. Chun Zhe inhaled deeply, mustering all his strength to force a sheepish, awkward smile. Mr. Lu, I was blind to your greatness. Had I known, this would have been a misunderstanding. As he spoke, Chun Zhe hastily seized a wine glass, downing 3 shots of liquor in quick succession. Once he finished, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, and he muttered, Lu Yuan, I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me. Spare me. With a thud, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed on the ground. The others, witnessing this scene, could no longer remain seated in rows, all wearing ingratiating smiles. Mr. Lu, I raise a glass to you. It was my fault earlier. Please don't take offense. You should address him as Mr. Lu. Someone interjected. Mr. Lu, it was our lack of perception. Please don't dwell on the actions of insignificant individuals. A chorus of anxious and sycophantic voices filled the room. Lu Yuan remained seated, observing these individuals with a detached demeanor. All right, everyone, take your seats. Spare me this charade. I shan't drink with you. The faces of those who had previously mocked Lu Yuan paled, exchanging glances laden with apprehension. Lu Yuan then raised his glass, surveying the 7 or 8 individuals who had not previously engaged in derision and maintained a respectable demeanor. They instantly straightened, each wearing a look of surprised delight. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Gentlemen, we have known each other for many years. Although our school days may not have fostered a deep connection, our acquaintance is indeed a fortuitous bond. You have not sought to undermine me, and I appreciate the respect you have shown. Allow me to toast to you all. The 7 or 8 individuals could hardly contain themselves, hastily rising. Mr. Lu, you are far too gracious. We should be the ones toasting you. Just call me Lu Yuan. No need for excessive formality. The group exchanged glances, each feeling a surge of emotion, recognizing that Lu Yuan was not one to put on airs. Excellent. Lu Yuan, we raise our glasses to you. They were astonished to learn that he was the owner of Zhuiyuan. Having a classmate like him filled them with pride and honor. With excitement, they downed their drinks. Lu Yuan also finished his glass in one gulp, smiling as he said, If any of you need assistance with your work in the future, just reach out to me. Additionally, there are several excellent positions available at Zhuiyuan. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. The group was profoundly moved. Thank you, Lu Yuan. The expressions of the others at the table were indescribably complex. For the compensation at Zhuiyuan was undoubtedly the best in the entire Tianhai. Naturally, they all desired to join, but reflecting on their previous attitudes, they felt a heavy sense of regret. Opposite them, Wang Yufei bit her lip, gazing at Lu Yuan with a hint of melancholy. She never expected him to be the president of Zhuiyuan. How had she not realized it sooner? After taking a sip of her drink, her heart brimmed with remorse. Oh, Lu Yuan, how wonderful it would have been if you had revealed your position as the president of Zhuiyuan sooner. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, prompting her to drink a few more glasses. As the meal drew to a close and the group had nearly finished drinking, Lu Yuan, along with Li Hao and Shen Yinan, left the table. Outside the hotel, Shen Yinan cast a deep glance at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you truly have exceeded my expectations. Lu Yuan smiled modestly, replying, Nian'an, it's nothing extraordinary. As you know, I prefer to keep a low profile. Shen Yinan smiled playfully. I'm actually quite curious. What do you think Lin Yan would feel if she discovered you were the president of Zhuiyuan? Lu Yuan sighed wistfully. It no longer matters. I'm indifferent to her reactions now. Between us, we are merely strangers. Shen Yinan bit her lip, gazing into the distance. A flicker of an unnoticeable emotion flashing in her eyes. Soon, she glanced at her phone and said, Lu Yuan, are you free tonight? I am quite free, he replied. Great. Let us meet up later. And what about Li Hao? Li Hao grinned and chimed in, absolutely. Nian'an, I fully support this. Lu Yuan, don't ask. I've already agreed for you. Shen Yinan covered her mouth and laughed. Perfect. Then we shall meet tonight. After speaking, she entered her Maserati and drove away swiftly. Shortly after, in the car, Shen Yinan dialed a number. An elderly voice answered, Miss, how may I assist you? She pressed her lips together and said, Chun Bo, please investigate a person for me. The behind-the-scenes owner of Zhuiyuan Group in Tianhai City, Lu Yuan. The behind-the-scenes owner of Zhuiyuan Group? The elder chuckled, Miss. While Zhuiyuan Group is formidable, my Shun family is one of the 4 prominent families in the provincial capital. Is a specific investigation truly necessary? Shen Yinan pondered for a moment and recounted the events of the day. The elder was taken aback. What? The owner of Zhuiyuan Group is a young man in his 20s? Yes, Chenbo. The critical point is that he has remained quite low-key in recent years. Everyone assumed he was just an ordinary person. Don't you think there is something amiss here? At that moment, Chenbo immediately said, Miss, I shall send someone to investigate right away. However, you must not linger outside for too long, lest your father become upset. Moreover, as you are aware, our Shun family has numerous adversaries. It would be unwise for you to encounter any danger. Do not worry, Chenbo. I am well aware of my circumstances. After ending the call, a message soon arrived. Shen Yinan glanced at her phone, and a flicker of astonishment appeared in her beautiful eyes. The foremost aristocratic family in the capital, the Lu family? Lu Yuan. How could you possess such a distinguished identity? Even at this moment, profound shock filled Shen Yinan's gaze. The Shen family is one of the 4 prominent families in the provincial capital with a substantial background. During her studies in Tianhai, she had developed a fondness for Lu Yuan, though she never anticipated anything would transpire between them. On one hand, Lu Yuan was enamored with Lin Yan. On the other, her family would never permit her to choose an ordinary person as her partner. Her attendance at the gathering today was not intended to meet anyone else. She merely wished to see Lu Yuan. For all these years, she had never forgotten him, yet she had never expressed her feelings to anyone, keeping this affection silently hidden in her heart. Now that Lu Yuan had divorced Lin Yan, his status had become even more illustrious. Shen Yinan bit her lip, her heart racing. Lu Yuan, perhaps it is time for me, Shen Yinan, to be courageous. At the hotel entrance, Li Hao smirked mischievously and said, Brother Yuan, it seems like Shen Yinan wants to pursue something with you. Lu Yuan replied, Come now, she merely asked to have a meal, do not misunderstand. Li Hao exclaimed, Come on, Brother Yuan, are you really that oblivious? Who would turn down a meal? Who is Shen Yinan? She is a superstar, renowned all across Huaxia, a first-tier celebrity. Do you think she has an abundance of time? The average person cannot even dream of dining with her. Lu Yuan scratched his head. I suppose you have a point. Of course. Countless wealthy business people offer hundreds of thousands, even millions, just to share a meal with Nian'an, and she declines them. Your brother's perspective is absolutely correct. Nian'an definitely has feelings for you. No doubt about it. Liu asarta confidently. Lu Yuan chuckled and retorted, You really have quite the imagination. Hey, tonight we shall see the outcome. All right, Brother Yuan, I must return to my duties. Until we meet again. Lu Yuan nodded. When you have the time, do report to Zhui Yuan. The salary is quite decent, around 700,000 a year. Are you satisfied? Li Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Damn. If I could earn 200,000 a year, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. What could I possibly be dissatisfied with? That is splendid. Now that you have a job and a girlfriend, strive to marry soon. Your brother is eager to celebrate your wedding. Absolutely. I will do my best. Li Hao replied with a grin as he departed. Lu Yuan subsequently entered his vehicle. Just as he was about to start the engine, a sudden knock on the window startled him. Turning to look, he was taken aback to see Wang Yufei. After a moment of surprise, he lowered the window and asked, What brings you here? Wang Yufei's delicate and beautiful face was flushed as she said, Lu Yuan, I have something to discuss with you. May I join you in the car? Lu Yuan frowned and replied, Just tell me what it is. Please, let me come in. We are classmates after all. Allow me to sit in this luxurious car. I have never had the chance to experience it. Lu Yuan wore an expression of utter disbelief as he pressed the unlock button. Wang Yufei promptly slid into the seat beside him, her alluring legs clad in black stockings radiating an undeniable sensuality. Wow, this luxury car is truly magnificent. It's so hot, she exclaimed, shedding her outer garment, revealing her voluptuous curves that were strikingly prominent. What is it? Just speak, Lu Yuan replied impatiently. Chapter 33. The Secret of Li Cheng. With a playful arch of her beautiful eyes, Wang Yufei smiled brightly. Lu Yuan, why are you so cold towards me? We are classmates. Can I do chat with you? Lu Yuan glanced at Wang Yufei, his smile devoid of warmth. I'm well aware of your attitude toward me earlier in the private room. Oh, that was just under duress. You know how influential Chen Zhe is. I had a curry favor with him. She continued, her voice softening. Besides, I've cherished feelings for you all these years. I've always liked you, Lu Yuan. As she spoke, she unintentionally crossed her long, alluring legs, exuding an intoxicating charm. Oh dear, it seems my stockings are torn, Wang Yufei said, blushing slightly as she shyly touched the rip in her hosiery. Lu Yuan glanced over, frowning. Enough of this. I've told you not to try this with me. Go pursue your Chen Zhe. Get out. Wang Yufei bit her lip, her expression earnest. Lu Yuan, I want to seek Chen Zhe. I want to be with you. Lu Yuan laughed incredulously. Are you out of your mind? Do you really think that is a possibility? Wang Yufei replied with utmost seriousness. Why not? What is wrong with me? Wang Yufei. I have millions of followers online. I'm quite the internet celebrity. There are countless wealthy suitors vying for my attention, but none of them impress me. Moreover, I excel in both physique and appearance, don't I? Lu Yuan nodded, acknowledging her beauty. Indeed, you are attractive, but regrettably, I have no interest in you. Impossible. Wang Yufei leaned closer, her fragrance enveloping Lu Yuan. Her delicate hand inadvertently brushed against his thigh as she seductively murmured, Lu Yuan, don't feel pressured. I don't aspire to be your main partner. I can be your lover, not encroaching on your life. Just come to me when you desire. You mean to be friends with benefits? Lu Yuan replied, a wry smile playing on his lips. Yes, is that unacceptable? She countered. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, looking into her eyes. Wang Yufei, setting aside whether I would consider such an arrangement. Do you truly believe I would lack for partners if I were to entertain such a notion? There are plenty of women who would eagerly pursue me given my current status. Wang Yufei's expression faltered. Indeed, given Lu Yuan's position, numerous women would be drawn to him. Do you truly think so little of me? She asked, a hint of grievance in her tone. I initially held a somewhat favorable impression of you, but today's encounter has left me disappointed. It's best if you leave. We are simply not meant to be, Lu Yuan stated plainly. Wang Yufei lifted her gaze, her glossy lips exuding an enticing allure, her eyes pleading. Don't you desire it, Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan replied with a deep voice. You may exit the vehicle now. I can allow you to conquer Lu Yuan without any conditions. It is simply because I have always liked you, and I still do, Wang Yufei said, pressing half her body against Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, biting his tongue, and his gaze regained clarity as he forcefully pushed Wang Yufei away. Get lost. Wang Yufei stumbled aside, looking at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Lu Yuan, do you truly not want me? Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive. You're not the only one. A flush of embarrassment appeared on Wang Yufei's face as she bit her silver teeth, her eyes filled with complexity. All right, then I shall take my leave. Lu Yuan, you have indeed made me see you in a new light. However, I must say that I will not give up on you. If one day you find yourself intoxicated and desiring me, feel free to come find me. With that, Wang Yufei exited the car. As Lu Yuan watched her departing figure, he rubbed his forehead. Damn it, sometimes being ostentatious isn't a good thing. This woman is far too forward. It is worth noting that Wang Yufei is quite the proud one. He had heard that she is now a social media influencer with millions of followers. To many men, she is akin to a goddess, and numerous wealthy patrons wish to support her lavishly. He hadn't anticipated her being so proactive towards him. A man must have wealth. Lu Yuan shook his head, preparing to drive back to Zhuiyuan. As he started the vehicle, he soon arrived at a traffic light, where he waited for the red signal. Habitually, he glanced to the right at a nearby car, a Porsche Cayenne. Upon inspecting the license plate, Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. It belonged to Lu Chen. However, he had no desire to greet him and was disinclined to engage. Just then, he vaguely noticed a woman seated in the passenger seat of the car. Lu Yuan moved his car slightly forward, and he immediately recognized the girl in the passenger seat. She was not Lin Yin, but a stunning young woman with long, golden hair. Her beauty was striking, with fair skin, large eyes, and an oval face. Lu Yuan found her somewhat familiar, and, after a few moments of contemplation, realized with surprise, isn't that the popular internet celebrity, Jing Chuanliu? Known online for her innocent college girl persona, she often produced borderline content. In merely a few months, she had taken the internet by storm, undoubtedly due to her beauty and figure. Her real name was Gu Xiaowan. But what was Gu Xiaowan doing with Lu Chen? Lu Yuan was momentarily puzzled when he witnessed Gu Xiaowan tenderly offering a strawberry to Lu Chen, feeding him affectionately. Their posture was undeniably intimate. As the traffic light remained red, he then saw Li Cheng's hand move towards Gu Xiaowan. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed. Even a fool could discern the nature of their relationship. At that moment, Lu Yuan found it challenging to articulate the feelings stirring within him. Lin Yin, oh Lin Yin, you have always believed that Li Cheng is the finest man in the world. You thought his sincerity over the years was genuine, which is why you sacrificed everything for him, reducing my heartfelt devotion to ashes. If you were to witness this scene, how would you react? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Lu Yuan's lips. He now viewed Lin Yin as both laughable and pitiable. Upon this realization, Lu Yuan picked up his phone and captured an intimate photograph of the two. As the green light illuminated, Li Cheng's vehicle moved forward, conveniently aligning with Lu Yuan's path, who followed suit. However, shortly thereafter, Li Cheng's car came to a halt by the desolate roadside. Lu Yuan trailed behind, momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a smirk at the audacity of the scene. Lin Yin, oh Lin Yin, the man you fervently pursue, treats you like a fool. I wonder how you would feel upon witnessing this. Lu Yuan initially intended to send these photographs directly to Lin Yin, but suddenly recalled he had her blocked. Moreover, why send them to her? He sought no accolades. He simply found amusement in the situation. Subsequently, Lu Yuan opened the chat with Lin Shui and forwarded the images. Before long, Lin Shui responded with a voice message. Upon answering, Lu Yuan heard her astonished voice. Lu Yuan, where did you capture these? Just now, at the traffic light. Incredible. Isn't it? Lin Shui murmured. How could this be? Li Cheng is clearly a good man. How could he act so? Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. Who told you that Li Cheng is a good man? You're still defending him, aren't you? Lin Shui sighed. How could I? I am yours now, of course. I would defend you. I simply never anticipated Li Cheng would behave in this manner. I used to have quite the fondness for him. Lin Shui's eyes dimmed. and her honesty shone through. She had indeed once admired Li Cheng, which was why she had previously made things difficult for Lu Yuan, hoping for Li Cheng to take the lead. This way, she would have the chance to see him daily. However, after being with Lu Yuan, her perspective began to shift. Li Cheng, once a paragon of masculinity in her eyes, seemed diminished in comparison to Lu Yuan. Yet, she still harbored some affection for Li Cheng. Upon viewing the photographs, a tumult of emotions surged within her. She could hardly believe that Li Cheng was such a man. How'd she been so blind? This scoundrel. Does he even deserve her sister? Lin Shui fumed. As she spoke, her voice softened. Had I known, I should have orchestrated a match between you and my sister. In hindsight, you are indeed the better choice. Please do not. You thought to matchmake me with your sister, but for me, that would have been akin to pushing me into an abyss. Well, I must drive now. I shall hang up. Lu Yuan ended the call. While Lin Shui stared blankly at the photographs on her phone, she hesitated, pondering whether to share them with Lin Yan. After all, Lin Yan was her sister, and witnessing her sister being deceived would surely be distressing. However, should she send it to Lin Yan, the latter would undoubtedly struggle to accept the truth. If Lin Yan were to end things with Li Cheng, would she not then pursue Lu Yuan again? Lin Yan had already begun her attempts to reconcile with Lu Yuan. If she were to see these photographs, she might feel compelled to reclaim Lu Yuan, driven by guilt. No, these photographs could not be sent for now. Lin Shui resolved firmly. After all, preventing Lin Yan from marrying Li Cheng was paramount. Let her be deceived. It was her fate. If Lin Yan were indeed to discuss marriage with Li Cheng, the truth must be revealed, for their relationship was merely a fleeting amusement. Upon reflection, Lin Shui ultimately resolved to refrain from disclosing the matter to Lin Yan. Yet, she felt compelled to drop a hint, for they were, after all, family. As this thought crossed her mind, her palms grew clammy, prompting her to open the chat window with Lin Yan. Inadvertently, her fingers slipped, and she accidentally opened the album, which startled her into quickly closing it again. However, due to the moisture on her hands, she inadvertently selected several photos and sent them. Oh no! Lin Shui gasped and hurriedly attempted to retract the images. In that fleeting moment of withdrawal, Lin Yan sent a query. Xiao Shui, what photos did you just send? Chapter 34, Tactics. Lin Shui's hands stiffened with anxiety as she nervously replied, Oh, nothing, sis. What did you see? I saw a photo taken in a car, and it seemed like Li Cheng was driving. Was there someone sitting beside him? I could have sworn it looked like a woman. But you retracted it before I could take a closer look. What's going on? Lin Shui bit her lip, contemplating her response before answering. Sis, perhaps you misinterpreted it. It's likely I was mistaken as well, but that profile did resemble Li Cheng's. By the way, if it truly was Li Cheng, what would you do? Lin Yan paused before responding with a smiling emoji. It's impossible for him to be involved. I know him too well. For all these years, he has harbored feelings for me, and he wouldn't entangle himself with any other woman. Yet, Li Cheng is part of the entertainment industry, which is notoriously chaotic, sis. The entertainment world may be tumultuous, but Li Cheng remains steadfast. I know him better than anyone. By the way, Xiao Shui, why are you suddenly broaching this topic? Lin Shui, feeling guilty, replied, Oh, it's nothing, just a casual remark. Sis, I might be a bit talkative today, but I believe you should exercise a modicum of caution regarding Li Cheng. Caution? Our relationship is pure. I would do anything for him, and he would do the same for me. You and T understand this feeling, Xiao Shui. Anyway, I must get back to work. Let's chat later. As she observed the messages in the chat window, Lin Shui sighed softly. Sis, I can't shake the feeling that you might suffer a significant loss with Li Cheng. I must remain vigilant regarding him. If he does not genuinely care for you, why is he being so attentive? Surely, he has ulterior motives. Li Sheng, when will you finally manage to deceive the Lin family? You promised that once you succeed, you would buy me a Ferrari. In the car, Gu Xiaoan playfully pouted at Li Cheng, presenting a stark contrast to her innocent persona in the video. Li Cheng's hand wandered over Gu Xiaoan's delicate, silken legs as he smiled and said, It won't be long, Xiaoan. I will certainly fulfill my promise. Lin Yan has just divorced Lu Yuan, so it will likely take another half-month or so. Gu Xiaoan whined. Another half-month? Li Cheng, didn't you say Lin Yan is infatuated with you? If you want to marry her, Won't she agree immediately? Well, she may agree right away, but her family might not be so accommodating. Gu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she remarked, Li Cheng, I think you should employ some tactics to expedite the process. Li Cheng raised an eyebrow. Tactics? Such as what? Gu Xiaowan, with a hint of pride, remarked, for instance, Lin Yan has yet to engage in intimacy with you. You could potentially drug her or intoxicate her to force a relationship, resulting in her pregnancy. Alternatively, you could directly target her Lin Corporation. The company is teetering on the brink of a financial crisis, with major partners defecting one after another. At this juncture, she undoubtedly requires external assistance. You could find someone to help her, but the cost would be a share in the company. A little deception and persuasion could suffice, right? Li Cheng's eyes brightened at her words. You make a valid point, Xiaowan. Your insight has enlightened me. I initially intended to accommodate Lin Yan, but it seems I must resort to some tactics. Gu Xiaowan smiled charmingly. Rest assured, Brother Li Cheng. After all, Lin Yan harbors feelings for you. That is your greatest advantage. As long as your actions are not excessively outrageous, she will likely accept them. Li Cheng, with excitement, caressed Gu Xiaowan's elegant leg clad in stockings. Xiaowan, I am immensely grateful. You can count on me. Once I achieve my goal, I shall promptly purchase a Ferrari for you. Thank you so much, Brother Li Cheng. Just park the car by the roadside, she replied eagerly. Li Cheng did not inquire further and parked as directed. What is it, Xiaowan? Gu Xiaowan's delicate hand grew restless, her gaze alluring. Brother Li Cheng, we haven't yet indulged in the car, have we? As she spoke, Gu Xiaowan began to disrobe. Li Cheng swallowed hard, his eyes aflame with desire. Xiaowan, you, before he could finish, Gu Xiaowan's crimson lips drew near, and soon the vehicle began to move, accompanied by her sultry whispers. 5 minutes later, Li Cheng, breathless, concluded their encounter, while Gu Xiaowan's eyes flickered with a trace of dissatisfaction. Truly useless, she thought, just as she was getting into the mood. Li Cheng had to feign satisfaction. Never mind, I shall endure. Brother Li Cheng, please take me back to school, Gu Xiaowan said, her cheeks flushed as she dressed. Very well. See you next time. Gu Xiaowan, also a student at Tian'an University, exited the vehicle at the school gates, reverting to her cool and aloof senior persona. Li Cheng watched her retreating figure, a smirk of derision crossing his face. A Ferrari for you? Huh, a mere fringe girl, merely a plaything. And you think you deserve something worth millions? Foolish. On the other side of the city, Lu Yuan drove towards Zhui Yuan Group. Today marked his first day in the marketing department, and if one were to put on a show, it must be complete. After all, to his colleagues in marketing, he was just an ordinary employee. Absenteeism was not an option. Upon parking, a call from Bai Wei came through. A smile crept onto Lu Yuan's lips as he answered. Hello, my dear wife, what is it? Bai Wei's voice was cool and composed. Are you free tonight? Indeed, what is your command? Join me for an outing this evening. I need your cooperation on a matter. Certainly, I will see you tonight. Very well. Bai Wei's detached reply ended the call, leaving Lu Yuan to sigh inwardly. His wife possessed many admirable qualities, yet her chilliness was somewhat overwhelming. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived at the marketing department's office, right on time for work. Chapter 35, Turmoil. Many individuals had already gathered in the spacious office, which housed approximately 500 employees divided into 8 teams. Lu Yuan was part of the marketing team under the sales department, which comprised approximately 20 members, predominantly female, with only 4 or 5 males. Upon his arrival, Lu Yuan instantly captured the attention of several girls. Although he had reported in earlier that morning, his striking appearance naturally drew the gaze of many. Yet, it was merely a fleeting glance. In this world, good looks alone bear little weight. Financial stability is paramount. To enhance the authenticity of his portrayal, Lu Yuan opted for a simple jacket rather than an expensive suit, complemented by ordinary work trousers and sneakers, projecting an image that could not possibly be that of a privileged heir. The majority of the women in the office were recent university graduates, their standards remarkably elevated. Having been exposed to attractive individuals during their academic years and having navigated the complexities of life, most had shifted their criteria for romantic partners. Attractiveness took a back seat. Wealth was the true currency of attraction. Returning to his workstation, Lu Yuan found himself seated next to a strikingly attractive woman, Zhu Jiai, who sported a bun hairstyle and an innocent visage. Clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves and revealing her slender legs. She wore stylish black shoes that exuded both allure and purity. Lu Yuan was aware that she had previously studied modeling before teaching herself marketing. Her demeanor was notably cheerful, and she had engaged in light-hearted banter with him earlier that day. As Lu Yuan settled into his seat, the alluring Zhu Jiai leaned in, her expression tinged with anxiety. Lu Yuan, you're in trouble, she whispered, casting a furtive glance around the office. Why? What do you mean? He inquired, perplexed. Did you leave the office during lunch? Some reports are still pending, she murmured. Yes, I had to step out for a bit. Can't I finish the reports this afternoon? Lu Yuan replied, bewildered. Zhu Jiai sighed. Other teams might manage, but ours is different. Our team leader is quite strict and has high expectations for performance. If the tasks aren't completed, you're expected to remain at the office during lunch. Leader Zhao is aware that you left without finishing your work, and she is quite upset. She wants you to go to her office this afternoon to explain the situation. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow in displeasure. Is it not permissible to step out during lunch? On what grounds? Zhu Jiai, visibly worried, explained, there's no choice. Our team leader is almost obsessively strict. She elaborated further, revealing that their team leader, Zhao Chenhan, was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also notoriously severe. Many colleagues privately referred to her as a female tyrant. Despite her harsh demeanor, she had indeed driven significant performance improvements. Nonetheless, the general sentiment towards Zhao Chenhan remained negative. Earlier that day, upon noticing Lu Yuan's absence, she had expressed her fury, accusing him of lacking respect and responsibility, insisting he explain himself that afternoon. Upon absorbing this information, Lu Yuan's frown deepened, a simmering frustration brewing within him. When he founded Zhuyan, he declared that overtime was prohibited, and a relaxed working environment was to be provided. He did not wish to be the type of entrepreneur who merely exploited others. Zhu Jiai, noticing Lu Yuan's increasingly dark expression, sighed and said, You better count your blessings, Lu Yuan, and refrain from speaking such words, or I shall be in trouble. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and replied, Understood, Jiai. Rest assured, I won't utter a word. Just then, the door to Zhao Chenhan's office swung open, and she emerged. Today, Zhao Chenhan donned a white shirt on her upper half, her exquisite oval face adorned with striking makeup, complemented by golden-rimmed glasses. Her lower half was clad in a gray skirt, and her elongated, shapely legs were encased in gray stockings, accentuated by high heels, rendering her figure sultry and incredibly alluring, reminiscent of a teacher from a Japanese film. Yet, Zhao Chenhan was undeniably more beautiful and provocatively charming. At this moment, she stepped out, casting a frigid glance at Lu Yuan, and coldly commanded, Lu Yuan, come here. With that, she turned and re-entered her office. Upon hearing her words, the office staff regarded Lu Yuan with pitying eyes. If they were not mistaken, Lu Yuan was in for trouble. Lu Yuan stood up and replied, Yes, Team Leader Zhao. Suppressing his anger, he made his way toward the office. Upon entering, he found Zhao Chenhan seated behind her desk with a frosty demeanor. Lu Yuan calmly addressed her. Team Leader Zhao, you summoned me? Zhao Chenhan shot him a glance. Did you leave the office during lunch today? Lu Yuan responded, Yes, Team Leader Zhao. I had matters to attend to. Who permitted you to leave without handling your work? Zhao Chenhan asserted. Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, I apologize, Team Leader Zhao. But today is my first day, and I'm unfamiliar with the rules. Do remember this for next time. You will be fined 500 for leaving without authorization during lunch. Lu Yuan frowned. Team Leader Zhao, I just started, and my monthly salary is only a few thousand. Is it fair to impose such a hefty fine right away? Speak another word, and the fine will double. You will work overtime until 10 tonight. Zhao Chenhan's expression was cold and haughty, her tone leaving no room for dispute. Lu Yuan sighed. Team Leader Zhao, I find your solution rather excessive, and I do not agree. I will leave again tomorrow at noon. You may choose to dismiss me, but I will report this to upper management. Zhao Chenhan clenched her jaw tightly, her expression as frigid as ice. Very well. I welcome your report. You may leave now. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, choosing not to say more, and exited the office, where all eyes turned toward him with varied expressions. Did this fellow dare to confront Zhao Chenhan? Impressive. Returning to his workstation, Lu Yuan hardly took Zhao Chenhan's words to heart. The busy afternoon commenced, and around 3:30, it was time for afternoon tea. Lu Yuan arrived at the tea room, intending to brew a cup of tea. Just then, Zhao Chenhan approached, her heels clicking on the floor, and coldly stated, "Lu Yuan, come here. I need to speak with you." With that, she returned to her office. Lu Yuan was taken aback, pondering what she wanted from him now. He didn't dwell on it, and followed her into the office. Chapter 36. The Misery of Zhao Chenhan inside the office. Zhao Chenhan perched with one leg crossed over the other, her slender, gray, silk-clad legs intertwined. The curve of her hips beneath her skirt formed an alluring silhouette. With her arms crossed, her frosty visage bore an icy demeanor as she remarked, "Lu Yuan, were you dissatisfied with my find previously?" Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile. "Team leader Zhao, it's not just my dissatisfaction. Everyone shares this sentiment. The group has no such regulations." Zhao Chenhan retorted coldly. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to contradict me. I impose fines because I understand that individuals only work diligently when their own interests are at stake. Since I joined the marketing team a year ago, I have established various stringent standards. Yet, the entire marketing team's performance has tripled. Everyone's performance bonuses have also increased threefold. Although I may be strict, I have indeed ensured they receive their due rewards. How can you assert that everyone is dissatisfied with me? Is it not possible that only a select few hold such discontent?" Lu Yuan acknowledged, "You make a valid point, Team Leader Zhao, but as I am new, I am still unfamiliar with many of the rules. After some thought, since this is your first offense, the fine can be waived. However, there must still be a form of punishment. I hope you remember this incident." "What punishment?" Lu Yuan inquired. Zhao Chenhan replied indifferently, "You need not return to your workstation. Just follow me." Rising, she gracefully strode out of the office, her long gray, silk-clad legs captivating Lu Yuan's attention as he trailed behind her. Her exquisite figure exuded an alluring charm. Her legs were slender, her curves enchanting, and her waist delicate. Soon, they arrived at the elevator, where Zhao Chenhan pressed the button for the basement level, stating coolly, "There's a pile of goods in the basement. I need you to bring them up. No tools allowed. Carry them by hand." At this moment, Lu Yuan comprehended that Zhao Chenhan intended to impose a physical punishment on him. As the elevator descended, it suddenly jolted to a halt, causing both Lu Yuan and Zhao Chenhan to stumble perilously. An alarming warning sound echoed in the elevator. Zhao Chenhan gasped in fear. "What is happening?" Lu Yuan replied gravely, "It seems there's a problem with the elevator." No sooner had he spoken, the elevator plummeted swiftly once more. Zhao Chenhan screamed in terror. But after just a second or two, it came to a sudden stop again. The lights within the elevator began to flicker ominously. Zhao Chenhan, now frightened, frantically pressed all the buttons. Lu Yuan remained notably calm. "Team leader Zhao, let us just wait for someone to come and fix it. There is no need to panic." "Very well," Zhao Chenhan said, her complexion pale. Though slightly flustered, her strong mental fortitude allowed her to regain her composure quickly. The elevator fell into a heavy silence, with only the sound of their breathing resonating clearly. Zhao Chenhan cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yuan, feeling a wave of awkwardness. The confined space shared by a pair of individuals of opposite genders naturally felt peculiar. At that moment, the elevator jolted once more, and the brightness of the lights suddenly dimmed. Startled, Zhao Chenhan let out a cry, losing her balance as the elevator swayed. Lu Yuan, acting on instinct, swiftly caught her in his arms. Their bodies collided, and Zhao Chenhan found herself enveloped in Lu Yuan's embrace. Her breath caught for a moment as she faced his handsome visage, and she felt her cheeks flush crimson. In a flurry, she extricated herself from his hold. Lu Yuan, rubbing his nose awkwardly, cleared his throat and said, "Zhao team leader, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Zhao Chenhan replied, her face still warm. Avoiding eye contact with Lu Yuan, after a moment's hesitation, she murmured, "Is it possible for this elevator to plummet suddenly? If it were to fall, will we have any chance of survival?" Lu Yuan sighed, Such a scenario is indeed plausible. If something were to happen, it would be our fate. Listening to his words, Zhao Chenhan fell silent for a moment before suddenly forcing a smile. Well, if death is to come, then so be it. There is no harm in it. At least we will be free. Lu Yuan responded. What do you mean by that, Zhao team leader? You seem quite at ease at the moment. At ease? What do you see me being at ease? Lu Yuan remarked. Zhao team leader, you possess such beauty. And you appear quite young, perhaps 27 or 28. I would wager your annual salary is around $1 million. Surely, you must have a handsome, wealthy, and exceptional husband. With your own accomplishments, what pressure could you possibly face? Zhao Chenhan quietly replied, You are mistaken. I am not married. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in disbelief. No way. With your qualifications, there must be many outstanding men pursuing you. Why haven't you taken notice of them? Zhao Chenhan chuckled softly. I am still young and wish to strive further. Matters of the heart are not my current focus. It seems Zhao team leader is indeed a workaholic. The office gossip was not unfounded, Lu Yuan mused. Curious, Zhao Chenhan inquired. What do they say about me? They say you are as beautiful as a celestial being, yet your temperament is quite fierce and cold. Hence they refer to you as a female tyrant. Zhao Chenhan burst into laughter, then turned serious. Because one cannot achieve results without being strict. The group trusts me with this leadership position, and I must diligently fulfill my responsibilities and deliver results. I cannot let the group down, for which I am immensely grateful. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Zhao team leader, you are indeed quite dedicated. Indeed. In this international metropolis of Tianhai, one must strive. I have ascended from a life of poverty to where I am now, and I cherish everything I have, as well as this opportunity. Lu Yuan expressed disbelief. Zhao team leader, you must be joking. At first glance, I perceive you to be a privileged and elegant lady. How could you come from such a background? A hint of melancholy crossed Zhao Chenhan's features as she sighed softly. Well, since we are unable to leave, I shall share with you my past. I was born into a humble working-class family. When I was 4 years old, my mother passed away due to illness. My father, unable to bear the heartbreak, succumbed to despair and sought solace in alcohol. One fateful night, intoxicated, he fell off his bicycle and fractured his leg, rendering him incapable of work. Our family was already impoverished, and this calamity felt like a devastating blow. At the age of 9, I had a 6-year-old brother, and due to our dire circumstances, I was subjected to disdain from others. The times when I had to pay school fees were the most agonizing, as I could always sense the peculiar glances from my teachers and classmates. Unable to afford new clothes, I wore only the tattered and worn garments that neighbors, feeling pity for me, had discarded from their own children. For a period, I even resorted to rummaging through trash bins for clothing that others no longer wanted. At this point, tears welled in Zhao Chenhan's eyes, her voice slightly hoarse. Lu Yuan, do you know how it felt when I was scavenging for clothes beside a dumpster and saw a glamorous couple walking by with their princess-like daughter? The disdainful looks they cast in my direction still haunt me to this day. That little girl was like a princess, while I was but an ugly duckling, living amidst scorn and poverty. Lu Yuan fell silent, taken aback by the revelation of Zhao Chenhan's past. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would scarcely have believed it. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, Zhao Chenhan continued softly. Later on, I managed to survive on scholarships and excelled in my studies, ultimately gaining admission to the best university in our area. It was there that I truly grasped the vast chasm between individuals. My roommates hailed from affluent families. They possessed the latest smartphones, handbags worth thousands, and cosmetics that cost a fortune. Their wardrobes were filled with beautiful clothes, and their conversations predominantly revolved around their travels and dining experiences. Zhao Chenhan chuckled self-deprecatingly. And then there's me, with a second-hand phone I acquired for 200 yuan, wearing the most inexpensive outfits from street vendors. I couldn't afford bags or cosmetics, let alone travel. Even enjoying a decent meal felt like a luxury. During my university years, I became accustomed to subsisting on 2 steamed buns and some pickles for each meal. My scholarships barely covered tuition, leaving me with scant funds to survive each month. Do you know? To my classmates, I was an oddity oblivious to trends and unaware of the latest fashionable brands and clothing. While many would gather to revel after class, I had but one destination, the dishwashing area of the school cafeteria. Listening to Zhao Chenhan's choked voice, Lu Yuan felt a deep sense of sorrow. He had never imagined that the vibrant Zhao Chenhan had once endured such darkness and suffering. He remained silent, recognizing that in this moment, her confessions served as the most profound form of solace. The disparity between individuals is indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. This adage rings true. At last, Zhao Chenhan wiped away her tears, her eyes slightly swollen and reddened. Isn't it amusing, Lu Yuan? The so-called rich and beautiful woman in your eyes has endured such a life. Lu Yuan replied in a deep voice, Team Leader Zhao, it is not amusing at all. On the contrary, I hold you in high regard. While suffering should not be glorified, the perseverance and indomitable spirit maintained amidst adversity deserve encouragement. Team Leader Zhao, you are truly remarkable. Zhao Chenhan lowered her head, murmuring as if to herself, that is why I hold such high expectations for my subordinates and for myself. I fear losing everything, so I strive relentlessly to seize it all. Lu Yuan felt a mix of emotions. Team Leader Zhao, I must admit I had some misunderstandings about you before, but now I see clearly. See what? She inquired. That you are not as harsh and unyielding as others claim. Rather, you're a leader of great charisma. Zhao Chenhan pressed her lips together, visibly moved. Thank you for your comfort, Lu Yuan. No need for thanks. After this exchange, silence enveloped the elevator once more, Lu Yuan's gaze laden with complexity. Previously, he had harbored some reservations about Zhao Chenhan. However, now, he felt nothing but respect and admiration for her. How strong must a woman be to reach such heights? Just then, the elevator suddenly plummeted, an unforeseen calamity. Lu Yuan swiftly enveloped Zhao Chenhan in his arms, commanding, hold on to me. I can lessen the impact. Zhao Chenhan, momentarily dazed, was astonished by Lu Yuan's protective instinct. Her eyes welled with warmth, and she instinctively clung to him. His embrace was broad and reassuring, and in that moment, an unspoken gratitude blossomed in her heart. Fortunately, the elevator halted just before it hit the ground, the lights flickering back to life as everything returned to normal. In mere seconds, they had brushed against death. Zhao Chenhan, momentarily forgetting she was still in Lu Yuan's arms, looked at him with teary eyes. Thank you, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled gently. It's all right. Everything is fine now. The elevator ascended slowly, and moments later, the doors slid open. A crowd awaited outside, and upon witnessing the scene within, they stood there utterly astonished. Zhao Chenhan was renowned throughout the company as a frigid beauty, her looks rivaling even that of President Song Qingwan. Yet, she was notoriously aloof, making her a figure of fascination. But how could she be found embracing a man? Zhao Chenhan quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushing crimson. Like a startled fawn, she stepped away from Lu Yuan's embrace, dabbed at the corners of her eyes, and hurriedly exited the elevator. Inside, Lu Yuan remained, still savoring the lingering fragrance that wafted from Zhao Chenhan. It felt as though everything had been a dream. Outside the elevator, a group of onlookers regarded him with peculiar expressions. Envy and jealousy mingled in their gazes. Had this newcomer, who had only just arrived, truly captured Zhao Chenhan's heart? Were it not for the fear of legal repercussions, they would have relished the opportunity to confront Lu Yuan. Chapter 37. Perhaps a misunderstanding upon returning to his workstation. Zhu Jiai, sitting nearby, regarded him with sympathy. Lu Yuan, what did Team Leader Zhao summon you for? Did she give you a hard time? Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Rest assured, she won't trouble me anymore. Zhu Jiai's face was a portrait of astonishment. Is that for real? Zhao, the team leader, is notoriously temperamental. If you were to cross her, would she let you off easily? At that moment, Zhao Chenhan emerged from her office and called out to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, come here for a moment. Understood, Lu Yuan replied, rising to his feet. Next to him, Zhu Jiai was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing Zhao Chenhan speak in such a cordial tone. Upon entering the office, Lu Yuan smiled and said, Team Leader Zhao, You summoned me? Zhao Chenhan, seated behind her desk, exhibited a rare blush on her frosty visage as she handed him a document, speaking softly. This is a compilation of essential files from the marketing department. Since you're new, you may find certain aspects unfamiliar. This document should aid you in acclimating to the marketing team's dynamics. Lu Yuan gazed at Zhao Chenhan with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Team Leader Zhao. You're welcome. Feel free to approach me if you have any questions," she replied. With a smile, Lu Yuan responded, "All right, Team Leader Zhao. By the way, are you free tomorrow evening? What's on your mind? I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of my appreciation for the materials you've provided." Zhao Chenhan bit her lip, her demeanor slightly awkward. The prospect of a superior and subordinate of the opposite sex dining alone together seemed rather intimate. "Team Leader Zhao, could you do me this favor?" After a moment of silence, Zhao Chenhan pursed her lips and nodded gently. "All right, we'll see tomorrow." "Great." Lu Yuan beamed as he exited the office. Inside, Zhao Chenhan, lost in thought, felt a faint warmth creep across her cheeks. The afternoon passed swiftly, and soon it was time to clock out. Lu Yuan left the office and drove to the base of the Group S building to pick up Bai Wei. As he pulled away, he spotted Zhao Chenhan also leaving the premises, making her way to the bus stop across the street, where she waited alone. In the interim, she retrieved a book from her bag and immersed herself in its pages. The orange-hued twilight enveloped her, bestowing a serene and gentle aura upon her delicate features. A smile crept onto Lu Yuan's lips, and he chose not to disturb her as he continued towards the Bai group to meet Bai Wei. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the city streets as Lu Yuan navigated through the scenic lakeside road of Tian'an. Instinctively, he glanced in the rearview mirror and furrowed his brow. A rugged SUV had been trailing him for some time. Was he merely being paranoid? After a brief contemplation, he accelerated deliberately, and predictably, the vehicle behind him matched his pace. How peculiar! He couldn't recall having offended anyone. Lu Yuan muttered under his breath, when suddenly a chilling realization crossed his mind. Upon reaching an intersection, he veered onto a less traveled side street. Meanwhile, in the SUV behind him, a man clad in black, wearing sunglasses and sporting an intimidating tattoo of a black tiger on his neck, answered a ringing phone. A grim voice resonated from the other end. "How is the task progressing? The follow-up is in motion. There's a secluded area ahead. It should be the right time to act," the man in black replied. "Make it quick and clean. My 3 million is not to be squandered." The man in black grinned sinisterly and said, "Understood, boss. The Black Tiger, have never failed. After all, I am a renowned assassin in the Middle East, so rest assured." After hanging up, a chilling glint flickered in Shun Junyu's eyes. "How dare you steal my woman? Lu Yuan, it seems you, an ordinary man, are unaware of the methods employed by our elite families. I could eliminate you in an instant." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan drove to a desolate chemical park and abruptly slammed on the brakes. As the car came to a halt, he leaned against the door, watching with interest the approaching black vehicle. When it was about 10 meters away, the black car stopped. The Black Tiger, towering nearly 2 meters, stepped out, his muscular form resembling a small mountain. The robust black tiger tattoo on his arm, adorned with numerous scars, was strikingly intimidating. "You seem to be quite astute. Since you're not wasting my time, I will grant you a dignified demise," the Black Tiger said, taking a puff from a cigar and revealing a wide grin filled with yellow teeth. Lu Yuan replied casually, "We have no grievances or enmity, do we? Why seek vengeance against me?" The Black Tiger sneered, "While we may have no personal issues, it doesn't mean others do not." Lu Yuan blinked in curiosity. "Oh really? Could you enlighten me on who it is?" "A dead man doesn't need to know so much," the Black Tiger retorted, taking a deep drag from his cigar and exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke. "Now, tell me, how you wish to die?" Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. "Do you possess such confidence?" The Black Tiger, once served in an international mercenary organization, and I hold the record of single-handedly taking down 17 special operatives. Killing a mere ordinary man like you would be a trivial task," the Black Tiger boasted, discarding the cigar and grinding it into the ground with a wicked grin. "You can prepare to meet your end." Lu Yuan smiled faintly, his expression calm and untroubled. "Very well, come and give it a try. I'll twist off your head and use it as a ball." The black tiger snorted coldly, suddenly launching into a sprint. Leaping high as he closed in on Lu Yuan, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Lu Yuan's throat. A lethal strike. Chapter 38. By Wei's thoughts, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, watching as the black tiger's kick descended upon him. In a flash, he extended his hand, grasping the black tiger's ankle with lightning speed. The black tiger's pupils dilated in disbelief. How could this be possible? He was aware of the force and speed behind his kick. Not even a special operative could withstand it. How could Lu Yuan? Before the black tiger could react, Lu Yuan exerted force from his wrist, violently slamming the black tiger's body into the ground. With a thud, the black tiger crashed to the ground, his bones aching as if they were dislocated. He quickly performed a backflip to regain his stance, staring in shock at Lu Yuan. "You're trained?" Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Just practicing for fun. You're not so impressive after all. You seek death." The black tiger charged in, his fist slicing through the air towards Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yuan sidestepped effortlessly, evading the flurry of punches that struck nothing but air. The black-spotted tiger, both astonished and humiliated, let out a low growl and, with fists and feet, attacked Lu Yuan with wild ferocity. "Is this all you've got?" Lu Yuan remarked softly, then boldly retaliated with a punch. In that instant, the black-spotted tiger was utterly taken aback. His strikes were swift, yet Lu Yuan was swifter still. The speed of Lu Yuan's punches could only be described as extraordinary, imbued with tremendous force. Before the black-spotted tiger could react, a blow landed squarely on his chest, resulting in a resounding crack as 3 of his ribs shattered. With a splutter, he coughed up blood and staggered backward, his eyes filled with sheer terror. "I thought you were formidable, but this is all you can do?" "A mere clown," Lu Yuan remarked nonchalantly, his words lingering in the air as he advanced upon the black-spotted tiger, seizing his hand with a powerful grip. With a sudden surge of strength, there was a sickening crunch. The bones in the black-spotted tiger's hand were crushed, rendering it a bloody mess. He screamed in agony, akin to a pig being slaughtered, as Lu Yuan delivered a fierce punch directly into his mouth. The impact shattered his teeth, and with another splutter of blood, he was nearly rendered unconscious by the pain. "Black-spotted tiger, you resemble a black-spotted chicken to me." Lu Yuan seized the black-spotted tiger's arm and twisted it violently. With a sharp crack, the arm was rendered useless. Lu Yuan then drove his knee forcefully into the tiger's abdomen, having already suffered 3 broken ribs. The tiger's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and spewing forth blood. Lu Yuan approached, stepping on the tiger's throat, and coldly demanded, "Speak, who sent you?" "It's Shun Junyu, Mr. Lu. I beg you to spare me. I will never dare again." The black-spotted tiger trembled in fear, pleading for mercy. "Shun Junyu? That scoundrel!" A glimmer of ferocity flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. It seemed that Shun Junyu truly needed to be dealt with. Lu Yuan turned his gaze back to the black-spotted tiger, declaring, "A villain like you poses a threat if released. It is better to eliminate you." With that, he stomped down, rendering the tiger's legs useless, and with a final scream, he lost consciousness. Having thoroughly incapacitated the black-spotted tiger, Lu Yuan finally departed in his vehicle. Shortly after Lu Yuan's departure, a police car passed by the scene. Upon spotting the black-spotted tiger on the roadside, the police car screeched to a halt. The doors flung open, and several figures emerged, led by a young woman, no more than 25 or 26 years of age. She was clad in a uniform and wore stylish leather boots, her figure enchanting, and her face exquisitely beautiful. With elegantly arched eyebrows and captivating phoenix eyes, a tear mole at the corner of her eye added an air of cold beauty, while her finely sculpted nose and soft, plump, cherry-colored lips exuded a certain charm. As several officers approached the black-spotted tiger, their expressions shifted dramatically, and one exclaimed to the woman, "Captain Lu, this person appears to be the wanted criminal, the black-spotted tiger." Lu Hanyan was taken aback, striding forward to scrutinize the tiger's face closely. Indeed, it is the black-spotted tiger. Who could have inflicted such injuries upon him? Another officer, equally shocked, remarked, "Yes, it's terrifying. This black-spotted tiger is an international fugitive. He secretly infiltrated Tian'an City, and they even inquired if we required backup, yet we never expected him to be in such a state. As the officer crouched down to examine the injuries of the black-spotted tiger, his tone suddenly turned grave. Director Lu, the black-spotted tiger, is dead. It appears to have bled excessively, and its internal organs seem to have been shattered. Lu Hanyan's pupils constricted. Was this injury inflicted by someone in a brutal manner? Indeed, the black-spotted tiger had become a formidable assassin, feared internationally, capable of contending against a dozen elite special forces alone. It was utterly shocking that such a creature could be killed so mercilessly. After a moment of silence, Lu Hanyan articulated each word with precision. Investigate thoroughly. Review every surveillance camera along the route. We must determine who is responsible for the death of the black-spotted tiger. Understood. In the evening, Lu Yuan returned to Bai Wei's seaside villa. Moments later, Bai Wei entered, her long legs accentuated by high heels. Lu Yuan, tidy up, we're going out shortly. Bai Wei was adorned in a dark azure gown, her raven hair elegantly tucked behind her ears, and she wore a crystal necklace that complemented her exquisite oval face, reminiscent of a painting. Lu Yuan, seated on the sofa, inquired with curiosity, "Where are we going, my dear wife?" Bai Wei replied softly, "Tonight is the family banquet of the Bai family. My grandfather has just returned from the capital and expressed his desire to meet you." Upon hearing the mention of the capital, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. "Wife, did you say grandfather just returned from the capital? What was he doing there?" Bai Wei hesitated for a moment and replied gently, "You'll find out when the time comes." Lu Yuan nodded. "All right, I have nothing to prepare. We can set off now." "Good." Without further delay, they boarded the car and headed toward the Bai family ancestral home. Meanwhile, at the Bai family ancestral residence, the elderly patriarch Bai Shangwu sat in the tea room, lost in thought. He had just returned from the capital, where he had traveled due to significant events unfolding there. It was said that the heir of the prestigious Lu family, after several years away, had finally decided to return to the Lu family. Consequently, the Lu family was arranging a marriage for their heir, seeking suitable young ladies from various prominent families in the capital to introduce to him. Naturally, Bai Shanwu, intrigued by the prospect, personally went to inquire about the situation, hoping to present his own granddaughter, Bai Wei, to the Lu family. After all, the Lu family was the foremost family in the capital. If this marriage were to materialize, the Bai family would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Upon arriving in the capital, Bai Shangwu, through introductions, met with members of the Lu family and shared photographs of his granddaughter Bai Wei. The members of the Lu family who viewed Bai Wei's photograph were quite pleased, thus agreeing to Bai Shangwu's request to bring Bai Wei to the capital in due time. This news thrilled Bai Shangwu immensely. However, upon his return, he was struck by a thunderbolt of disbelief. His granddaughter had, unbeknownst to him, registered for marriage with a scoundrel. To make matters worse, that scoundrel was the rejected son-in-law of the Lin family. Bai Shangwu was nearly apoplectic with rage and resolved to do whatever it took to separate his granddaughter from that wretch. While Bai Shangwu wallowed in his frustrations in the tea room, Lu Yuan and Bai Wei arrived at the Bai family ancestral home. The Bai family ancestral residence is a grand estate, sprawling in size, featuring 3 elegant villas. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in front of the central villa, the very abode of Bai Shangwu. Bai Wei, filled with concern, cautioned, "Lu Yuan, my grandfather may possess a rather peculiar temperament, so please try to speak less today." Lu Yuan replied with a smile, "Understood, my dear." As they alighted from the vehicle and approached the villa, Bai Wei's heart fluttered anxiously. Earlier, Bai Shangwu's tone during their phone conversation had been far from pleasant, insisting that she bring Lu Yuan home for a visit. Moreover, he had mentioned a trip to the capital, revealing that the Lu family held a favorable view of Bai Wei. He suggested that she should promptly divorce Lu Yuan and visit the Lu family in Beijing for their approval. Bai Wei was taken aback by the notion that the prestigious Lu family would find her agreeable. Yet, it was merely astonishment. She had no intention of actually divorcing Lu Yuan to pursue some heir of the Lu family. Having already obtained a marriage certificate with Lu Yuan, she could never consider divorcing him for another man, even if he were the heir of the Lu family. What did it matter who he was? Despite Lu Yuan's lack of wealth, he demonstrated a commendable sense of responsibility and prepared delicious meals. With such qualities, she felt profoundly content. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Wei's gaze softened as she looked at Lu Yuan. Just then, as they approached the villa entrance, a figure approached, accompanied by a mocking sneer. Well, Bai Wei, do you truly have the audacity to return? Aren't you embarrassed? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and turned his attention to the speaker. It was a young man, cigar in mouth, dressed in a flamboyant shirt, and sporting a slick-back hairstyle, a quintessential dandy. Lu Yuan recognized him from Bai Wei's earlier description. He was Bai Qingshan's son, Bai Wendong. A good-for-nothing, he spent his days bullying others and stirring trouble. Before Lu Yuan could respond, Bai Wei coldly interjected Bai Wendong. I warn you not to seek trouble. Why should I be ashamed to return? With a derisive laugh, Bai Wendong retorted, Oh, I am well aware of your disgraceful affairs. Married to a useless man with a second marriage certificate. He then cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Yuan, scoffing. So this is the so-called useless second husband? He looks presentable enough, but alas, he is merely a waste. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slowly. He had heard rumors about Bai Wendong's arrogant demeanor, yet he never anticipated such blatant insolence. Initially, he had come to the Bai residence with the intention of enjoying a simple dinner, but it seemed that would not be the case. What are you staring at? Pretty boy, do you have a problem with me? Bai Wendong taunted, taking a drag from his cigar and exhaling a cloud of smoke towards Lu Yuan. His face a mask of provocation and disdain. Bai Wei, filled with anger, shoved Bai Wendong aside and exclaimed, Bai Wendong, show some respect. No matter what, Lu Yuan is your brother-in-law. Apologize to him. Bai Wendong coldly laughed, brother-in-law? What a joke. Does he even deserve to be my brother-in-law? And you, Bai Wei, hand over 500,000 right now. I'm buying a sports car, and I want the money. Bai Wei trembled with fury, exclaiming, You must be dreaming. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your frequent embezzlement from the corporation. You have pilfered millions in the past few months. And now you dare to ask me for money? Dream on. Lu Yuan, let us depart and ignore this scoundrel. Bai Wei tugged at Lu Yuan, attempting to leave. However, Bai Wendong abruptly obstructed their path. A forced smile plastered across his face as he declared, Bai Wei, you may enter, but this worthless fool cannot. If you wish to enter, you must either pay me 500,000 or have this Lu fellow kneel and bow to me 3 times while calling me daddy. Only then will I consider allowing him inside. Bai Wei's voice rose sharply, brimming with indignation. Bai Wendong, move aside immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivil. Is that so? I am eager to witness how you intend to be uncivil. I shall not permit it today, unless this Lu fellow kneels before me. Bai Wendong boasted arrogantly. At that moment, Lu Yuan softly interjected, Dear, step back. Allow me to handle this. Before Bai Wei could respond, Lu Yuan stepped forward, casually clearing his ears, and smiled at Bai Wendong. Could you kindly repeat what you just said? Bai Wendong smugly retorted, I said, if you want to enter, kneel and bow a few times, calling me daddy, or you shall not pass through this door. Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together, revealing a broad smile. So, you mean that speaking to you nicely is out of the question? Indeed, it is not an option. Let us see what you can do today. Before he could finish, Lu Yuan's smile vanished abruptly as he swung his arm and struck Bai Wendong's face with a resounding slap. With a loud crack, Bai Wendong spun like a top, landing heavily on the ground, his face instantly swollen on one side. Still blocking the way? How dare you? Before Bai Wendong could utter another word, Lu Yuan seized him by the neck as if lifting a chick, then unleashed a barrage of slaps upon his face. After delivering more than a dozen strikes, Lu Yuan finally released his grip. Bai Wendong lay on the ground, limp like a lifeless dog, his front teeth shattered, blood oozing from his mouth, and his face resembling that of a pig, utterly unrecognizable. Bai Wei stood nearby, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is Lu Yuan truly this fierce? Soon, Lu Yuan dusted off his hands and placed a foot upon Bai Wendong's face, rubbing it as he demanded, now, would you be so kind as to repeat what you just said? Bai Wendong's face contorted in agony, terror seizing him, tears streaming down his cheeks as he pleaded. I was wrong, Brother Lu. I was mistaken. Please let me go. You are my father, and I am your son. In that moment, Bai Wendong could no longer contain his tears, as the several slaps shattered his dreams of heroism and obliterated his remaining dignity. Who would have imagined that this seemingly refined Lu Yuan would strike with such ferocity? Lu Yuan then admonished him, "Do you dare to demand money now? And no, I no longer desire it. Bai Wei, I apologize. I truly was wrong. Please have your husband release me." Bai Wei's lips quivered slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Bai Wendan is indeed a chaotic tyrant, and no one from the Bai family can control him. Upon encountering Lu Yuan for the first time, he was swiftly subdued, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, Bai Wei let out a sigh and said, "All right, Lu Yuan, release him. Remember, you insolent wretch, never again speak such filth." As Lu Yuan spoke, he kicked Bai Wendan aside, who tumbled to the ground in a most undignified manner. Clenching his teeth, he rose in a flurry, roaring in anger, "Just wait. Bai Wei, how dare you allow an outsider to strike me? Very well, I shall inform grandfather, and this matter is far from over." With that, Bai Wendan dashed into the adjacent villa. Bai Wei's expression darkened upon hearing this, prompting Lu Yuan to inquire, "What troubles you, my dear?" She sighed heavily, her brow furrowed with concern. "My grandfather dotes on Bai Wendan, which emboldens his arrogance. Now that you have struck him, I fear he will not spare you." Lu Yuan shrugged dismissively. "What does it matter? I have done no wrong. It is Bai Wendan's own foul tongue that has landed him in this predicament." Bai Wei sighed again. "Let us enter the villa. We shall assess the situation as it unfolds." Once inside the villa, they found He Huiyun tidying the dining table. Upon seeing Lu Yuan and Bai Wei, her face lit up with joy. "Little Lu is here. Come, have a seat and enjoy some fruit. Dinner will be served shortly." Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, his current mother-in-law treated him with great respect. "Aunt, I apologize for intruding once more," he said. He had contemplated calling her mother, but given that their wedding had not yet taken place, he deemed it inappropriate to change his address. He Huiyun smiled. "What intrusion? Little Lu, your presence brings me great joy." Just then, footsteps echoed down the staircase, and Bai Huafeng appeared. Upon spotting Lu Yuan, Bai Huafeng let out a cold snort, his eyes brimming with discontent. He Huiyun offered an awkward smile and shot a reprimanding glare at Bai Huafeng. "Huafeng, can't you at least greet little Lu?" Bai Huafeng retorted. "Greet him? It's a feat that I haven't chased him away. Our daughter has been ensnared by him under dubious circumstances, and I cannot tolerate it. Oh, let the children navigate their own emotions. If our daughter has chosen him, then he is our Bai family's son-in-law." This statement stirred a sense of gratitude within Lu Yuan. He Huiyun truly embodied the qualities of a virtuous wife and mother. "Enough. Do not bring this matter up again. It vexes me." Bai Huafeng huffed, peeling an orange. "By the way, daughter, did something occur outside? I thought I heard Bai Wendan speaking." Bai Wei hesitated. "Father, something did happen." "Oh, what transpired?" Bai Wei, feeling a pang of guilt, replied, "Just now." Lu Yuan struck Bai Wendan. As soon as she spoke, a heavy silence enveloped the villa. He Huiyun's smile froze, and Bai Huafeng stood in stunned silence. After a prolonged pause of 10 seconds, Bai Huafeng slammed his hand on the coffee table. Erupting in anger, "Lu Yuan, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike Bai Wendan?" Lu Yuan replied solemnly, "Uncle, it was Bai Wendan who provoked me first. I could not restrain myself." "You are truly out of your mind." Bai Huafeng sighed heavily. He Huiyun, with a grave expression, inquired, "Little Lu, did you truly strike Bai Wendan?" Lu Yuan nodded, responding, "Yes, aunt, I couldn't restrain myself." He Huiyun's gaze grew intricate, and she sighed, "Little Lu, you should leave quickly and return another day. The old man dotes on Bai Wendan as if he were a treasure. No one in the Bai family dares to provoke him. Now that you have struck Bai Wendan, I fear the old man will not let this pass." At that moment, Bai Huafeng also sighed, weariness evident in his voice. "Lu Yuan, you must depart swiftly. The old man's temper is explosive, and you cannot bear the consequences of his wrath. It's not just you. Even at our age, we dare not incite his anger. Moreover, the old man already harbors reservations about you. If you do not leave now, something unfortunate may indeed occur today." Although Bai Huafeng was not particularly fond of Lu Yuan, given the circumstances, he could not allow harm to befall him, considering that Lu Yuan was his daughter as husband. Lu Yuan, puzzled, asked, "Uncle, What would he do to me? Is the old man truly that fearsome? Bai Huafeng sighed again. Do you know why the old man is called Bai Shangwu? His name reflects his profound reverence for martial arts. Despite being in his 70s, he possesses a vitality that rivals that of the young. He has never slackened in his training, and last year, he was even invited to demonstrate martial arts for the military district in the capital. In summary, he already holds a grudge against you. His visit tonight was meant to intimidate you, and now that you have struck Bai Wendong, he may very well ruin you. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and turned to Bai Wei. Is this true, my dear? Bai Wei bit her lip, her complexion paling. Indeed, Lu Yuan. Grandfather has a fierce temper and is very protective. We should leave quickly. As she spoke, Bai Wei grasped Lu Yuan's hand, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the villa. In the next second, an imposing elder clad in traditional attire entered, his voice cold and commanding. Leave? Let me see if this young man can truly escape today. You deceived my granddaughter into obtaining a marriage certificate, and now you have beaten my grandson to this extent. Young man, if I do not incapacitate you today, then anyone may dare to bully the Bai family. The elder's voice resonated like thunder, instilling fear. He was none other than Bai Shangwu. Chapter 40. Heir of the Lu family? Behind Bai Shangwu stood a man in black, his robust arms and icy gaze resembling a blade, standing resolute as a mountain. Lu Yuan squinted, a primal instinct warning him that this man was no ordinary figure. Grandfather, it was this scoundrel who assaulted me. You must avenge me. Bai Wendong entered, glaring at Lu Yuan with malice. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Bai Wei hurriedly positioned herself in front of Lu Yuan. Grandfather, it was not Lu Yuan who deceived me into obtaining the marriage certificate. I willingly chose to marry him. Moreover, he only retaliated after Bai Wendong insulted him. Grandfather, Lu Yuan is not at fault. Bai Shangwu regarded Lu Yuan coldly. Young man, I, Bai Shangwu, am not unreasonable. I now offer you a chance. Immediately divorce my granddaughter and sincerely apologize to my grandson, Wendong. Let this matter be laid to rest. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly. My marriage with Bai Wei is entirely voluntary. If she wishes to divorce me, I shall comply. However, if she does not desire to part ways, no one can compel us to do so. Bai Shangwu admonished fiercely. You are quite the audacious young man. I have not encountered such a resolute spirit in a long time. Bai Wei, I pose a question. Do you wish to divorce this young man? Bai Wei replied solemnly. Grandfather, Lu Yuan and I are already married. I have no intention of divorcing him. It seems that reasoning has proven futile. Bai Shangwu turned to the man in black behind him. Ajin, cripple this fellow and toss him out. Understood, old master. The man known as Ajin stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, his muscles making a resounding noise as he cast a chilling smile at Lu Yuan. Young man, I understand your desire to ascend through the support of a woman. However, you should never have involved yourself with the Bai family, for we are not a clan you can touch. Grandfather, Xiao Wei and Lu Yuan are already married. They are a couple now. Why must you interfere? Please, let Lu Yuan be. Bai Wei urgently implored. Lu Yuan, run. Ajin is the head coach of our military district's combat training. He will truly incapacitate you. Bai Wei's complexion shifted dramatically as she hurriedly warned him. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Wife, there is no need for concern. If I were to flee now, I would find it disgraceful. I intend to witness the prowess of this military coach. Bai Huafeng was in a state of panic. Lu Yuan, are you out of your mind? He is the head coach of the military district. Do not be reckless. You must leave. After all, Lu Yuan was now married to his daughter, and if he were to be seriously harmed, it would leave his daughter with a crippled husband. Though he harbored disdain for Lu Yuan, Bai Huafeng did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Yet, Lu Yuan stood his ground, a calm expression upon his face. You brought this upon yourself. Ajin bellowed, his figure charging forward, arriving before Lu Yuan in mere breaths. He unleashed a swift, brutal sidekick aimed directly at Lu Yuan. Just as Ajin's leg was about to connect, Lu Yuan stepped forward with his right foot, elegantly shifting aside like a dragonfly skimming the water, effortlessly evading the blow. Ajin's attack missed entirely, his heart surging with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you evade my kick? Ajin turned to face Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with incredulity. Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, "There are many things you cannot fathom. Come, let me see what you are truly capable of. You are courting death." A Jin roared in fury, launching a punch at Lu Yuan with tremendous force. Lu Yuan, akin to an agile eel, effortlessly retreated, dodging a Jin's strikes with ease. "This is inconceivable." A Jin was profoundly astonished. His agility was unparalleled, yet he had not touched Lu Yuan even once. "Continue. Why are you hesitating?" Lu Yuan's smile bore a hint of disdain, a look that pierced a Jin's pride. "Young man, that was merely a warm-up. Now the real fight begins." A Jin shouted, charging towards Lu Yuan with fierce determination, delivering a series of powerful punches. Too slow and lacking in strength, it can be summed up in 2 words: worthless. Lu Yuan's son smiled ominously, suddenly extending his large hand to grasp Akin's arm, his fingers exerting immense force in an instant. Akin felt as though his arm were caught in an iron vise, as if it might be crushed. How could this be possible? Akin, drenched in cold sweat, found his movements momentarily halted. How could it not be possible? Lu Yu held Akin's arm tightly, delivering a fierce high kick to Akin's chest. With a sickening sound, Akin coughed up a mouthful of blood, while Lu Yu's other fist crashed relentlessly into Akin's chest. Akin's body jolted violently, his throat flooded with the metallic taste of blood once more. With a roar, he summoned his strength to retreat, moving back 3 meters, before launching a spinning kick aimed at Lu Yu's face. "How dare a mere amateur display their skills before me?" Lu Yu's smile was chilling as his legs struck like lightning, swiftly landing a blow on Akin's thigh. The impact echoed. Akin fell heavily to the ground, but soon pushed himself up, his eyes aflame with rage. "You good for nothing. You are also a practitioner. Come again. Come again? Do you think you are worthy?" Before Lu Yu's words had fully dissolved into the air, he was already before Akin, swinging his right arm to deliver a punch to Akin's shoulder. Akin cried out in agony, as if his shoulder blade might shatter. "You truly are a practitioner." Akin's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Yu appeared to be an ordinary person, yet possessed such astonishing strength and speed. Not a practitioner, merely someone who occasionally trains. As Lu Yu spoke, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air to deliver a flying kick. Akin hurriedly raised his arms to shield his chest, bracing himself for Lu Yu's strike. The impact resounded. Lu Yu's kick met Akin's arms, which shattered upon the collision, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through Akin. "No! How could this be possible?" Akin was sent crashing to the ground, his body slamming down with tremendous force. Coughing, Akin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Summoning the strength to rise once more, he attempted to muster his power, but his arms had completely betrayed him, racked with unbearable pain. At that moment, a sense of despair enveloped him. Equipped with various combat techniques, he found himself utterly unable to utilize them. Lu Yu's speed and strength far surpassed his own. No matter how many techniques he possessed, they seemed like a mere jest, for a single punch from Lu Yu could take half his life. He simply could not fight back. "I refuse to yield. Let us have another go." Akin roared. Though his arms were incapacitated, his legs still functioned, and he charged forward with a kick aimed at Lu Yu. Too slow, his movements were all distorted. Lu Yu sighed, casually seizing Akin's ankle, and with a sudden surge of power, sent Akin crashing to the ground like a yo-yo. Akin's mouth filled with blood, and before he could finish his sentence, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the atmosphere. The air in the entire villa seemed to freeze at that moment. Bai Shangwu's calm demeanor had vanished, replaced by a look of sheer terror. How could this be possible? The Bai Wei family stood utterly stunned, their mouths agape, their breaths caught in their throats. Lu Yu's cold gaze pierced through Bai Shangwu. "Do you still wish to force me to divorce Bai Wei, old man?" Bai Shangwu swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Please do not act recklessly. Let us speak civilly." At that moment, Bai Shangwu was utterly terrified. He was acutely aware of a Jin's prowess. They had often engaged in friendly sparring. It could be said that their exchanges were evenly matched. However, in the presence of Lu Yuan, a Jin resembled nothing more than a mere fledgling. Lu Yuan, without breaking a sweat, seemed to toy with him as one might with a child. This was sheer domination. There was no contest whatsoever. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and strode forward, seizing Bai Shangwu by the collar, his tone icy. Enough with the stammering. I will ask you plainly. Do you still intend to force your granddaughter into a divorce with me? Bai Shangwu's complexion turned ashen. Young man, do not provoke me. I acknowledge your skills, but the Bai family is not to be trifled with. Lu Yuan flashed a smile. Are you attempting to threaten me? I. Bai Shangwu stammered. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a faint red mark on Lu Yuan's wrist. His mind went blank as his pupils dilated. That mark? It was the birthmark of the Lu family heir. He had seen the photograph provided by the Lu family. It was unmistakably the same. In that instant, a tempest surged within Bai Shangwu's heart as he tremulously inquired, "What is your name?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lu Yuan. Why do you ask? Lu Yuan. Bai Shangwu's body jolted violently, his mind grinding to a halt. Good heavens! Was not the heir of the Lu family also named Lu Yuan? Until now, he had failed to connect this Lu Yuan with the one from the capital. Yet, in this moment, everything became clear. Suddenly, Bai Shangwu's legs weakened. My goodness! This was the heir of the Lu family. The heir of the Lu family had married his granddaughter. Oh heavens! Just moments ago, he had considered finding someone to incapacitate him. Bai Shangwu, in a state of utter confusion and overwhelming emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes. Lu Yuan I. Chapter 41. Inform the entire sea. Bai Shangwu was so agitated that he became incoherent, and then, in a startling turn of events, he blacked out. Father! Grandfather! The exclamations from the Bai family echoed through the room. Bai Wei rushed over to support Bai Shangwu, her eyes glistening with tears. Although Bai Shangwu had insisted on her divorce today, he had always treated her with great kindness, even entrusting her with control of the Bai group. It could be said that among the Bai family, Bai Wei was the one he cherished most, followed closely by Bai Wendong. Lu Yuan, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. Bai Shangwu had inexplicably asked him his name before fainting. Who could withstand such a turn of events? He had not even laid a finger on him. However, the Bai family did have a private doctor, who was swiftly summoned. After examination, it was determined that Bai Shangwu had fainted due to excessive emotional agitation. With that, the Bai family members felt relieved as they assisted Bai Shangwu to a bedroom, allowing him to rest momentarily. Soon, Bai Huafeng spoke in a grave tone. Lu Yuan, accompany me. I have something to discuss with you. With that, he entered the study. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon dismissed his thoughts and entered the study. After all, this was Bai Wei's father. Although Bai Huafeng had spoken rather harshly earlier, he had just offended Lu Yuan. Thus, Lu Yuan felt it was only right to show the respect due. Upon entering the study, he said, "Uncle, you summoned me." Bai Huafeng settled at the tea table, poured a cup of tea for Lu Yuan, and sighed softly, "Please sit down and enjoy some tea." Raising an eyebrow, Lu Yuan took a seat at the tea table. After sipping his tea, Bai Huafeng gazed intently at Lu Yuan and inquired, "Lu Yuan, from whom did you learn your skills?" Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, "I learned from others in my youth, but my skills have grown somewhat rusty over the years." Bai Huafeng observed him thoughtfully and remarked, "Lu Yuan, while I have had my reservations about you, your recent display has indeed impressed me. I, Bai Huafeng, have little patience for cowards, and in this regard, you have proven yourself worthy." With that, Bai Huafeng lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he sighed. As Xiaowei's father, I want nothing more than her happiness. To be frank, I had previously looked down upon you. He paused, taking a deep breath. However, I have come to terms with it. Regardless of the past, you two are now officially married, and you're my son-in-law. I have but one expectation of you, to treat Xiaowei well. Can you do that? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Bai Huafeng's words. It appeared he was not entirely unreasonable. "Uncle, rest assured, Xiaowei is my woman, and I will cherish her always, supporting and protecting her to the best of my abilities." Bai Huafeng felt a weight lift from his shoulders and smiled with relief. "If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me or your aunt. Since we have decided to accept you, we should support you. Initially, I sought a capable son-in-law, but perhaps nurturing you into one is not out of the question. His heartfelt words indicated by Huafeng's newfound understanding. Lu Yuan regarded him with greater respect and replied earnestly, "Thank you, uncle. Yes, for now, you may call me uncle. We can address each other differently once you and Xiao Wei hold your wedding." Bai Huafeng's demeanor finally softened, shedding the earlier chill. Just then, Hui Yun's voice echoed from outside. "Huafeng, the old man has awakened. Let's go see him." Bai Huafeng immediately exited the tea room, pondering aloud, "Daughter, you and Lu Yuan should wait outside for now. Do not provoke your grandfather." Bai Wei nodded in agreement. "All right, then you and Mom go ahead." Meanwhile, Bai Huafeng and Hui Yun hurried into the room. Inside, Bai Shangwu opened his eyes and gazed at the ceiling, overwhelmed with immense joy. Bai Huafeng entered and asked, "Father, are you all right?" Bai Shangwu abruptly sat up, laughing heartily 3 times. "Huafeng, Huiyun, you have given me a wonderful granddaughter." Bai Huafeng's lips twitched. "Father, are you still angry?" "Angry? Not all. I am immensely grateful to you all. It is you who have bestowed upon me a precious granddaughter-in-law. The fact that Xiao Wei is with Lu Yuan signifies that our Bai family's ancestral graves are radiating with joy." Bai Huafeng wore a look of bewilderment. "Old man, what are you saying? What do you mean that Xiao Wei being with Lu Yuan is a sign of our ancestors' prosperity? Isn't Lu Yuan just an ordinary person?" Bai Shangwu spoke with profound significance. "Who told you that Lu Yuan is an ordinary person? He is, in fact, the legitimate heir of the esteemed Lu family of the capital." "What?" Both Bai Huafeng and Hui Yun were taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. "Father, you must be joking. The Lu family is an existence we could never hope to associate with in our lifetime. How could Lu Yuan possibly be their heir? And marrying Xiao Wei?" Bai Huafeng swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Bai Shangwu chuckled. "I was unaware of this myself until I saw the birthmark on Lu Yuan's wrist just now. It is indeed him. Huafeng, Hui Yun, our Bai family is truly on the brink of soaring to great heights." Bai Huafeng's mind went blank, and after a moment of stunned silence, he murmured, "Good heavens! My son-in-law is actually the heir of the foremost family in the capital?" Hui Yun sank onto the nearby sofa, equally astonished. Bai Huafeng burst into laughter. "Lu Yuan is my son-in-law. Ha ha ha. I, Bai Huafeng, have become the father-in-law of the heir of the Lu family. I must inform the entire Tian'an that my son-in-law is the heir of the foremost family in the capital." Bai Huafeng, brimming with excitement, pulled out his phone, but Bai Shangwu swiftly smacked him on the head. "You fool. Have you lost your mind?" Bai Huafeng paused in confusion. "Father, what is wrong?" Bai Shangwu whispered. "This is something we should keep within the family. Just think, if everyone finds out, they will all have designs on Lu Yuan. There are plenty of prominent families in Tian'an, and their daughters are numerous. Can you imagine the swarm of competitors for Lu Yuan?" Bai Huafeng's heart sank. "Father, you make a valid point. I hadn't considered that. It seems we must keep this matter discreet. Let us only share it with our family. Indeed, you must relay this news to Xiao Wei. We should ensure that our granddaughter cherishes this son-in-law." Bai Huafeng declared, ready to leave. Suddenly, Hui Yun grasped his arm firmly. Her tone serious. "Huafeng, wait." Bai Huafeng, puzzled, asked, "What are we waiting for, Hui Yun?" Hui Yun spoke meaningfully. "Huafeng, we should confide in Xiao Wei discreetly. We cannot discuss this in front of Lu Yuan, who is still outside." "Why not?" Hui Yun explained. "Old man, Huafeng, think carefully. Lu Yuan was with the Lin family's daughter for 5 years, yet she ultimately cast him aside. During that time, the Lin family consistently looked down upon him. What does that indicate?" Bai Huafeng was left in a fog. "What does it indicate?" "It indicates that Lu Yuan never once mentioned his true identity. Consider the Lin family, who are notoriously superficial. If they were to learn of Lu Yuan's true identity, they would likely fawn over him incessantly, rather than subjecting him to constant difficulties. How could Lin Yin have left to seek another man at the wedding?" Bai Huafeng and Bai Shangwu exchanged raised brows. Hui Yun's analysis was astute. Lu Yuan must wish to keep his lineage concealed from outsiders. I had previously inquired in the capital and learned that there were some tensions between Lu Yuan and the Lu family, which explains his reluctance to discuss his background in public. Hui Yun remarked, "Indeed, that is the case. Thus, we must refrain from broaching this subject in Lu Yuan's presence." as he clearly prefers not to mention it. Precisely. Bai Huafeng nodded emphatically. Let us first call in Xiao Wei for a private discussion. With that, Bai Huafeng exited the room and called out to Bai Wei in the living room. Daughter, your grandfather has awakened. Please come here. Bai Wei immediately felt a sense of relief. Is Lu Yuan coming, father? Bai Huafeng replied with a smile. No need for Xiao Lu to join us just yet. Your presence is sufficient. All right, Bai Wei said as she stepped into the room, relieved to see Bai Shangwu awake. Grandfather, you're awake. How are you feeling? Bai Shangwu chuckled. I'm in good health, my dear. All is well. Bai Wei responded, that's wonderful. Grandfather, please don't hold a grudge against Lu Yuan. We have indeed obtained our marriage certificate, and we will not be divorcing anytime soon. Bai Shangwu beamed. I summoned you for this very reason. I have come to terms with it and fully support your union. Bai Wei was taken aback. Is that true, grandfather? Weren't you just... Bai Shangwu interjected with a knowing smile. Huafeng, please clarify this matter for Xiao Wei. What matter should be clarified? Bai Wei inquired, perplexed. Bai Huafeng replied with a grin. Xiao Wei, do you know who Lu Yuan truly is? Bai Wei responded, confused. Lu Yuan is just Lu Yuan. What do you mean? Bai Huafeng's expression turned serious. I must tell you the truth, Xiao Wei. Lu Yuan is no ordinary person. He is the heir of the illustrious Lu family in the capital. Chapter 42. The so-called deception? The heir of the Lu family? Bai Wei was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow. Father, are you joking? The heir of the Lu family would be in the capital, not in Tian'an. Where did you hear such nonsense? Bai Shangwu's tone turned grave. My dear granddaughter, your father is not jesting. Lu Yuan is indeed the heir of the foremost family in the capital. You have married into the Lu family. You must treat Lu Yuan with utmost respect. My dear granddaughter. Bai Wei's mouth fell open in shock, her face a canvas of disbelief. How can this be possible? At that moment, Bai Wei felt utterly disoriented, questioning whether she was in a dream. How could Lu Yuan possibly be the heir of the prestigious Lu family? If that were true, why had he endured such humiliation from the Lin family over the years, culminating in Lin Yan abandoning him at the wedding, rendering him a laughingstock? With such a background, surely everyone across the nation would aspire to be with Lu Yuan. Bai Shangwu spoke in a solemn tone. My dear granddaughter, I traveled to the capital a few days ago for this very matter. The Lu family has publicly announced that the heir, Lu Yuan, will soon return to the family and is to find a woman of his liking within the city. Given my connections with influential figures in the capital, I sought to introduce you to him. Little did I expect to discover that you and Lu Yuan are already married. Bai Shangwu expressed his astonishment, feeling for the first time the weight of divine intervention. Bai Wei bit her lip, her heart in turmoil. Bai Huafeng, taken aback, scratched his head and laughed. Dear daughter, why do you not smile? Is this not a tremendous stroke of fortune? Fortune? Bai Wei managed a strained smile. I merely wish to understand why he concealed this from me. What do you mean? Bai Wei chose not to respond further, turning abruptly and striding out of the room. In the living room, upon seeing Bai Wei emerge, Lu Yuan immediately inquired, Wife, how is your grandfather? Bai Wei remained silent, offering him a piercing glare before striding out of the villa. Wife. Lu Yuan followed her, but she had already entered her car, and in the blink of an eye, it sped away. The others, including Bai Shangwu, emerged behind, puzzled by Bai Wei's abrupt departure. Uncle, Aunt, what transpired? What did you discuss with Bai Wei? Lu Yuan looked curiously at the three. Bai Huafeng, feeling awkward, chuckled. Well, young Lu, we didn't discuss much. We're unsure what is troubling Bai Wei. Perhaps you should take my car and follow her? He tossed the car keys to Lu Yuan, who wasted no time in starting the engine and leaving the villa. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, Bai Wei arrived home in a fury, storming up the stairs as soon as she stepped inside. Lu Yuan hurried after her wife. What is wrong? Why are you so upset? He grasped her sleeve. Let go. Do not bother me. Bai Wei's face was like a winter frost as she forcefully shook off his hand and ascended to the second floor, slamming her bedroom door behind her. Outside, Lu Yuan nearly collided with the door, helplessly calling out, Wife, let us talk calmly. What is the matter? Inside the room, Bai Wei lay on her bed, burying her face in her pillow, her emotions tumultuous. A bittersweet sensation spread within her heart. Although she had entered into a contractual marriage with Lu Yuan, they were indeed legally bound. She had been honest with him, even introducing him to her parents right after their marriage. Initially, her intent had been to obtain the marriage certificate as a means to resist familial pressures regarding marriage. However, after the ceremony, she approached a relationship with Lu Yuan earnestly, believing that this year would provide them the opportunity to develop genuine feelings. She had made her intentions clear. If they formed a solid emotional foundation over the year, it would naturally lead to a wedding, making them true partners. In her heart, she felt no guilt, having been transparent with Lu Yuan, hoping that their everyday interactions would cultivate the emotional bond they both desired. However, what about Lu Yuan? How could he conceal so much from her? Did he ever genuinely contemplate a future together, or was it merely a fleeting amusement? Hence, he had never divulged any details about his family. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Bai Wei's eyes reddened, tears shimmering within them. She had sincerely cared for Lu Yuan. How could he treat her this way? Outside, Lu Yuan's voice resonated. Wife, what is wrong? Just speak up. Your silence leaves me utterly perplexed. Bai Wei sat up, wiped the corners of her eyes, then approached the door and opened it, her expression devoid of emotion. Lu Yuan, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce tomorrow morning. Lu Yuan's heart constricted painfully. Why? There is no reason. Bai Wei, I'm not foolish enough to allow you to deceive me so easily. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. What have I deceived you about? Bai Wei scoffed. Are you still playing pretend at this juncture? Tell me, who exactly are you? I am Lu Yuan. What of it? Lu Yuan? Such a splendid name. What connection do you have with the Lu family in the capital? Bai Wei's face was now tinged with deeper sarcasm. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and in that moment, realization dawned. You know? Of course, young Master Lu. I never anticipated that I would be deemed worthy enough for the heir of the foremost family in the capital to deceive me. What an unexpected honor. Bai Wei's delicate features were shrouded in frost, cold as an icy cavern. Lu Yuan sighed, remaining silent for a few seconds before speaking. Bai Wei, I did not intend to deceive you. I simply wish to refrain from mentioning it. Simply refraining from mentioning it? How absurd. How long do you intend to keep this ruse up? Bai Wei's voice rose, her eyes reddening. If my parents hadn't brought it up, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that your family in the capital has already chosen several women for you, awaiting your return for a union. Did you ever mention this to me? Is this not deception? You call me wife, yet treat me as a mere jest. You merely wish to amuse yourself with me. And when the time comes, you will return to the capital to seek those women, won't you? Lu Yuan rasped. Bai Wei, I swear I have no such intentions. If I did, may the heavens strike me down. Lu Yuan, am not an irresponsible man. The moment we registered our marriage, you became my woman in my heart, and I shall never forsake you in this lifetime. Bai Wei's pupils quivered slightly. Then she coldly retorted, Do not think I will fall for your sweet words. If you are truly sincere, why would you conceal such matters from me? Or are you afraid that once I know of your identity as the heir of the Lu family, I would make demands of you? Lu Yuan sighed softly. I truly never thought of it that way, Bai Wei. My feelings for you are genuine. Genuine? Very well, then prove it to me. If you cannot, we shall proceed with the divorce tomorrow. Though I may not match your status as the heir of the Lu family, I shall not cling to you. Let us part amicably. Prove it, you say? Yes. Lu Yuan smacked his lips, then allow me to demonstrate this evening. No sooner had he spoken than he pulled Bai Wei into his embrace and kissed her fervently. Bai Wei, caught off guard, felt as if the world had spun around her, finding herself enveloped in Lu Yuan's arms. Lu Yuan, let go of me, you scoundrel. Her voice was muffled. Her lips pressed tightly together in an attempt to resist. Yet Lu Yuan's fervor surpassed anything she had anticipated. The so-called defenses crumbled in an instant. At that moment, Bai Wei felt a sense of disorientation. Lu Yuan's kiss seemed to possess a spell, draining her of all strength and consciousness. Her awareness gradually faded, her gaze becoming increasingly hazy, and a delicate blush adorned her cheeks. Lu Yuan, please. Bai Wei's breath quickened, her cheeks flushing with shyness. At that moment, her body turned utterly pliant, every ounce of strength siphoned away. Lu Yuan's kiss grew ever more assertive, rendering Bai Wei's eyes completely lost in a daze. Her hands instinctively finding their way to his shoulders. Chapter 43. Next time, be gentle. Their bodies drew closer, and Bai Wei had completely lost herself. Gradually, Lu Yuan's kiss intensified, becoming more fervent. Bai Wei's gaze dimmed, her body trembling uncontrollably. The heat radiating from her body, making her feel as though she might be consumed by flames. Lu Yuan, no. Bai Wei's voice was little more than a whisper, yet it only spurred Lu Yuan on, making him more reckless. His hand found its way to her smooth back, causing Bai Wei's body to tense suddenly as she broke free from his kiss, her breathing rapid and flustered. This isn't right, Lu Yuan, we agreed not to. Unfortunately, her words remained unfinished, as Lu Yuan's powerful hand gripped the back of her head, pulling her in for another fervent kiss. All her struggles and resistance proved futile. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yuan had embraced her, kicking the door shut behind them. He carried Bai Wei towards the soft bed. Lu Yuan, you are being excessive. Not excessive. You are my woman. As Bai Wei fell onto the bed, her long, dark hair spilled across the pristine sheets. Lu Yuan's kisses descended upon her like a torrential storm. After several moments of resistance, Bai Wei ultimately surrendered. Lu Yuan's dominance was overwhelming. He kissed her with the ferocity of a wild beast, exuding an aura that left no room for rejection. An indescribable sensation coursed through her, momentarily engulfing her in this tempest. Lu Yuan drew near, their bodies pressed intimately together. As their passionate kiss broke, Bai Wei found herself nearly breathless, greedily inhaling the air, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her face flushed with a radiant hue. Tiny beads of sweat adorning her nose, rendering her once pure visage alluringly captivating. Gazing at Lu Yuan, who resembled a ravenous wolf, Bai Wei's eyes glistened with moisture. A hint of reproach mingled with shyness. Lu Yuan, you've truly gone too far. Wasn't it you who wanted me to prove it? Is this your so-called proof? Lu Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. There is no better way to demonstrate it than this. Both drenched in sweat. The temperature in the room had risen unbeknownst to them, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. With a soft click, Lu Yuan turned off the lights, leaving only a dim, gentle nightlight. In the muted glow, he sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Wei beneath him. Bai Wei's breath quickened. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes darting away. Yet a glimmer of curiosity flickered within. Unable to restrain herself, she glanced back, her breath quickening, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Lu Yuan's physique was undeniably impressive. His sculpted abs ignited an impulse within her to reach out and touch. She dare not look any longer, averting her gaze to the side, but the sight of Lu Yuan's stunning profile momentarily captivated him as well. Bai Wei clenched the bed sheets, her breath hot and rapid, her gaze slightly dazed. Lu Yuan, you've truly crossed the line. If this continues, I will be genuinely angry. Lu Yuan seemed oblivious, firmly grasping her hands, their fingers intertwined. Bai Wei soon realized what Lu Yuan was about to do, her delicate face flushed with panic. Lu Yuan, this is really not acceptable. I've said it before, without a foundation of affection, we cannot proceed like this. And how, pray tell, can we establish such a foundation? The night was deep, the moonlight mingling with the ambient glow. Bai Wei's previous soft sobs gradually faded. Lu Yuan, you are truly wicked. An hour later, tranquility returned. The lights flickered on, revealing Bai Wei's flushed visage, her hair damp with sweat clinging to her enchanting face. She shot a reproachful glance at Lu Yuan, her cheeks ablaze. Lu Yuan, how could you promise me before? You said we wouldn't engage in this without an emotional foundation. Lu Yuan sighed with mock solemnity. I did promise you, but this is beyond my control. You are speaking nonsense. You are deliberately taking advantage of me. Lu Yuan blinked innocently. Isn't it quite normal for me to benefit from you? You've already registered our union. You are my woman now. Shouldn't I be allowed some privileges? Furthermore, now that we've crossed that line, what are you going to do about it? A subtle smile played on Lu Yuan's lips. Bai Wei's face burned with embarrassment. The earlier scene vivid in her mind. This truly is the last time. You have gone a bit too far this time. If this happens again, I will surely ignore you. Bai Wei pouted, trying to steady her racing heart. Lu Yuan grinned. We'll speak of the next time when it comes. Forget it. I want to talk to you. Bai Wei, flustered and indignant, turned her back to Lu Yuan. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, Are you still angry about what happened before? Bai Wei feigned ignorance, her tone icy. What are you talking about? Lu Yuan cleared his throat. I mean the matter of my background that I had disclosed to you. If you're still upset, I apologize. It was never my intention to conceal it from you. Angry? Why would I be? Seeing Lu Yuan's demeanor soften, Bai Wei couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride. Lu Yuan chuckled wryly. I simply wished to avoid the topic. It was not a deliberate omission. As for any talk of alliances, that is out of the question. You will forever remain Lu Yuan's woman. How could I ever abandon you for someone else in the capital? Bai Wei pressed her lips together, offering a soft acknowledgement. I hope you will always remember your words from today. Lu Yuan immediately raised his hand. I, Lu Yuan, swear to the heavens that I shall never forsake Bai Wei. Should I abandon her, may lightning strike me. Just as he was about to utter the final word, Bai Wei placed a finger against his lips. Lu Yuan froze. Bai Wei's gaze was profound. I do not require your oath. The bonds between people rely on fate. If such a day were to come, I would accept it with grace. The ebb and flow of fate is destined. Lu Yuan replied thoughtfully, That day will never come. Bai Wei remained silent, and Lu Yuan's large hand stealthily approached once more. Bai Wei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she swatted at his hand. Are you not going to behave? Wasn't he just moments ago? Lu Yuan grinned mischievously. What can I say? How can I resist when my wife is so beautiful? It's simply not enough. Bai Wei's face burned with embarrassment as she buried it in her cup, muttering, Don't even think about it. It's simply not allowed. With a huff, she added, You should return to your own room. It's time to rest. Lu Yuan furrowed his brows, inquiring, Why can't I stay here? Without hesitation, Bai Wei firmly rejected him, stating, It's not permitted. Why not? He pressed. Bai Wei retorted, Have you forgotten what I said earlier? Lu Yuan shrugged and sighed. All right, then I'll head back. Go on. Be obedient, she instructed. A triumphant smile graced Bai Wei's face, and she continued, Oh, by the way, make some time tomorrow to go out with me. For what purpose? He asked. Bai Wei smiled gently. To choose a wedding dress. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. All right. Upon returning to his room and stepping onto the balcony, Lu Yuan was just about to lie down when his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Li Hao. Hello, Howsy, what's up? He answered. Li Hao's cheerful voice came through. Aren't we supposed to meet our class beauty? Shen Nian'an, for a gathering tonight? It's just past 10. Let's go grab a late-night snack. Shun is expecting us. That sounded agreeable, as he was unable to sleep anyway. Send me the location, he replied. After hanging up, Li Hao promptly sent the address. Without delay, Lu Yuan donned his clothes and drove toward the designated spot. The city at night revealed its most enchanting side. The streetlights on the overpasses shimmered like ribbons stretching into the distance, while the neon lights painted a vibrant nightscape, saturating the urban atmosphere with extravagance. Tian'an, an international metropolis, truly came alive after dark. In recent years, the rapid economic growth of Tian'an City had led to the swift enrichment of many. However, this prosperity also brought about a rise in crime due to inadequate security and oversight. Even in this bustling city, dark corners teemed with violence and transgressions. As Lu Yuan knew, despite the apparent prosperity and strict law enforcement of Tian'an, the reality was far more complex. Beneath the surface, there existed a gray area where forces navigated between light and dark. Numerous gangs operated within the city, each controlling various entertainment venues. Nighttime was when these factions thrived. Typically, Lu Yuan paid little attention to such matters, only possessing a general understanding. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan arrived at a well-known barbecue restaurant in Tian'an. Located in a bustling area, the atmosphere was lively, with a crowd that had not diminished with the night. In fact, it seemed even more vibrant than during the day. After parking his Nian'an, Lu Yuan made his way toward the barbecue joint. Just a few steps in, he spotted a familiar figure entering the restaurant ahead of him. As he focused his gaze, his expression turned notably peculiar upon recognizing the individual. It was none other than his former mother-in-law, Li Yafeng, Lin Yan's mother. Dressed in a form-fitting black dress, her alluring figure was strikingly seductive, and her long legs, clad in black stockings and high heels, exuded an air of irresistible charm. Li Yafeng appeared to have had a few drinks, her face flushed and her steps somewhat unsteady. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that unexpectedly, there is a man beside Li Yafeng. Moreover, this middle-aged gentleman is holding Li Yafeng closely by the waist, while she nestles against him in an intimate embrace. Lu Yuan finds himself bewildered, for this man is certainly not Lin Hai. Has Lin Hai been deceived? Just as Lu Yuan is engulfed in confusion, Li Yafeng and her companion step into a barbecue restaurant. A playful smile graces Lu Yuan's lips as he senses that an interesting spectacle is about to unfold. Li Yafeng had previously made his life quite difficult, her demeanor often sharp and selfish. He wouldn't mind capturing a few photographs to share with Lin Yan and Lin Hai. With this thought, Lu Yuan also enters the barbecue establishment. Upon arrival, Lu Yuan scans the room, but fails to spot Nian'an and Li Hao. After inquiring, he learns that both are caught up with matters on the road and will be delayed. He selects a seat that allows him to observe Li Yafeng without her easily noticing him. Shortly thereafter, he activates his camera and begins recording. At a nearby table, Li Yafeng remains blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. She has indeed consumed a fair amount of alcohol tonight, as it is a reunion with her former university classmates. The middle-aged man beside her, who had just embraced her, is Geng Wei, the object of her long-standing affection, her white moonlight. Their paths had not crossed for years until a chance encounter on the street rekindled their connection. Typically, Li Yafeng is quite composed, but after indulging in so much alcohol this evening, she finally succumbs to her impulses. Leaning into Geng Wei's embrace, her cheeks flushed with the warmth of inebriation, she playfully asks, "Ah Wei, do you think I'm drunk? Why is my face so hot?" As she speaks, she takes Geng Wei's hand and places it against her cheek. Geng Wei's gaze ignites with desire as he swallows hard, replying, "Indeed, it is a bit warm, Yafeng. You've had quite a bit to drink, haven't you?" With a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, Li Yafeng responds, "Yes, seeing you tonight has made me so happy. I couldn't help myself." The others at the table immediately begin to tease. "Geng Wei, Yafeng has been pining for you all these years. Indeed, Geng Wei is handsome, and Yafeng is beautiful. What a shame they never got together. They seem quite suited for each other. A kiss, a kiss." The atmosphere grows lively. Geng Wei, feeling a bit bashful, interjects, "Come on, everyone, let us not joke around. Yafeng has a family. This isn't appropriate. What of it? Who would know if we're just having some fun? You don't say anything, and Yafeng's man surely wouldn't either." "Exactly. A kiss, a kiss." Unable to resist any longer, Li Yafeng wraps her arms around Geng Wei's neck, gazing at him with dazed eyes. "Ah Wei, don't you like me?" Geng Wei's throat feels parched as desire rises within him. "I do." "Then why not kiss me?" With that, Li Yafeng leans in and kisses Geng Wei, sharing a passionate French kiss. Lu Yuan, observing from a distance, raises an eyebrow. Is Li Yafeng truly this forward? The kiss lingers for over a minute before they part. The atmosphere at the table thick with tension. After a while, Li Yafeng, slightly intoxicated, rises and slurs, I need to use the restroom." "Ah Wei, could you help me there?" Geng Wei's heart raced suddenly. "All right, I'll help you." The restroom was located on the second floor, and thus, Geng Wei supported Li Yafeng as they ascended. Below, Lu Yuan squinted and promptly followed. Upon reaching the upper floor, Geng Wei held Li Yafeng's slender waist. They arrived at the entrance of a private room, where they paused, gazing into each other's eyes with deep affection. Yafeng away, they exchanged no further words, but embraced and kissed passionately. After a while, Li Yafeng gasped, "Let's go into the private room. We mustn't be seen." "All right." The couple swiftly entered the room, shedding their garments without hesitation. Lu Yuan also arrived on the second floor and reached the door of a private room, where he immediately heard the sounds within. He gently opened the door a crack and peered inside, his breath catching in his throat. It must be said that Li Yafeng possessed a commendable figure, well maintained. He quietly recorded the scene, refraining from interrupting their intimate moment, and then descended the stairs. Upstairs, merely 3 to 5 minutes later, Geng Wei concluded their encounter. The two, wary of being delayed, hurriedly made their way downstairs. Lu Yuan sat in his seat, observing them with an increasing desire to laugh. Li Yafeng, who would have thought I could catch you in such a compromising position? Truly, the heavens have granted me this opportunity. Let your reputation be tarnished. After all, you had made things difficult for me in the past. Li Yafeng returned to the table, feeling considerably more sober after the earlier release. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if someone were watching her. Instinctively, she glanced around and suddenly spotted Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, her pupils dilated, panic washing over her. Heavens! Did Lu Yuan witness what transpired between Geng Wei and me? A cold sweat broke out on her skin. The more she thought about it, the more fearful she became, prompting her to stride towards Lu Yuan, who was engrossed in his phone. Lu Yuan soon sensed someone standing before him. Upon looking up, he was met with the icy countenance of Li Yafeng. He raised an eyebrow. "What is it, Aunt Li?" Li Yafeng replied with disdain. "Lu Yuan, what are you doing here?" Lu Yuan responded nonchalantly. "What does my presence here have to do with you, Aunt Li?" Li Yafeng slammed her hand on the table and admonished, "It does. Get out of here immediately. You are unworthy to dine in the same establishment as me. Seeing a good-for-nothing like you makes me sick." Lu Yuan frowned. "Aunt Li, there's no need to be so harsh. I haven't relied on your family for anything in these past few years." Li Yafeng retorted angrily, "You have quite the stubborn mouth. I don't wish to discuss anything further. Just leave this instant. Your mere presence disgusts me." Lu Yuan replied coldly with a smirk, "And what if I refuse to leave? Then do not blame me for being rude. If I choose to, I can ensure that you have no place in Tianhai." Lu Yuan clicked his tongue. "Aunt Li, you certainly possess quite the imposing demeanor. Just know this and leave promptly." Lu Yuan smiled mischievously. "I can leave, but before I do, I have something for you to see." "What is it?" Li Yafeng furrowed her brow. Lu Yuan opened the video he had just recorded on his phone and presented it to Li Yafeng, grinning. "Aunt Li, do take a moment to enjoy this." Upon viewing the video on her phone, Li Yafeng first furrowed her brow, and in the next moment, it felt as if a thunderclap had struck her, nearly rendering her incapacitated. "Aunt Li, is it captivating?" Lu Yuan asked with a faint smile as he gazed at Li Yafeng. Trembling violently, she fixed her eyes on Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "You actually recorded all of this?" Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, such a riveting spectacle certainly deserves to be captured. Only, I never anticipated you indulged in such frivolity. I recall Uncle Lin has always treated you rather well. Don't you feel remorseful for engaging in this?" Li Yafeng's face flushed with heat as she adopted a different demeanor, forcing a conciliatory smile. "Well, Lu, Aunt Li acknowledges her mistake. I realize I've been rather harsh with you in the past, and I sincerely apologize. Please do not hold it against me. I assure you, if you desire, I will immediately facilitate a reconciliation between you and Lin Yan." Although Li Yafeng harbored no affection for Lu Yuan, she found herself with no other recourse. She needed to stall him. Otherwise, if the video were to be leaked, how could she ever face anyone again? Lin Hai would undoubtedly not let her off lightly. Known for his ruthless nature and volatile temper, he could be amicable to those who complied with him, but if he harbored any displeasure, he could be mercilessly tormenting. The thought of Lin Hai discovering this incident terrified Li Yafeng. Hearing her words, Lu Yuan chuckled. "Aunt Li, do you truly believe I wish to reconcile with Lin Yan? Your confidence is rather misplaced." Kalustarad, Li Yafeng raplia, iya pulujiza, Lu. "I tend to be rather inarticulate. Is there anything you desire? I will do my utmost to accommodate you. I implore you, this video must not be allowed to leak." At this juncture, her eyes reddened, and tears brimmed as she pleaded, "I genuinely recognize my error. How about this? I will give you 1 million. Please, will you delete the video? Enough with the theatrics." Lu Yuan interjected, "I have no need for your money, nor do I require you to mediate a reconciliation with Lin Yan. State your demands. As long as it is within Aunt Li's means, I assure you I will spare no effort." Lu Yuan observed Li Yafeng, a flicker of contemplation crossing his mind. "You may return for now. I will ponder your request." Li Yafeng exhaled in relief. Wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining, she returned to her seat. Once seated, She glanced at Geng Wei, her heart heavy with regret. If only she had known better than to visit the hotel. Now, with Lu Yuan possessing leverage over her, what did she do? Finally, with a furrowed brow, Li Yafeng expressed her concern. Away, step outside for a moment. I need to speak with you. The two quickly made their way outside. Geng Wei inquired, Yafeng, what is the matter? With a sigh, Li Yafeng divulged the incident of being secretly filmed. Geng Wei, upon hearing this, felt his legs weaken in fear. What would happen if Lin Hai saw the video? His complexion turned pale as cold sweat dripped down his brow. Yafeng, what do we do now? That video absolutely cannot be leaked. Otherwise, we are truly finished. Li Yafeng, distressed, responded, I am fully aware that it cannot be leaked. The key is to devise a solution. After pondering for a moment, Geng Wei suggested, now that you mention it, I have an idea. We could find someone to give him a good beating and then seize his phone. Or perhaps we could simply ensure he never speaks again. Li Yafeng's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? She asked. Geng Wei's gaze hardened as he replied in a hushed tone. Think about it, Yafeng. That video might have already been copied, so snatching his phone isn't secure. We could find someone to incapacitate Lu Yuan, perhaps even sever his tongue. Or we could arrange for him to be rendered a vegetable, left in a perpetual coma. Wouldn't that solve our problem? Li Yafeng hesitated. Is that really necessary? Geng Wei urged Yafeng. That video determines whether you can remain in the Lin family for the rest of your life. And it also affects whether Lin Hai will send someone to eliminate me. If that video leaks, we are both finished. Geng Wei's words struck a chord with Li Yafeng, who finally relented. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Geng Wei nodded. Let us do it my way. I happen to know a small-time mobster from the Tian'an City underworld. His name is Brother Shi, a minor leader in the Qinglong gang. It is said he has indeed killed before, and he was involved in several notorious murder cases here in Tian'an a couple of years ago. Having him deal with Lu Yuan should pose no problem. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yafeng agreed, fine, let us go through with it tonight. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was finally waiting for Nian'an and Li Hao. Nian'an entered wearing a white bodycon dress and high heels. All the men in the barbecue restaurant simultaneously turned their gazes toward her, their eyes filled with awe and envy. Such a stunning woman. Lu Yuan momentarily lost his focus. However, he was accustomed to it. Nian'an was always the center of attention wherever she went, captivating everyone's admiration. At this moment, clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves, her porcelain-like face was exquisitely beautiful, with her long, dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding an effortless elegance. Her brows were like ink strokes, and her lips glimmered with a peachy sheen, her cold, striking features resembling a portrait come to life. The dress hugged her silhouette, highlighting her slender waist and full hips. Below the hem, her long, graceful legs were encased in sheer black stockings, emanating an air of mystique and sensual allure. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered, and for a moment, he felt a daze overcome him. It was undeniable. Nian'an was stunningly beautiful. Her exceptional looks were no wonder she had become a rising star in the entertainment industry. When he regained his composure, Nian'an had already taken a seat across from him. Chapter 45. The girl from back then, Nian'an, felt somewhat bashful under Lu Yuan's gaze. A blush gracing her cheeks as she lowered her lashes and softly inquired, What are you staring at, Lu Yuan? Is there something on my face? Lu Yuan snapped back to reality, his face flushing. Nothing's there. Then why do you keep staring at me? She pressed. Nian'an raised her eyes, her charming, almond-shaped gaze captivating. Lu Yuan cleared his throat, a bashful smile escaping him. What can I say? You're simply too beautiful. It's natural for a man to admire a pretty woman. Is that so? I recall in school you hardly ever looked my way, and you didn't speak much to me either. Lu Yuan felt even more awkward, wanting to explain that he was shy back in school. Besides, he had been preoccupied with Lin Yan. Nian'an observed Lu Yuan's subtle expressions, a smile playing on her lips as she remained silent. All right, I was merely jesting. I am aware of your fondness for Lin Yan, so it is quite normal for you to overlook me. With that, Nian'an placed the package she had been holding onto the table, smiling as she said, This is for you. What is it? Lu Yuan asked. Curiosity piqued as he began to unwrap the package. Inside lay a beautifully crafted box of peach blossom pastries. Lu Yuan's movements suddenly halted. These were his absolute favorite treats. Acquiring them was notoriously difficult, often requiring a lengthy wait in line. Consequently, it had been quite some time since he had indulged. Moreover, during the past period, his thoughts had been entirely consumed by Lin Yan, leading him to almost forget his own preferences. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Nian'an knew of his love for these pastries. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Lu Yuan as he asked, "Nian'an, how did you know I liked peach blossom pastries?" Nian'an replied gently, "Do you remember during our self-introductions in class when the instructor asked each of us to present ourselves?" Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Memories from the past flashed through his mind like a slideshow. An indescribable emotion filled his heart, rendering his voice somewhat hoarse as he questioned, "After all these years, you still remember?" "Yes, I recall a bit." Nian'an's voice was soft, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within Lu Yuan's heart. He found himself in a daze, pondering why Nian'an would remember him. Their interactions throughout school had been minimal, and his recollections of her were scant. The only significant memory was attending the guitar club with her, although he had only attended 2 sessions before discontinuing. During those lessons, he had indeed conversed with Nian'an quite a bit, but afterward, their paths diverged. Logically, he should have been an inconsequential figure in her memories. How could she remember so vividly? Lost in thought, Li Hao approached, perspiration glistening on his face. He plopped down beside the table, panting as he exclaimed, "I finally parked the car. Shen, I must say, your Maserati is a delight to drive. When will I be able to afford one?" Li Hao chuckled, and Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "How's did you come with her?" "Indeed, I don't have a car, so I happened to run into Shen on the road, and she graciously offered me a ride, letting me experience the thrill of a Maserati," Li Hao replied, glancing at the peach blossom pastries on the table. He turned to Lu Yuan with a grin. "So, how do they taste?" "These were purchased after Shun stood in line for over 2 hours just for you. Just look at how thoughtful she is. I told her other places sell them too, but she insisted you only like this brand and was adamant about waiting in line." "What?" Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Nian'an's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly remarked, "Li Hao, why are you saying all this? It was just a casual wait." Hee. Yuan, he could be a bit slow on the uptake. It's fine to tell him. After all, it reflects your intentions." Li Hao winked at Lu Yuan. A wave of indescribable emotions washed over Lu Yuan. Nian'an had queued for over 2 hours to buy this for him. He was suddenly reminded of the times he had waited in line for Lin Yan. If there were not a genuine affection for Lin Yan in his heart, he would undoubtedly not have stood in line for such an extended period to purchase something. Similarly, how could Nian'an wait so long to buy something for herself? This is quite perplexing. Does Nian'an harbor feelings for herself? It seems improbable, as there had been little connection between her and Nian'an during their time at school and even after graduation. The only instance of contact was during the new year when Nian'an would send her a congratulatory message. He could not help but cast a puzzled glance at Li Hao, who remained silent, offering only a gaze imbued with complexity. Lu Yuan felt even more bewildered. Fortunately, the dishes arrived promptly, and Li Hao cheerfully inquired, "Shindabanhua, do you drink beer? Would you like to have some?" "All right then, I shall indulge a little as well." Nian'an smiled delicately, accepting the beer. Soon, all 3 glasses were filled, and Li Hao joyfully raised his glass. "Let's toast to our reunion. Yuan Yi, though you made us feel quite impressive today, it is quite astonishing to discover that you are the esteemed President Zhui Yuan. This drink is for you. Yet, we must also toast to our Shindabanhua, for it is easy to meet you, but rare to encounter Shindabanhua." Lu Yuan also lifted his glass, smiling. How's he speaks the truth. "Nian'an, this toast is for you. Thank you for the peach blossom pastries you bought for me. I truly appreciate it." With that, both Lu Yuan and Li Hao drained their glasses. "You are too kind. Then I shall finish mine as well." Nian'an's cheeks flushed, and seeing that both had emptied their glasses, she raised her own. After finishing the drink, her charming face was adorned with a captivating blush, adding an allure to her demeanor. "Shindabanhua, are you residing in Tianhai during this period?" Li Hao inquired, munching on barbecue. Nian'an twirled a strand of hair by her ear and replied with a smile, "I should be here for a while." There's an offline fan meeting in a few days, so I will remain for some time. Ah. Li Hao exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Yuan before curiously asking, "By the way, Shindabanwa, you mentioned you are from the provincial capital, which is certainly more favorable than our Tianhai. Why did you come to study in Tianhai?" Nian'an pressed her lips together and softly replied, "Due to certain family circumstances, I sought a place a bit farther from home to explore. Life can be rather mundane if one remains in the same place." "Ha ha! We are fortunate you came to Tianhai. Otherwise, we would not have had the pleasure of knowing you, right, Yuan-ge?" Li Hao chuckled. Lu Yuan nodded, adding, "Indeed, Nian'an, otherwise, we wouldn't be sharing this drink together now." Nian'an paused for 2 seconds, shaking her head with conviction. "No, perhaps I would not have met Li Hao, but I would certainly have met you." Both Lu Yuan and Li Hao were taken aback, somewhat confused. "Shindabanwa, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand." Li Hao scratched his head, intrigued. Nian'an smiled calmly. "It's nothing. Let us enjoy our drinks." With that, she raised her beer glass once again. Although Lu Yuan and Li Hao were puzzled, seeing Nian'an's reluctance to elaborate, they too lifted their glasses to drink. After a while of conversation, Nian'an excused herself to the restroom. At the table, Li Hao looked at Lu Yuan, seemingly holding back something he wished to express. Lu Yuan noticed this detail and furrowed his brow, saying, "Haozi, if you have something to say, just say it. Why beat around the bush?" Li Hao, flushed from drinking, resembling a blushing monkey, drunkenly replied, "Well, brother Yuan, I'll just say it, but don't get angry, okay?" I won't be angry. Go ahead," Lu Yuan encouraged. Li Hao burped from the alcohol and continued, "Brother Yuan, sometimes I feel like your head is made of elmwood." "Why do you say that?" Lu Yuan frowned. Li Hao chuckled, "Stop pretending. I refuse to believe you can't see that Nian'an likes you." Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "Nian'an likes me? What are you talking about?" Li Hao said, "Come on, we're brothers. Why pretend? You're a good person, but I feel sorry for Nian'an. Well, not exactly sorry, but sometimes I empathize with her." Lu Yuan was utterly confused. "I really don't understand what you mean." Li Hao, munching on a meat skewer, drunkenly stated, "All right, you don't understand? Let me ask you this. She waited in line for 2 hours to buy your favorite food. What does that signify?" Lu Yuan frowned. "That doesn't necessarily mean anything. She might have wanted to buy something else from that place herself, and just happened to get me something. Liao chakod, fine. Let's drop that. Let me tell you another thing. Do you remember back in school when you were pursuing Linyan? That night you confessed to her, but she rejected you, and then you went to the deserted seaside pier and got drunk? We couldn't find you." Lu Yuan replied, "I remember that. I was truly intoxicated and woke up in a hotel." Li Hao laughed. "Do you know who brought you to the hotel?" Lu Yuan's heart sank. "It can't be Nian'an, can it?" Li Hao meaningfully replied, "Exactly, it was her. I didn't know you had gone off to drink alone. I went to bed early that night, so when Nian'an called me, I didn't hear it. She was the one who took you to the hotel." Lu Yuan's mind buzzed as he suddenly recalled the scene from that morning. He seemed to remember being without clothes. His heart raced. Wait, could it be that he had? With Nian'an? No, that couldn't be. He couldn't clearly recall the details and dared not think further. Swallowing hard, he asked Haozi, "Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" Li Hao sighed. "Nian'an forbade me from saying anything. Honestly, she's quite strange. She always likes to be good to you quietly, but doesn't want us to mention it. By the way, do you remember another instance when it was your birthday? You wanted to celebrate with Linyan, so you booked a restaurant and waited for her, but she never showed up until midnight?" Lu Yuan replied, "Of course I remember. I didn't wait for Linyan, and later that night, you all called me to another restaurant and secretly organized a surprise birthday celebration for me." Leo, with a knowing smile, asked, "Do you know who organized that surprise?" Lu Yuan's heart tightened. "It can't be Nian'an again, can it?" "Ah, it was indeed her. She noticed your solitude and suggested we orchestrate a surprise for you. At that time, the cake shops had already closed for the evening, yet she ventured out late at night, pleading with the shopkeepers until they reluctantly agreed to prepare a cake for her. On another occasion, you inadvertently fractured your hand and found yourself lying in the hospital. During those days, I brought you chicken soup every day. However, what I didn't disclose to you was that the soup was also concocted by Nian'an herself. She forbade me from revealing this, fearing it might affect your relationship with Linyan. Afterward, when you confessed your feelings to Linyan and she accepted, that very night, Nian'an went to a bar and drowned her sorrows in alcohol. We happened to stumble upon her. Had we not, she might have encountered a dire situation that evening. Li Hao sighed after taking a sip of his drink, his gaze filled with complexity. Now you understand Nian'an's feelings for you, don't you? You were so infatuated with Lin Yan at the time that you completely overlooked such a wonderful girl waiting for you. Nian'an wanted to speak with you, yet you never acknowledged her presence. It truly pained us to witness this. If it weren't for Nian'an's insistence on silence, we would have long since expressed our concerns. Lu Yuan fell silent, his heart constricting in waves, a sense of heaviness settling in his chest. Had he truly disregarded Nian'an all along? After you began your relationship with Lin Yan, it wasn't long before she signed with a management agency, retaining her student status to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. You even discussed this with us at the time. You, who so carelessly broke her heart, lamenting that she didn't reach out, when in truth, she had accumulated enough sorrow to part ways. Li Hao sighed again, patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Listen, brother, Nian'an has not forgotten you. Do you really believe she came to Tian High just for leisure? It is undoubtedly for you. She must be aware of the finality of your relationship with Lin Yan, which is why she has come to Tian High. You should seize this opportunity. Lu Yuan remained silent, consuming his drink in contemplation, his emotions swirling within him. Before long, Nian'an returned to the table, her cheeks flushed with the warmth of alcohol. Why have you stopped drinking? Come, let us continue. Nian'an raised her glass, and Lu Yuan exchanged glances with Li Hao, who smiled and said, Come on, Shun, let's keep going. After finishing another drink, Li Hao's phone rang. He answered and responded, All right, I understand. I will return now. After hanging up, Li Hao said, Apologies, Shun. I have a family matter to attend to and must leave. I truly regret it. Very well, take care on your way, Shun replied. No problem. We shall gather again another day. Li Hao stood to leave, discreetly giving Lu Yuan a knowing glance. Only Lu Yuan and Nian'an remained at the table, both enveloped in silence. The barbecue before them emitted steam, and time seemed to stand still. After a moment, Nian'an's gentle voice broke the stillness. Lu Yuan, do you wish to drink more? I'm fine, what about you? Nian'an pressed her lips together and softly suggested, Shall we go for a stroll? It feels a bit stuffy here. All right, Lu Yuan nodded. And together, they exited the barbecue restaurant. Adjacent to it lay Tianhai's artificial scenic lake, where they walked along the water's edge. The surface shimmered under the light, and occasionally, passers-by strolled by, enveloped in the tranquility of the serene environment. The evening breeze gently caressed, lifting Nian'an's silky hair, while the luminous moonlight reflected in her eyes. Under the moon's glow, she appeared as an ethereal fairy who had descended into the mortal realm. She strolled along the riverbank, her face radiating a serene contentment, softly humming a melodious song, enchanting and gentle. Beside her, Lu Yuan felt anything but calm, as Li Hao's earlier words lingered in his mind. At last, he could no longer contain himself, and spoke. Nian'an, I wish to ask you something. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Yuan immediately felt a pang of regret. Given how much time had passed, was it appropriate for him to bring it up again? What is it? Nian'an arched her elegant brows, regarding Lu Yuan with a smile that danced between amusement and intrigue. The moonlight fell upon her long lashes, enhancing her delicate and gentle features. Lu Yuan scratched his head, ultimately deciding, Forget it, it's nothing. With that, he resumed his walk. But Nian'an's soft voice called out, Why did you stop? Lu Yuan paused, leaning against the railing by the river, gazing at the lake's surface, and finally mustered the courage to speak. Nian'an, Li Hao mentioned something while we were having dinner. A gentle breeze swept across the lakeside. Nian'an remained silent, resting her chin on her delicate hand as she stared into the distance for a long while before replying. So you already know? Yes, Nian'an. I truly didn't anticipate how much you cared for me back then. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of guilt and sighed softly. I want to apologize. During those years, you showed me such concern and care, yet I continuously overlooked you and even, at times, intentionally distanced myself from you. Nian'an gazed pensively at the lake, the cool moonlight reflecting in her eyes. Her voice emerged softly. Lu Yuan, I don't mind. For me, quietly supporting you from behind is already my greatest joy. My kindness towards you was never intended to attract your attention. I simply didn't wish to see you in pain." Lu Yuan's heart tightened. "But I cannot fathom why you were so kind to me. We have scarcely any connection, and you are so exceptional. Why would you care for someone like me?" His expression was one of deep complexity, struggling to understand Shen Yinan's unwavering kindness. "Lu Yuan, do you believe in fate?" Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head as he gazed at the lake. "Not particularly." "I do," Shen Yinan remarked, her eyes fixed on the distant moonlight, her voice a whisper. "Do you remember 13 years ago when you saved a girl from drowning?" Lu Yuan's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at Shen Yinan. Disbelief etched across his face. You. Turning to him, Shen Yinan wore a smile that made even the moonlight seem dim. "It was me, Lu Yuan. 13 years ago, you saved me." At that moment, Lu Yuan's body trembled violently, and everything clicked into place. On that fateful day, he had chanced upon a girl who had fallen into the river while walking along a remote riverbank in the outskirts of the capital. He was only a teenager then. Although he could swim, it was merely a rudimentary skill. Yet he did not ponder for long. He leapt into the river with all his might, grasping the girl and exerting every ounce of strength to bring her to the shore. During this endeavor, he faltered several times, nearly succumbing to the depths himself. Once the girl was safe, she sat on the ground, drenched, choking back sobs. Lu Yuan wished to console her, yet in his youth, he lacked the knowledge of how to offer comfort. The girl possessed a pair of enchanting eyes, albeit swollen from weeping, and she asked him, "What is your name?" "I am Lu Yuan," he replied. "Lu Yuan, I shall remember you." Those were the only words exchanged between them, and after that, the girl departed, leaving them with no further connection. Astonishingly, the girl from over a decade ago was none other than the present Shen Yinan. Fate had woven their paths together with exquisite intricacy. Lu Yuan gazed at Shen Yinan across the way. A torrent of unspoken words lodged in his throat. "I never anticipated it would be you. Destiny truly is remarkable." Shen Yinan's eyes were already rimmed with red, misty with unshed tears, her voice hoarse yet laced with a bittersweet smile as she replied, "Indeed, fate is wonderfully intricate, Lu Yuan. Without you, there would be no present day, Shen Yinan. I did not merely fall into the water by accident. I deliberately leapt into the river, seeking to end my life. Yet, in that fleeting moment before departing this world, I saw you swimming towards me, undeterred by danger, and I suddenly felt that someone in this world cared for me. I wondered if I were to die, would I cause sorrow to the one who so valiantly came to my rescue?" Tears brimmed in Shen Yinan's eyes as she beheld Lu Yuan, her mind conjuring the image of him, reckless and determined, guiding her to safety. Wiping her eyes, she spoke softly, "I searched for you for a long time, and finally discovered you were in Tian'an. I then abandoned my studies in the provincial capital and came to find you, only to learn that you had already fallen for Lin Yan." Despite the traces of tears on her face, a smile graced her lips as she continued, "But it does not matter. Seeing you with someone you cherish brings me joy. However, Lin Yan's occasional demeanor towards you does stir feelings of indignation within me. Countless times, I contemplated rushing to you to advise you to let go of Lin Yan, for she does not love you. Yet, witnessing your unwavering affection dissuaded me from such thoughts. I would much prefer that Lin Yan truly comes to love you, so that you both may find happiness together. After all, to genuinely love someone may not necessarily mean to be with them. I believe that wishing for their true happiness and joy is also a form of love, is it not?" At this juncture, Shen Yinan felt a tightness in her throat, her eyes growing warm as the heat of unshed tears lingered. She was uncertain whether she loved Lu Yuan. All she knew was that throughout the years, she had never ceased searching for him. Even after graduation, she habitually checked his social media, yearning for glimpses into his recent life. Yet, Lu Yuan rarely posted, and when he did, it was predominantly photographs of Lin Yan. In countless lonely nights, she silently longed for him. In myriad fleeting moments, she contemplated opening the chat window with Lu Yuan, yearning to lay bare the emotions she had kept hidden for so long. Yet she understood that she could not. Nian'an, Lu Yuan was rendered speechless, a myriad of emotions swirling within his chest. For so many years, He had foolishly overlooked Nian'an, investing his genuine feelings in a woman unworthy of them. He recalled the time back at school when Nian'an approached him, her face betraying her anxiety as she sought his guidance on academic matters. It must have taken her a considerable amount of time to muster the courage to speak to him. Yet, he had coldly dismissed her with a few curt words, as he was preoccupied with accompanying Lin Yin that evening. "Sorry, I'm busy." Lu Yuan's heart jolted at the thought. In countless moments, perhaps he had caused Nian'an immense pain. Even after she had left school, feeling despondent, he had foolishly jested about her with Li Hao and others. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, his breath trembling at that instant. "Nian'an, I am sorry." He uttered these words, trembling. "No, Lu Yuan, never utter that phrase to me. There has never been a sense of indebtedness between us. Over the years, witnessing your growth and experiences has been one of the few significances in my life. Without you, Nian'an would have ceased to exist in this world over a decade ago." The evening breeze gently tousled Nian'an's hair as she leaned against the railing, her cheeks still bearing traces of tears, yet a satisfied smile graced her lips. Lu Yuan's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Perhaps if he had awakened to his feelings sooner, he might have shared a beautiful romance with Nian'an, embarking on a new chapter of life. The surroundings grew more tranquil. The city's neon lights flickered in the distance, while the riverbank remained serene. "You said quite a lot tonight, Lu Yuan." Nian'an's face lit up with a look of relief. "Actually, I came to see you and to see if I could offer some assistance. But it turns out you are the president of Zhui Yuan, and I have done my research. You are the legitimate heir of the Lu family in the capital, and you've even registered your marriage with another woman named by Wei, who is beautiful, gentle, and remarkably accomplished." Lu Yuan chuckled in disbelief. "I didn't expect you to know so much. Of course, I care about everything concerning you. Seeing you lead such a life brings me great joy." Lu Yuan softly replied. "Thank you, Nian'an. Actually, there is something else I wish to inquire about." "Go ahead." Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, finally voicing his concern. I want to ask about that night back in school when I was drunk and you took me to the hotel. Did anything happen between us?" At that moment, Nian'an's body stiffened slightly, a hint of unnoticeable panic flickering in her eyes. However, she quickly smiled and shook her head. "How could anything have happened? You were very drunk at the time." Lu Yuan exhaled in relief. "That's good to know. I was startled when Li Hao mentioned it earlier." Don't overthink it." The night was hazy, the moonlight shimmering like water. Nian'an glanced at her phone and smiled. "Lu Yuan, could you walk me back? The hotel where I'm staying is just nearby." "Sure." Lu Yuan readily agreed. They traversed 2 streets until they reached the entrance of Nian'an's hotel. Lu Yuan paused, smiling as he said, "Make sure to get some rest, superstar Shun." Nian'an's cheeks flushed slightly. "I will, and you should also rest early." Lu Yuan nodded and then inquired, "By the way, have you been in Tian'an recently?" Nian'an remarked, "In a couple of days, there will be an offline event. Moreover, my relationship with my family has become somewhat strained, so it's just right for me to stay here for a while." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, wanting to inquire about the cause of the discord, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue before he swallowed them back. "All right, then we can gather again when we have time." "Okay, goodbye then, I'm heading up now." Nian'an smiled and waved, skipping towards the hotel. At that moment, she bore little resemblance to the cold and glamorous star admired by countless on-screen viewers. Rather, she resembled a young girl from the Lin family. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Nian'an suddenly halted, casting her gaze towards Lu Yuan in the distance. Lu Yuan looked back at her, and they exchanged a lingering glance. Nian'an pressed her lips together, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears as she proclaimed loudly, "Lu Yuan, don't forget me." "I won't forget," Lu Yuan murmured softly. Returning to the barbecue shop entrance, Lu Yuan's mind was still preoccupied with the earlier conversation, when he had inquired of Nian'an whether anything had actually transpired that night. Her expression had seemed somewhat off. Was he overthinking it? Lu Yuan sighed, deciding to let it go. Pondering would yield no clarity. Just as he was preparing to call for a designated driver, Li Yafeng approached with her long, elegant legs, smiling brightly. "Little Lu, you've finished here too, right? Do you have time to accompany Andy to a place?" Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. "Where are we going at this late hour?" Li Yafeng's eyes sparkled with allure as she replied, "Come on, Annie made mistakes in the past, and I want to apologize. Please give me a chance." Lu Yuan maintained a calm facade, though he had already noticed several burly men across the street casting furtive glances in their direction. Despite their discreet demeanor, Lu Yuan quickly sensed something was amiss. A cold smirk formed within him. He had a vague inkling of the situation, yet he feigned tranquility, responding, "All right, Aunt Li. I'll accompany you." "Great, then let's get in the car, little Lu." Li Yafeng's smile widened, yet a shadow of malevolence flickered in her eyes. "Oh, Lu Yuan, this time you can't blame me. Who told you to know so much?" Once inside Li Yafeng's car, a driver occupied the front seat while Lu Yuan and Li Yafeng settled into the back. The vehicle started and swiftly left the bustling city, heading towards the outskirts. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, feigning relaxation, appearing utterly unguarded. Li Yafeng, her eyes glinting, leaned slightly closer to Lu Yuan, her voice sultry. "Little Lu, may I ask you something? You haven't shared that video with anyone, have you?" Lu Yuan opened his eyes, responding nonchalantly, "No, why?" Li Yafeng's heart soared with joy as she licked her lips, her gaze enticing. "That's good. Little Lu, why not just give me the video?" Annie truly acknowledges her mistakes. "Whatever conditions you set, I can comply." As she spoke, Li Yafeng reached out her delicate hand, gently resting it on Lu Yuan's thigh. Her eyes brimming with seduction and allure, the neckline of her dress slipping slightly, revealing an enticing glimpse of her figure. Lu Yuan was certainly no fool. He discerned Li Yafeng's intentions and felt a genuine surprise. It was astonishing that Li Yafeng would resort to such tactics to retrieve the video from him. This truly crossed the line. However, it must be said that Li Yafeng is exceptionally beautiful, possessing a figure that is truly captivating, exuding a myriad of charms and unparalleled allure, embodying the quintessential elegance of a mature beauty. Particularly striking are her spring-like, enchanting eyes, her gracefully elevated bosom, and those exquisite, long legs adorned in black stockings, which are undeniably difficult to resist. Lu Yuan felt a dryness in his throat. He was, after all, a normal man. Even as he desperately tried to suppress his feelings, the stirring sensations within him became somewhat overwhelming under Li Yafeng's teasing demeanor. Yet he understood the necessity of restraint. Biting his tongue, Lu Yuan endeavored to regain his composure. "Little Lu, Annie is quite serious. I am not jesting. As long as you provide me with the video, I can promise you anything," she said, as she placed one hand gently on Lu Yuan's thigh, tracing delicate circles, while the other took his hand and rested it on her leg clad in stockings. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, thinking, "Damn, Li Yafeng truly has no boundaries." Initially, he intended to retract his hand, but a surge of defiance arose within him. After all, this was an opportunity to turn the tables on Li Yafeng, who had previously made his life difficult. He thought it prudent to seize this moment to playfully tease her. Although he had obtained the video, a more audacious idea struck him. Clearing his throat, he feigned a vulnerable demeanor, breathlessly saying, "Annie Li, is what you said truly genuine?" "Of course it is, little Lu. Annie is not joking. Just provide me with the video, and I will agree to any condition you propose." Li Yafeng's gaze was laden with flirtation, her delicate hand caressing Lu Yuan's thigh. He cast a sidelong glance at her, acknowledging the undeniable charm she possessed. It was likely that few men could withstand such allure. However, Lu Yuan was not inclined to entertain such thoughts at this moment. After all, Li Yafeng was his former stepmother, and such encounters must be approached with caution. "Little Lu, do tell, what exactly is your request? If you wish to book a room, I could also agree to that," Li Yafeng said, biting her lip, her breath teasingly caressing Lu Yuan's earlobe, inching closer to him. At that moment, Li Yafeng's singular thought was to see if she could procure the phone from Lu Yuan without resorting to any underhanded tactics. Although she had sought the assistance of Shigu to silence Lu Yuan, she preferred to avoid entanglements with such unsavory individuals unless absolutely necessary. Feigning a state of overwhelming desire, Lu Yuan gasped, "Auntie Li, let us forego the hotel room. However, I do have a request." "Speak, little Lu, Annie will surely comply," she urged eagerly. Lu Yuan replied, "But you did promise, Auntie." Yes. As long as you agree to give me the phone, Annie will certainly oblige, Li Yafeng responded, her impatience evident. All right, here is my request. I once came across a news article online about someone running naked, and I'm quite curious. Auntie, how about you try running naked as well? I'm genuinely intrigued, Lu Yuan stated with utmost seriousness. For a moment, the smile on Li Yafeng's face froze. She had anticipated many things, yet she never expected Lu Yuan to propose such an eccentric request. In an instant, Li Yafeng's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple, as she exclaimed in embarrassment, Xiao Lu, this request seems rather peculiar, doesn't it? Why on earth would you want to witness someone running naked? Lu Yuan smacked his lips and replied, I am merely curious, Aunt Li. How about this? You could remove your outer clothing, and since there aren't many people around, you could take a brief jog outside. At that moment, Li Yafeng felt utterly at a loss, bewildered by such an absurd demand. Yet, with no other options available, she glanced outside the vehicle and noted that there were indeed only a few pedestrians nearby. Finally, biting her lip and feeling utterly mortified, she conceded, Xiao Lu, I will run a lap, but you must promise me to delete the video entirely afterwards and never mention this again. That is a given, Aunt Li, he replied eagerly. Though reluctant, Li Yafeng ultimately acquiesced, her cheeks aflame as she removed her skirt. The driver, upon catching a glimpse of Li Yafeng in the rearview mirror, felt his breath hitch, parched and speechless. At that moment, Li Yafeng, clad only in her undergarments, presented an alluring figure. Xiao Lu, I'm going, she declared, opening the car door and stepping out, covering her face as she dashed barefoot. Onlookers along the roadside were taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Goodness, someone is running naked. Indeed, that woman has an impressive physique. They murmured in astonishment. It must be a command from her owner. Quick, let us capture this on video and share it online. It will surely go viral. The pedestrians who had been strolling moments ago now whipped out their phones to film the spectacle. Li Yafeng, desperately shielding her face, felt as though she might lose her sanity. After sprinting a few dozen meters, she hurried back to the car, slamming the door shut behind her, panting heavily as she indignantly stated, Xiao Lu, I fulfilled your request. You can hand me the phone now. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Aunt Li, I'm afraid I can't do that. You've only run for a few minutes, and I haven't had my fill yet. Li Yafeng's eyes ignited with fury, her gaze turning icy. Lu Yuan, are you intentionally toying with me? Her tone was laced with warning and resentment. Lu Yuan responda nonchalantly, only. One cannot view it in such a light. This is merely a means of physical exercise for you. Very well, Lu Yuan. I didn't expect you to engage in such games with me. You shall not escape unscathed. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Li Yafeng's mouth as she commanded the driver, step on it. No sooner had she spoken than the driver cast a cold glance at Lu Yuan and pressed down on the accelerator. Curious, Lu Yuan inquired, where are you taking me? Only. You will find out when we arrive, she replied curtly. Can I get out? I don't wish to go. Li Yafeng scoffed, not wanting to go. It's too late, Lu Yuan. You shall soon learn the consequences of crossing me. With that, she fixed her gaze on the phone in Lu Yuan's hand, ready to seize it. It was a matter of urgency. Having already severed ties, she could not allow him to release the earlier footage. Simultaneously, the pedestrians who had recorded the earlier scene hastily uploaded their videos online, and within minutes, those clips skyrocketed in popularity. Because the video features Li Yafeng in an incredibly captivating manner, her stunning figure accentuated by alluring stockings, it naturally garnered countless likes and views. Lu Yuan secretly chuckled, recognizing this video as one of his tactics. Undoubtedly, there are numerous individuals online eager to uncover the identity of the streaker. When he eventually reveals Li Yafeng's name, it may very well send shockwaves throughout the entire Tian'an. The mother of the president of the Lin Group parading naked in public at night? Coupled with the previously recorded video of Li Yafeng's infidelity, it would be a double blow. At that moment, Li Yafeng might find herself utterly humiliated, unable to hold her head high for the rest of her life, destined to become a perpetual laughingstock. After all these years, the Lin family turned me into a figure of ridicule. Now it is only fitting that they taste the bitterness of mockery themselves, Lu Yuan mused. Before long, the car arrived at an abandoned stadium on the outskirts. The surroundings were eerie and unsettling. Lu Yuan glanced around, furrowing his brow and asking, "Auntie Li, why have you brought me here?" Li Yafeng exited the vehicle with a dark smile. "Lu Yuan, do you truly believe I am incapable of dealing with you? Get out of the car." With that, she called out loudly, "Brother Snake, are you here?" As her words fell, blinding headlights illuminated the area. The environment was suddenly brightened, revealing several black vans parked nearby. About a dozen tattooed men clad in black, wielding iron rods and knives, stood by the vehicles, coldly staring at Lu Yuan. From the crowd emerged a bald, tattooed man, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, grinning widely with yellowed teeth as he addressed Li Yafeng. "Madam Li, how do you find my entourage?" "Quite impressive. I isn't it." Li Yafeng replied with a smile. "Brother Snake, I truly appreciate your help. However, I believe 2 or 3 men would suffice to deal with that trash. I apologize for the trouble of bringing so many brothers." Standing nearby, Geng Wei added flatteringly, "Indeed, Yafeng, Brother Snake is doing this for our sake, hence the large group." The bald man waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such pleasantries. I, Brother Snake, pride myself on being reliable. Where's that kid?" Li Yafeng immediately pointed to Lu Yuan in the car, saying, "He's right there. Brother Snake, that's the one." Brother Snake nodded. "All right, what do you propose we do? Should we just incapacitate him or eliminate him entirely?" Li Yafeng bit her lip, seething. "As long as he can't speak, that will suffice. Let us cut out his tongue and break both his hands. I guarantee he'll be no different from a corpse." "Thank you, Brother Snake," Li Yafeng said, turning to Lu Yuan with a cold smirk. "Lu Yuan, let me make this clear. Did you really think that you, a worthless fool, could contend with me, Li Yafeng, or my Lin family? I assure you, dealing with trash like you is mere childish play for us. You had the audacity to threaten me. Now you shall face the consequences." Inside the car, Lu Yuan displayed no hint of panic. He calmly stepped out, leaning against the vehicle, surveying the scene with a faint smile. "Auntie Li, you certainly possess a ruthless streak, contemplating such nefarious actions against me. I underestimated you." Li Yafeng gritted her teeth, saying, "It is you who lacks foresight. Do not blame me." Lu Yuan smacked his lips and said, "Aunt Li, to be honest, I have no desire to resort to violence or escalate the situation. If you could send these people away and have your lover come to sincerely apologize, I might consider letting you off the hook. After all, Uncle Lin has treated me quite well, and I truly wish to avoid making things worse." Li Yafeng let out a laugh. "You think you can make things worse? How foolish. What power do you possess to escalate this situation? Brother Shi, you may proceed." "All right, brothers." With a commanding voice, Brother Shi addressed the crowd. "This brat is yours to handle. Whoever cuts out his tongue first will receive a reward of 100,000. Upon hearing the tempting sum, the crowd surged forward. Their spirits ignited as they brandished iron rods and steel pipes toward Lu Yuan. In the dim light, the massive bodies appeared quite intimidating. Lu Yuan stood calmly beside the car, observing the scene with a soft sigh. "Aunt Li, I have given you a chance, yet you chose not to cherish it. Do not blame me now." The moment his words fell, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened like a blade. With a swift bend of his right leg, he propelled himself forward, becoming little more than a fleeting shadow as he dashed into the crowd. Everyone was taken aback by Lu Yuan's terrifying speed. Before they could react, a torrent of his furious fists and feet followed. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed as figures were sent sprawling. Lu Yuan seamlessly showcased his formidable combat skills, each punch sending an adversary flying, each kick resulting in a fracture. He moved with the grace of a martial arts star from the silver screen. Amidst the cacophony of agonized screams, within moments, a dozen figures lay strewn across the ground. A gentle breeze swept through. Lu Yuan stood serenely in the center of the chaos, hands in pockets, his expression tranquil, as if the tumultuous events had no bearing on him. Clang! Brother Shi dropped his steel pipe, staring blankly at Lu Yuan, his body trembling, face as pale as a sheet, eyes wide with sheer terror. "How is this possible?" Brother Shi stammered, fear rendering his words incomplete. He could never have fathomed Lu Yuan's prowess. "Heaven, are you toying with me?" Nearby, Li Yafeng's lips quivered. her body enveloped in dread. Lu Yuan, how can you be this formidable? Lu Yuan sighed. I used to keep a low profile, Antly. I intended to engage with you as an ordinary person, yet I was met with estrangement. I had no choice. As his voice lingered in the air, Lu Yuan was already before Brother Shi, delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, Brother Shi was sent flying, crashing onto the car's hood, leaving a dent in the metal. He spat blood, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. Witnessing this, Li Yafeng trembled, her legs giving way as she crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, Geng Wei was so terrified that he shivered, a damp patch forming in his trousers. Please, don't hit me. I was wrong. Geng Wei whimpered, his face devoid of color. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Coward, who came up with this idea tonight? Li Yafeng screamed, immediately pointing at Geng Wei. It was him. It was him. It was he who intended to harm you, Lu Yuan. It truly wasn't me. How could I possibly bear to hurt you? After all, you are my son-in-law. Silence. Lu Yuan barked, causing Li Yafeng to fall silent in fear. Who is your son-in-law? How utterly disgusting. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, grasped Geng Wei by the neck, and hoisted him up before delivering a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Geng Wei's face quickly swelled, resembling a pig's head, and he succumbed to darkness, unconscious. Useless. Lu Yuan discarded Geng Wei onto the ground and turned his gaze toward Li Yafeng. Li Yafeng screamed, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Yuan, for the sake of the fact that I was once your mother-in-law, please spare me. I truly regret my actions. Spare you? How naive. Lu Yuan replied with a peculiar smile, striding toward the Yafeng. He seized her hair and delivered a series of sharp slaps. Stop it, Lu Yuan. Li Yafeng's vision blurred as the force of his strikes sent her reeling. Her nose, already altered, was further distorted, a few teeth shattered, and blood filled her mouth. As she fell silent, Lu Yuan finally released her. Li Yafeng lay on the ground, weeping. Lu Yuan, I was wrong. Just give me a beating and let it be over. Lu Yuan replied coldly, You wish. This is far from over. I need to send those videos to Uncle Lin to show him your true nature. With that, Lu Yuan took out his phone. Li Yafeng screamed, clinging to his leg. Lu Yuan, I was wrong. Please don't send it. If Uncle Lin finds out, I'll be finished. I implore you, just don't tell him. And I'll do whatever you want. I'll have Xiaoyan remarry you. I'll have her give you the Lin family business. Make you the president. Get lost. Lu Yuan kicked Li Yafeng aside and sent the video to Lin Hai. He also remembered to send it to Lin Shui and subsequently removed Lin Yan from his blacklist, sending it to her as well, along with their current location. Li Yafeng collapsed in despair on the ground, tears of regret streaming down her face. Within less than a minute, 3 calls came in simultaneously. Lu Yuan answered Lin Hai's call, who trembled on the other end. Xiao Lu, is the video you sent real? It is indeed real, Uncle Lin. To be honest, I hadn't planned to tell you, fearing it would hurt you. But then I realized I could not bear the thought of you being deceived and betrayed. Please come over. After hanging up, Lin Shui's call came through. Lu Yuan, is the video real? Her voice trembled, unable to accept her mother's infidelity. Indeed, come over. Shortly after, Lin Yan also called, but Lu Yuan did not answer. Approximately 15 minutes later, 2 cars arrived, one belonging to Lin Hai and the other to Lin Shui and Lin Yan. Chapter 48, The Truth Revealed. Lin Yan's Regret. The 3 emerged from their vehicles, each bearing complex emotions as they approached Lu Yuan and beheld Li Yafeng. Li Yafeng, covering her face, choked out, Old Lin, daughter. Please let me explain. Lin Hai's eyes were tinged with red as he clenched his fists. What more can you possibly explain? Yafeng, after all these years of our relationship. His heart ached profoundly, an indescribable sorrow enveloping him. Lin Yan and Lin Shui also fixed their gazes upon Li Yafeng, with tears glistening in Lin Shui's eyes. Mom, how could you do such a thing? How could you? Li Yafeng wept, my daughters, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistakes. I made the same errors that any woman might make. Please forgive me. Lin Shui wiped her tears, unwilling to utter a single word. Lin Yan closed her eyes and trembled as she spoke. Mom, I never anticipated you could stoop to such depths. You have turned our family into a laughingstock. Li Yafeng cried out, daughters, please forgive me. I truly understand my wrongs. It was that scoundrel Geng Wei who seduced me. He is to blame for my downfall. Meanwhile, Geng Wei stirred from his stupor and retorted vehemently. You are talking nonsense. It was you who seduced me. How shameless can you be? After years of silence. Why did you seek me out? Was it not simply to entice me? Afterward, Geng Wei hastily turned to Lin Hai, asserting, Mr. Lin, I have proof that she was the one who pursued me. It was not I who sought her. He promptly retrieved his phone and displayed the chat history. Look, Mr. Lin, she inexplicably contacted me with some photos and videos. Since I work in this field, she offered me 300,000. Who could refuse such a sum? Lin Yin glanced at the phone screen, her brow furrowing in sudden confusion. Wait, what videos? What photos? Let me see. She seized the phone, scanned it quickly, and her complexion drained of color. Beside her, Lu Yuan cast a brief glance, his brows knitting in concern as he realized that one of the photos depicted himself. Li Yafeng suddenly grasped the implications, her expression shifting alarmingly. Daughter, Lin Yin bit her lip fiercely, drawing blood as she trembled and murmured, Mom. Was that the photo you sent me of Lu Yuan with another woman in a hotel? Li Yafeng's Gaza Fotaret. Daughter, please let me explain. Explain what? The chat records and evidence are all right here. Lu Yuan interjected, perplexed. What does this mean? I don't understand. Finally, Li Yafeng sobbed, Daughter, I am truly sorry. I had sent that photo to make you give up on Lu Yuan. I wanted you to be with Li Cheng. Lu Yuan began to piece together the truth. Li Yafeng continued, Lu Yuan, I owe you an apology as well. A stranger had sent you photos of Lin Yin and Li Cheng together in a hotel. And those were also my doing. I admit I acted wrongly. Lu Yuan's brows tightened as his expression darkened. Little Lu, please reconcile with little Yin. I was the one who meddled between you two. I had Geng Wei procure some fake photos to sow discord, leading to the misunderstandings. Otherwise, she would not have sought Li Cheng. I was the one who secretly sent her photos, framing you as unfaithful, which is why she distanced herself. At last, Li Yafeng revealed the entire truth. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed deeply as he recalled the numerous instances when strangers had sent him intimate photos of Lin Yin and Li Cheng. He had assumed they were from Li Cheng, only to discover that they had originated from Li Yafeng. Lin Yin gazed at Lu Yuan, tears streaming slowly from the corners of her eyes. Lu Yuan, I never anticipated this. I was truly disheartened when I came across photographs of you with another woman, which led me to gradually distance myself from you. That day, I realized it was our anniversary, and I knew you had waited for me until the early hours. However, upon seeing those images, I simply could not accept the reality that you had not been unfaithful. Lu Yuan spoke softly, Lin Yin. What is the point of discussing this now? Let us reconcile. This is all a misunderstanding. With a choked voice, Lin Yin replied. Lu Yuan gently shook his head, no. Lin Yin, while there may indeed be misunderstandings between us, your feelings for Li Cheng are genuine. We cannot return to what we once had. I will not interfere in your family's affairs. I never intended to confront your mother, but she sought to harm me, and I could not remain passive. That is all I wish to say. Farewell. Upon finishing his words, Lu Yuan turned to leave. Lin Yin grasped his hand tightly, tears pouring down her face. Lu Yuan, I implore you, please do not go. Promise me we can reconcile. It was all a misunderstanding. I love you. As the night descended, a gentle rain began to fall, bringing a chill to the air. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuan broke free from Lin Yan's grasp. It is too late, Lin Yan. He strode away, and Lin Yan stumbled, collapsing to the ground, her cries filled with despair. Lu Yuan, why can't you forgive me? We should not be like this. Suddenly, Lin Yan had a realization and murmured, right? Lu Yuan is concerned about Li Cheng. If I completely sever ties with him, will he forgive me? He certainly will. He has loved me for so many years. I could never forget him. With that thought, Lin Yin dashed into the rain. On the other side of the city, Lin Yin stood outside Li Cheng's home, drenched and utterly disheveled. Her hair hung messily over her shoulders, her makeup smeared, and her complexion pale. As long as Lu Yuan wants me to end things with Li Cheng, he will be with me again, right? He surely will. I will clarify everything with Li Cheng tonight. I will make it clear. Lin Yin murmured as if in a trance. She reached out to knock on the door. Hesitating for a moment, biting her lip, Lin Yin took a deep breath and knocked firmly. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Li Cheng, who was taken aback at the sight of her. Yin, what happened to you? Mean, Li Cheng, she started, but he interrupted her. Whatever it is, come inside and tell me. Li Cheng pulled Lin Yin into his home. In the bright lights of the luxurious apartment, Lin Yin sat at the table, looking as if her spirit had departed, her head bowed in silence. She pondered how to begin. Li Cheng poured her a glass of warm water and asked with concern, Yin, what on earth has happened? Lin Yin lifted her head, parted her lips to speak. Chapter 49. Li Cheng's scheme, what is it, Yin? Is there something you cannot share with me? Li Cheng inquired, his lips curling into a gentle smile, appearing very much the gentleman. Lin Yin bit her lip and finally spoke. Cheng, I've been thinking perhaps we should. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Cheng's phone rang, interrupting her. Glancing at the screen, he shook the phone slightly and said, It's my father. Lin Yin clenched her teeth and said, Then please answer your uncle's call. Cheng. All right. Li Cheng replied, picking up the call. Hello, Dad. Really? Excitement flickered across his brow as he nodded repeatedly. Okay, I understand. I'll tell Yin right away. Once the call ended, Lin Yin looked at him with curiosity. What is it, Cheng? Li Cheng smiled and said, Yin, ISNT Lin S Group, currently facing a financial strain? I mentioned this to my father, hoping he could assist you. Just now, I received some good news. My father managed to gather 80 million. You can use this money for now. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, her lips tightening as profound gratitude welled up in her eyes. Under ordinary circumstances, 80 million might seem insignificant. However, at this moment, Lin S Group was in dire straits, and this sum undoubtedly provided a much-needed respite, akin to a timely assistance in distress. Gazing at Li Cheng, Lin Yin found herself unable to voice her earlier thoughts, and a sense of guilt enveloped her. By the way, Yin, what were you going to tell me earlier? Lin Yin averted her gaze. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit overwhelmed lately. I understand, Yin. Lin S Group has inexplicably faced betrayal from numerous suppliers and partners, compounded by external pressures from stock sell-offs, which is indeed a significant blow. But worry not. I am here for you, Yin. No matter when, I will always stand by your side. Li Cheng's sincere gaze ignited a warmth in Lin Yin's heart. Soon, he brought over a bottle of red wine, smiling Yin. How about we have a little red wine? It can help relieve stress and also celebrate our investment. Initially, Lin Yin was reluctant to drink, but considering the investment was indeed a positive development, she nodded slightly. All right, let us have a little at Cheng. Before long, Li Cheng poured wine for both of them, swirling his glass as he raised it towards Lin Yin. To you, Yin. Lin Yin momentarily lost her focus, lifting her head gently to sip the deep red liquid. The wine stained her lips a crimson hue, subtly accentuating her delicate neck. Watching this scene, Li Cheng felt a dryness in his throat, an uncontrollable desire igniting within him. After finishing a glass, Lin Yin leaned against her forehead, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. Yin, shall we have another drink? Lin Yin closed her eyes, supporting her forehead, slightly intoxicated. No, I can't, Cheng. I'm not good with alcohol. I'll get drunk. It's all right. Just a little more. Li Cheng coaxed gently, and with a hint of hesitation, Lin Yin picked up her glass once more and finished the remaining wine. With 2 glasses down, Lin Yin felt the world around her begin to spin, a wave of inebriation sweeping through her body, causing her to lean languidly against her chair. Yin, are you all right? Li Cheng called softly, his gaze lingering on Lin Yin's alluring form, his breath growing heavier. Yin? Li Cheng gently called out again, and upon noticing Lin Yin's lack of response, he felt a surge of joy within him. It seemed she had indulged too much. He softly approached Lin Yin and enveloped her in his arms. Lin Yin, slightly furrowing her brows, murmured drunkenly with her eyes closed, Cheng, what are you doing? Yin, it's chilly here. You must be exhausted. Come, let us rest in my room, Li Cheng replied, and without hesitation, he lifted Lin Yin and made his way to the bedroom. Cheng, I can stay here. Lin Yin's voice was faint. She had drunk too much to form a coherent sentence. Once in the bedroom, Li Cheng gently laid her down on the bed, his heart racing in anticipation. Gazing at Lin Yin's alluring figure, he could no longer contain himself. Trembling, he approached the bed, leaning in towards her lips. It seemed Lin Yin sensed something, covering her face slightly as she drunkenly murmured, "Ah Chung, where am I?" "Ah Yin, it doesn't seem matter where you are. Just rest well," Li Chung reassured her. Lin Yan's face was flushed, her gaze hazy as she mumbled, "Lu Yin." Li Cheng's body stiffened suddenly, his expression darkening. "Is it you, Lu Yuan?" Lin Yin reached out, caressing Li Cheng's face, whispering, "Lu Yuan, I truly understand my mistakes. Please don't leave me. I want to be with you. Let us remarry. Shall we?" Li Cheng felt as if he had been frozen in place, silently staring at Lin Yin, his eyes filled with resentment. Why? Why is she still thinking of Lu Yuan? What does he possess? How could he possibly compare to me? Li Cheng's mind was in turmoil, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly grasped both of Lin Yin's hands, preparing to kiss her. Just then, Lin Yin opened her eyes and, upon realizing it was Li Cheng before her, exclaimed in shock, "Ah Cheng, why are you here?" Desire filled Li Cheng's eyes as he spoke, his gaze intense. "Ah Yin, I love you. Tonight, I want you to be mine, will you?" With that, he leaned in again to kiss her. Lin Yin shrieked, "Ah Cheng, you're drunk. Let me go." "I want tea." Li Cheng resolved to take charge, but at that moment, Lin Yin summoned an unexpected strength and slapped him hard across the face. The room fell into a heavy silence. Li Cheng, his face burning, stared at Lin Yin in disbelief. "Ah Yin, you." Lin Yin freed herself from his grasp. Standing tall, her expression grim. "Ah Cheng, what were you just doing?" Li Cheng covered his face, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes, yet he managed to show remorse. "Ah Yan, I'm sorry. I was drunk just now. Is being drunk your excuse for such behavior?" Lin Yin's eyes were as cold as ice. "I'm sorry. Ah Yan, I love you too much. I couldn't hold back. You know, seeing you so worn out and fragile these past few days made my heart ache for you. I didn't mean to." Li Cheng's gaze turned earnest, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Witnessing this, Lin Yin felt her heart soften, and she finally stammered, "Ah Cheng, please don't act like this next time. We both drank too much." "Yes, I understand. Tonight was indeed my fault," he replied. Li Cheng then said, "By the way, Yin, there is something I must discuss with you. Since I have managed to secure the investment, could you possibly arrange a position for me at the Lin Corporation?" Lin Yin replied, "Of course, Cheng. What position do you desire?" Li Cheng cautiously responded, "I wish to share some of your burdens. And since I have studied financial management in the past, may I serve as the vice president?" Lin Yin hesitated, for the position of vice president is indeed quite significant. "If you're not confident, then it is all right, Cheng." Li Cheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Regardless, I know that everyone looks down upon me. I have grown accustomed to it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin quickly retorted, "No, who would dare to look down on you? How about this? The Lin Corporation is currently in need of a vice president, and I require an assistant. Starting tomorrow, you shall officially commence your duties as the vice president of the Lin Corporation." Li Cheng exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful. Thank you. Yin, I will work diligently and will not disappoint your expectations." Lin Yin smiled and said no more, turning to leave. As soon as Lin Yin departed, the smile on Li Cheng's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. He picked up his phone and dialed the number. The call was quickly answered, and his father's voice, Li Xiong, came through. "Hello, what is it, Xiao Cheng?" Li Cheng replied in a low tone, "Dad, Lin Yin has agreed to make me the vice president of the Lin Corporation." "Is that so? That is splendid. It seems this strategy is effective." Li Xiong's voice was filled with excitement. "Xiao Cheng, you must seize this opportunity. The 80 million was raised through the company's collateral. It is all the money we have as a family. If this plan fails, our family will be utterly ruined." Li Cheng clenched his fists and hoarsely stated, "Dad, there is something I need to report to you. Just now, I attempted to become intimate with Lin Yin, but she rejected me." "What?" Li Xiong was taken aback. "Xiao Cheng, Lin Yin has completely ended things with Lu Yuan. Why would she refuse you? Wait, be honest with me. Do you and Lin Yin have any substantial relationship?" Li Cheng's face flushed. "No, I hinted at it several times before, but she turned me down each time. Lin Yin does not seem to enjoy any physical contact with me." Li Xiong, momentarily perplexed, replied, "Then I do not understand. Lin Yin clearly has feelings for you. Why does she resist intimacy?" Li Cheng sighed. I do not know. Tonight, I even pinned her down on the bed, yet she still rejected me. Li Xiong's expression turned serious. Xiao Cheng, our family has reached a desperate situation. I urge you to approach Lin Yan in hopes that you could win her heart, drive away Lu Yuan, and ascend to power, thus allowing us to reclaim the Lin Corporation and save our family business. However, it appears this avenue may no longer be viable. From my perspective, Lin Yan likely still harbors feelings for Lu Yuan and cannot let go. Therefore, your primary objective is no longer to win Lin Yan's heart. Your foremost goal now is to infiltrate the Lin Corporation, acquire the core industry information and client details, and systematically deplete Lin's assets. You are now the vice president of Lin Corporation. I will grant you 10 days. 10 days. You must obtain the current core technology and industry data of the Lin Corporation. Remember, it is imperative. Li Chen squinted his eyes and said, Dad, I understand. 10 days is sufficient. I am confident I can achieve it. All right, our family's fate rests on you, Xiao Cheng. The path to success is inevitably littered with countless corpses. Let the Lin family be the remains on the road to my family's triumph. After hanging up the phone, Li Cheng gazed out into the night and murmured, Lin Yan, do not blame me. All of this is your own doing. After all, you chose to forsake Lu Yuan for my sake. The Lin family will soon wither away under your stewardship. The following day heralded a new dawn in Tian'an City. A sensational news report shook the city. Shocking. A woman seen running naked by the roadside last night is suspected to be Lin Yan's mother, the president of the Lin Corporation. As this news spread, countless citizens of Tian'an City engaged in fervent discussions. How outrageous! The mother of the Lin Corporation's president has such peculiar preferences. How thrilling. Indeed, at her age, she still indulges in such antics. However, like mother, like daughter, could it be that Lin Yan also shares similar proclivities? Some proclaim, why not? She has reportedly been seen with a young man despite being engaged. This is utterly disgraceful. The Lin family is in utter disarray. On every street corner, the gossip flowed freely and social media exploded with hundreds of thousands of comments, all condemning Lin Yan and her mother. The Lin Corporation's stock plummeted by 17% overnight. Within just a few days, the company's market value evaporated by nearly 40%. At that moment, in the office of the president of the Lin Corporation, Lin Yan stared at the news on her phone, her face pale and trembling. She felt a mixture of shame, anger, and despair. Why did her mother have such inclinations, dragging her into this public outrage? Moreover, the stock price was crashing. At this rate, the Lin Corporation would face bankruptcy in a matter of days. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and Lin Shui stormed in. Sister, have you lost your mind? How could you appoint Li Cheng as the vice president? Lin Shui demanded, her face a mask of fury. Lin Yan was taken aback, frowning as she replied, Xiao Shui, Li Cheng is quite capable. What's wrong with making him the vice president? He has also brought in investments. Why shouldn't he be appointed? Lin Shui retorted angrily, Sister, I used to think Li Cheng was fine, but in truth, he is nothing of the sort. He presents one face to the world while concealing another. Furthermore, Sister, his intentions towards you are insincere. He has ulterior motives for joining our Lin Corporation. Lin Yan shot back in anger. Lin Shui, you must provide evidence for your claims. How do you know he has ulterior motives? Lin Shui scoffed, Sister. Do you believe he joined the Lin Corporation out of love for you and a desire to support you? What else could it be? Lin Yan frowned. At the very least, I can be certain that Li Cheng is sincere towards me. Nonsense, Lin Shui exclaimed, producing her phone to show a video that Lu Yuan had previously sent, depicting Li Cheng and Gu Xiaowan in a car together. Sister, look for yourself. He is fooling around with another woman in a car. Lin Yan looked at the video, momentarily stunned. After scrutinizing it for a while, she frowned. It looks somewhat similar. But I cannot be certain it is him. I refuse to believe this. It must be a cleverly edited video. Sister, Lin Shui said, her eyes dark with frustration. I never imagined you could be so obstinate. All right, Xiao Shui, my affairs are none of your concern. The Lin family has flourished under my stewardship for many years. My capabilities surpass yours, and I have no need for your guidance. Lin Yan replied impatiently, If there is nothing else, you may leave. Lin Shui, disheartened, responded, "Sister, I never anticipated that in just a few years you would become so arrogant to the point of being utterly unreasonable. Very well. I shall refrain from inquiring about the company matters. However, I must ask you, why did you attempt to reconcile with Lu Yuan last night?" Lin Yin raised an eyebrow. "What of it if I wish to reclaim Lu Yuan? Is it not permissible?" Lin Shui gritted her teeth. "Sister, what are you thinking? If you truly have feelings for Lu Yuan, why were you so harsh toward him in the past? And why have you yet to contact Li Cheng? At present, Lu Yuan is indifferent to you. You could be with Li Cheng openly. Why provoke Lu Yuan again? Do you desire both?" Lin Yin took a sip of her coffee, her demeanor indifferent. "What I choose to do is of no consequence to you. Even if I were to desire both, what difference would it make?" Lin Shui shook her head, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "You are overly confident, sister. Lu Yuan will not return." "On the contrary," Lin Yin replied, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. "I can assure you that Lu Yuan cannot escape my grasp. I will ensure he returns to my side willingly and eagerly." Lin Shui felt a pang of anxiety. "Sister, what do you mean? That is none of your business. Leave now and do not disturb my work." Lin Shui hesitated, then sighed softly, turning to depart. The current Lin Yin felt alien to her own sister. Although she did not wish for Lu Yuan and Lin Yin to reconcile, given her own ambiguous past with Lu Yuan, she had come to realize just how unreasonable Lin Yin had become, and how pitiable and humble Lu Yuan had previously been. Reconciliation would be unjust to him. Yet, she was even less inclined to see Lin Yin with Li Cheng. Since learning of Li Cheng's infidelity, she had found him utterly repugnant. Wait, Li Cheng's entrance into the Lin family must hold ulterior motives. It seems prudent to keep a closer watch on him to prevent any potential scandals. However, why is Lin Yin so confident that Lu Yuan will return? What is her assurance? In Tianhai City, at the Yunding CAF, Lin Yin sat by the window, the sunlight gracing her face, casting a captivating glow over her stunning features. Shortly, a figure clad in an expensive suit approached and seated himself across from her, smiling. "President Lin, I apologize for the wait." Returning the smile, Lin Yin replied, "Mr. Shun, you are too kind. I have only just arrived." The man across from her was none other than Shun Junyu. "President Lin is indeed beautiful. I have often heard of you as the ice beauty of Tianhai City. In seeing you today, I can confirm how enchanting you truly are," Shun Junyu remarked with a grin. Lin Yin felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks and replied calmly, "Mr. Shun, you flatter me. I see that you are quite the distinguished gentleman yourself, achieving so much at such a young age. Your leadership of the Shun family is truly admirable." As they exchanged pleasantries in the realm of business, Lin Yin harbored a multitude of questions within her mind. Last night, upon returning home, she unexpectedly received a call from Shun Junyu, which struck her as rather peculiar. Shun's family business was among the giants in Tianhai, significantly overshadowing her own Lin family enterprise. Moreover, the two had no prior interactions, leaving her puzzled as to why he would reach out to her. However, once Shun Junyu revealed his intentions during the call, Lin Yin was instantly exhilarated. He expressed his willingness to collaborate with the Lin family, offering financial support, but with the stipulation that they must take action against the Bai family in Tianhai, aiming to undermine them. Initially, Lin Yin was baffled, but after Shun Junyu's explanation, clarity dawned upon her. It turned out that Shun Junyu harbored feelings for Bai Wei. Unfortunately, was already married to Lu Yuan. Coincidentally, Shun Junyu was aware of Lin Yin's desire to win Lu Yuan back. Thus, he proposed a strategy to unite against the Bai family and topple them, leaving them with nothing. One particular statement from Shun Junyu deeply resonated with Lin Yin. "General Manager Lin, consider this. Your fiancé Lu Yuan's greatest support is Bai Wei. If we dismantle Bai Wei, Lu Yuan will be left with nothing, and at that point, you could dictate the terms of his return to you. Furthermore, it was possible that Lu Yuan would willingly come back to seek her forgiveness, as he would have lost all his support." This declaration stirred Lin Yan's heart. Indeed, why hadn't she thought of this herself? Since Lu Yuan was unwilling to return to her, she could devise a means to compel him back. Eliminating Bai Wei was the optimal solution. Additionally, she had always despised Bai Wei for taking Lu Yuan away from her. Thus, upon hearing Shun Junyu's proposal, she readily agreed. Returning to the present, Lin Yin addressed him directly. Mr. Shun, I indeed harbor resentment towards Bai Wei and wish to see the Bai family bankrupt, rendering her destitute, allowing Lu Yuan to return to my side. However, I fail to comprehend why you would assist me, as we are essentially strangers, not even acquaintances. Shun Junyu smiled faintly. While we may not have been friends before, we share a common goal, that is to deal with Bai Wei. Lin Yin, puzzled, inquired why. Shun Junyu retorted with a cold laugh. Because I loathe Bai Wei. I detest that she is aware of my affections for her, yet chose to marry a man inferior to me in every regard. I want to see her stripped of everything, begging me for mercy one day. Lin Yin narrowed her eyes. I see. It seems our objectives align perfectly. Downfall of the Bai family. Precisely. So, General Manager Lin, will you agree? Lin Yin gazed out the window, remaining silent for a full minute before finally articulating, Mr. Shun, may our collaboration be fruitful. Excellent. Today, a sum of 10 billion will be transferred to the Lin family's account. From this moment forward, we are allies. I require your full support in undermining the Bai family. I possess some crucial confidential documents and intelligence regarding them that could deliver a devastating blow. Given my family's past connections with the Bai family, I cannot act directly. Thus, I must rely on you, General Manager Lin. Rest assured, Mr. Shun, I shall spare no effort in bringing down Bai Wei. A resolute glimmer appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. Lu Yuan, your refusal now is solely due to Bai Wei, isn't it? I shall ensure that both you and Bai Wei possess nothing, compelling you to return to my side. On the other side of the city, in a bridal boutique, Lu Yuan sat on a chair, awaiting Bai Wei. She had just selected a wedding gown and had gone inside to try it on. Lu Yuan felt somewhat disoriented. This was his first visit to a bridal shop. He had never set foot in one when he married Lin Yin, for it was Li Cheng who had assisted in choosing the wedding dress. And it was Lin Yin and Li Cheng who had explored the boutique together. At this thought, Lu Yuan suddenly felt the urge to slap himself. Heavens! How could I have been so foolish in the past, tolerating such things? Yet what could he do? He had loved Lin Yin so deeply. The power of love is indeed formidable, capable of rendering one utterly dazed. Fortunately, he had encountered Bai Wei. Lost in his reverie, a voice from the staff interrupted, Mr. Lu, Miss Bai is coming out. Instinctively, Lu Yuan lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Bai Wei approaching, he was instantly entranced. Chapter 51, Bai Wei's Best Friend. Before him stood a woman adorned in a pristine, haute couture wedding gown. The exquisite strapless design accentuated her fair and delicate bosom, while her slender waist formed an almost flawless silhouette, exuding both elegance and allure. Bai Wei's cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue. Her already breathtaking visage was enhanced by delicate makeup, rendering her a vision of beauty reminiscent of a fairy tale princess. With a gentle lift of her skirt, the lavish train trailed gracefully behind her, its intricate crystal embellishments sparkling with radiant brilliance. Her luminous face shone with grace and dignity, and her dark hair complemented the alabaster gown, accentuating her perfect curves as she glided towards him, resembling an ethereal being gliding over water. Lu Yuan's mind went blank, and soon his body trembled lightly. This wedding gown was donned for him. Lu Yuan, do you think it looks beautiful? The light, melodic voice reached his ears as Bai Wei bit her lip, a soft blush blooming on her snow-white cheeks. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, and finally managed to utter hoarsely, My dear, you are truly stunning. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned forward and pressed a kiss upon Bai Wei's rosy lips. Her face instantly flushed crimson. She bit her lower lip, her heart racing. She had not anticipated Lu Yuan's boldness in kissing her in front of so many people. Yet surprisingly, she felt no aversion. Seeing Bai Wei's bashful demeanor, a smile unconsciously spread across Lu Yuan's face. All right, my dear, let us settle on this one. Okay, as long as you like it. Bai Wei's heart fluttered like a startled deer. She had often imagined what her partner would look like when she donned a wedding gown, dreaming of a Prince Charming and a sweet romance. However, fate had played its tricks, and due to a drunken night, she had found herself in a marriage with Lu Yuan. Yet perhaps this was destiny, a new chapter bestowed upon her by the heavens. After selecting the wedding dress, Lu Yuan and Bai Wei strolled through the streets, and soon, Bai Wei's phone rang. The call connected, and the sweet laughter of her dear friend Huang Qiui rang through. Xiao Wei, I'm about to board the plane, and I should arrive in about 3 hours. Shall we meet for lunch then? Your fiancé will be there as well, right? Bai Wei smiled and replied, Yes, I'll introduce you to him at noon. Great. I can't wait to see who has managed to win our little princess's heart. The two women chatted joyfully for a while before hanging up. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital, Huang Qiui sat in the airport, a smile gracing her face. She felt genuinely happy that her friend was finally stepping into the realm of marriage. Just then, her phone rang again, and upon seeing the caller, she hurriedly answered. Hello, Brother Changfeng, what can I do for you? A young man's voice came through. Qiui, the task I'm assigning you is of utmost importance, and you must execute it flawlessly. Do you understand? Understood, Brother Changfeng. This matter concerns your inheritance, and I will ensure its success. The young man paused for a moment before slowly saying, My brother has been practicing martial arts since childhood and possesses remarkable skills. You need to be cautious. Huang Qiui's eyes sparkled as she replied, Rest assured, Master, you know my capabilities. Indeed, it is precisely because I am aware of your skills that I entrusted this task to you. Your prowess has significantly advanced over the years, and you hold a place on the international assassin list, which is why I have faith in your abilities. I will send you my brother's information. Yes, Brother Changfeng. Thank you for your praise. A sweet smile adorned Huang Qiui's face. Her beauty rivaled that of Bai Wei, but she possessed an added touch of playfulness and charm. Who would suspect that such a lovely and gentle girl was, in fact, a renowned international assassin? Huang Qiui, codenamed Zero, had been carrying out various assignments abroad for years. Her return to the country was prompted by an important task from her master, Lu Changfeng. She learned that Lu Changfeng had an elder brother, the legitimate heir of the Lu family. Initially, this heir had no intention of returning to the Lu family, which is why Lu Changfeng had not taken the matter seriously. However, news emerged that the eldest son was indeed returning to the family, prompting Lu Changfeng to take action. Huang Qiui and Lu Changfeng had met by chance. She hailed from the Huang family in the capital. Years ago, the Huang family was brutally slaughtered by enemies, nearly resulting in the demise of everyone. Lu Changfeng intervened, saving the Huang family from disaster, for which Huang Qiui was immensely grateful. Later, upon discovering that Lu Changfeng had taken in a group of assassins, she, having trained in martial arts since childhood, joined his organization and became one of his subordinates, working for him over the years. However, Huang Qiui harbored a secret in her heart. She had silently loved Lu Changfeng. Thus, she willingly undertook tasks for him, even risking her life on several occasions. Her affection for Lu Changfeng motivated her to assist him, and she was eager to hear about the situation regarding the legitimate heir who was said to be in Tian'an. Thus, she promptly resolved to head to Tian'an to address the matter concerning that legitimate son, while also taking the opportunity to reunite with her dear friend Bai Wei. Soon, information arrived on her phone. Huang Qiui glanced at the details, raised an eyebrow, and muttered to herself, Lu Yuan is indeed quite handsome, but alas, you should not have decided to return to the Lu family. Since you intend to vie for the position of heir to the Lu family against my brother Changfeng, don't blame me for being ungracious. At noon, an airplane traversed the sky and landed in Tian'an City. Lu Yuan, needing to attend to work at Zhuyuan Group for a while, did not come to meet Bai Wei at the airport. They merely arranged to have lunch together. However, shortly after, Bai Wei spotted Huang Qiui, who was dressed in a short skirt and thigh-high boots, exuding a sultry charm, and immediately waved and called out, Qiui, over here. Huang Qiui noticed Bai Wei and promptly approached her. Both friends were beaming smiles. Xiao Wei, it's been over a year since we last met. I missed you so much. Huang Qiui embraced Bai Wei warmly. Bai Wei replied with a smile, I've missed you too, Qiui. You say you're abroad every day. It's not easy to see you. How long are you planning to stay in Tian'an this time? The two quickly reached the car, and Huang Qiui cheerfully remarked, This time, let us have some fun for a few days. You're getting married soon, and I absolutely must attend. I want to be your bridesmaid. Bai Wei laughed. Sound great. We're currently preparing for the wedding, so you can help me out these days. Hee hee. It's a small matter. Who are we to each other? Their laughter echoed throughout the journey, reflecting their deep bond as longtime friends. Before long, they arrived at the designated restaurant, where Bai Wei and Huang Qiui settled in first. Huang Qiui curiously inquired, "By the way, Xiao Wei, where's your fiancé? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Bai Wei responded with a smile, "He'll be here shortly. He.S. on his way. I'm eager to see what kind of person can win you over, huh?" As they exchanged banter, Lu Yuan soon arrived outside the restaurant. Spotting Bai Wei's car, he understood that the two had already made it inside and strode in confidently. Upon reaching the entrance of their reserved private room, Lu Yuan straightened his attire, as he felt it necessary to show respect for Bai Wei's close friend. Satisfied with his appearance, he cleared his throat and, with a smile, pushed open the door to the room. Inside the private room, Bai Wei and Huang Qiui were engaged in cheerful conversation, and upon seeing the door open, they turned simultaneously. Bai Wei stood up, her face flushed, and said, "Qiui, allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Yuan, my husband. Lu Yuan, this is Qiui, my best friend." Lu Yuan nodded at Huang Qiui with a smile. "Hello, Qiui. I apologize for arriving a bit late. I was held up by some matters." At that moment, Huang Qiui's mind was buzzing, and her smile froze in place. She stared intently at Lu Yuan, her thoughts tumultuous with shock and disbelief. How could she possibly accept that her best friend's husband was the very target she had been sent to assassinate? In an instant, Huang Qiui found herself at a loss for words to convey the tumult of emotions swirling within her. How could she have anticipated that Bai Wei's husband was Lu Yuan? As Huang Qiui's expression turned peculiar, Bai Wei inquired with curiosity, "Qiui, what troubles you?" Regaining her composure, Huang Qiui bit her lip firmly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Finally, she forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing, Lu Yuan, hello. Now that we are all here, let us enjoy our meal. Qiui, the dishes here are exquisite. You should try them." The table was laden with delicacies. Yet Huang Qiui found them tasteless, as if her soul had fled. She grappled with her internal turmoil. On one hand, Lu Yuan was the adversary of her elder brother, Chang Feng, and she felt compelled to eliminate him. On the other hand, he was the husband of her closest friend, Bai Wei. Over the years, she and Bai Wei had shared a bond akin to that of sisters, their affection profound. In fact, her return was motivated by a desire to partake in Bai Wei's wedding and witness her friend's happiness. Lost in thought, Bai Wei observed her closely and asked Qiui, "Are you feeling unwell? You seem rather listless." Huang Qiui forced a smile, replying, "Not at all. I'm just genuinely happy for you both." Bai Wei reflected, "Indeed, I once said I would marry at 30, yet life took an unexpected turn, and here I am, suddenly registered with someone and planning a wedding. That's wonderful. I wish you both happiness, Xiao Wei." "I raise my glass to you," Huang Qiui declared, lifting her cup, with Bai Wei and Lu Yuan following suit. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Qiui, this toast is for you. I've heard from Xiao Wei about how you've cared for her over the years." "Thank you." Bai Wei added, "Yes, Qiui, I appreciate you returning to attend my wedding. I thought you would make it back from abroad. You are my dearest friend, and your presence brings me immense joy." As they clinked glasses, Huang Qiui felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, a bittersweet emotion swelling within her. "Xiao Wei, if only you knew that my true purpose for returning was to eliminate Lu Yuan, would you still regard me as your closest confidant?" The conversation flowed as Bai Wei reminisced about their past, her spirits high, while Huang Qiui appeared burdened with thoughts. Lu Yuan noticed this subtle shift and felt a twinge of curiosity. What was amiss with Huang Qiui? Since their initial meeting, she had seemed somewhat off. The meal concluded amidst a pleasant atmosphere. Once outside the restaurant, Huang Qiui said to Bai Wei, "Xiao Wei, I have other matters to attend to this afternoon, so let us arrange to meet again when we have time." Bai Wei responded cheerfully, "All right, I need to handle some work at the company too. Let us plan to reconnect this evening if we're free." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Huang Qiui glanced casually at Lu Yuan before turning to depart. After her exit, Lu Yuan turned to Bai Wei with curiosity. "Dear, I can't shake the feeling that your friend seems a bit odd." Bai Wei nodded, furrowing her brow. "Yes, I too sensed that Qiui was not quite herself today, She appeared to be burdened with thoughts, unlike her usual self. Perhaps we are overthinking it. Try not to dwell on it too much, my love. Bai Wei nodded. Well, I shall head to the group first. There is work to attend to. All right. You go ahead and take care of your tasks. As Bai Wei departed, Lu Yuan squinted slightly, the figure of Huang Qiui resurfacing in his mind. His intuition hinted that this Huang Qiui was not as simple as she appeared, although she possessed a striking beauty with a playful and charming demeanor, seemingly embodying the essence of a gentle and lovely woman. Lu Yuan felt an unsettling moment when her gaze turned chillingly cold, almost piercing in its intensity, a look he had previously encountered in the eyes of an overseas assassin. Why would Huang Qiui possess such a gaze? Unable to fathom the reason, Lu Yuan decided to dismiss the thought and promptly made his way to Zhu Yuan Group. His most pressing concern at the moment was to identify the malignant entity within the marketing department of Zhu Yuan Group. On his way back, Lu Yuan passed by a dessert shop and suddenly recalled seeing the brand's dessert packaging in Zhao Chenhan's office. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to purchase some desserts to bring to Zhao Chenhan. For what girl does not delight in sweets? Moreover, Zhao Chenhan had previously organized some valuable materials for him. With this in mind, Lu Yuan alighted from his vehicle, entered the dessert shop, procured an assortment of treats, and then hurried to Zhu Yuan Group. Upon reaching the group, Lu Yuan made his way toward Zhao Chenhan's office, holding the desserts in hand. He knocked gently on the door, and Zhao Chenhan's voice soon resonated from within. Please enter. Lu Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. Zhao Chenhan adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses resting on her delicate nose, her exquisitely oval face as pale as snow, adorned with meticulous makeup. The pastel pink eyeshadow added a touch of charm to her beauty. She regarded Lu Yuan with mild surprise. Lu Yuan, what brings you here? Lu Yuan smiled. Team leader Zhao, the materials you provided yesterday were immensely beneficial, so I thought to bring you some desserts as a token of appreciation. As he extended the treats toward her, Zhao Chenhan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. How did you know I liked this brand of desserts? Lu Yuan chuckled. I saw them on your desk yesterday, and thought you might enjoy them. Zhao Chenhan bit her lip, a hint of gratitude flickering in her eyes. Thank you, Lu Yuan. You're welcome, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now. You have work to do. Zhao Chenhan, nibbling on the tip of her pen, raised an eyebrow in contemplation and after a brief pause said, Wait, I need to survey a partner's products shortly. Would you accompany me? Lu Yuan was taken aback, a sense of surprise washing over him. He had heard that Zhao Chenhan usually attended such activities alone. The fact that she was willing to bring him along indicated her genuine acceptance of him. With this thought, Lu Yuan smiled. Sure, I will prepare right away. When shall we depart, Team Leader Zhao? I'll be waiting for you downstairs in 15 minutes. Understood. Lu Yuan exited the office, his spirits buoyed. Truth be told, he was eager to engage more with Zhao Chenhan, for she was an exceptional woman, her qualities truly admirable. Moreover, Zhao Chenhan, being the team leader, might possess insights into the previous affairs of the marketing department. Upon returning to his workstation, Lu Yuan began to organize the documents. While his colleague, Zhu Jiai, inquired with curiosity, Lu Yuan, what were you doing in Leader Zhao's office just now? Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. Nothing much. Leader Zhao has asked me to accompany her for a field study shortly. Zhu Jiai gasped in astonishment. No way. Leader Zhao actually invited you to go with her? Yes. What's the matter? Lu Yuan replied, bemused. Zhu Jiai, with wide eyes, exclaimed, Leader Zhao usually ventures out alone. This is the first time I've seen her take a subordinate along. Lu Yuan, you're really about to soar? Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Come on. It's just a field study. Zhu Jiai looked at Lu Yuan intently and feigned a pleading tone. Lu Yuan, if you become a leader in the future, you must take care of me. Amused by Zhu Jiai's demeanor, Lu Yuan bantered with her for a while before stepping out of the office and waiting by the elevator. At that moment, a figure approached, and a deep voice resonated. Are you Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan was taken aback and turned to see a young man in a suit, who was quite handsome. He recognized this young man as Zhou Bin, a colleague from the office, though they had never interacted much. Puzzled, Lu Yuan asked, Yes. Is there something you need? Zhou Bin frowned and coldly replied, Are you going on a field study with Leader Zhao? Yes. Is there a problem? Lu Yuan's confusion deepened. Zhou Bin narrowed his eyes, a smirk plastered on his face. Lu Yuan, I advise you to recognize your place and not entertain thoughts of getting too close to Leader Zhao. Just focus on your duties as a junior employee, understood? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. I don't understand what you mean. If you have something to say, just say it. Zhou Bin clenched his teeth. Fine. I'll be direct. Leader Zhao is mine. You better not harbor any other intentions towards her, or I assure you, you will face consequences. I'm a local from Tian'an, and dealing with you will be a piece of cake. With that, Zhou Bin scoffed and turned to leave. Lu Yuan stood there momentarily stunned before realizing the situation. So, Zhou Bin was jealous because he liked Zhao Chenhan and was upset to see Lu Yuan going on a field study with her? How ridiculous. Why threaten him? It was Zhao Chenhan who had invited him, not the other way around. Besides, if Zhou Bin liked Zhao Chenhan, that was his business. Why did he have to threaten Lu Yuan? Feeling utterly perplexed by this peculiar encounter, Lu Yuan soon arrived at the ground floor of the corporate building, where a white Mercedes-Benz C300 coupe was parked. The window of the driver's seat rolled down, revealing Zhao Chenhan's exquisitely delicate face. Even with sunglasses on, her stunningly cold and beautiful features were undeniable. Get in, Zhao Chenhan instructed succinctly before raising the window again. Lu Yuan took a seat in the passenger side and glanced at Zhao Chenhan, momentarily breathless. Today, Zhao Chenhan donned a fitted black waist-cinching top, paired with a black and white checkered layered short skirt that revealed her long, graceful legs, elegantly encased in sheer black stockings, exuding an alluring charm. Lu Yuan instinctively cast a glance, his heartbeat quickening slightly before he promptly averted his gaze, smiling as he remarked, Team Leader Zhao. I didn't realize you had a car. I saw you waiting for the bus yesterday. Zhao Chenhan replied nonchalantly, I do have a car, but I seldom drive it. Why not drive? Lu Yuan inquired. Traffic can be a hassle, and I quite enjoy the sensation of riding the bus. Sitting there, watching people come and go, listening to the conversations of strangers, it brings me a sense of relaxation. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is it because you're usually quite tense? Thus, that feeling on the bus is so pleasant? Indeed, she affirmed. The connections between people are quite extraordinary. My encounters with those individuals are merely fleeting moments. Once I alight, I may never see them again. Yet, during that brief interlude, I can engage in conversation, learn about their children, and discover intriguing tales from their lives. Don't you find that sensation remarkable? Lu Yuan chuckled. It is indeed remarkable. Zhao Chenhan smiled, but remained silent as she started the vehicle, merging onto the elevated highway of the city. This research activity aimed to assess the products of a collaborative partner whose quality had recently encountered some issues, necessitating a visit. Zhao Chenhan proactively stated, Pay close attention and learn as much as you can. I brought you along to help you acclimate to the pace of work more swiftly. Lu Yuan responded with a grin, No problem, Team Leader Zhao. However, does this investigation of the Partner S products truly require your personal involvement? I assumed you could send a subordinate. Zhao Chenhan shook her head. That's not feasible. This partner holds a somewhat unique position. They're the largest and most cutting-edge mold development company in Tian'an City. Our products heavily depend on them, and their attitude is exceedingly arrogant. They even threatened to terminate our collaboration with Zhu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Surely Zhu Yuan wouldn't be too concerned about losing such a partner? Zhao Chenhan nodded gently. Indeed, this partner's significance pales in comparison to Zhu Yuan. However, a particular batch of our products requires their molds, which only they can develop in Tian'an. If we terminate our partnership, it would result in considerable losses for Zhu Yuan. I had previously sent someone to negotiate, but that partner audaciously raised their prices by 30% over the original cost, threatening to cancel our collaboration otherwise. A preliminary estimate indicates that this price hike would increase Zhu Yuan's costs by nearly 100 million. Their greed is insatiable. Lu Yuan nodded in comprehension. I see. They are attempting to exploit their monopolistic position to severely profit from Zhu Yuan, which is indeed excessive. The two conversed further, and Lu Yuan soon learned that the partner's head was notoriously arrogant and allegedly had connections to local underworld figures, being a local strongman. They even insinuated that if Zhao Chenhan did not acquiesce to their demands, They would conspire with other partners to sever ties with Zhu Yuan entirely. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a surge of anger. Zhao Chunhan was associated with Zhu Yuan. Dealing with Zhao Chunhan meant confronting Zhu Yuan, which was tantamount to confronting him. This was intolerable. He was eager to ascertain the nature of this individual. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan and Zhao Chunhan arrived at the entrance of Doffing Tool Factory. The security guard granted them access, and their vehicle proceeded into the premises. After parking, Zhao Chunhan pondered briefly before addressing Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, please remain silent during our meeting. Although this factory has its shortcomings, we are here with the intention of discussing collaboration, so refrain from speaking out of turn. Lu Yuan nodded. Understood, Team Leader Zhao. I shall stay behind you to ensure your safety. Zhao Chunhan chuckled lightly. Why bring up safety? Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. They wouldn't dare act recklessly. The two exited the vehicle and soon entered the main building of the factory. This structure served as the office area, complete with a reception desk. Upon noticing Zhao Chunhan and Lu Yuan's arrival, the receptionist inquired, "Whom do you wish to see?" Zhao Chunhan replied calmly, "Could you kindly notify General Manager Li that Zhao Chunhan from Zhu Yuan Group is here to see him?" The receptionist glanced at Zhao Chunhan before picking up the phone to dial a number. After a brief moment, she informed, "Ms. Zhao, General Manager Li is waiting for you in his office on the 3rd floor." "Thank you." Zhao Chunhan and Lu Yuan ascended the stairs. They soon arrived at the office door on the upper floor, where Zhao Chunhan knocked. A deep voice belonging to a middle-aged man called from within, "Come in." Zhao Chunhan opened the door, and she and Lu Yuan entered in succession. The office was extravagantly adorned, and seated behind a large desk was a balding middle-aged man. His face bore signs of excess, and tattoos adorned his arms. He was puffing on a cigar, exuding an unsavory demeanor. Upon seeing Zhao Chunhan, his gaze instantly intensified, scrutinizing her from head to toe. He leered, "Team Leader Zhao, your presence graces us. I apologize for the lack of formalities in my welcome." As he rose with a smile, the middle-aged man continued, "Team Leader Zhao, please make yourself comfortable. And this is..." His gaze shifted towards Lu Yuan. Zhao Chunhan interjected, "He is a new employee from our department. I brought him along so he could familiarize himself with our clients for smoother future collaboration." Li Kangqing's eyes inadvertently wandered over Zhao Chunhan's elegantly clad legs, and he grinned. "I see. Since he is an employee of Zhu Yuan, he is also my guest. Team Leader Zhao, shall I prepare some tea for you? What type do you prefer?" Zhao Chunhan settled onto the sofa, crossing her long, slender legs, her presence commanding as she replied coolly, "General Manager Li, we are not ones for unnecessary formalities. Let us skip the tea. I am here to engage in straightforward communication." Li Kangqing raised an eyebrow, choosing not to press the matter further. He poured a cup of tea and took a seat across from Zhao Chunhan, a bemused smile playing on his lips. "Very well, then. What would you like to discuss, Team Leader Zhao?" Zhao Chunhan's expression turned icy. "Mr. Li, I will be direct. The pricing we previously agreed upon for our collaboration was satisfactory, adhering to the principle of mutual benefit. The contract poses no issues, and the price we offered you is also reasonable. However, I fail to understand why you have chosen to go back on your word and publicly breach our agreement." She questioned with a tone laced with incredulity. Li Kangqing took a sip of tea, a smile playing on his lips. "Team Leader Zhao, let us not become overly agitated. I have never contemplated breaching our agreement. As I mentioned, if you increase your price by 30% on top of the original, we can proceed with our collaboration. If you refuse, that remains your dilemma." Zhao Chunhan sneered coldly. "We have meticulously calculated our costs, and an additional 30% would lead us to incur losses ourselves. Thus, how could we possibly agree to such terms? If that is the case, it is you who is unwilling to collaborate, and you cannot hold me accountable." Li Kangqing displayed an air of indifference, his corpulent figure coupled with his insidious smile, eliciting a wave of revulsion from Zhao Chunhan. "Mr. Li, business cannot thrive without integrity. We had an agreement, so why resort to such tactics now?" Her anger was palpable, for this project was under her primary purview. Any increase in costs would exacerbate the risks borne by the group, and such an extraneous expenditure would render her efforts, in a sense, unsuccessful. "Team Leader Zhao, We are not ones to beat around the bush. I will be straightforward. Either increase the budget, or the contract will be terminated. That is my stance, Li Kangxing asserted, his demeanor now lacking in courtesy. Although Zhu Yuan was a formidable entity, Zhao Chunhan was merely a leader within the marketing department. Moreover, Li Kangxing was confident in compelling her to capitulate, having learned that only their company within the entire Tian'an could produce the required mold. Additionally, the urgency surrounding this batch of products made collaboration indispensable. As the negotiation reached an impasse, Zhao Chunhan's countenance darkened. Mr. Li, you have collaborated with us at Zhu Yuan for considerable time. Is this not rather dismissive of our partnership? Li Kangchang leered, revealing a set of discolored teeth. Team leader Zhao, let us remain composed. We are all business people here. I merely seek to maximize profits. I'm not in the wrong, am I? Zhao Chunhan clenched her fists, her delicate features frosted with disdain. There is nothing wrong with pursuing greater profits, but you have indeed signed a contract with Zhu Yuan. To cast aside integrity in pursuit of such profits and to threaten us is utterly despicable. Do you not agree? Li Kangxing's gaze hardened, and he reprimanded, Team leader Zhao, at this moment, it is you who seeks my cooperation. Please mind your tone. Should you provoke me, I shall withdraw from our collaboration, and you will bear the consequences. With a flicker of his eyes, he added, however, there may still be room for negotiation. Zhao Chunhan furrowed her brows. Mr. Li, speak plainly. Li Kangxing remarked, certainly. But Director Zhao, please have your subordinates step downstairs first. I prefer discussing collaborations without a third party present. Zhao Chunhan furrowed her brow slightly, wondering why Lu Yuan needed to leave during such an important discussion. However, despite her confusion, Zhao Chunhan addressed Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, please go downstairs for now. I will join you shortly. All right, Director Zhao. Just call me if you need anything, Lu Yuan replied without further inquiry, turning to exit the office and settling into the lobby below. Meanwhile, back in the office, Zhao Chunhan, growing impatient, inquired, Mr. Li, could you elaborate on your thoughts? Li Kangcheng, unhurried, poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhao Chunhan before seating himself opposite her with a congenial smile. Director Zhao, there's no need to rush. Your company, Zhu Yuan, has firmly declined to increase the budget, correct? Zhao Chunhan asserted resolutely, absolutely not. The price offered by Zhu Yuan is already significantly higher than the market rate. Mr. Li, one must not be overly greedy. Aligning with Zhu Yuan presents ample opportunities for profit. Don't be short-sighted. Li Kangcheng chuckled. Your point is well taken, Director Zhao. I too wish to profit. However, aside from that, I have another preference. What preference? Zhao Chunhan inquired, intrigued. Li Kangcheng's piercing gaze fell upon Zhao Chunhan's graceful figure as he smacked his lips, his voice low and rasping. Director Zhao, I also have a fondness for women. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunhan was appalled, a shiver running down her spine. Angered, she retorted, Mr. Li, what do you mean by that? With a grin, Li Kangcheng replied, Director Zhao, you are an astute individual, so I will speak plainly. I am willing to collaborate with Zhu Yuan at the original price. But you must agree to spend one night with me. Leaning back on the sofa, his eyes gleaming with mischief, he asked, What do you think, Director Zhao? In an instant, Zhao Chunhan stood up, her previously pale face flushed with rage. Mr. Li, I never anticipated you to be such a person. You are utterly despicable and shameless. I cannot possibly agree to such a request. If you refuse to collaborate, so be it. Zhu Yuan is capable of finding alternatives. With that, she turned to leave. Li Kangcheng, feeling a surge of wickedness, stepped forward and blocked her path at the door, locking it behind him. With a sinister grin, he gazed at Zhao Chunhan. Director Zhao, this place is not one you can enter or exit at will. You won't be leaving today without my agreement. Li Kanggen, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? Zhao Chunhan exclaimed, alarmed and panicked. Her eyes fixed on him as she prepared to call the police from her bag. Li Kangcheng advanced slowly, a menacing smile etched on his face. Director Zhao, if you agree to spend a night with me, not only will I collaborate with Zhu Yuan, but I will also provide you with an additional rebate of 300,000. What do you say? I mean no offense. I merely find you quite captivating. You are vile, shameless. Zhao Chunhan was incensed to her core. retreating step by step as she observed Li Kangsheng closing in on her. At long last, she found herself cornered, hastily retrieving her phone to make a call. Yet, before she could even connect the call, her phone was forcefully knocked from her grasp by Li Kangsheng. Zhao Chunhan gasped in shock, and before she could react, Li Kangsheng lunged at her, pinning her down onto the sofa, a wicked grin plastered across his face. Team leader Zhao, why not just submit to me? Stick with me, and I shall grant you a monthly sum of 100,000. Get away from me, you scoundrel. What you are doing is illegal. Zhao Chenhan protested, struggling against his hold, but she was no match for the burly Li Kangsheng. She could only endure as his massive hand advanced. Team leader Zhao, cease your struggles. Today, no one can save you. As he spoke, Li Kangsheng began to tear at Zhao Chenhan's skirt, while his other hand reached towards her neckline. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lu Yuan sensed his phone vibrating in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Zhao Chenhan, one he had just missed. Was she trying to reach him for something urgent? With a raised eyebrow, he called back, but no one answered. A wave of concern washed over him. What could possibly be amiss? Rising from his seat, he swiftly made his way to the office on the 3rd floor. He knocked on the door, but no one responded. A sudden unease gripped his heart, and at that moment, he heard Zhao Chenhan's cries for help from within. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated as he comprehended the dire situation unfolding inside. That despicable scoundrel. His gaze turned icy as he attempted to open the door, only to find it locked. Stepping back a few paces, he took a deep breath. Then with a powerful surge, he charged forward, delivering a fierce kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the door flew open. Inside, Li Kangsheng was momentarily startled, his body frozen in shock. Lu Yuan rushed in, and there was Zhao Chenhan, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yuan, save me. That scoundrel. With a furious exclamation, Lu Yuan lunged forward, delivering a kick squarely to Li Kangsheng's chest. Blood spurted from Li Kangsheng's mouth as he was sent flying backwards to the ground. Are you all right, team leader Zhao? Lu Yuan quickly assisted her, noticing her torn skirt revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. He averted his gaze, removing his jacket and offering it to her. Here, team leader Zhao. Zhao Chenhan was deeply moved. Thank you, Lu Yuan. Not at all, he replied, his attention shifting back to the fallen Li Kangsheng, his eyes cold as ice. You truly are a beast. It's evident you are no good. Lu Yuan strode over to Li Kangsheng, seizing him by the head, speaking in a chilling tone. Do you have anything else to say? Li Kangsheng, bloodied and seething with venomous rage, retorted, You dare to touch me? You're courting death. Do you have any idea who I was? I used to run with the underworld. Underworld? Lu Yuan chuckled, raising his hand to deliver a series of brutal slaps to Li Kangsheng's face. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as Li Kangsheng's features contorted, his face swelling grotesquely, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. You'll regret this. Just wait. I'll have people come for you. Call them by all means. I invite you to summon everyone you can today. Lu Yuan retaliated, delivering a kick to Li Kangsheng's chest, sending him sprawling 3 meters away. Just you wait. Li Kangsheng trembled as he took out his phone, dialing a number. The call was quickly connected, and he wailed into the receiver, Brother Snake. I've been assaulted. There's trouble here. After hanging up, he glared at Lu Yuan with venomous resentment, exclaiming, Kid, you better wait right there. If I don't take you down today, I'll eat shit upside down. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk forming on his lips. Brother Snake, is it? Very well, I shall wait right here. Beside them, Zhao Chenhan, in a state of panic, urged, Lu Yuan, this Li Kangsheng really knows a lot of underworld figures. He used to be involved in the mafia. We should leave. Lu Yuan reassured her. No need to worry, team leader Zhao. We won't leave. Let us see what he has in store for us today. Zhao Chenhan bit her lip, feeling a mix of anxiety and fear. Yet, seeing Lu Yuan's composure provided her with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. It's all right, team leader Zhao. Let us sit down and enjoy some tea while we wait. Lu Yuan leisurely settled into the sofa, causing Zhao Chenhan to hesitate. Li Kangsheng was indeed capable of summoning those ruthless individuals from the underworld. Was Lu Yuan truly unafraid? What was the source of his confidence? Before long, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. In an instant, A group burst through the door, all wielding iron rods and steel pipes, adorned with tattoos and scars. They exuded an intimidating aura. At the forefront was Brother Snake, summoned last night by Li Yafeng and Geng Wei. Upon seeing Brother Snake, Li Kangcheng immediately regained his vigor. Struggling to rise as he exclaimed, "Brother Snake, you finally arrived. That bastard over there laid his hands on me. You must stand up for me." Li Kangin lamanta. His face battered and bruised. Brother Snake cursed loudly, "Damn it. Let me see who dares to cross me." However, before he could finish, his gaze landed on Lu Yuan, who was seated on the sofa. In that instant, Brother Snake's expression froze, his body trembling violently. The arrogance that had previously adorned his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. He thought to himself, "Good heavens, isn't this the esteemed gentleman from last night?" Brother Snake had been thoroughly intimidated by Lu Yuan the previous evening. His entire crew had seemed like mere insects before him. How could he ever dare to provoke someone of such stature? Brother Snake began to shake, cold sweat pouring from his brow. Meanwhile, Zhao Chenhan's face turned ashen. With so many people arriving, what were she and Lu Yuan to do? She glanced at Lu Yuan, only to find him composed, reclining with his legs crossed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Zhao Chenhan felt a chill run down her spine, her palms sweating with anxiety. Given the circumstances, how could Lu Yuan remain so unfazed? This was a group of desperate men. If cornered, they could indeed resort to violence. At that moment, Li Kangcheng remained oblivious to Brother Snake's altered demeanor, incessantly wailing, "Brother Snake, do something. Take down that bastard. Shut your mouth." Brother Snake suddenly roared, delivering a stinging slap across Li Kangcheng's face. The sound echoed sharply through the room. Li Kangcheng was spun around twice before collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Brother Snake, why did you hit me?" he exclaimed, covering his face, his expression rife with grievance. Brother Snake swallowed hard, glancing at Lu Yuan, and forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. "Brother Lu, I apologize. It's all a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart." Witnessing this scene, Li Kangcheng's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Zhao Chenhan, equally incredulous, stared at Lu Yuan in shock. Lu Yuan, casually reclining with one leg crossed over the other, gave Brother Snake a dispassionate glance. "Well, it seems you know your place. Is this Li Kangcheng under your command?" Brother Snake hastily replied, "He was once, but not anymore. He used to follow me." "Oh." Lu Yuan nonchalantly cleaned his ears and remarked, "Your subordinate seems poorly managed. We are here to discuss the collaboration. And while the lack of cooperation is unacceptable, it is even more troubling that he attempted to lay hands on my people. How do you propose to resolve this?" At this, Zhao Chenhan felt a flush creep to her cheeks. What did he mean by my people? This man truly dared to say anything. Li Kangcheng, witnessing this, nearly lost control of his bladder. He had once followed Brother Snake, who he regarded as a formidable figure commanding nearly 100 brothers. How was he now reduced to a subordinate in front of Lu Yuan? "Brother Snake, what on earth is happening?" Li Kangcheng stammered, hardly daring to breathe. "You blind fool. Apologize to Brother Lu." Brother Snake struck Li Kangcheng across the face, causing him to yelp in pain, his visage swelling. "Brother Lu, I was wrong. It was all a misunderstanding. I truly realize my mistake." Regret filled Li Kangcheng's heart for offending the formidable Lu Yuan. Yet, how could someone so young instill such fear in Brother Snake? He must possess an extraordinary background. "Kneel. If Brother Lu does not forgive you today, you shall lose a hand." Brother Snake kicked Li Kangcheng's knee, and he collapsed to the ground, bruised and battered, looking utterly pitiable. "Brother Lu, I truly know my error. Please forgive me." Lu Yuan replied coldly, "Do not apologize to me. Direct your apologies to those you ought to." Li Kangcheng, understanding immediately, knelt before Zhao Chenhan, pleading, "Miss Zhao, I genuinely recognize my mistake. It's entirely my fault. I beg for your forgiveness. Rest assured, I will ensure our cooperation remains at the previous rate, or even lower it by 10%. Miss Zhao, what do you think?" As he spoke, Li Kangcheng slapped his own face in desperation, aware of Brother Snake's methods. He might truly lose a hand today. Zhao Chenhan clenched her teeth, silent for a moment before finally saying, "Very well. I hope you, Mr. Li, will honor your word and ensure such an incident does not occur again. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Li Kongcheng nearly bowed to the ground. Thank you, Miss Zhao. I cannot express my gratitude enough. He quickly summoned someone to bring forth the contract and signed his name without hesitation. Receiving the revised contract, Zhao Chunhan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Today has indeed been a bountiful day. Not only did I manage to prevent Li Kongcheng from raising his prices, but I even persuaded him to lower them. This can certainly be counted as an achievement of my own. Brother Lu, do you find anything unsatisfactory? Snake Brother wore a smile of obsequiousness. Lu Yuan stood up and approached Snake Brother, patting him on the shoulder. You have handled this matter quite astutely. Well done. I am very pleased. Ensure you manage your people properly next time. Yes, Brother Lu. Snake Brother shivered, hastily affirming. As Lu Yuan and Zhao Chenhan prepared to leave, Snake Brother suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lu, I have a small request. Lu Yuan paused. Speak. Snake Brother forced a flattering smile. Brother Lu, if you don't mind, may I have your number? In the future, should you have any tasks, you can contact me directly. Snake Brother is no fool. In fact, he is far more astute than others. Over the years, he has transformed from a petty thug to a small leader, commanding a group of over 100 subordinates. This is due to his courage and insight. Someone with Lu Yuan's skills is obviously not an ordinary person. It would be wise to curry favor with him. Lu Yuan chuckled with amusement. Truth be told, he instinctively wanted to refuse. However, while Snake Brother and his ilk may not be the most virtuous, they can be quite useful at critical moments. For instance, in situations like today, seeking help from the police would be far less effective than relying on someone like Snake Brother. With this thought, Lu Yuan relayed a series of numbers. Snake Brother hurriedly dialed, and upon seeing Lu Yuan's phone ring only to be disconnected, he grinned obsequiously. Brother Lu, I won't disturb you any longer. When you have time, I will be delighted to treat you to a meal. By the way, should you have any tasks, just let me know. Lu Yuan remained silent and turned to leave with Zhao Chenhan. After they departed, one of the younger subordinates expressed his frustration. Snake Brother, is that guy truly that formidable? Why do you treat him with such deference? Silence. Snake Brother slapped the subordinate across the face, scolding. When I was out here fighting, you were still nothing. Do you need to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? The young subordinate dared not utter a word. Yes, Snake Brother, I was wrong. Snake Brother coldly replied. Remember, to merely be a small thug, skill is sufficient. However, to become a formidable leader, both intellect and vision are essential. Our Snakehead gang may not be small, with over 100 brothers, but our ambitions extend far beyond that. Our goal is to dominate the underground world of Tian'an. As Snake Brother spoke, his face was filled with determination. He was not content to remain merely the leader of a small gang. His long-standing ambition has been to become the head of the underground syndicate in Tian'an. Previously, he struggled due to a lack of opportunity, surrounded by brothers who were mostly dim-witted. Yet, Lu Yuan has ignited a spark of hope within him. He has a strong intuition. Lu Yuan undoubtedly has significant connections, and if he can ingratiate himself with him, perhaps he might just seize that chance. Meanwhile, Zhao Chenhan glanced at the car, occasionally stealing a glance at Lu Yuan in the passenger seat, her mind filled with questions and curiosity. How could Lu Yuan possibly know that group of underworld individuals? After all, they appeared to be desperate rogues, while Lu Yuan seemed so refined. She truly could not comprehend how Lu Yuan had become entangled with that group of people. Furthermore, they showed him such deference, referring to him as Brother Lu. Finally, Zhao Chenhan could no longer contain her curiosity. Lu Yuan, what is your relationship with that group? Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. There's no relation. We met by chance. Why do you ask? She pressed on. But why do they call you Brother Lu? Their respect seems excessive. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. People tend to fear those who can fight. Naturally, they call me Brother Lu. You can fight? Zhao Chenhan inquired. Lu Yuan chuckled. I can manage a bit. Taking on dozens is quite easy. Zhao Chenhan was taken aback and then pouted. I don't believe you. How could you possibly take on dozens? Lu Yuan merely smiled in silence, as his claim of dozens was a modest understatement. The fighting prowess of such petty thugs was utterly negligible in his presence. Since childhood, he had trained in various combat arts, mentored by a cadre of elite instructors recognized internationally. He had encountered the best of the best from the military districts of Huagua, as well as top experts from long-established martial arts sections. He had even mingled with the foremost combat commanders of the Eagle Nation's Navy SEALs. To say the least, these small-time ruffians were akin to children in his eyes. As dusk descended upon Nian'an City, the sky was adorned with a fiery orange hue. The setting sun cast a soft, tender glow over the bustling metropolis. Suddenly, Lu Chen asked, "Lu Yuan, are you free tonight?" Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Yes. What is up?" Lu Chen, with a hint of petulance, gazed at him. "What did you say to me yesterday?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan exclaimed, "Oh, I nearly forgot. Team Leader Zhao, I mentioned treating you to dinner tonight, and it just so happens that evening is approaching. Shall we go for dinner?" Lu Chen shot him a playful glare. Her cheeks flushed. "Forget it. I'll treat you tonight since you've helped me so much." "No way. It must be my treat. I proposed it first." "You can treat next time," he insisted. Lu Chen considered this and replied, "All right, but I need to go home first to change. It's not far ahead. Please wait for me." She had a tear in her clothing from earlier in the office, which Lu Yuan had only just noticed. "All right, no problem." In no time, the car exited the highway and arrived at a modest residential complex, which boasted decent greenery. The vehicle parked beneath a building, and Lu Chen said, "Lu Yuan, please wait for me a moment while I go upstairs to change. I'll be quick." After she ascended, Lu Yuan began to wonder why she was taking so long. Was changing clothes really such a drawn-out process? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang, revealing it was Lu Chen calling. "Hello, Team Leader Zhao, what's the matter?" Her voice on the other end was tinged with distress. "Lu Yuan, you must come up quickly. There's a mouse in my house. I'm terrified of them." Lu Chen, nearly in tears, then shrieked, "Ah, the mouse is coming. Lu Yuan, hurry up." Lu Yuan listened to Lu Chen's voice on the phone and couldn't help but chuckle. Despite her frosty exterior, it was surprising to discover that she was afraid of mice. Without delay, he ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room, Lu Yuan immediately spotted Lu Chen trembling in the living room, broom in hand. Her face was ashen as she fearfully pointed to a corner of the room. Her voice tinged with desperation. "Lu Yuan, please help me. There's a mouse over there." Lu Yuan approached and surveyed the area, saying, "There's nothing here, Team Leader Zhao. Surely you must be imagining things? That's impossible. There really is a mouse. It's terrifying." Lu Yuan crouched down to peek under the sofa, but saw nothing. How peculiar, he thought. Just then, he glanced up and suddenly noticed a small, dark mouse perched on the sofa, right behind Lu Chen. Oblivious to the creature creeping close to her legs, she remained unaware as it approached. "Team Leader Zhao, the mouse is right behind you." At his words, she instinctively turned around. Upon spotting the mouse, she let out a terrified scream and dashed toward Lu Yuan, her panic palpable. To his astonishment, the mouse seemed to sense her fear and scurried after her. "Ah!" Lu Chen shrieked, nearly losing her voice as she ran to Lu Yuan and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her legs wrapping around him like an octopus. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, instinctively supporting her soft form as he held onto her delicate legs. "Lu Yuan, please get rid of the mouse," she whimpered, her voice quivering with distress, completely unaware of her position in his arms. Team Leader Zhao, the mouse has already escaped," he replied, feeling a bit awkward as she clung to him in such a manner. "Is that so?" Lu Chen, still visibly anxious, turned to look and, indeed, saw no sign of the mouse. At that moment, she suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wait, how did I end up in Lu Yuan's arms, and what is this?" In an instant, realization dawned upon her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Though inexperienced, she certainly understood the implications. A profound silence enveloped them as both felt the weight of the awkwardness in the air. After a moment, Lu Yuan, his face aflame, stammered, "Team Leader Zhao, perhaps you could let go of me?" "Oh, right," she replied, her face a deep shade of red as she hastily released him. I'll go change." Flustered, she dashed into her room and shut the door behind her. Inside, Zhao Chunhan leaned against the door, her face buried in her hands, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What had she been thinking? How could she have clung to Lu Yuan like that? Zhao Chunhan, what are you even thinking? She chided herself, her entire body aflame with embarrassment. Taking a few deep breaths, she endeavored to calm her racing heart. Moments later, the bedroom door swung open, and Zhao Chunhan emerged. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with admiration. She wore a chic white short skirt that accentuated her delicate collarbone. A cascade of chestnut waves drapes elegantly over her chest, while her exquisitely sculpted oval face appears as though chiseled by divine hands. The delicate, peach-hued eye makeup bestows upon her an enchanting allure, and her slender waist enhances her captivating charm. Below, a pair of flawless, snow-white legs emerge, adorned with exquisite stiletto heels. Her demeanor exudes a purity intertwined with an air of sophistication, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming in a secluded valley, leaving onlookers spellbound at first glance. Lu Yuan could not help but concede that Zhao Chunhan was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Such beauty would not be out of place in the entertainment industry, likely eclipsing numerous starlets with ease. Feeling slightly bashful under Lu Yuan's gaze, Zhao Chunhan's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she nervously fidgeted with her hands. Lu Yuan, do you think I look all right? Snapping back to reality, Lu Yuan exclaimed, "You look stunning. Absolutely stunning. Zhao, I must say, you should adorn yourself in this style more often. I see you predominantly wear suits at the company, and while you look lovely in them, this attire truly highlights your ethereal grace." A sweet thrill of delight surged within Zhao Chunhan, though she feigned indifference, replying, "Is that so? I shall certainly experiment with this style more often." "Very well. Shall we set off now, Zhao?" "Yes." The two descended the staircase. Unbeknownst to Zhao Chunhan, this was her inaugural venture into such a dress style, as she typically shunned such garments. Yet today, for reasons unknown, she felt a sudden urge to don this attire. Stealing a glance at Lu Yuan, her heart raced uncontrollably. As they entered the car, they made their way to the restaurant. Meanwhile, across the city in the office of the president of the Shun Group, Shun Junyu sat broodingly in his office. How did that black-striped tiger perish so inexplicably? Could Lu Yuan be involved? Previously, he had dispatched the black-striped tiger to eliminate Lu Yuan, but soon after, he found himself unable to establish contact. Lu Yuan remained unharmed, exacerbating Shun Junyu's anxiety. He had recently learned that the Tianhai police had apprehended the black-striped tiger, only to discover that he had already succumbed to death. This revelation left Shun Junyu utterly perplexed. How could the black-striped tiger have died so unexpectedly? Could Lu Yuan be responsible? It seemed implausible. A chill coursed through Shun Junyu. Lu Yuan was merely an ineffectual man living off others. How could he possess such capabilities? Or did he harbor some clandestine secret? At that moment, his secretary, Xia Linlin, entered, clad in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her seductive curves. Her alluring figure was further enhanced by the gold-rimmed glasses perched on her face, lending her an air of icy temptation. Shun Junyu's gaze flickered with a hint of mischief, though he quickly concealed it. Linlin was undeniably beautiful and possessed an enviable physique. He had entertained thoughts about her. However, Linlin was involved with a military man serving in the Tianhai military district. He had no desire to attract such complications, as he was surrounded by plenty of women and did not wish to invite trouble upon himself. Xia Linlin's legs were long and graceful, her white shirt taut against her ample bosom. Adjusting her glasses, she announced, "President Shun, the 10 billion funds for the Lin Group have been successfully transferred." Shun Junyu nodded, acknowledging her words. "Understood," he replied. Xia Linlin hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Mr. Shun, the Lin family is currently mired in turmoil. To be frank, collaborating with them is not a prudent decision and could potentially drag our Shun family down as well. If I may be so bold, why are you choosing to invest in the Lin family?" Having worked at the Shun Corporation for several years as Shun Junyu's secretary, Xia Linlin harbored a secret affection for him. Although she was in a relationship, she held no genuine feelings for her rather uninspired boyfriend, a soldier who lacked both charm and ambition. Were it not for his consistent kindness towards her, she would have ended their relationship long ago. Typically, Xiao Linlin refrained from questioning the company's affairs, but today she found herself unable to contain her concerns. The Lin family's financial chain was on the verge of collapse. Their stock prices plummeting, and partners were withdrawing their collaborations. Investing now would be akin to tossing money into the abyss. Shen Junyu squinted his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. Linlin, my intentions are solely for Bai Wei. Xiao Linlin's complexion paled. She knew that Shen Junyu had harbored feelings for Bai Wei over the years, feelings that she secretly despised. What do you mean, Mr. Shen? I do not comprehend. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, Shen Junyu gazed out at the scenery, stating calmly, the president of Lin Group, Lin Yin, was once married to Lu Yuan, who is now involved with Bai Wei. Lin Yin wishes to reclaim Lu Yuan, all the while harboring resentment towards Bai Wei. By investing in Lin Group, I can exploit Lin Yan's animosity towards Bai Wei, inciting a conflict between the Lin and Bai families. I will be the one to stir the pot, striking both families simultaneously. Once they are sufficiently weakened, I will reap the benefits. I intend to bring both the Lin and Bai families under my control. My ultimate goal is to elevate the Shun family to the pinnacle of Tian'an City, and I have long set my sights on these two families. Xiao Linlin's heart sank. But Mr. Shun, do you not care for Bai Wei? Wouldn't this cause her more suffering? Chuckling darkly, he replied, I do care for Bai Wei. Yet she chose to abandon me for a spineless man. That is an affront I cannot tolerate. I know her too well. When conventional means fail to win her over, I will employ extraordinary tactics. If she prides herself on her status, I shall crush that pride beneath my feet. I will leave her with nothing. I will make her come to me on her knees. A fierce glint flashed in Shen Junyu's eyes, startling Xiao Linlin. A wave of sorrow washed over her. Junyu, have you truly never noticed my affection for you all these years? Does Bai Wei truly deserve your devotion? Doubt and bitterness surged within her. All she desired was to stand silently by Shen Junyu's side. Yet, if he were to reconcile with Bai Wei, her chances would be irrevocably lost. With this thought, a bold idea sprang to mind. No, she could not remain passive. She must take initiative. She would not stand idly by while the man she cherished was claimed by another woman. Xiao Linlin's heart raced as she conceived a daring plan. Upon this realization, Xiao Linlin inhaled deeply, her heels clicking as she approached Shen Junyu from behind, gently embracing him. Junyu's body jolted. He turned, incredulous, to gaze at Xiao Linlin. Linlin, what are you doing? Xiao Linlin's warm breath caressed Shen Junyu's earlobe as she whispered, Junyu, I like you. With that, her soft lips brushed against his earlobe. Shen Junyu felt a surge of electricity coursing through him. Linlin, you Junyu, I like you. Her voice lingered in his ears. Soon, Shen Junyu found himself unable to resist any longer. He lifted Xiao Linlin and placed her on a desk. Her eyes suddenly glazed over as she held on to him. Junyu, I have always liked you. Take me, she implored, loosening the collar of her shirt. Unable to contain himself any longer, Shen Junyu embraced Xiao Linlin fervently. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Lu Yuan and Zhao Chenhan arrived at a restaurant. Chapter 56. The nature of love. The establishment was called Mingyue Tower, a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Tian'an. Upon arrival, Zhao Chenhan quickly furrowed her brow. Lu Yuan, wait. What is it? Team leader Zhao. Hesitating, Zhao Chenhan replied. Lu Yuan. This restaurant is quite expensive, averaging around 2,000 per person. There's no need to dine here. Let's go somewhere else. Truth be told, tonight was Lu Yuan's treat, and she did not wish for him to overspend. After all, he had just started working, and his salary was not particularly high. At his age, he likely had little savings, making it unnecessary to indulge. Moreover, she believed that the location was inconsequential. The thoughtfulness behind the meal mattered more. Thus, she wanted to spare him the expense. Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. It's all right, team leader Zhao. I understand your concern about my finances, but I assure you, I can afford this meal. It's not a burden. Zhao Chenhan hesitated, ultimately swallowing her words. Never mind. They were already here, and leaving would likely undermine Lu Yuan's kind intentions. She resolved to settle the bill later. With this in mind, she nodded, very well, let us go inside. Upon entering the restaurant, they were welcomed by an exquisite ambience, the air infused with a delicate fragrance. The decor exuded elegance, with a corner where a suited waiter played the violin. They settled at a table by the window. Lu Yuan handed the menu to Zhao Chunhan, saying, "Team Leader Zhao, please don't be shy. It's just a meal. I'm not concerned about the cost. Order whatever you desire." Zhao Chunhan smiled and glanced at the menu, symbolically selecting 2 inexpensive dishes. "I've made my choices. You should see if there is anything else you'd like." Lu Yuan took the menu from her and, upon seeing her selections, felt a surge of gratitude. Zhao Chunhan was genuinely reluctant to let him spend any money, opting for the most affordable dishes. In this world, most girls would take advantage of a man's generosity, ordering lavishly without regard for his financial situation. Zhao Chunhan's thoughtfulness was a rare quality that many women lacked. Lu Yuan ordered several more dishes and then asked, "Team Leader Zhao, do you drink?" "Drink? Yes. How about a little red wine?" Lu Yuan glanced at the menu, noting the fine selection of red wines. Zhao Chunhan smiled wryly. "I can tell the red wine here is exorbitantly priced without even looking at the menu. Perhaps we should pass." "Nonsense, let us indulge a bit," Lu Yuan replied, promptly ordering a bottle of red wine. Before long, the dishes arrived, and upon seeing the exquisite fare, Zhao Chunhan couldn't help but raise her elegantly arched brow. Lu Yuan had chosen all her favorite dishes. In that instant, a wave of indescribable emotions washed over her. She hadn't anticipated Lu Yuan's thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan busied himself pouring wine for both Zhao Chunhan and himself. Raising his glass with a smile, "To you, Team Leader Zhao. Cheers, and thank you for saving me today," she responded. Zhao Chunhan looked deeply into Lu Yuan's eyes, parting her lips as the crimson wine flowed onto her palate. Lu Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. Under the gentle glow of the lights, Zhao Chunhan appeared strikingly beautiful, her long lashes adorned with a captivating hue. The two dined and conversed, discussing various work-related matters, with Zhao Chunhan offering numerous valuable suggestions. Soon, Lu Yuan's gaze shifted, and he tentatively said, "Team Leader Zhao, there's something I'm quite curious about and would like to consult you on." "Go ahead," she encouraged. "All right, I'll be direct. I heard in the office that our marketing department has experienced 2 incidents of contract leaks, and there are whispers of an insider, possibly at an executive level. Is there any truth to this?" Zhao Chunhan's brow furrowed slightly before she relaxed it, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, there is some truth to it. The marketing department does have a few rotten apples. Do you have any idea who they might be?" Lu Yuan inquired. Zhao Chunhan shook her head. "I cannot specify, but it would have to be among the leadership in the marketing department. However, no one knows for sure who it is." She paused before adding, "Lu Yuan, discussing this with me is acceptable for now, but please refrain from bringing it up in the office. This pertains to upper management and is beyond our purview." "Understood. I was merely curious. Given the generous compensation at our group, I truly cannot fathom why we would have insiders." Lu Yuan feigned nonchalance. "Wait, your comment reminded me of something," Zhao Chunhan said, her brow slightly furrowed. "Of course, this is something you must not share with anyone." Lu Yuan immediately assured her. "Rest assured, Team Leader Zhao, I won't breathe a word to anyone." Zhao Chunhan nodded. "A couple of months ago, our marketing manager, Cui Jiqiang, approached me, asking if I would consider switching to another company, promising a minimum annual salary of 1 million, along with additional bonuses. My current salary, including bonuses, is roughly around 900,000 annually. To be honest, I was somewhat tempted. However, since Zhuiyuan is where my dreams began, I prefer to stay here and did not pursue the topic further. After that, Manager Cui has not contacted me again." "Cui Jiqiang?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Zhao Chunhan's revelation implied that Cui Jiqiang had evidently engaged with other groups and harbored intentions of switching jobs. It is evident that another corporate group has offered more lucrative terms. Any benefits naturally come at a cost. Could it be that Cui Jiqiang is an informant? Lu Yuan harbored some suspicions, yet maintained an air of nonchalance as he remarked, "Very well, Team Leader Zhao. I believe it would be better for you to remain at Zhuiyuan." "Why is that?" Lu Yuan smiled. "Because I anticipate that you will soon receive a promotion." Zhao Chunhan chuckled softly. "That might be a tall order. I have occupied this position for 2 years now, and while I have achieved quite a bit, a promotion seems a distant dream. Why do you think so? Zhao Chenhan sighed, expressing her sentiments. This society is one built on personal connections. Zhuiyuan is rife with nepotism, and many of the upper management are close confidants of those in power. Naturally, those with connections are prioritized for advancement, making it difficult for someone like me, who lacks such ties. Lu Yuan replied thoughtfully, "Is that so? I hadn't realized such circumstances existed within Zhuiyuan. However, rest assured, Team Leader Zhao, your capabilities as a marketing manager are more than sufficient. I trust you will be promoted soon. I shall take your words as a good omen." Zhao Chenhan smiled gently, and the two continued their conversation for a while longer. Suddenly, Zhao Chenhan remarked, "By the way, Lu Yuan, I noticed your resume indicates a lack of work experience in recent years. What have you been doing during that time?" Lu Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I fear you may laugh at me, Team Leader Zhao. I assure you, I will not mock you. I'm simply curious. Please, do share." Zhao Chenhan's large eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Yuan teased, "Promise not to laugh, Team Leader Zhao." With that, he began to recount his story, explaining how he had devoted himself to a woman he deeply loved, ultimately becoming a stay-at-home partner, only to be cast out in the end. Upon hearing his tale, Zhao Chenhan was visibly touched. "I did not realize you were so devoted. There are few good men like you." Lu Yuan smiled wryly. "What good is devotion in this society? It is the most futile of traits. A woman will not fall for you simply because of your devotion. Rather, she may leave you for lacking material wealth." Zhao Chenhan pursed her lips and softly replied, "You do have a point. But there are many women in this world who do not care about wealth. There are those who value genuine emotion, even if the other has nothing." Lu Yuan sensed the underlying meaning in Zhao Chenhan's words and, intrigued, asked, "Team Leader Zhao, may I be so bold as to inquire about your romantic history? You are so beautiful. Surely you have had your share of suitors?" Zhao Chenhan blushed slightly. "Not really, just one." "Oh, are you still together?" Zhao Chenhan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "We parted long ago." "Parted? That cannot be. Team Leader Zhao, you are so beautiful, possess such admirable qualities, and are so understanding. Who would choose to break up with you?" Zhao Chenhan took a sip of red wine, a dreamy look in her eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed out at the night sky, murmuring, "Lu Yuan, would you like to hear about my romantic history? I am all ears." Zhao Chenhan fell silent for a few moments before softly saying, "I recall mentioning to you before that I lived in poverty during my university years, with my scholarship barely enough to sustain me. Likewise, I was quite an unsophisticated girl back then. Zhao, you have shared these thoughts with me before." My first and only romance occurred during that time." A glimmer of nostalgia appeared in Zhao Chenhan's eyes. "Back then, I was perceived as an unsophisticated girl by everyone, and I felt quite insecure. Despite lacking elegant attire and cosmetics, one could say my appearance was relatively pleasing." At this point, Zhao Chenhan's cheeks flushed, and Lu Yuan recognized the truth in her words. In fact, she was being modest. Her features were nothing short of perfection, even without makeup. Her beauty was evident. She possessed a naturally fair complexion, a true beauty by nature. Due to my looks, many boys at school admired and pursued me. Yet my focus remained solely on my studies and part-time work, compounded by my insecurities, leading me to reject all their advances. However, I later encountered a boy named Ouyang Hua, who was a year my junior, thus my junior in school. We both participated in the same literary club, and he was a quiet, refined young man. Perhaps it was fate. During our club activities, he would always sit in front of me, asking questions about literature. Initially, I felt shy to respond, but after several interactions, our conversations gradually blossomed. His speech was gentle and elegant, and he radiated a sunny disposition, frequently speaking up during our meetings. With each encounter, my impression of him deepened, and I began to relish our interactions during literary events. One evening, after a meeting, it began to rain, and I had forgotten my umbrella. Fortunately, he had one and kindly offered to escort me home. At first, I hesitated, feeling shy, but somehow I found myself accepting his offer. That night, we walked from the classroom building to my dormitory. My heart raced with anxiety, and my breath trembled as I was so close to him. I could even catch the scent of the laundry detergent on his clothes, a refreshing, delightful fragrance. For a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of his eyes. His gaze was fervent, igniting a warmth within me on that chilly, rainy night. After escorting me to the entrance of my dormitory, he departed, his left side drenched. It dawned on me that he had shielded me from the rain by holding the umbrella over me. At that moment, I was touched and realized I had developed feelings for him. Yet, my insecurities loomed large. I felt unworthy of his sunny disposition. He was the center of attention, adored by many, while I was merely a girl from humble means, dressed in a plain manner. How could I ever be deserving of him? Overwhelmed by these conflicting emotions, I began to withdraw from him. As she spoke, Lu Chen turned her gaze to the window, a complex emotion reflected in her misty eyes. Lu Yuan, intrigued, asked, "What happened next?" Chapter 57. The encounter with Ouyang Hua. Lu Chen took a sip of her drink, the night casting shadows in the depths of her solitude. Later, he became aware of my aloofness and avoidance. One evening, he sought me out and expressed his feelings for me. He confessed that he had liked me since our first encounter. In that moment, I felt both touched and melancholic, convinced that I was unworthy of him. Yet, he insisted that he did not disdain me. He declared that I was the most beautiful girl in his heart. He revealed that he, too, came from an ordinary family and proposed that we strive together for a better life. On that day, he shared so much with me. He discerned my poverty and insecurity, as well as my pain and struggles. Rather than turning away, he embraced all of me. Lu Chen recalled those memories vividly. He was the first boy to utter such words to me. That evening, I finally took the bold step I had long feared, agreeing to his pursuit. From then on, we walked to and from school together, participated in activities side by side, and strolled along the lakeside at dusk like countless couples before us. It was also then that I began to work diligently, juggling 3 part-time jobs, hoping to earn some income to improve our lives. At that time, he was contemplating pursuing a master's degree abroad, while my family's hardships made me eager to graduate and start working. Our aspirations diverged, yet this did not hinder our relationship. I supported his academic ambitions, which in turn fueled my determination to earn more. His family was of modest means, and he did not wish to burden them further. I wholeheartedly supported him. Thus I worked tirelessly, taking on 5 jobs. I urged him not to worry about finances, assuring him that I would handle it, allowing him to focus on his studies. During that period, I worked like a machine, pouring every penny into purchasing various materials and enrolling him in numerous courses. I did not perceive this as a burden. Rather, it filled me with joy. Perhaps this is the essence of love. Lu Yuan was moved, astonished that this seemingly delicate girl possessed such resilience and spirit. Truly admirable. And then, Lu Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. Then, Lu Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. He successfully gained admission to a graduate program abroad. I was proud and elated for him, yet simultaneously felt a pang of sadness, knowing that his achievement meant we might be separated for a while. On the day of our farewell, we embraced at the airport, and I cried inconsolably. He urged me not to weep, promising to complete his studies soon and return to me. As I watched his flight ascend into the sky, I wept like a child, standing outside the airport for 3 whole hours, truly reluctant to let him go. A glimmer of moisture briefly welled up in Lu Chen's eyes. Upon his arrival abroad, we initially maintained our connection, engaging in daily phone calls to share our thoughts and feelings. However, as time passed, the frequency of his calls diminished significantly, with him reaching out only once every 2 weeks or even a month. Eventually, he ceased calling altogether, citing his busy schedule, and only occasionally sent me a text message. I urged him not to succumb to overwhelming pressure, assuring him that I was there for him, willing to assist financially since I had begun earning my own income. At that time, I naively believed in his busyness, but later came to realize that it was merely a gradual fading of affection. Subsequently, our communication dwindled to the point where even text messages ceased. When I did message him, his replies were often delayed, prompting me to recognize that our relationship might be dissipating. This realization brought me profound sorrow, compelling me to seek him out. Yet, he rebuffed my attempts, his words laced with disdain and aversion. That was our final conversation, during which he mentioned ending our relationship, to which I could only respond with a single word: okay. That night, I wept, purchasing alcohol and drinking to excess in my dormitory, experiencing my first bout of inebriation. As I recounted this, Zhao Chenhan's voice trembled, tinged with a hoarse quality. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, feeling a growing disdain for that Ouyang Hua. How could such a man exist? Subsequently, I fervently searched for his social media accounts abroad, unable to forget him, foolishly believing that his decision to end our relationship stemmed from a desire to spare me financial strain. Lu Yuan, do you find me ridiculous for harboring such thoughts? Lu Yuan remained silent, internally sighing, having already deduced the reasons behind Ouyang Hua and Zhao Chenhan's breakup. As Zhao Chenhan sipped her red wine, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she continued, "Eventually, I did find his social media account abroad. Can you guess what I discovered?" Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. What? I came across photographs of him with another girl, a fellow student who was strikingly beautiful, with flowing golden hair, exuding sophistication and grace. Her fashionable and refined appearance suggested she hailed from a wealthy family, radiating an air of royalty. They celebrated birthdays together, vacation on the beach, cooked meals, embraced, and kissed. The moment I laid eyes on those images, I completely shattered. I suddenly realized that throughout our years together, he had never taken a single photo with me, nor had he ever posted anything about me on social media. Perhaps he found me too unrefined, something that would bring him embarrassment. It became clear why he chose to end our relationship. Afterward, I deleted all traces of him. He must have returned from his studies by now. Lu Yuan, do you think I am foolish? Zhao Chenhan's eyes were reddened, evoking sympathy. Lu Yuan sighed softly. Leader Zhao, those who earnestly engage in relationships are not foolish. Rather, it is Ouyang Hua who lacks a conscience. He is unworthy of such a wonderful girl as you. Losing you is his misfortune. Zhao Chenhan murmured, thus, I assert that in this materialistic society, many girls do not care about what their partner possesses. They yearn only for genuine affection, yet so many are left disappointed. Indeed, regrettably, such remarkable women are few and far between, particularly someone as exceptional as Team Leader Zhao. Anyone fortunate enough to become your boyfriend would undoubtedly feel utterly blissful. Zhao Chenhan chuckled, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, and raised her glass, saying, all right, enough of that. Let us drink. Lu Yuan also lifted his glass, and the two of them finished their drinks. The flush on Zhao Chenhan's face deepened, clearly indicating that she had indulged a bit too much. Lu Yuan gazed at Zhao Chenhan's delicate and exquisite visage, feeling a sense of melancholy. Why are such good girls often taken for granted? Zhao Chenhan is so beautiful, so outstanding, so devoted, yet she has been deeply wounded by a scoundrel. It is truly heart-wrenching. A silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts. After a brief moment, a man and a woman entered the restaurant. A gentle male voice resonated. Man Ning, let us sit over here. While Lu Yuan remained unfazed by the voice, Zhao Chenhan visibly tensed, her gaze fixated on the speaker. In an instant, her complexion turned ashen, her pupils dilated, and her hands began to tremble. Lu Yuan, sensing something amiss with Zhao Chenhan, inquired, Team Leader Zhao, what is wrong? Turning around, he noticed a couple at another table. The man, tall and handsome, was clad in a suit, while the woman exuded elegance, her long, wavy hair cascading down, her alluring red lips complemented by a luxurious Hermes bag, clearly a woman of high society. Zhao Chenhan's lips quivered slightly, a rare display of vulnerability. Team Leader Zhao? Lu Yuan waved his hand before her eyes playfully, teasing, what expression is that? You haven't spotted that guy, have you? Zhao Chenhan snapped back to reality, biting her lips so hard that it drew blood, and managed a bitter smile. Lu Yuan, you guessed correctly. That man is Ouyang Hua. Lu Yuan was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he turned to glance at the couple not far away, and then back to Zhao Chenhan, exclaiming, no way. Team Leader Zhao, what a coincidence. Zhao Chenhan's face turned pale, her emotions tumultuous as she lowered her gaze and murmured, do not look anymore. Let us eat. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yuan pressed on. Team Leader Zhao, won't you confront him? He took quite a bit of money from you back then. You should demand it back, especially since he likely cheated on you. Zhao Chenhan replied despondently. Let it go. Consider it the tuition fee for my first love. Lu Yuan fell silent, sighing and shaking his head. The atmosphere at the table grew unbearably heavy as Lu Yuan could hear the laughter of Ouyang Hua and the woman. He glanced at Zhao Chenhan, his heart filled with concern. This was a tormenting reminder for her. Just then, Ouyang Hua approached their table, presumably heading to the restroom. Lu Yuan noticed that Zhao Chenhan had buried her face even lower. As Ouyang Hua passed them, he suddenly halted, looking down in confusion. He scrutinized Zhao Chenhan and finally exclaimed in surprise, Is that you, Chenhan? Chapter 58. Confrontation with Ouyang Hua. Zhao Chenhan kept her head lowered, steadying her voice as she replied, No, you have mistaken me for someone else. Ouyang Hua squinted, a smile dancing on his lips as he remarked, Chenhan, how could I mistake you for someone else? I would never misidentify you. Are you embarrassed to see me? Zhao Chenhan suddenly lifted her face to gaze at Ouyang Hua, her eyes betraying a hint of redness. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips as she replied, What is there for me to be embarrassed about? I am not the one with a guilty conscience, am I? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Hua's expression stiffened for a moment before he spoke in a hushed tone. Chenhan, about what happened back then, enough. Zhao Chenhan interrupted, her gaze icy. Let us not revisit the past. I do not wish to hear it. Besides, I never anticipated encountering you here today. Now that we have, I believe there is little left for us to discuss. Lu Yuan remained silent, observing the exchange between the two, recognizing that this was their matter to resolve. Ouyang Hua appeared taken aback by Zhao Chenhan's cold demeanor, letting out a soft sigh. Hesitating to speak, he then turned his attention to Lu Yuan, his brow furrowing. After a moment, he shook his head and turned back to Zhao Chenhan, a wistful smile appearing on his face. Chenhan, after all these years, you have become even more beautiful. Although I understand you might not wish to converse with me, I still hope we can talk. Can we have a proper discussion? Zhao Chenhan coldly rejected him, stating, There is nothing for us to discuss. Chenhan, you are being rather heartless. We shared years of affection. At this, Zhao Chenhan let out a chilling laugh, her face contorted with disgust. It is shocking that you dare utter such words, Ouyang Hua. You repulse me. Would you kindly leave and not disturb our meal? She then softly urged Lu Yuan, Let us eat and ignore him. Ouyang Hua's expression darkened, but he managed a mocking smile. It seems your temper has only sharpened during our time apart. Is this your new toy? Zhao Chenhan's face paled suddenly, her eyes blazing with fury as she retorted, Are you out of your mind? Ouyang Hua, do not cast your filthy gaze upon others. Is it not true? Although we haven't seen each other in years, I have heard of your current status, a minor leader in the prestigious Zhuiyuan group, earning nearly $1 million annually. Surely you can afford to indulge in a little eye candy. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he interjected, You must be Mr. Ouyang, am I correct? Ouyang Hua was taken aback, glancing sideways at Lu Yuan. Yes, and how do you know Chenhan? Lu Yuan responded with a faint smile. Indeed, she has mentioned you. Ouyang Hua, brimming with pride, exclaimed. So Chenhan has not forgotten me. What did she say? That I am exceptional, having studied abroad at such a young age? Lu Yuan shook his head, not quite. However, she recounted many stories about your past. After a brief pause to sip his tea, he added with a subtle smile, In my view, you are nothing but an ingrateful wretch, a wolf in sheep's clothing, appearing decent while engaging in disgraceful acts. What did you say? Ouyang Hua clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Lu Yuan replied with a calm smile, Do not be hasty, Mr. Ouyang. I merely speak the truth. Sometimes, I truly fail to comprehend how there exist men like you in this world, devoid of any sense of decency. When you were financially struggling, it was Leader Zhao who toiled endlessly to earn money for your education. Yet, after she supported you, you chose to be with another woman. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Ouyang Hua's complexion shifted between shades of red and white, his eyes ablaze with fury. Do not gaze at me with such contempt, as if you possess the right to glare at anyone. Lu Yuan smirked, regardless. I find your actions as a man quite disgraceful to our gender. If I were in your shoes, I would feel ashamed to even speak to Leader Zhao again. Yet, astonishingly, You have the audacity to approach her with such a thick skin, akin to the Great Wall. Ouyang Hua's face turned an ashen hue, and he admonished in a lowered voice, "Be cautious with your words, boy. What gives a pretty boy like you the audacity to prance about here?" Lu Yuan replied with a grin, "Firstly, I am not a pretty boy. I am merely a colleague dining with Leader Zhao. Secondly, even if I were, I would still be far superior to the likes of you. At the very least, I possess a conscience. What about you? Has yours been consumed by a dog?" Ouyang Hua's forehead pulsed with veins, his gaze icily seething with a desire to tear Lu Yuan to shreds. He took a deep breath, sizing Lu Yuan up and scoffed. "Forget it. I shan't stoop to your level. A mere lowly individual. You possess nothing but a handsome faade. Looking at you, clad in such cheap attire, I feel nothing but disgust." After saying this, Ouyang Hua casually adjusted his expensive suit and turned to Zhao Chenhan, sneering, "Chenhan, after all these years, you have become more beautiful and accomplished. However, your taste remains as dreadful as ever. Back in school, you were quite plain, and now you have found yourself a rustic country bumpkin like this pretty boy. It seems you're destined for a life of mediocrity." Ouyang Hua's words cut deeply, causing Zhao Chenhan's face to flush crimson. The most painful chapter of her history was that school period, yet this darkest memory was wielded as a weapon by the man she once adored. "Ouyang Hua, you scoundrel!" Zhao Chenhan clenched her fists tightly, her nails piercing her skin, a wave of anguish surging within her. She had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with Ouyang Hua, wondering if it would mirror the lyrics of a Chun Yishuan song, perhaps a sudden encounter with a simple, long-time no-see. However, she never anticipated that upon meeting him again, he would have transformed into such a man, snobbish, sycophantic, and uttering words that belittled those from rural backgrounds. "Ouyang Hua, how blind I was to have ever fallen for you. Had I known you were such a cad, I would never have endured so much hardship to support you. It truly disgusts me." A glimmer of tears formed in Zhao Chenhan's eyes as her heart grew cold, filled with profound indignation. Although their years together had ended, she did not demand Ouyang Hua's affection. Yet, he had no right to utter such cruel words. Back then, she had endured countless tribulations, working hard to earn money not only for her own needs, but also to provide him with materials and courses. Zhao Chenhan could hardly bear to spend even a penny. Despite Ouyang Hua's fondness for basketball, he lacked a decent pair of athletic shoes. She toiled tirelessly for an entire month, saving every bit she could to buy him the coveted designer sneakers he desired, while she herself wore a pair of outdated, discounted sneakers that had been left unsold for years. Countless grievances welled up within her, and unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears brimmed in her eyes. "Ouyang Hua, the greatest regret of my years is having met you. You make me feel utterly disgusted." Zhao Chenhan's eyes reddened as she fought to hold back her tears. Ouyang Hua chuckled dismissively. "Whether I am disgusting or not is irrelevant now, Zhao Chenhan. Don't elevate yourself too highly. Back then, you willingly worked to support me. That's your choice, not my concern. You can only blame your own foolishness." He continued, "To be honest, when I initially pursued you, I merely sought a bit of amusement, to see if I could get you into bed. Who would have thought you would treat me so well? Did you truly believe I had feelings for you? I merely appreciated having someone devoted to me." At his words, Zhao Chenhan's face turned ashen, her heart wrenched in pain. Ouyang Hua laughed lightly and added, "And don't resent me for my bluntness. You always wanted to take photos with me, but I never wanted to because I found you quite unrefined. Your clothing and shoes were all cheap and looked utterly common, which embarrassed me. As for why I never introduced you to my friends, it's simple. I didn't think you were presentable." With a smirk, he continued, "Fortunately, I went abroad for my studies and finally managed to rid myself of you. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, shortly after arriving overseas, I met my new girlfriend. She knows how to dress well and comes from good family. We moved in together right away. I wanted to break up with you for a while, but you clung to me like a leech, bombarding me with calls and messages, which became quite tiresome." Ouyang Hua's eyes sparkled with derision as he grinned. "Honestly, I didn't expect to run into you here today. It's good to clarify the truth. Otherwise, you might still think I had any affection for you." Each word pierced Zhao Chenhan's heart like sharp thorns. Her heart bled as tears streamed down her face. All these years, she had been the most foolish of clowns, pouring so much into someone who cared so little. It was pitiful that even after Ouyang Hua proposed their breakup, she silently pondered over him for a time, believing there was some hardship behind his choice. How naive I was, Zhao Chenhan thought, tears streaking her cheeks. Her voice was already hoarse. She could no longer contain herself and stood up, delivering a sharp slap across Ouyang Hua's face. The sound echoed through the restaurant, drawing the gaze of every patron. Ouyang Hua, stunned, covered his face, momentarily speechless before fury consumed him. "Bitch, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you," he roared, raising his hand to retaliate against Zhao Chenhan. But before his hand could reach her, it was firmly grasped by another. Ouyang Hua was taken aback, turning to look at Lu Yuan, who had seized his wrist, and exclaimed in exasperation, "Let go of me, you insufferable pretty boy. Are you seeking death?" No sooner had he spoken than Lu Yuan slapped Ouyang Hua across the face. With a resounding crack, Ouyang Hua's vision blurred, and he staggered, spinning twice. His once fair visage was now swollen and distorted, resembling that of a pig. Clutching his face, Ouyang Hua roared, "Bastard! You're all asking for death." As Ouyang Hai charged forward, Lu Yuan swiftly evaded Ouyang Hua, delivering a fierce kick to his back. Ouyang Hua immediately collapsed to the ground, akin to a dog wallowing in filth, bruised and battered. "You worthless scoundrel! What makes you think you can lay a finger on me?" Lu Yuan scoffed, rolling his eyes. He then sat down, smiling at Zhao Chenhan, group leader Zhao. "Let's enjoy our meal and pay them no mind." Zhao Chenhan pursed her lips, a warm sensation blossoming in her heart, grateful for Lu Yuan's presence. At that moment, a young woman emerged from the restroom, clad in a revealing body-hugging dress, teetering on high heels. Her makeup bold and lips painted a fiery red. She exuded an air of sophistication. It was none other than the girl who had accompanied Ouyang Hua earlier. Her name was Jiang Mingxue. Upon seeing Ouyang Hua injured, she gasped and hurried over to assist him. "Ouyang, what happened to you? Who did this?" Chapter 59. Huang Qiui's murderous scheme. Ouyang Hai, clutching his swollen face, venomously pointed at Zhao Chenhan and Lu Yuan. "Mingxue, it was them." "This is Zhao Chenhan." Jiang Mingxue paused, then coldly regarded Zhao Chenhan. "So, you're Zhao Chenhan, the rustic girlfriend of Ouyang? I hear you work at Zhui Yuan Group now, correct?" Zhao Chenhan replied icily, "Yes, and what of it? What of it?" Ouyang Hai retorted, his voice dripping with malice. "Zhao Chenhan, you're finished. Mengxue's family owns one of the largest enterprises collaborating with Zhui Yuan. Her father is one of the major shareholders. Prepare to be dismissed." Zhao Chenhan's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated Jiang Mingxue's formidable connections. Jiang Mingxue continued coldly, "Are you frightened now? Apologize to Ouyang and slap yourself 10 times. Or you'll never work at Zhui Yuan again." Zhao Chenhan clenched her fists, pale yet resolute. "I will not apologize to him. He is a scoundrel and a disgrace. He should be the one apologizing. You wretched girl, how dare you insult my Ouyang? I'll make you pay." Jiang Mingxue stormed forward, raising her hand to slap Zhao Chenhan. However, before she could make contact, with a sharp crack, Lu Yuan struck her face. "How dare you hit me?" Jiang Mingxue gasped, covering her face in disbelief as she turned to Lu Yuan. Zhao Chenhan was equally stunned, her heart plummeting. This was it. Having struck Jiang Mingxue, there was likely no room for negotiation. Lu Yuan replied indifferently, "I've struck you today. What will you do about it?" "I'll fight you." Jiang Mingxue, raised in indulgence, had always been the one to bully others. She had never experienced being bullied herself. Tears of grievance streamed down her face as she lunged at Lu Yuan in a frenzy. Lu Yuan delivered a swift kick to Jiang Mingxue's abdomen, sending her sprawling several meters away, where she landed on the ground, clutching her belly and wailing in pain. "Mingxue!" Ouyang Hua exclaimed in shock, rushing to help Jiang Mingxue up. "Mingxue, how are you?" Jiang Mingxue's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead as she gasped. "Ouyang, we should leave first and settle accounts with him later." "All right," Ouyang Hua acknowledged, fully aware that Lu Yuan was indeed capable of violence and recognizing that he could not contend with him at this moment. He lifted Jiang Mingxue and began to depart, casting a cold glance back as he declared, "Zhao Chenhan, you are truly finished this time. How dare you lay a hand on Mingxue? You must be blind. Just wait and see." With that, the two hurriedly exited. Inside the restaurant, Zhao Chenhan sat at the table as if her soul had departed. Her complexion ashen as she remarked, "Lu Yuan, I fear we are done for. We might lose our jobs." Lu Yuan reassured her, "Do not worry, team leader Zhao. Everything will be fine. We won't lose our jobs." Zhao Chenhan forced a strained smile. "If I am not mistaken, Mengshue's father is Jiang Zhengfeng, and indeed, he is one of the major shareholders of Zhuoyuan." At this thought, Zhao Chenhan felt a wave of despair wash over her. She and Lu Yuan were likely to be dismissed by tomorrow. Suddenly, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a knowing look crossing his face as he asked, "Team leader Zhao, if we truly lose our jobs, will you blame me?" Zhao Chenhan sighed, "I would not. You stood up for me. How could I possibly blame you?" Lu Yuan felt warmth in his heart. "Then what shall we do if we lose our jobs?" "If it happens, it happens. We can always find new ones," she replied, though her eyes reflected a deeper sorrow. She did not share with Lu Yuan that if they were indeed dismissed by Zhuoyuan, Jiang Zhengfeng would likely inform other enterprises in Tianhai. It was probable that she and Lu Yuan would find it impossible to continue living in Tianhai and would have to seek employment in another city. Lu Yuan observed Zhao Chenhan's expression closely, his admiration for her growing. She bore no resentment towards him. Rather, she consoled herself. After all, this was a job with an annual salary of around $1 million. Who could easily part with that? Such a remarkable woman was indeed rare. Their meal concluded in this manner. Upon leaving the restaurant, Zhao Chenhan's face remained etched with concern. Lu Yuan offered words of comfort. "Do not fret, team leader Zhao. As I said, everything will be fine." Zhao Chenhan forced a smile. "Well, if there are issues, it no longer matters. What is done is done. Lu Yuan, I think I will head back. I feel a bit tired." Lu Yuan intended to offer to escort Zhao Chenhan home, but sensing her desire for solitude, he simply said, "All right, just send me a message when you get home." "Okay, you should return and rest early as well." As they parted ways, just as Lu Yuan prepared to go back, he suddenly received a call from Bai Wei. "Hello, dear?" Bai Wei's slurred voice came through the phone. "Lu Yuan, where are you?" "Xiao Yi and I are at the bar. Come over." Lu Yuan was taken aback, frowning as he asked, "How much have you had to drink?" "Which bar?" "I'll head over right now." Bai Wei quickly divulged the name of the bar, and Lu Yuan promptly made his way there. It was evident from her halting speech that she had consumed quite a bit. His beloved wife had indulged in too much drink, and he could not simply turn a blind eye. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan arrived at the bar. Inside, Bai Wei and Huang Qiui occupied a booth, both having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, though it was evident that Bai Wei had imbibed more. Lu Yuan approached, plopping himself down and snatching the wine glass from Bai Wei's hand, expressing his discontent. "Have you had enough? Give it to me. I still wish to drink a bit more, especially since Qiui is back today, which brings me joy." Bai Wei, undeterred, reclaimed her glass, leaving Lu Yuan resigned. If she wished to drink, so be it. His duty was to keep an eye on her. Unbeknownst to him, a chilling glint appeared in Huang Qiui's eyes. Earlier that afternoon, Huang Qiui had deliberated for quite some time and ultimately resolved to eliminate Lu Yuan. Although he was her best friend as partner, there were plenty of other men to be had. However, she could not neglect the task entrusted to her by Lu Changfeng. Lu Yuan had to perish. Only in this way could her brother secure his position as the heir of the Lu family. She had already devised a plan to dispose of Lu Yuan. Tonight, deliberately bringing Bai Wei out for drinks was part of Huang Qiui's scheme. To spare Bai Wei's feelings, Lu Yuan needed to vanish without a trace, and she would concoct an excuse, claiming he had left the city. Tonight was the night to act. Therefore, she needed Bai Wei to drink more, ideally getting Lu Yuan to indulge as well, so that intoxication would facilitate her plans. "Oh, Lu Yuan, do not blame me. After all, you are my brother Changfeng's rival. You can only blame yourself for deciding to return to the Lu family." Swiftly, Huang Qiui raised her glass, smiling at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, Xiao Wei has had quite a bit. Let her rest. Let's drink instead." Naturally, as a close friend of Bai Wei, Huang Qiui was obliged to show face. Lu Yuan poured himself a full glass, clinking it with Huang Qiui's before downing it in one go. Huang Qiui arched an eyebrow, grinning. You have quite the tolerance, Lu Yuan. Not too shabby. You have a decent capacity as well, he replied with a smile, though a sense of unease began to creep in. He had an inexplicable intuition that Huang Qiui's gaze held a certain unnameable quality, one he struggled to articulate. Before long, Huang Qiui raised her glass again, continuing to clink glasses with Lu Yuan. He was taken aback by her remarkable resilience. After several drinks, he began to feel a bit lightheaded, while she appeared unaffected. After consuming 2 full bottles of liquor, Lu Yuan's head began to spin. Just as Huang Qiui lifted her glass once more, he hastily interjected, "Qiui, I think I've had enough. I need to take a breather." Huang Qiui squinted slightly, glancing at the now inebriated Bai Wei, and smiled faintly. "Then let us head back. Tonight, I will share a bed with Bai Wei, so I'll be accompanying you." Lu Yuan paused, not dwelling on it. "All right, then I'll arrange for a designated driver." Soon, he procured one, and the three departed from the bar. Bai Wei, having drunk excessively, staggered as she walked, her exquisite, beautiful face flushed with the effects of alcohol. Lu Yuan walked with a slight unsteadiness. Having indulged in quite a bit of alcohol that evening, the group climbed into the vehicle, with Lu Yuan occupying the front passenger seat and 2 women settling into the back. A fleeting glance in the rearview mirror revealed that Huang Qiui was also looking at him. Their eyes met, but in an instant, Huang Qiui averted her gaze. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Why was her expression so cold? Had he misinterpreted it? Half an hour later, they arrived at the villa. After tidying up, Bai Wei and Huang Qiui retreated to their rooms. Lu Yuan took a shower and returned to his own room, where thoughts of Huang Qiui's icy stare lingered in his mind, likely a product of his overactive imagination. Drowsily, he surrendered to slumber. Meanwhile, in Bai Wei's room, Huang Qiui awaited her friend's descent into sleep. Once she was assured that Bai Wei would not awaken, she changed into a different outfit from her suitcase, adorned a black mask, and stealthily made her way to the balcony. With a gentle leap, she descended to the ground, landing silently. As surveillance cameras monitored the living room, she could not approach Lu Yuan's room directly. Outside the villa, after ensuring no one was around, Huang Qiui cast her gaze towards Lu Yuan's balcony. With a running start, she leapt high, gripping the edge of the second-floor wall with her arm's strength. Utilizing the momentum, she swung herself onto Lu Yuan's balcony without a sound. In her hand, a gleaming dagger appeared, its blade reflecting a chilling light. "Forgive me, Lu Yuan," she thought, "but do not hold it against me. After all, you are the enemy of Brother Changfeng." Her internal lament faded, replaced by an icy resolve. She gently pushed open the window of Lu Yuan's balcony. Chapter 60. The assassination fails. The room was enveloped in silence, with Lu Yuan deep in a peaceful slumber, even emitting soft snores. Huang Qiui, like a specter, approached the bedside, gazing down at him. Lu Yuan's chiseled features were exceptionally handsome, his sword-like brows, high nose, and thin lips each contributing to an exquisite visage. Huang Qiui found herself momentarily entranced. Her beloved Lu Changfeng was already remarkably attractive, renowned throughout the capital for his beauty. Yet, Lu Yuan's appearance rivaled that of Lu Changfeng, perhaps even exuding a greater charisma. Her heart raced in that moment. Biting her lip and gripping the dagger tightly, she silently resolved, "Lu Yuan, do not blame me. As an enemy of Brother Changfeng, you must be eliminated." In an instant, a fierce glint ignited in Huang Qiui's eyes as the dagger lunged towards Lu Yuan's throat. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, Lu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes and, with an uncanny agility, evaded to the side. Huang Qiui had no time to react, and her strike missed entirely. By the time she regained her composure, Lu Yuan stood at the edge of the bed, fixing her with a penetrating gaze, coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" Huang Qiui suppressed her voice as she replied, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. A dead man has no need for such knowledge." Lu Yuan seemed to sense something amiss, his eyes fixed intently on Huang Qiui's. For reasons unknown, he felt an eerie familiarity with those eyes. "Why do you wish to kill me?" Lu Yuan's muscles tensed, fully prepared for battle. "I have spoken. You a mere corpse. Need not ask so many questions." Huang Qiui barked, her dagger flashing like a cold ray as it lunged forth in an instant. The events unfolded in a heartbeat. Within half a breath, the dagger was poised before Lu Yuan. He tilted his head slightly, evading the blade, and retaliated with a punch aimed at Huang Qiui's heart. She deftly sidestepped, her dagger once more lunging at him. Not too shabby. Lu Yuan smirked coldly, watching as the reflection of the dagger in his pupils magnified. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, accurately pinching the dagger between two fingers. How could this be? Huang Qiui's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew her own capabilities well. Confronting Lu Yuan should have been a simple task. Why did he possess such prowess? You are not worthy to confront me. Lu Yuan replied with a nonchalant smile, applying force with his fingers. With a resounding crack, the dagger was effortlessly severed by his grip. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan's hand was already reaching for Huang Qiui's throat, but she evaded with even greater speed, leaving him grasping only a strand of her hair. In the blink of an eye, Huang Qiui had retreated several meters, and Lu Yuan held the strand of hair to his nose, remarking, "This scent seems oddly familiar." Huang Qiui's heart sank, her brows furrowing with an icy glare. "You must die today." With that, she flicked her wrist, revealing several more daggers in her hand. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Interesting. Have you trained in specialized martial arts in the island nation?" He surmised that Huang Qiui was likely a member of a ninja clan from the East Sea, equipped with numerous concealed weapons. "Do not ask what should remain unasked," Huang Qiui retorted coldly, simultaneously flinging her daggers toward Lu Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was torn as the daggers sliced through, glinting ominously as they aimed for Lu Yuan's throat, chest, and thigh. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a cold, playful smirk gracing his lips. "Is that all you can do?" Even as his words lingered in the room, he vanished from his spot, his terrifying speed granting him the hope of a dramatic turnaround. His velocity was nothing short of astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan stood before Huang Qiui, his gaze as frigid as ice, devoid of mercy as he unleashed a fist filled with murderous intent directly at her chest. Huang Qiui's expression shifted dramatically, her arms instinctively shielding her chest as the blow descended. With a resounding thud, she was sent flying 10 meters away, crashing violently against the wall before finally coming to a stop. The face beneath her mask had turned pale, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. While the physical pain was bearable, the shock in her heart was nearly unbearable. How could Lu Yuan be so formidable? He was far from an ordinary person. Were you also a killer in the past? Huang Qiui could no longer contain herself, her gaze fixed intensely on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shrugged casually. "You have guessed incorrectly. I'm not a killer, merely someone with a bit of skill. Speak. Why do you intend to kill me? Who sent you?" Lu Yuan twisted his neck and remarked, "If you tell me, I might spare your life." "Ha, you are not worthy," Huang Qiui retorted sharply, her figure darting towards him with a fierce determination, delivering a swift and powerful high kick aimed directly at Lu Yuan. He raised his arm to block, but she pivoted, using the momentum to unleash a series of relentless strikes. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, shielding himself with his arm against her onslaught. Though his limb became numb from the impact, Huang Qiui's cheeks flushed, her breath slightly labored. Taking a deep breath, she sneered, "Come again." In an instant, she was upon him, her fists and feet raining down with an intensity akin to a tempest. Lu Yuan fought back while retreating, soon finding himself cornered. "D." Huang Qiui shouted again, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at his face. Lu Yuan bent his knee to evade the blow, but struck the cabinet behind him with a resounding crash, shattering solid wood into splinters. "Impressive. You certainly possess some skill." Lu Yuan quickly distanced himself from Huang Qiui, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Well, dealing with you is sufficient. You may meet your end." With this, Huang Qiui braced herself against the bed, executing a swift kick aimed at Lu Yuan's throat. His pupils constricted, a chill coursing through him as he noticed a sharp blade protruding from her shoe, narrowly grazing his throat. Just a centimeter more, and it would have severed him. Lu Yuan stepped back, both wary and frustrated. "Did you truly intend to take my life? I have never wronged you. You may not have offended me, but you must die." Huang Qiui renewed her assault. Anger ignited within Lu Yuan, and he coldly declared, You are truly overstepping. Do you think that because I am unassuming, I am weak? With that, his demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve. Sensing danger, Huang Qiui sought a swift resolution, lunging at him with the dagger. Enough! Lu Yuan retaliated with astonishing speed, striking her wrist with a powerful blow. The knife clattered to the ground as Huang Qiui's arm went numb. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan stepped in, delivering a sharp kick to her abdomen. She gasped, stumbling backward several meters, her complexion paling as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Lu Yuan's voice was cold. I merely wish to toy with you. But since you have overstepped, do not blame me. As he stepped forward to Huang Qiui, it appeared as though he merely advanced a step. Yet in an instant, he was before her, delivering a fierce punch that struck her squarely in the chest. She was propelled several meters, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Lu Yuan paused, a perplexed expression crossing his face. The sensation of the impact had felt strangely soft. Huang Qiui clutched her chest, struggling to rise. Her eyes filled with a mix of resentment, humiliation, and shame. That scoundrel dared to strike just now. Lu Yuan smacked his lips and with a smile inquired, Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Who is your mastermind? You can forget it. I will never reveal that. Very well, then you shall meet your demise. A chilling intent flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he strode towards Huang Qiui. Instantly, her heart raced, and she involuntarily stepped back. Why you? Don't come any closer. Huang Qiui stammered, her voice trembling, as she lost her composure and frantically scanned for an escape route. She realized she was no match for Lu Yuan. She had underestimated the situation this time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan stood before her, his powerful hand grasping her mask and yanking it off with great force. The exquisite contours of a stunning face emerged before him. However, before Lu Yuan could fully discern her features, a swift strike aimed at his wrist compelled him to retract his hand and evade. Just you wait. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Huang Qiui seized the moment as Lu Yuan retreated, hurling a defiant remark before hastily fleeing into the night. The room became desolate, and Lu Yuan stepped onto the balcony, gazing into the night, his expression somewhat peculiar. Had that last visage truly resembled Huang Qiui? Was he mistaken? But that seemed implausible. He had no enmity with Huang Qiui. Why would she wish to kill him? Yet, why did it feel so familiar? Lu Yuan could not ascertain, for the moment had indeed been shrouded in ambiguity. The room was dimly lit, with only a sliver of moonlight illuminating the space. He could barely discern her features. Only the outline was visible. The night was tranquil. A distant cruise ship glided by, its horn echoing, mingling with the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Upon returning to the room, Lu Yuan switched on the light, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Wait, Bai Wei was still in the adjacent room. The assassin wouldn't have harmed Bai Wei, would they? A chill swept over Lu Yuan's body as he rushed to Bai Wei's door and knocked urgently. Wife, are you awake? Silence ensued, heightening his anxiety. Just as he was about to kick the door open, the sound of a light switching on was heard, followed by the door creaking open. Lu Yuan froze momentarily. Before him stood a vision clad in a wine-red silk nightgown, revealing a pair of snow-white legs clad in delicate slippers, showcasing her fair and tender feet. His gaze traveled upward to behold her alluring, ample bosom. Finally, his eyes landed on Huang Qiui's captivating, heart-stopping face. Her skin was porcelain-like, her features stunningly beautiful, resembling a siren of unmatched charm, particularly with her enchanting phoenix eyes that held a hint of confusion. Lu Yuan, Bai Wei is asleep. Did you need something from her at this late hour? Huang Qiui's voice was sweet, tinged with perplexity. Lu Yuan hesitated slightly. Is Bai Wei really asleep? Yes, she is. She had quite a bit to drink tonight. Huang Qiui slightly turned aside, allowing Lu Yuan a glimpse of Bai Wei peacefully slumbering on the bed, her delicate face serene and captivating. Lu Yuan exhaled in relief and smiled. Oh, it's nothing important. I apologize for disturbing you. Huang Qiui responded with a tranquil smile. You're not disturbing me. You should rest soon as well, Lu Yuan. Yes, and you should also retire for the night. Lu Yuan finished speaking and turned back to his room. Huang Qiui cast a lingering glance at Lu Yuan's retreating figure before she too closed the door. As soon as the door clicked shut, her complexion turned pale, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Just moments ago, she had been injured by Lu Yuan. Her body racked with excruciating pain, and she feared that her ribs might have cracked. How could this man possess such formidable strength? Huang Qiui gritted her teeth against the pain and retrieved some healing medicine from her belongings. After consuming it, she finally lay down on the bed, feeling somewhat relieved, and began to reflect on the events that had just transpired. How could Lu Yuan possess such extraordinary skills? His prowess transcended the ordinary, placing him among the ranks of those on the international assassin list. After all, she had resorted to using concealed weapons, yet he had evaded them effortlessly. His muscle reflexes, agility, speed, and strength were all akin to superhuman capabilities, while she could discreetly eliminate the top 10 elite assassins on the list. She found herself unable to subdue Lu Yuan. Truly astonishing. No wonder he was a rival of Brother Chongfeng. Such strength was to be expected. After contemplating for a long while, Huang Qiui sighed. It seemed she would have to employ alternative methods to deal with Lu Yuan. That night, Lu Yuan too was restless, with Huang Qiui's face haunting his thoughts. Could that assassin truly be her? It appeared he would need to investigate her further. The following morning, upon awakening, Lu Yuan discovered that Bai Wei and Huang Qiui had already vacated the villa. Bai Wei had left a small note, indicating that she and Huang Qiui planned to explore Tian'an City today. If Lu Yuan had time, he was welcome to join them. After a quick breakfast, he soon arrived at Zhuiyuan. Upon entering the marketing department's office, he noticed an unusual silence. Many colleagues were casting him peculiar glances. A sense of unease crept into his mind. What was going on? Once seated at his desk, he curiously inquired of his colleague, Zhu Jiai, Jiai, what is the situation today? Why does everyone seem to be looking at me strangely? Zhu Jiai regarded him with an exceedingly complex expression. Lu Yuan, have you offended someone? What do you mean? Just now, Manager Cui from the marketing department came in. He called team leader Zhao for a discussion and specifically asked who Lu Yuan was. But you weren't here at that moment. Lu Yuan's heart sank. And then? Well, just after Manager Cui left, you arrived. I'm not sure what happened next. But his expression was quite grim, as if he were on the verge of losing his temper. Lu Yuan quickly pieced together the situation. It must be related to the incident involving Ouyang Hua and Jiang Mengxue from the previous night. Jiang Mengxue's father was one of the major shareholders of Zhuiyuan, Jiang Zhengfeng, and it was likely that she had gone to her father to complain. As he pondered this, a figure entered the room. Who is Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan turned to see a man clad in a black suit, with prominent white sclera and deep nasolabial folds, resembling a scheming individual. It was none other than the marketing department manager, Cui Jiqiang, the same person Zhao Chanhan had mentioned at the table the previous night. It was said that Cui Jiqiang had attempted to persuade Zhao Chanhan to switch jobs, but she had declined. At that moment, Lu Yuan harbored a suspicion that Cui Jiqiang might be the malignant tumor behind the recent contract leakage incident in the marketing department. It's me, what is the matter? Lu Yuan stood up. Cui Jiqiang, with a piercing gaze, coldly smiled and said, Lu Yuan, is it? Come my office. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving many colleagues casting sympathetic glances at Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan appeared unfazed as he exited the marketing team's office. Soon, he arrived outside Cui Jiqiang's office and knocked lightly on the door. Manager Cui, you called for me? Inside the office, Cui Jiqiang glanced at Lu Yuan and replied indifferently, come in. Lu Yuan opened the door and stepped inside, where Zhao Chenhan was also present, her expression grim. Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, she hesitated momentarily before letting out a soft sigh. Lu Yuan gave Zhao Chenhan a reassuring look, indicating that all was well, and then turned to Cui Jiqiang, asking, Manager Cui, is there something you need? Need? Cui Jiqiang coldly retorted, my need is for you to get lost. Why is that? Lu Yuan inquired. Manager Cui, what have I done wrong? Cui Jiqiang sneered. You haven't done anything wrong yet? You're quite bold, Lu Yuan. A mere subordinate daring to lay hands on the daughter of our general manager Jiang. Have you taken leave of your senses? Feigning realization, Lu Yuan replied. So that is what this is about, Manager Cui. Last night, it was because they provoked me first, hurling insults and refusing to listen to reason. so I had no choice but to act. Cui Jiqiang, furiously amused, shot back. I see you truly are ignorant of your place. Do you think you are someone of significance? I will tell you, it is an honor for you to be insulted by the general manager's daughter. And you dare to retaliate. How utterly reckless. Zhao Chenhan, visibly distressed, interjected, Manager Cui, it was because of me that Lu Yuan acted last night. If anyone is at fault, it is I, not Lu Yuan. Cui Jiqiang coldly responded. There is no need to discuss who is at fault. Both of you must resign today. Zhao Chenhan, I had high hopes for you, but I did not expect you to be so immature. No one can protect you both today. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from outside the office. Jiang Mingxue and Ouyang Hua entered. Jiang Mingxue, clad in a black spaghetti-strap dress, wore a sarcastic smile on her exquisitely alluring face. You, Lu, dare to hit me? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Today, not only will you lose your jobs, but I will also call the police and have you both arrested and humiliated at the station. After all, my father has extensive connections and knows the police chief. Zhao Chenhan bit her lip in anger, retorting, You were the ones who provoked us first. What right do you have to call the police? Ouyang Hua scoffed. Zhao Chenhan, have you lost your mind? No one is here to reason with you. Just know that you two will not have an easy time today. If you dare to lay hands on someone, be prepared to pay 100-fold for it. Zhao Chenhan clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling with fury. Ouyang Hua, you are not even a man. I truly disdain you. Is that so? Whether you disdain me or not is of no consequence. You both are going to be blacklisted by the entire Tian'an industry. I have already informed Meng Xue's father, and he has made it clear that no company within Tian'an is to employ you. I shall see how you manage in Tian'an. Zhao Chenhan's complexion suddenly turned pale. Ouyang Hua, you are simply despicable, shameless, and vile. Beside her, Lu Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, even suppressing a chuckle. Ouyang Hua and Jiang Mingxue's confidence was rather excessive. However, it was somewhat understandable, given that Zhuiyuan shareholders were indeed formidable figures, capable of shaking the very foundations of Tian'an City with a mere stomp. Yet in his presence, they were insignificant. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the office, coldly declaring, Who is Lu Yuan? I shall see who dares to lay a finger on my daughter. This man was Jiang Zhengfeng, donned in an exquisite suit, exuding an extraordinary aura. He was clearly a person of high status, though his expression was currently extremely grim. Dad! Upon seeing her father, Jiang Mingxue immediately rushed into Jiang Zhengfeng's embrace. Eyes reddened as she pointed at Lu Yuan and Zhao Chenhan. Dad, it was those two who hurt me. You must avenge me. Jiang Zhengfeng's gaze softened. Rest assured, Meng Xue, you are the apple of my eye. How could I allow anyone to bully you? Whoever dares to do so shall pay the price. I have already contacted the police. They will arrive shortly to take these two away for a thorough reckoning. After speaking, Jiang Zhengfeng turned his icy gaze towards Lu Yuan, his face stern as he intoned. So you are Lu Yuan, are you? To dare strike the daughter of Jiang Zhengfeng? You must be blind. Do you know who I am? His voice thundered with a commanding presence. Lu Yuan, however, remained unfazed, responding coolly. Who you are is of no concern to me. By the way, are you fond of shouting? What does that dog say? At this utterance, everyone in the office was taken aback, staring at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Even Zhao Chenhan's mind was in a whirl. Had Lu Yuan lost his sanity? Regardless, Jiang Zhengfeng was a significant figure, a shareholder of Zhuiyuan. A single word from him could determine the future of both her and Lu Yuan's careers. Lu Yuan, you must apologize to Mr. Jiang. Zhao Chenhan urged urgently, desperate to prevent Lu Yuan from offending Jiang Zhengfeng irreparably. Otherwise, Lu Yuan would find it impossible to secure employment in Tian'an for the rest of his life. Jiang Zhengfeng's influence was immense, and a single word from him could lead to Lu Yuan's social demise. Unlike Lu Yuan, she could still seek opportunities elsewhere. However, Lu Yuan lacked an impressive resume, making it nearly impossible for him to find a job outside the city. Lu Yuan apologized quickly. Zhao Chenhan implored, tugging at his sleeve. Lu Yuan replied, Team Leader Zhao, it's fine. Some individuals deserve scorn. Those who are unworthy of their positions truly believe that a modicum of power grants them the license to act without restraint. They are but curs, relying on their masters. At this, Zhao Chenhan's face turned completely pale. This was disastrous. Lu Yuan had truly sealed his fate. Jiang Zhengfeng's expression darkened ominously. A chilling smile slowly emerging on his face. Good, good, good. He rasped, each word dripping with menace. Lu Yuan, I will make you kneel before me like a dog, begging for mercy. Rest assured, should you find employment in Tianhai or its neighboring cities, I shall take your surname. Jiang Zhengfeng nearly ground his teeth in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage. For all these years, it was the first time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Who would end up begging like a dog? He mused. One should not speak too presumptuously. Lu Yuan smirked dismissively. Very well, let's see how this unfolds. However, I must formally inform you both that you are dismissed. Jiang Zhengfeng responded with a sinister smile. Return and prepare for the handover. The police will arrive shortly. This matter is far from over. Zhao Chenhan's fair complexion drained of color, her eyes reddening with unyielding resentment. After years of striving alongside Zhu Yuan, how could she bear to lose everything? Cui Jiqiang regarded Zhao Chenhan with a piercing gaze. Do you have anything to say, Zhao Chenhan? She glanced at Lu Yuan, took a deep breath, her eyes glistening, and said, Manager Cui, I can accept my resignation. The events of last night were instigated by me, but I implore you to retain Lu Yuan. He acted on my behalf. Lu Yuan felt a flicker of emotion. Even at this moment, Zhao Chenhan was thinking of him. Mr. Jiang, Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize to you both. The fault lies with me. I beseech you not to hold Lu Yuan accountable. If there is blame to be assigned, let it fall upon me. Please allow Lu Yuan to remain. After speaking, Zhao Chenhan unexpectedly bowed deeply to Jiang Mengxue and Jiang Zhengfeng. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Zhao team leader, what are you doing? It's just a job. I don't care. Lu Yuan, this situation arose because of me. I cannot let you suffer because of my actions, Zhao Chenhan said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with remorse. Huh? Weren't you quite proud last night? Continue to be proud. Jiang Mingxue scoffed, her arms crossed in disdain. Though your attitude in admitting fault is commendable, you both must still leave. Who do you think you are to request that I allow Lu Yuan to stay? Pathetic. A mere team leader and a poor girl from the countryside. What gives you the right to plead with me? Zhao Chenhan bit her lip fiercely, her face burning with humiliation. The sting of disgrace was unbearable, yet at this moment, what could she do but endure? Jiang Mengxue's eyes sparkled mischievously as she continued. You wish for Lu Yuan to remain? Very well, let him kneel and kowtow 10 times, slap himself 30 times, and declare his wrongdoings. Only then will I consider asking my father not to dismiss him. Zhao Chenhan clenched her fists, barely containing her fury. Miss Jiang, this is quite excessive. Excessive? If it's too much, then you can all leave. How dare you show such disrespect, you wretched girl? Jiang Mengxue retorted, her expression filled with arrogance and contempt. What did you just say? Lu Yuan's expression turned icy. Jiang Mengxue sneered. I said you're worthless. What of it? Before she could finish, Lu Yuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Jiang Mengxue's face. The sound echoed sharply in the room. Jiang Mengxue stumbled back, her face swelling anew. The remnants of last night's bruising still fresh. Everyone in the office stood in stunned silence, including Jiang Zhengfeng, who was momentarily paralyzed with shock before erupting, You bastard! How dare you strike my daughter? I will end you. He then shouted at Cui Jiqiang, Call security. Immediately, summon the security and deal with this brat. Cui Jiqiang hastily dialed a number. Yes, General Manager Jiang, I will call the security right away. The call connected swiftly, and Cui Jiqiang shouted into the phone. Is this the security department? Come to the marketing department immediately. This is Cui Jiqiang. There's a disturbance here involving General Manager Jiang's daughter. Hurry. The security captain on the other end was taken aback. Is that so? Don't worry, Manager Cui, we are on our way. After hanging up, Cui Jiqiang turned to Lu Yuan and yelled, You little brat, you better not leave. Help is on the way. I won't leave. I want to see what you can do to me today, Lu Yuan replied calmly, even taking a seat on a nearby sofa. A sight that left Jiang Zhengfeng and the others trembling with rage. Zhao Chenhan, however, was terrified and urged Lu Yuan, You must leave at once. If you don't, You're going to be in serious trouble. Don't worry, team leader Zhao. Lu Yuan reassured her, pulling out his phone to call Song Qingwan. In her office, Song Qingwan answered promptly, General Lu, how may I assist you? Lu Yuan inquired. Jiang Zhengfeng is a shareholder of Zhuiyuan, correct? What is his shareholding percentage? Yes, General Lu. Jiang Zhengfeng holds approximately 27 of Zhuiyuan shares, and he is also our executive vice president, she confirmed. Is that so? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Very well, I understand. After ending the call, Lu Yuan turned to Zhao Chenhan. Team leader Zhao, allow me to escort you back to your office. It's best not to tarnish your eyes here. Zhao Chenhan, believing Lu Yuan had come to his senses and was seeking an excuse to leave, nodded eagerly. All right. Lu Yuan, let us return to the office. As they made their way out, Jiang Mingxue shrieked, Lu Yuan, you worthless fool, don't you dare leave. Ouyang stopped them. Ouyang Hua hesitated, fully aware of Lu Yuan's capabilities from the previous day. He was no match for him. While Ouyang was indecisive, Lu Yuan and Zhao Chenhan had already exited the manager's office. Dad, they're trying to escape. Hurry and stop them. Jiang Mingxue cried, on the verge of tears. After being assaulted the previous night and now slapped again, her rage towards Lu Yuan was palpable. Jiang Zhengfeng spoke firmly. Do not worry, Mingxue, they won't get away. The security will arrive shortly. Lu Yuan is likely feeling resentful after being dismissed. We should wait for the security personnel to arrive. We cannot provoke him further, lest he retaliates and we suffer the consequences. As a shrewd veteran, Jiang Zhengfeng's words instantly brought clarity to Jiang Mingxue. Understood, Dad. We will wait for the security to apprehend Lu Yuan, and then we will involve the police to deal with him severely. Jiang Zhengfeng nodded. Exactly. Mingxue, remember, especially with someone cornered like him, do not provoke him further. Ensure your own safety first. While the others conferred, Lu Yuan and Zhao Chenhan had already arrived at the office. In a flurry, Zhao Chenhan began to gather her documents, prompting Lu Yuan to ask, what are you doing? Team leader Zhao? Zhao Chenhan anxiously urged, we must tidy up and leave quickly. Lu Yuan, given that you've just had a confrontation with Jiang Mingxue, it is certainly impossible for you to remain here. You should return and pack up promptly. Otherwise, that group of security personnel will undoubtedly apprehend you. Lu Yuan responded with a faint smile. Team leader Zhao, there is no need to pack. No one could dismiss you. At this juncture, spare me the consolation. Just hurry and gather your things. Oh, right. Since you recently joined, you likely have little to collect. Wait for me. I will be ready shortly. As she spoke, Zhao Chenhan quickened her pace. Lu Yuan chuckled softly and exited Zhao Chenhan's office, taking the elevator directly to the chairman's office on the rooftop. Upon reaching the top floor, he stepped out of the elevator and encountered Song Qingwan, who was about to enter. President Lu, I was just about to seek you out for a work report. What brings you here? Lu Yuan replied coolly. Let us postpone the report. Please inform marketing manager Cui Jiqiang that I am waiting for them in my office. Also, make sure Jiang Zhengfeng, his daughter Jiang Mingxue, and a certain Ouyang Hua join us. Song Qingwan paused briefly, then responded, Understood, President Lu. Lu Yuan nodded and returned to his office, settling into the spacious executive chair, his eyes glimmering with cold resolve. He had not intended for matters to escalate to this magnitude. However, Jiang Mingxue had truly incited his disdain. Furthermore, Jiang Zhengfeng's audacity was astonishing. It seemed he often exerted his authority, flaunting his status as vice president of Zhuiyuan with an air of arrogance. Given this situation, he would not let it slide. Moreover, it was also to defend Zhao Chenhan. He had not anticipated her unwavering support for him earlier. Willing to set aside her pride to apologize in hopes of securing his position at Zhuiyuan. This gesture of camaraderie moved Lu Yuan deeply, compelling him to stand up for her. Meanwhile, in the marketing department office, Song Qingwan made her entrance. Her arrival startled many, their expressions filled with astonishment. Heavens! President Song has come to our marketing department. It is quite rare for her to visit. She is truly stunning. But why does it seem like she's not in a good mood? Did someone offend her? A group of individuals whispered amongst themselves, ignoring the murmurs. Song Qingwan strode confidently into Cui Jiqiang's office. Inside, Jiang Zhengfeng looked up, surprised to see Song Qingwan, and immediately rose from the sofa. President Song, what brings you here? Song Qingwan's expression remained impassive as she stated, please tell me what transpired earlier. I require the unembellished truth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhengfeng's demeanor shifted slightly. Song Qingwan was renowned for her ruthless approach, known for her decisiveness. Yet why was she asking this? Could it be that Lu Yuan and Zhao Chunhan had reported him? It seemed implausible, as neither of them had any direct contact with Song Qingwan. Jiang Zhengfeng pondered this internally, but chose to recount the events as they had unfolded, albeit with slight modifications. Essentially, he conveyed that two individuals from the marketing department had assaulted his daughter and displayed a lack of diligence, thus violating company protocols, warranting their dismissal. After listening, Song Qingwan furrowed her brow and incisively remarked, are you implying that an employee named Lu Yuan assaulted your daughter? What prompted such an action? Jiang Zhengfeng stammered. Well, they encountered each other during dinner last night and had a minor altercation. Naturally, Jiang Zhengfeng felt embarrassed to elaborate, as it involved his daughter and Ouyang Hua, who held the upper hand in the situation. Observing Jiang Zhengfeng's hesitance, Song Qingwan grasped the underlying reality. It was evident that Jiang Mingxue had offended Lu Yuan. Despite Lu Yuan's esteemed status, he was approachable and unlikely to instigate trouble without cause. Realizing this, Song Qingwan understood why Lu Yuan had summoned these individuals to his office. It was likely to address a significant matter. Ms. Song, may I inquire why you summoned us? Jiang Zhengfeng ventured cautiously. Song Qingwan responded with a cold smile. Vice President Jiang, is this your daughter Jiang Mingxue? And this is Ouyang Hua. Additionally, you're the marketing manager Cui Jiqiang, correct? You are to proceed to the chairman's office on the rooftop. The chairman is expecting you. Jiang Zhengfeng was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. Ms. Song, what do you mean? The chairman is waiting for us? Why on earth would want to see us? A tumult of emotions surged within him. He had never met the chairman, only knowing him to be a remarkably influential young man. Just go. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Song Qingwan reprimanded coldly, causing Jiang Zhengfeng to fall silent and awkwardly smile. Although he was a shareholder and a vice president, he felt insignificant in Song Qingwan's presence. After Song Qingwan departed, Jiang Mingxue spoke up. Dad, has the chairman of Zhuoyuan Group returned? I thought he was away from the company. Jiang Zhengfeng replied excitedly. I only recently learned that the chairman is back. If he sought me out immediately, could he be considering promoting me? Perhaps to supplant Song Qingwan? Jiang Mingxue became equally animated. Maybe, Dad. Why else would the chairman seek you out? I recall that the chairman is also the largest shareholder and the actual controller of Zhuoyuan, right? If he intends to promote you, it would be a mere formality. Indeed, I never imagined I, Jiang Zhengfeng, would have such a day. Ouyang Hua, with a glint in his eye, quickly flattered, Uncle, I wish you an early congratulations on becoming the president of Zhuoyuan. Cui Jiqiang, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, Mr. Jiang, you are undoubtedly on the verge of a promotion. The chairman's summons is surely related to your position and bonuses. The fact that he sought you out specifically indicates that it's all but decided. Cui Jiqiang felt a surge of excitement himself. After all, Song Qingwan had mentioned that he should join them. Could it be that he too was in line for a promotion? Could my good fortune finally be arriving? Jiang Zhengfeng beamed. All right, let us head up together and discover what good news awaits us. The group ascended the stairs. As they passed Zhao Chenhan's office, Jiang Mingxue spotted her inside and coldly remarked, Zhao, don't think you can escape. Although you've been dismissed, the matter is far from over. My father has already called the police, and they will soon be taking you and Lu Yuan into custody. With that parting shot, Jiang Mingxue departed. Zhao Chunhan stood rooted in place, her body swaying slightly as a wave of helplessness washed over her. Having offended the wrong person, what should I do now with Lu Yuan? At this moment, Jiang Zhengfeng and his companions had arrived outside the chairman's office. The door was ajar, yet the room was vacant. Jiang Zhengfeng was taken aback and knocked on the door. Chairman, are you there? No response came. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Where could the chairman be? Jiang Zhengfeng wondered, while Jiang Mingxue gazed at the opulent office with excitement, exclaiming, Dad, let us go in and wait. It's my first time in such a luxurious office. All right, let's go inside, they said, entering with enthusiasm. After a brief wait, footsteps echoed from outside, and the group immediately straightened up, hearts racing. The chairman was coming. They would finally see him. The footsteps grew closer, eventually reaching the door. A figure stepped inside. Everyone's eyes turned simultaneously, only to be met with astonishment. It was Lu Yuan, leisurely holding a cup of water. Jiang Mengxue paused momentarily before angrily exclaiming, "Lu Yuan, are you out of your mind? What are you doing here?" Chapter 64. Chairman Lu? Jiang Zhengfeng retorted, "You little brat, are you blind? This is the chairman's office. Get out of here. Do you think this is a place for you?" Ouyang Hua scoffed. "You really do match Zhao Chenhan. You must be another bumpkin from the countryside, daring to enter a place like this, truly reckless. You're not hoping to plead with the chairman to keep you, are you?" What illusion! Lu Yuan walked in, took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, and without uttering a word, went straight to the desk and plopped down in the chairman's chair. The group was momentarily dumbfounded. Jiang Mengshue's face turned crimson with anger as she shouted, "Lu Yuan, get down! Who allowed you to sit in the chairman's office? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lu Yuan gently set down the cup, smacked his lips, and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yuan, the chairman of Zhuiyuan Group." A profound silence enveloped the office. The group was petrified, and after a moment, Jiang Mengxue suddenly burst into laughter, nearly choking with amusement. Tears streaming down her face. "No way. Lu Yuan, are you insane? Did you just come from a mental hospital? Ha ha, this is too funny. You, the chairman of Zhuiyuan? If you're the chairman, then I must be the richest person in Huaxia. You should take a good look in a mirror and see what you really are." Jiang Mengxue laughed uncontrollably, her tears of joy flowing freely. Ouyang Hua also struggled to catch his breath from laughing. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhengfeng looked at Lu Yuan as if he were a fool. "I never imagined Zhuiyuan would hire someone like you. Young man, you should visit a hospital and get your head checked." At that moment, Song Qingwan entered the room. Jiang Mengxue immediately seized the opportunity to complain. "General Manager Song, look at this fool. He is pretending to be the chairman of Zhuiyuan Group. You can't let him off the hook." Song Qingwan shot a cold glance at Jiang Mengxue and said, word by word, "I think it's your eyes that are blind. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is Lu Yuan, the chairman of Zhuiyuan Group. Lu Yuan." The office fell into an instant silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Jiang Mengxue and the others widened their mouths in astonishment, their bodies petrified. "Lu Yuan, you are." Jiang Mengxue fixated on Lu Yuan, her voice trembling with disbelief. A profound shock marred her countenance. Lu Yuan took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "Do you still have any doubts?" Boom! It was as if thunder had erupted beside them. Jiang Zhengfeng staggered, collapsing onto the ground, his face ashen. He could hardly believe that Lu Yuan was indeed the chairman of Zhuiyuan, but the evidence lay before him. No, this is impossible. How could he be the chairman? He's just a small employee in the marketing department? Jiang Zhengfeng's pallor deepened, his voice shaking. Song Qingwan coldly interjected, "What is impossible? Mr. Lu held a minor position in the marketing department for specific reasons. How dare you speak to Mr. Lu in such a manner, Jiang Zhengfeng? You have some audacity." Her words sent a tremor through Jiang Zhengfeng, who looked fearfully at Lu Yuan and stammered, "Mr. Lu, it's all a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding." Lu Yuan sipped his tea. "A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Were you not about to dismiss me?" Jiang Zhengfeng trembled, struggling to speak. "Mr. Lu, I failed to recognize your stature. I genuinely did not know it was you. It was all due to my daughter's ignorance and folly. Mr. Lu, I shall discipline her at once." With that, Jiang Zhengfeng struck Jiang Mengxue across the face, rebuking her. "Kneel before Mr. Lu. How dare you offend him? Dad, you hit me?" Jiang Mengshue's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching. Yet Jiang Zhengfeng remained cold, stating, "Hitting you is too lenient. Who allowed you to offend Mr. Lu? Apologize to him immediately." Jiang Mengxue covered her swollen face, her tear-filled eyes pleading with Lu Yuan. "Mr. Lu, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Lu Yuan remained expressionless, sipping his tea without uttering a word. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Mengxue suddenly knelt down, sobbing, "Mr. Lu, I am truly sorry. I beg for your forgiveness." She did not wish to kneel, but she recognized it as the most sincere display of her remorse. If Lu Yuan did not forgive her, not only would she suffer, but her father would also be doomed. If kneeling could salvage everything, she was willing to do so. Lu Yuan continued to maintain his inscrutable demeanor, then casually remarked, "Jiang Zhengfeng, do you recall what I previously said? I mentioned that the one who kneels and begs may not necessarily get what they want. Do you remember?" He regarded Jiang Zhengfeng with an enigmatic smile. Jiang Zhengfeng's resolve faltered, cold sweat streaming down his face. He was no fool and understood Lu Yuan's implication. This was a demand for him to kneel. I remember, Mr. Lu." Jiang Zhengfeng's face flushed as he knelt down, though it was an utter humiliation. For the sake of profit and survival, what was a little shame? "Mr. Lu, I recognize my mistakes. I was wrong before. Please don't be angry, and do not hold this against us." Jiang Zhengfeng forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Lu Yuan scoffed. "Now you realize your mistakes? Do you truly believe I would forgive you?" Jiang Zhengfeng's heart sank at his words. "Mr. Lu, you are magnanimous and do not hold grudges against the petty. We truly understand our errors." Lu Yuan scoffed. "Do not feign pity before me. If I were not the chairman of Zhuiyuan, but merely an ordinary employee, would you spare me and Zhao Chenhan?" Jiang Zhengfeng had no retort. His face flushed with indignation. "One must bear the consequences of their actions, Jiang Zhengfeng. I present you with two choices. First, voluntarily relinquish your shares and resign." "What?" Jiang Zhengfeng's pupils contracted, unable to believe his ears. Lu Yuan continued. "Second, you may choose to remain in your position and even confront me, but I possess 100 methods to deal with you. I will cut off your dividends and scrutinize your financial accounts from the past 3 years. Furthermore, I will request an audit to investigate whether you have embezzled company funds through shell companies or by having friends and family hold shares on your behalf. I will also review your contracts to ascertain if you have engaged in unreasonable agreements for personal gain." As Lu Yuan spoke, Jiang Zhengfeng trembled violently, his heart in turmoil. Over the years, he had indeed embezzled substantial sums from Zhuiyuan, and a thorough investigation would spell his doom. "You have 30 seconds to contemplate your decision. Just 30 seconds. The choice is yours," Lu Yuan stated coolly, as dismissing a shareholder was no trifling matter for the corporation. Yet in Lu Yuan's mouth, it seemed as effortless as eating or drinking. Beside him, Jiang Mingxue could no longer maintain her composure. Her eyes reddened as she pleaded, "Chairman Lu, could you not grant my father a chance at redemption? He truly regrets his actions." Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile. "If I were merely a lowly employee today, and I told Zhao Chenhan that we were wrong, would you and your father offer us a path to salvation?" Jiang Mingxue bit her lip, her heart heavy with despair. She knew it was all over. "Mingxue, be silent." Jiang Zhengfeng sighed deeply, his face ashen, and with a bitter smile, he conceded, "Chairman Lu, I agree to sign the share transfer agreement. I choose the first option." The culmination of a lifetime's effort lay in ruins, and Jiang Zhengfeng, devoid of spirit, resembled an aged man nearing the end of his days. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. "Very well, you are not foolish." Soon, the share transfer agreement was brought forth, and with trembling hands, Jiang Zhengfeng signed his name. Jiang Mingxue clenched her fists, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Lu Yuan and implored, "Lu Yuan, leave a thread of mercy. Our paths may cross again. Your lack of compassion today will lead to your regret." Lu Yuan frowned. "What do you think you are to speak to me in such a tone?" Without hesitation, Song Qingwan delivered a sharp slap across Jiang Mingxue's face, coldly stating, "Do you think you deserve to speak to Chairman Lu in such a manner?" Jiang Mingxue covered her face, tears streaming down as she seethed. "You will pay for this." Song Qingwan raised her hand again, but Lu Yuan interjected calmly, "Enough, Qingwan. Do not stoop to engage with such filth. It would only soil your hands." "Yes, Chairman." Lu Yuan's icy gaze turned to Jiang Zhengfeng. "Are you not leaving?" Jiang Zhengfeng shuddered, saying nothing as he pulled Jiang Mingxue away. Ouyang Hua had just begun to depart when Lu Yuan called out to him, "I have granted you permission to leave?" Ouyang Hua froze, terror etched on his face. "Chairman, you called for me? Your matters are not yet resolved. Go and sincerely apologize to Chenhan. Show your genuine remorse. as I will have someone oversee your actions. Should you dare to be insincere, do not expect my leniency." With a single utterance from Lu Yuan, Ouyang Hua was so startled that his entire body trembled, hastily responding, "Understood. Chairman Lu, I will go there immediately." After Ouyang Hua departed, Cui Jiqiang, trembling in fear, implored, "Chairman Lu, I beg you, spare me. I am merely an outsider. I admit my previous attitude was somewhat inappropriate, but General Manager Jiang pressured me. I had no choice." Lu Yuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, narrowing his eyes. "Spare you? That could be arranged, but first, I have a few questions for you. Answer them honestly." Cui Jiqiang was drenched in cold sweat. "Please, Chairman Lu, go ahead." Lu Yuan spoke with a significant tone. "I have heard that there was a contract leak incident in the marketing department. As a senior manager, you must possess some insider knowledge, correct?" Cui Jiqiang swallowed hard. "Chairman Lu, the true culprit behind this incident has already been dealt with. The mastermind is General Manager Jiang. He leaked the contract to competitors in exchange for a substantial kickback, and there are indeed 2 moles in the marketing department, named Wang Yuan and Bai Yang. And you? Were you involved?" Guiziqian hesitated, stammering, "Speak the truth," Lu Yuan barked. Cui Jiqiang fell to his knees, weeping profusely. "Chairman Lu, I did partake to a certain extent. I received 2 million. I can return all the money to the group. I was wrong. Chairman Lu, I implore you. I only wish to remain at Julian. I truly regret my actions. Remain here? You must be dreaming. Return the money to the finance department and leave." "Chairman," Cui Jiqiang attempted to plead further. "Leave? Do you not comprehend my words?" Lu Yuan's gaze was terrifyingly stern. Cui Jiqiang, feeling hopeless, dared not utter another word and left in despair. Song Qingwan sighed. "I did not anticipate that the traitor would be uncovered by your unintentional efforts, Chairman Lu." Lu Yuan smiled faintly. "It is indeed a coincidence. Report the individuals you mentioned earlier to the auditing authority. They deserve not only dismissal, but also imprisonment. Since they have committed wrongdoings, they must face the consequences. Moreover, do not let Jiang Zhongfeng escape. He must have embezzled a considerable amount over the years. Report him for prosecution on charges of corruption." "Understood." Song Qingwan regarded Lu Yuan with profound admiration, her eyes filled with intrigue. She had initially thought he would show mercy, but at times, leniency can be a grave mistake. Allowing Jiang Zhongfeng to go free would only breed resentment, leading to future retribution. It is far better to send him directly to prison. Soon, Song Qingwan busied herself, while Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief, having resolved the issue of the traitor. Just before Song Qingwan departed, Lu Yuan also mentioned Zhao Chenhan, requesting her to arrange for Zhao Chenhan to assume the position of marketing manager. After all, Zhao Chenhan possessed both capability and integrity and deserved to be promoted. Meanwhile, Ouyang Hua had found Zhao Chenhan. She had already packed her belongings and was prepared to leave, but had not yet received any word from Lu Yuan. Thus, she anxiously awaited in her office. To her surprise, it was Ouyang Hua who entered. Seeing him, Zhao Chenhan's brows furrowed in anger. "What do you want again?" Ouyang Hua, with a pained expression, stammered, "Chenhan? No, Miss Zhao, I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. I was blind and ungrateful. I realize my mistakes." As he spoke, Ouyang Hua struck his own face fiercely, quickly causing it to swell. Zhao Chenhan was taken aback by Ouyang Hua's unexpected apology. "Miss Zhao, I truly recognize my mistakes. Please forgive me. If you do not forgive me today, I shall dash myself against this wall." Tears streamed down Ouyang Hua's face as he genuinely prepared to harm himself. Zhao Chenhan frowned, replying, "I do not wish to forgive you, but I am even less inclined to witness such senselessness. It suffices that you acknowledge your wrongs. However, I shall not grant you forgiveness. Chenhan, I was wrong. I will kneel before you," Ouyang Hua declared, bending his knees and collapsing to the floor. "Have you lost your mind? What is this?" Zhao Chenhan was perplexed, feeling both bewildered and repulsed. At that moment, Lu Yuan entered, remarking coolly, "Team leader Zhao, allow him to apologize properly. It is only right." Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Ouyang Hua swallowed hard, forcing a smile. "Mr. Lu, I shall heed your words." With that, He struck himself across the face. Zhao Chenhan paused, suddenly realizing, wait a moment, Lu Yuan, what did he just call you? Lu Yuan smiled slightly. He referred to me as Mr. Lu, what of it? W what? Mr. Lu? Chapter 65. Han Charon's incident. Zhao Chenhan was utterly confused, still processing the information. While Ouyang Hua quivered and whispered, Miss Zhao, Mr. Lu is the chairman of Zhuiyuan Group. We all call him Mr. Lu. Hearing this, Zhao Chenhan's pupils contracted as she gazed intently at Lu Yuan. He shrugged. Team leader Zhao. I did not mention this earlier because I was investigating a mole within a marketing department. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lu Yuan, chairman of Zhuiyuan Group. Zhao Chenhan's mouth fell agape, staring at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Mr. Lu? Her mind buzzed, and for a moment, she questioned her own hearing. Lu Yuan was the chairman of Zhuiyuan Group? Her breath hitched, and a torrent of words surged within her throat, yet she could not articulate them. In that instant, she was unable to decipher her feelings. A blend of joy and an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. She was elated to discover Lu Yuan's remarkable stature, feeling reassured about her job security, yet disheartened by the realization that he was not of her world. To be truthful, over the past few days, she had developed a subtle fondness for Lu Yuan. It was this very sentiment that now left her feeling a hint of despondency. She felt unworthy of harboring any affection for him. Concealing her subtle disappointment, Zhao Chenhan spoke softly. I never expected you to be the chairman of Zhuiyuan. You truly excel in keeping secrets. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. It was not intentional. I had my reasons for maintaining discretion. Zhao Chenhan pursed her lips and turned to Ouyang Hua. You may leave now. Your presence is unwelcome. Yes, I shall take my leave at once. Ouyang Hua, not daring to linger, scrambled up and departed in haste. Once Ouyang Hua had exited, the office was left with only Zhao Chenhan and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan settled onto the sofa, smiling brightly. Let me share another piece of good news. From this day forth, you're the manager of the marketing department. Zhao Chenhan's face was painted with shock. I am the marketing department manager? Indeed, I have dismissed Shui Jiqiang. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of marketing department manager. Zhao Chenhan could hardly believe her ears. An immense surprise washed over her, yet it felt somewhat ethereal. Lu Yuan, I may not be fit to be the team leader. The manager's position is too significant for me, she stammered. Lu Yuan replied earnestly. What matters is that I believe you are suited for it. Understood, Director Lu, Zhao Chenhan replied, appearing somewhat awkward. Lu Yuan flashed a mischievous grin and said, There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Lu Yuan. Let us maintain our previous rapport without pressure. Otherwise, I might not be pleased. Got it. Zhao Chenhan felt a ripple of warmth in her heart, surprised by Lu Yuan's lack of pretentiousness. Now, tidy up and move to your new office. I'll return to my workstation. Please refrain from mentioning this to other colleagues. Also, I may not always arrive on time. If matters are urgent, I might not come in at all. Please understand, Manager Zhao. Zhao Chenhan sighed. You are the boss. You can come and go as you please. How could I possibly force you? Indeed, there is nothing more to discuss. I shall take my leave, Lu Yuan said, patting his backside as he exited the office. Zhao Chenhan watched his retreating figure, a subtle emotion stirring within her. Meanwhile, the police who had initially visited Zhuiyuan had departed. Simultaneously, Song Qingwan reported to the authorities that Jiang Zhengfeng and Shui Jiqiang were suspected of economic embezzlement. Just as Jiang Zhengfeng and his associates exited Zhuiyuan Group, a cohort of investigators arrived, promptly handcuffing Jiang Zhengfeng, Shui Jiqiang, and two other accomplices before escorting them away. Ouyang Hua and Jiang Mengxue were left in shock, quickly following in their vehicle. Upon arriving at the police station, Jiang Mengxue learned that all evidence of her father Jiang Zhengfeng's embezzlement had been delivered by Song Qingwan, and a prison sentence awaited him. Jiang Mengxue had hoped to leverage connections to save her father, but Song Qingwan had made it clear that no one was permitted to intervene in this matter. In that instant, no one in Tianhai dared to assist Jiang Zhengfeng and his associates. Outside the police station, tears streamed down Jiang Mengshue's face as she clenched her fists tightly, her nails piercing her skin. She vowed, Lu Yuan, just wait. I, Jiang Mengxue, will not rest until I avenge this wrong. Meanwhile, within Zhui Yuan Group. Lu Yuan was idly passing the time at his desk when he suddenly received a call from Han Churen. His heart warmed, and he answered with a smile, "Hello, Churen. ISNT at class time? Why are you calling me?" However, the voice on the other end was not Han Churen's, but that of another girl. "Are you Lu Yuan? Brother Lu?" "Yes, who are you?" "Brother Lu. I am Wenshu Yi, Churen's close friend. Something has happened to her. She fell from the third floor of the school's teaching building and is now in the emergency room. The doctors say her injuries are severe and it's uncertain." The girl's voice broke off in a sob. Lu Yuan's mind reeled, and he shot to his feet, his eyes reddening. "Which hospital is Churen in?" "I'm on my way. At Tianhai First People's Hospital. Please hurry." After hanging up, Lu Yuan dashed out, consumed by concern. Over the years, his bond with Han Churen had been akin to that of siblings. At this moment, upon hearing the grave news regarding Han Churen, Lu Yuan's heart tightened incessantly. How could she have fallen from the upper floors in such a manner? Han Churen was always composed and never engaged in frivolous antics with her classmates. Thus, it was inconceivable that she might have accidentally tumbled down. Suddenly, a chilling glint ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes, filled with fury. If someone had indeed intended to harm Han Churen, he would show no mercy. Speeding towards the hospital, Lu Yuan swiftly arrived. Chapter 66, Gao Xiang's Revenge. Upon reaching the hospital, Lu Yuan hurriedly ascended to the 5th floor, where he spotted a girl sitting outside the operating room. She wore a white sweatshirt, her beautiful face stained with tears yet to dry. It was none other than Han Churen's close friend, Wen Shui. Wen Shui immediately recognized the rushing Lu Yuan and stood up, her voice trembling. "Are you Brother Lu?" Anxious and distressed, Lu Yuan replied, "Yes, you must be Shui. Where is Churen? How is she?" "Churen is in the operating room. She is undergoing surgery. The doctors have indicated that her condition is quite dire," Wen Shui lamented. Wiping away her tears, clearly heartbroken, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow tightly. Though countless questions swirled in his mind, he understood that this was not the time for impatience. Noticing Wen Shui's sorrow, he sighed softly and attempted to offer comfort. "Shui, thank you for informing me. Try not to worry too much. Churen will be all right." "Yes, Churen is such a kind and wonderful person. I believe she will be fine," Wen Shui responded with a nod. "By the way, where are Churen's parents? Have you informed them?" Lu Yuan inquired. "I just called them moments ago. It is a matter of great importance," Wen Shui replied. "Indeed," Lu Yuan nodded. Pondering for a moment before speaking solemnly, "Shui, how did Churen come to fall from the teaching building today?" Wen Shui's expression turned grave. "Brother Lu, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. I find it quite peculiar." "Oh, in what way is it peculiar?" "Brother Lu, Churen fell from the 5th experimental building today, but the key point is we had no experimental classes scheduled, and that building is still under construction, nearing completion. Normally, students wouldn't go there at all. Churen should have been there." Upon hearing this, a flicker of coldness flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Initially, he suspected that Han Churen's incident might not have been accidental, but after hearing Wen Shui's account, he was now almost certain. Han Churen did not simply fall, but had she offended someone recently? Wait, Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Gao Xiang. He had severely reprimanded Gao Xiang and his associates that day in the CAF. Could they be involved? As Lu Yuan pondered this, footsteps echoed in the corridor. He turned to see a middle-aged couple dressed in shabby attire. They bore a resemblance to Han Churen. The middle-aged man was clad in an old work uniform, while the woman, although dressed modestly, bore the marks of time and hardship upon her face. Yet, despite the wrinkles, one could still discern that she must have been an exceptionally beautiful woman in her youth. Lu Yuan guessed that these two individuals were Han Churen's parents and immediately stood up. "Hello, Uncle, Auntie, I am Lu Yuan." "Lu Yuan? You are Lu Yuan?" Han Churen's father, Han Yong, grasped Lu Yuan's hand tightly, his eyes reddening. "Little Lu, I know you have a good relationship with Churen. I've heard her speak of you. How is she now?" Han Yong had rushed over upon hearing the distressing news about his daughter from the factory, abandoning his work without hesitation. Beside him, Han Churen's mother, Wang Yu, choked back tears and asked little Lu, "What exactly happened to Churen? How did she end up in the hospital?" Lu Yuan sighed, and beside him, Wen Shui also exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of the situation. "Uncle, Annie, Charon fell from the teaching building, and she is currently undergoing surgery. What? Wang Yu's face turned pale, her body weakening as she sank to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. How could this happen? How could my Charon fall from the teaching building? Han Yong, looking lost, clutched Lu Yuan's hand tightly, his voice hoarse with emotion. Little Lu, what on earth happened? How could my Charon fall? Lu Yuan sighed again. Uncle, Auntie, please try to remain calm. None of us know the specifics of this incident. Right now, the most important thing is for both of you to keep your composure. We should wait and see how Charon is doing. Han Yong wiped his tears and helped Wang Yu to her feet. Dear, try to stay strong. Our child will be all right. She will definitely be all right. Wang Yu's tears flowed freely as she sobbed. Charon is so sensible and obedient. How could something like this happen to her? If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore. My poor child. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Lu Yuan felt an immense pang of sorrow. The corridor was suffused with an atmosphere of grief. After approximately 2 hours, the operating room door opened, and a doctor in a white coat emerged. Lu Yuan hurried forward and asked, Doctor, how is the patient? The doctor sighed deeply, removing his mask to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The patient has been stabilized. Her life is not in imminent danger. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan and the others felt an immediate sense of relief. However, just as they began to breathe easier, the doctor continued, but I have some bad news to share. The patient likely sustained a head injury during the fall, which has led to her being in a coma. It may take some time before she regains consciousness. Lu Yuan's heart sank. Doctor, how long do you think it will be before she awakens? The doctor hesitated, his expression troubled, and after a brief pause, he replied softly, It's hard to say. She might wake up in a day or two, but she could also remain unresponsive for a lifetime. It all depends on her resilience. A lifetime unresponsive? Wang Yu's body weakened at this revelation, nearly collapsing to the floor, tears streaming down her face once more. Doctor, are you saying my daughter might become a vegetable? The doctor let out a long sigh without answering, returning to the operating room. Moments later, several doctors wheeled Han Charon out. Lying on the stretcher, her beautiful face was pale and devoid of color, her eyes tightly shut, evoking both pity and sorrow. Daughter, Wang Yu rushed forward, her tears flowing uncontrollably. The doctor stopped Wang Yu, and several individuals moved Han Charon to the hospital room. Inside, the atmosphere was oppressive. Han Yong and Wang Yu sat beside the bed, tears streaming down their faces. My daughter, when will you wake up? Please do not scare your mother. Wang Yu wept uncontrollably, her wrinkled hands gently caressing Han Charon's face, her heart shattered beyond repair. Lu Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt a profound anguish. He clenched his fists, his gaze chillingly cold. Should he discover that Han Charon was a victim of foul play, he would ensure that whoever was responsible would face the consequences. Uncle, Auntie, and Shui, please take good care of Charon. I will head to the school to find out what happened, Lu Yuan declared as he prepared to leave. Han Yong wiped his tears and hoarsely replied, Xiao Lu, I will go with you. An incident occurred at school, and they must bear some responsibility. Yet to this day, no one from Nian'an University has shown their face. Have their consciences been devoured by dogs? They cannot even come to see my daughter? I will confront those teachers and administrators to understand their intentions. Lu Yuan nodded. Very well, let us go together. As they departed the hospital room, Lu Yuan specifically instructed Wen Shui to be vigilant for any visitors to Han Charon, insisting that she inform him of anyone who came. Having given these instructions, Lu Yuan and Han Yong made their way to Nian'an University. Meanwhile, in a lavish suite within the faculty dormitory of Nian'an University, which resembled a boutique hotel rather than a dormitory, Gao Xiang lounged on the sofa, squinting as he smoked, his demeanor icy. Beside him sat a young woman named Su Hanlu, renowned for her beauty and often regarded as an aloof goddess by many male students. Dressed in a fitted strapless dress that accentuated her alluring figure, with long, fair legs clad in black high-heeled boots, she exuded a sensuous charm. However, at that moment, the typically composed Su Hanlu looked forlornly at Gao Xiang, attempting to appease him. She playfully pinched his leg and pouted. Xianggu, are you still upset with me? Gao Xiang shot her a cold glance and suddenly seized a handful of her hair. You foolish woman, you are utterly dim-witted. I instructed you to lure Han Charon to Building 5, strip her, and film her, not to commit murder. How could you have pushed her down the stairs? Are you out of your mind? Someone could die, he bellowed, yanking her hair roughly. Su Hanlu winced in pain, her delicate features twisting as tears threatened to spill. Xiangge, I was wrong, but it was not intentional. I accidentally pushed her. I did not mean for this to happen, she protested, her voice trembling. Accidentally? You think that's an easy thing to say? This could lead to someone's death. Gao Xiang shouted angrily, delivering a sharp slap across Su Hanlu's face as he roared. Listen carefully. If Han Charan dies, it will be your responsibility. It has nothing to do with me. I'm afraid you are preparing to take a life in exchange for your own. Su Hanlu's face was awash with profound terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiang Yi, I truly did not intend for this to happen. You must help me. Everything I've done was for you. You cannot abandon me. I am still young, just a junior in university. I cannot die, nor do I wish to be imprisoned. Xiangge, you know I have feelings for you. I love you. And that is why I am willing to assist you. Gao Xiang smirked coldly. Damn it, do you think I'm a fool? You are enamored with my wealth and my family's connections. My mother is the vice principal of the school. You think I am oblivious to your little schemes? With that, Gao Xiang seized Su Hanlu by the throat, his eyes glinting with icy malice. Chapter 67, A Demand for Explanation. Su Hanlu, heed my warning. Do not play tricks in my presence. Do you understand? Su Hanlu, with tear-filled eyes, choked out in agony. Xiangge, I was wrong. I genuinely care for you. Why can't you believe me? Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes and gradually released his grip on her throat. The room fell into silence. And soon, the sound of Su Hanlu's quiet sobs broke through. Gao Xiang, growing impatient, exclaimed, What are you crying about now? With a tear-streaked face. Su Hanlu raised her eyes. Xiangge, what should we do about this situation? Han Charan's family will undoubtedly come looking for answers and will report this incident. And if they uncover the truth, I will end up in jail. Please, Xiangge, help me. Upon finishing, she leaned against Gao Xiang, her pitiful demeanor evoking genuine sympathy. Gao Xiang frowned as he took a drag from his cigarette, pondering for a moment before speaking. All right, it isn't as dire as you think. Han Charan's family will certainly create a scene, but I have inquired about them. Her parents are merely ordinary workers. Her father is an employee at a factory, and her mother is a waitress. Such a humble background will hardly stir up much trouble. By the way, aside from you and me, who else is aware of this incident? Su Hanlu, visibly anxious, replied, Only my friend Du Anqi. I had intended to involve her in the plan to strip Han Charan of her clothes. But rest assured, Xiangge, Du Anqi wouldn't dare to speak out. She is my subordinate, and she knows that if I direct her to the east, she wouldn't dare venture west. Gao Xiang, with a serious expression, asked, Are you so confident that she will comply with your orders? Su Hanlu smiled subtly. Yes, Xiangge, because I hold something over her. She had previously gotten involved with our class advisor, and I caught them during a rendezvous. Du Anqi fears that I might tarnish her reputation, which is why she obeys me. Gao Xiang clicked his tongue. What a shameless lot. None of your circle are good people. Su Hanlu remained silent, secretly thinking that without a hint of shamelessness, how could one attract men like them? After finishing a cigarette, Gao Xiang finally said, Well, this matter was, after all, instigated by me, so I should assist you in cleaning up the mess. When her family comes to cause trouble, it wouldn't hurt to offer them 100,000 to silence them. If they dare to stir up more chaos, Gao Xiang is not one to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Su Hanlu's excitement surged anew as she blinked her large eyes. Xiangge, you are incredible, truly. Thank you, Xiangge. Gao Xiang snorted disdainfully, proclaiming, As a scion of a prestigious family, my maternal relatives are all entrenched in the educational system. My grandfather was once the head of the Education Bureau in Tian'an City, and my father is currently the deputy chief of the Tian'an City Police Department. Controlling someone like Han Charan is as effortless as swatting an ant. Following this declaration, Gao Xiang placed a call and cheerfully addressed the recipient. Director Li, it's me, Gao Xiang. No worries. I merely wish for you to inform the security personnel that if anyone arrives at our school claiming to be a relative of Han Charan, they are to be denied entry without exception. Thank you, Director Li. After hanging up, Gao Xiang wore a smug expression, confident that Han Charan's family would not gain access to the school. Su Hanlu, relieved by this, leaned against Gao Xiang's shoulder and softly remarked, "With your word, I can rest easy, Brother Xiang. I'm so grateful for you." Gao Xiang smacked his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Su Hanlu, his gaze lingering on her neckline, where her alluring curves were tantalizingly evident. Unable to suppress a gulp, Gao Xiang's excitement surged as his hand ventured onto Su Hanlu's lovely thigh. Su Hanlu's cheeks flushed, her gaze dropping as she shyly inquired, "What is it, Brother Gao Xiang?" With a mischievous grin, Gao Xiang leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "I'm feeling quite heated right now, you know." Su Hanlu shivered, her face burning to the roots of her hair. "I understand, Brother Xiang," she replied, biting her lip and deftly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Moments later, Gao Xiang jolted with renewed vigor, declaring, "Work hard. Following me will never lead you astray." "I understand, Brother Xiang," Su Hanlu responded, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with youthful exuberance. Unbeknownst to the students passing by the dormitory, the renowned beauty Su Hanlu, regarded as the goddess of the school, was fervently seeking to please Gao Xiang. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Han Yong arrived at Tian'an University. Just as they were about to enter the campus, a security guard blocked their path, asking, "Hey, who are you two looking for?" Han Yong coldly replied, "I'm a parent. I have business at the school." "A parent? Really? This is a school. No unauthorized personnel allowed. What is your child's name?" The guard retorted. Suppressing his anger, Han Yong stated, "Han Churen." Upon hearing the name, the guard paused, instantly recalling Director Li Mingda's earlier instructions. Anyone associated with Han Churen was strictly forbidden entry. The guard's expression darkened as he coldly responded, "The school has regulations against entry. You two should leave." Taken aback, Han Yong questioned, "Not allowed in? What does that mean?" "It means you're not allowed in." The guard's impatience was palpable. Han Yong, now furious, rolled up his sleeves and demanded, "Hey, do you have any sense of reason? I have business inside." The guard sneered, "What right do you have to enter? Hurry along, or don't blame us for being rude." Upon hearing this, Han Yong's anger flared, and he shouted, "My daughter has had an accident at school. You're denying me entry to seek answers? I must enter today." With rage in his eyes, Han Yong charged toward the school entrance. However, the security guard forcefully shoved Han Yong, causing him to tumble to the ground. Several other guards rushed over, a hostile group exclaiming, "Old man, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Han Yong, sprawled on the ground, felt his heart shatter as he realized his daughter had inexplicably fallen from the school building. How could the security deny him entry to the school? Was there no justice, no law? At that moment, Lu Yuan stepped forward, supporting Han Yong and coldly addressing the guards. "Has someone instructed you that anyone associated with Han Churen is not allowed entry?" The leading guard arrogantly retorted, "None of your business. Get lost." It seemed they had grown accustomed to being treated with kindness, yet displayed such shamelessness. Lu Yuan, with a chilling remark, advanced toward the guards. Sensing something amiss, they attempted to react, but Lu Yuan struck first. With a series of dull thuds, several guards were sent flying, crashing to the ground in agony. Lu Yuan helped Han Yong up, saying, "Uncle, let us go inside." Han Yong's eyes brimmed with tears as he wiped them away. "Xiao Lu, I'm truly grateful for your help today." "No need for thanks, Uncle. Churen has always treated me well. Our bond is akin to that of siblings. It is only natural for me to seek the truth regarding her incident," Lu Yuan replied as they entered Tian'an University. Lu Yuan was aware that Han Churen was in the School of Financial Management, and it was imperative to first locate her academic advisor to inquire about the specifics and review the surveillance footage. Knowing her advisor was Qian Kong and where his office was situated, he led Han Yong directly there. Upon arriving at Qian Kang's office, which was a shared space bustling with several teachers, Lu Yuan prepared to enter when he overheard voices from within. His brow furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly grim. "Mr. Qian, what is the status of your student Han Churen? Has anyone come to see you?" One voice inquired. "Indeed, Mr. Qian, this is no trivial matter. Shouldn't you visit the hospital?" Another added. Qian's voice emerged, laced with disdain. "Why should I care? Why didn't she just die from the fall? Running to Building 5, which is still under construction. She should have known better. Come now, Mr. Qian, that is rather harsh. She is still your student." You ought to check on her at the hospital, one teacher countered, sensing the gravity of Qian's words. Qian sneered, I want to go. I have no desire to be implicated in this matter. Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me, as long as I am not blamed. Outside, Lu Yuan listened intently, his gaze icy and filled with fury. Unable to contain himself any longer, he forcefully kicked open the office door. The teachers inside gasped in shock, and Qian Kong, startled, looked at Lu Yuan with alarm. Who are you? Who permitted you to kick down the door? Do you wish to be expelled from the school? Lu Yuan coldly remarked. You are unworthy of being a teacher, you beast. While you may choose to disregard the grave incident concerning Han Churen, there is no need for your sarcastic remarks, especially since you were her class advisor. As he spoke, Lu Yuan advanced towards Qian Kong, who in a state of panic, stumbled backward and stammered, what do you want? Lu Yuan let out a chilling smile. You enjoy making snide comments, don't you? Did you not wish for Han Churen to meet her end? My hands are rather itchy at the moment. No sooner had he finished speaking than he stood before Qian Kong, seizing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Qian Kang's feet dangled in the air, his face etched with terror. Let me go. Are you insane? I am not insane. I simply find you intolerable. Lu Yuan replied as he raised his hand and struck Qian Kang's face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed multiple times, leaving Qian Kang's face swollen and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Do you dare to make any more sarcastic remarks? Lu Yuan then released Qian Kong, who fell to the ground, his mind reeling. And no, I want tea. Please, don't hit me again. Qian Kong trembled, genuinely frightened by the blows he had just received. Lu Yuan cast a cold glance at the others in the office before focusing again on Qian Kang's face. I have a few questions for you, and you would do well to answer truthfully, or I cannot guarantee that I want to knock out your teeth today. Ask away. I will certainly answer honestly. Qian Kong quaked in fear. He had never encountered such brutality in his years of teaching. First, was there any witness to Han Churen's fall? Has the school conducted an investigation? Qian Kong hastily shook his head. I am not quite sure. The school has ordered a news blackout, forbidding us from discussing the matter. A news blackout? Who issued that order? It was our department head, Tao Weidong, who mandated the news blackout, fearing public outcry. And where is his office? Qian Kong quivered slightly. It's on the top floor of this building. Lu Yuan patted Qian Kang's cheek. So you're saying you know nothing about this incident? Qian Kong, drenched in cold sweat, replied, I truly know nothing. I swear I'm not lying. I hope you're not deceiving me. Lu Yuan stood up, casting one last cold glance at Qian Kong before exiting. Outside, Han Yong awaited anxiously. Xiao Lu, what is the situation? Did you uncover anything? Lu Yuan sighed. These individuals are clueless. Just now, Churen's advisor informed me that the dean has ordered a media blackout on the matter. Han Yong seethed with anger. How was that acceptable? My daughter has suffered such a grave incident, and there hasn't even been a word of sympathy. Why impose a news blackout? Uncle, please remain calm. Let us go find Dean Tao Weidong and inquire further. With that, Lu Yuan led Han Yong upstairs. Meanwhile, in an office on the top floor, Dean Tao Weidong stood by the window, smoking a cigarette, his face marked by weariness. He had been informed of Han Churen's fall from the building and felt an overwhelming sorrow. He recognized Han Churen as a student of impeccable character and outstanding academic performance, a truly commendable young woman. He was also aware of rumors circulating within the school, mentioning that the vice principal's son, Gao Xiang, had been pursuing Han Churen without success. Just a few days ago, Gao Xiang seemed to be involved in an incident concerning Han Churen. Consequently, when Han Churen fell from the building today, Tao Xiangdong speculated that this incident was likely related to Gao Xiang. However, he realized there was little he could do. Gao Xiang's background was one he could not afford to offend. At present, his only solution was to suppress the news and then consider whether he could apply for special funding from the school to compensate Han Churen. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock echoed on the door. Come in. Tao Weidong extinguished his cigarette and turned to see that the visitors were not teachers, but a middle-aged man and a young man. He was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Han Yong, with red-rimmed eyes, spoke. You are Dean Tao, right? I am Han Churen's father. My daughter has fallen from the upper floors of the school. Do you have no explanation? Why are you trying to suppress the news? What are your intentions? Tao Weidong was stunned, realizing that the inevitable confrontation had arrived. Gentlemen, please remain calm. We are equally distressed by this incident and would never wish for such a tragedy to occur. However, now that it has happened, our primary concern is how to resolve the situation. After a brief pause, he continued, let us consider this. I will apply to the school to see if we can compensate Han Churen with 500,000. By the way, how is Han Churen's condition? Han Yong, still with teary eyes, retorted, we do not desire your money. I am here for an explanation. Why did my daughter fall? She is currently in the hospital, having just been pulled back from the brink of death. The doctors say she may remain in a coma for the rest of her life. What? Tao Weidong was taken aback, his expression turning grave. I had no idea the situation was this severe. Mr. Han, please do not panic. I will discuss this further with the school to seek a resolution. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan coldly interjected, you can discuss it all you want, but I demand to see the surveillance footage from the scene. Tao Xiangdong hesitated. Unfortunately, the cameras in that area were malfunctioning, so nothing was recorded. You bastards! Han Yong lunged forward, grabbing Tao Weidong by the collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. My daughter fell, and you won't even let us see the footage. What are your intentions? Tao Weidong's expression was complex. Mr. Han, please trust me. I do not wish for such incidents to occur either, and I am genuinely pained by this. I don't care. Han Yong declared vehemently. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I will not leave. Just then, a cold voice rang out from outside. Let us see who dares to cause a scene today. Who are you trying to threaten? A middle-aged woman entered the office. Dressed in a fitted suit, her long face, though attractive, bore a somewhat harsh and detached demeanor. The newcomer was none other than Shang Xiaowei, Gao Xiang's mother and the vice president of Tian'an University. Upon seeing Shang Xiaowei, Tao Weidong immediately greeted her. Hello, Vice President Shang. Shang Xiaowei nodded indifferently before turning her gaze to Han Yong and Lu Yuan, furrowing her brows. You two are Han Churen's family? How did you get in here? Han Yong replied angrily. How we got in is of no importance. What matters is that you must provide us with an explanation. Are you the principal here? My daughter fell from the upper floor, and not only did you fail to visit, but you also sought to suppress the news. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Silence yourself. Shang Xiaowei reprimanded coldly. Country bumpkin, who permits you to speak to me in such a manner? Let me inform you that your daughter falling from the building is entirely her own fault. That structure was still under construction, and students were strictly prohibited from entering. Furthermore, you mentioned a solution. Currently, our offer is a compensation of 200,000, which should suffice for your daughter's medical expenses. Han Yong, upon hearing this, was so enraged that his features contorted, and he shouted, My daughter was on the brink of death, and now the hospital claims she may remain in a vegetative state for life. You propose a mere 200,000 as a resolution? I do not want money. I demand justice. I wish to uncover the truth of this matter. What truth are you referring to? Your daughter simply was careless and fell. Enough. Do not overreach. I even suspect that your daughter is attempting to extort money from the school. Shang Xiaowei coldly asserted, her words nearly causing Han Yong to choke on his breath. Lu Yuan supported Han Yong, turning to Shang Xiaowei, and spoke deliberately, We do not desire the money. However, we will ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. Do not think that the absence of surveillance means this will go unexamined. Additionally, I advise Principal Shang to keep a close watch on your son. As far as I know, he has been pursuing Han Churen unsuccessfully and has previously spread rumors. This incident may very well be connected to him. Shang Xiaowei's expression shifted dramatically, and she angrily retorted, Silence yourself. Are you seeking death by daring to slander? I warn you, be cautious. I will report this and have you arrested. Go ahead and try to report it, she said, her fists clenched, her expression fluctuating between anger and anxiety. She was already aware of the truth, that her son, Gao Xiang, was responsible. While her anger was fierce upon discovering this, she could not betray her own child. She must prevent the police from intervening, or the situation would escalate. Taking a deep breath, Shang Xiaowei continued, I have made myself clear. This incident was merely an accident. And we, as the school, are willing to provide compensation. What more could you possibly want? Lu Yuan disregarded Shang Xiaowei's words and addressed Han Yong, Uncle Han. Let us return for now, It seems we will not gain any further insight today. However, Han Yong was reluctant to leave, but upon noticing Lu Yuan's gaze, he nodded. Very well, let us depart for now. Lu Yuan nodded and assisted Han Yong out of the office. Once downstairs, Han Yong sighed. Xiao Lu, must we truly return? I cannot bear to leave without answers. Lu Yuan replied, Uncle Han, we will not extract any information from them. This matter requires discreet investigation. Please return home for now. I will handle it and guarantee that I will uncover the truth by the end of the day. Hearing this, Han Yong grasped Lu Yuan's hand, tears welling in his eyes. Xiao Lu, I do not know how to express my gratitude. You are a benefactor to our family. Lu Yuan responded, Uncle, do not mention it. Sharon has also aided me in the past. Now, please return home. I will take care of this. Very well. I shall take my leave. With that, Han Yong departed, followed by Lu Yuan, who subsequently left the school as well. Certainly, it is merely a FAOD. It is likely that Shang Xiaowei has already dispatched someone to secretly monitor him. Upon exiting the school gates, Lu Yuan did not venture far, but rather parked his vehicle in close proximity. At this moment, it was evident that the surveillance had been tampered with, rendering it useless for any investigation. Given this, the next course of action would be to focus on the individuals involved. It seemed that Qian Kong and his associates were unaware of the situation, so it was imperative to extract information from Shang Xiaowei. However, how could one compel her to speak the truth? Just then, Lu Yuan spotted an Audi A7 emerging from the school, and behind the wheel was Gao Xiang. Additionally, a young lady occupied the passenger seat. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow as the vehicle passed by, and after a moment's contemplation, he decided to start his own car and follow suit. His instincts suggested that this encounter might yield significant insights. At that moment, Gao Xiang and Su Hanlu in the car were oblivious to Lu Yuan's pursuit. Lu Yuan soon overtook them and discreetly captured a photograph of Su Hanlu, sending it to Wen Shuwei. Shuwei, could you identify this young lady? Wen Shuwei promptly responded, Brother Lu, the girl's name is Su Hanlu. She appears to be Gao Xiang's casual partner, and their relationship is rather unusual. Oh, by the way, Brother Lu, I suddenly recalled something. When Chern had her incident, I saw her near the back of Building 5. Moreover, she has always been antagonistic towards Chern since Gao Xiang is fond of her, while Su Hanlu has harbored feelings for Gao Xiang, hoping to pursue a relationship, but Gao Xiang only regards her as a fling. Lu Yuan felt a surge of surprise, as a faint understanding began to dawn upon him. Could Su Hanlu be connected to this matter? While contemplating this, he diligently kept pace with their vehicle. Before long, he noticed it had arrived at a hotel. The two individuals entered the establishment, and Lu Yuan was well aware of their intentions. He parked across the street, waiting patiently. Approximately an hour later, they emerged, with Su Hanlu's cheeks still flushed. Subsequently, they returned to the car, this time heading to a restaurant, and Lu Yuan maintained his close pursuit. Upon arriving at a high-end dining establishment, the pair proceeded to a private room. Lu Yuan awaited outside, pondering how to approach Su Hanlu. It was clear that he could not reveal himself. He needed someone else to act on his behalf. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Snake Brother. Indeed, this was an opportune moment for Snake and his associates to lend their services. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan promptly dialed Snake Brother's number. The call connected swiftly, and Snake Brother's obsequious voice came through. Brother Lu, what a surprise. What can I do for you today? Lu Yuan replied, Actually, I do have a favor to ask. Snake Brother immediately responded, Whatever you command, Brother Lu, I am at your service. Even if it means traversing perilous paths. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. It's not that serious, just a minor task. I'll send you a photo. I need you to keep an eye on these too. Oh, can you procure a listening device? Snake Brother quickly assured him. A listening device? You've come to the right person, Brother Lu. In our line of work, we can acquire anything, and I frequently utilize such devices. Perfect, Lu Yuan replied. I will send you the photo along with the location. You can come over. After finishing his words, Lu Yuan sent the photo over. Soon, the voice on the other end, Snake Brother, was taken aback. Brother Lu, isn't this woman, Su Hanlu? I know her. Why are you asking me to monitor her? Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. You know someone named Su Hanlu? Chapter 69. Probing Snake Brother immediately grinned. Brother Lu, you've asked the right person about Su Hanlu. Not only do I know her, but there is also a bit of history between us. Lu Yuan, perplexed, inquired about the meaning behind that history. Snake Brother cleared his throat and said, "Brother Lu, don't laugh at me. To be honest, I can be quite lecherous at times, and with a bit of money. I often approach female college students at the university. I used to drive my luxury car around Tian'an University, and that is how I met Su-Han Lu." After a moment's hesitation, Snake Brother tentatively asked, "By the way, Brother Lu, what is Su-Han Lu to you?" Lu Yuan coldly smiled. She could be considered a half-rival. "But go on, speak your mind." "All right, that puts me at ease," Snake Brother continued. "I met Su-Han Lu during one of my joyrides at Tian'an University. She was quite bold. One day, I parked my car by the roadside, and she came over to tap my window, asking if she could get to know me. She is stunning and spirited, so I naturally didn't take refuse. I took her to a bar, and that night, I ended up with her." Su-Han Lu was dressed provocatively, wearing a figure-hugging dress and over-the-knee stockings. Oh, those legs, that waist, her moans were delightful. It was utterly exhilarating. Lu Yuan interjected sharply. "I didn't ask for your entire story. Just get to the point." "Oh, right. Well, the next day, she expressed her desire to be with me, asking for $15,000 a month as a form of support. I agreed, and I transferred her the money a few days ago." Lu Yuan's eyes brightened. "So, you can summon her?" "Of course, Brother Lu. She is very obedient. I've had her in every conceivable position, and I have plenty of videos of her. Do you want to join the fun?" Lu Yuan's face darkened. "Keep your mouth shut if you can't speak appropriately. I have no interest in such individuals." Snake Brother chuckled awkwardly. Then, "Brother Lu, why do you want to bring her out?" Lu Yuan coldly replied, "My sister was pushed off the staircase at school, and I suspect Su-Han Lu might be involved, so I need you to call her out and extract information from her." Snake Brother was taken aback. "Is that so, Brother Lu? Rest assured, this bold woman dares to harm your sister? Leave it to me. I have 1,000 ways to make her speak. Should I call her now? The sooner, the better." "Understood, Brother Lu." After hanging up, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, not anticipating that Snake Brother had such a story with Su-Han Lu. Snake Brother's real name was Wang Qing. Now, it remained to be seen whether Wang Qing could extract the truth from Su-Han Lu. If he succeeded, Lu Yuan wouldn't mind taking Wang Qing under his wing. If he failed, then Wang Qing would be deemed useless. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Wang Qing immediately called Su-Han Lu. In the private room of the restaurant, Su-Han Lu glanced at her phone's incoming call and immediately felt a pang of guilt. A bit flustered, she looked at Gao Xiang and said, "Brother Xiang, please continue eating. I need to use the restroom." So many things to deal with, she thought. Gao Xiang was engrossed in the delectable dishes before him, savoring every bite. Meanwhile, Su-Han Lu hurried to the restroom, swiftly answering the call, her voice laced with a flattering smile. "Hello, Brother Shi. What a surprise to hear from you." On the other end, Wang Qing replied, "Hey, are you free this afternoon? I'm feeling a bit tense and need to blow off some steam." Su-Han Lu hesitated, as she wished to stay with Gao Xiang. "What? Not available? Don't you know when to show some respect?" Wang Qing's tone darkened, startling Su-Han Lu. She quickly responded, No, Brother Shi, I'm free. Shall I come over this afternoon? The sooner, the better. Preferably right now. I can't take it anymore. If you get to me within half an hour, I'll add another 10,000 to your account this month." Su-Han Lu's eyes sparkled at the prospect, excitement bubbling within her. Truth be told, that amount of money meant a lot to her. Although she was currently involved with Gao Xiang, he had never given her a single penny. It was all free indulgence. He didn't even send her red envelopes on special occasions like May 20th. At times, she felt quite unbalanced about it. She had been with Gao Xiang for over a year without receiving any gifts, and often she had to pay for their hotel rooms. Naturally, she felt a sense of injustice, but she was willing to endure it for the sake of climbing the social ladder through Gao Xiang. His family held significant power, and if she were to marry him one day, her life would take flight. Even if they didn't marry, leveraging Gao Xiang's family connections could secure her a place in graduate school. This motivation was why she had attached herself to Gao Xiang. Nevertheless, her financial situation was quite precarious, and there were times when she considered becoming a socialite or an escort. The money could come quickly, and her looks were certainly adequate. Moreover, there were plenty of socialites and escorts at her school that she had contemplated joining. However, the thought repulsed her. She couldn't bear the idea of dealing with numerous men every day, fearing the health risks that came with it. It was far better to find a long-term benefactor. Thus, she approached Wang Qing that day when he was driving a Porsche Panamera around campus, exuding wealth, prompting her to strike up a conversation. Now he was her benefactor, and with his directives given, she dared not defy him. Returning to the private room, she observed Gao Xiang relishing his meal. Su Hanlu cleared her throat softly. Brother Xiang, my friend has asked me to go shopping with her. Would you mind if I left you here to eat? Gao Xiang set down his chopsticks and turned to Su Hanlu, his gaze causing her heart to skip a beat. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Going to meet a friend? You're not deceiving me, are you? It wouldn't be to see another man, would it? Su Hanlu's breath caught in her throat. Her heart raced suddenly, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she hurriedly exclaimed, How can that be? Brother Xiang, do you not know my feelings for you? I am willing to handle this matter for you. My sincerity is as vast as the heavens. Gao Xiang leaned back in his chair and scoffed, Enough. I doubt you would dare seek another man behind my back. However, I must warn you, this situation is grave. While I may be the mastermind, you are the one who truly pushed Han Charan down the stairs. Should this come to light, we will both face dire consequences. Keep your lips sealed, understood? Su Hanlu nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains. I understand, Brother Xiang. I am aware of my responsibilities. That's good. You may go now. All right, love you. Brother Xiang. Su Hanlu pecked Gao Xiang on the cheek and then exited the private room, leaving him alone. In the room, Gao Xiang retrieved his phone and dialed his mother, Shang Xiaowei. The call connected quickly. Xiao Xiang, what is it? Gao Xiang inquired. Mom, can this matter truly be suppressed? There won't be any unforeseen complications, will there? Shang Xiaowei scoffed. Xiao Xiang, there is no need for your concerns. What kind of background does our family possess? We have connections throughout the entire Tian'an educational oversight system. What does Han Charan's family have? Her parents are merely ordinary workers. What havoc could they possibly wreak? You are right. Mom,